Chapter 501 Marcus. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline, Arya answered. Nick didn't seem surprised. Are you willing to share the reason? Nick asked. Arya frowned. You are going to make the most powerful people in the city your enemy, and since I have to work together with you, I will also become their enemy. I'm not afraid of them, but if you die, I will be implicated. I can't protect you from such a constant threat, she explained. Nick nodded. That's about what I expected, he answered. What if we sign a contract that will free you from responsibility in the case of my death, unless it is very apparent that you were the one that killed me? Nick asked. Why? Arya asked with furrowed brows. Why what? Nick asked. Why would you offer me such a contract? With such a contract, it would be easy for me to secretly kill you and not be responsible. When Arya said that, she glanced at Simon. What she had said could constitute a threat to one of Aegis' people. However, Simon didn't seem interested. I don't think you want to do that, Nick said. Just the fact that you brought this possibility up tells me as much. Arya frowned. Nick talked like he knew what she was thinking, which was a bit presumptuous. A predator on the hunt doesn't warn their prey before they strike. Malice is silent, Nick answered. Of course, you could also just have overthought and expected that I would think that. Nick smiled wryly. And if that is the case, my judgment of people would be wrong, and I deserve to meet my end at your hands, he added. You won't be responsible for my death, Nick reiterated. If I die, it will prove that my philosophy failed and that the current way is the correct way. If I die, everything will return to how it used to be. You will be the sole ruler of Crimson City in Aegis' name, and you will have all the power. If I fail or succeed, it makes no difference to your life. You will be the governor regardless. Arya remained silent for a while. Simon glanced at Nick before glancing at Arya. He really wasn't interested in helping Nick. However, while he thought that Nick was a monster, he couldn't deny some of the things he had said. What if Nick succeeded? Whether or not he was a monster didn't matter. He would have helped Aegis and humanity as a whole regardless. Becoming the governor is the best way to enter Aegis, Simon said. If you prove yourself as a governor, you are free to become an agent after a couple of years and work with more powerful Specters. It is the only way to become a protector. Living in a city only gets you so far. Simon did not like Nick anymore, but for the good of mankind, he wanted to give this new policy a real shot. Arya frowned and remained silent. I want that contract that you talked about, she said. Nick nodded. Of course. Additionally, I don't want you to lord over me and pull rank every time we come to a disagreement. I am the governor, and this is my city. If this is going to happen, we have to work together as equals, she said. That's what I was planning on telling you as well, Nick said. You are a hero. I'm an expert. Arya didn't agree with that. You have the higher position. Power is not important in this matter. Nick shook his head. Power is more important than rank. Even if I don't think you will, you can use your power in a subtle way to sway me. Fear is a powerful thing. It was not legal for me to infiltrate and destroy anatomy, but I did it anyway, and I survived. There is surely a way for you to do something similar to me. Arya didn't immediately answer. In a way, she agreed, but she also disagreed. Sure, there was a way, but that would be extremely dangerous. She could do it, but she would be betting on her life. I've been a chief Zephyx Extractor ever since I was 16, and I built Dark Dream from the ground up until it became what it is today, Nick said. If I ignored every bit of criticism just because I have a higher position, Dark Dream would have long since collapsed. I have made many mistakes in my past, and I know that I will continue to make more. I need more experienced people and their insight to help me avoid making them. You have been a chief Zephyx Extractor for much longer than me, even more than me. Ignoring your words just because I technically outrank you would be idiotic. I require cooperation from you, and cooperation always goes both ways. I need to trust in you and your abilities to make this work. I can't run a city alone, Nick said. Arya took a deep breath. She really didn't have a good feeling about this. Yes, Nick was powerful, but he was just in his early 30s. I want to have my work cut out for me, Arya thought. Fine, I agree, she said. Thank you, Nick answered. I want that contract now, she demanded. You got a pen and paper? Nick asked. Arya handed him a pen and paper, and Nick quickly wrote down a contract. He had written so many contracts in his life that it barely took him a minute to write the entire thing. Then he handed it to Arya, who read through it. Naturally, Arya had seen more contracts in her life than Nick had seen paper, and she wouldn't miss any sort of suspicious wording. However, the contract was fine. It said exactly what they had agreed on. Arya sighed and signed at the bottom. Nick also signed and handed it to Simon. Simon read through it before summoning a pen and some paper. Then he made several copies of the contract in just a couple of seconds, which everyone signed again. Simon put the original contract into his space bag. This contract will be handed over to Aegis for safekeeping, while Arya and Nick got to keep a copy each. Go to the Aegis stronghold here, Simon said as he told Arya a couple of directions, which led to about 2,000 kilometers to the west. I will tell them about you, and they will deal with your initiation into Aegis. You should go sometime between tomorrow and next week. It will only take a couple of hours. Arya remembered Simon's instructions and told him that she would be going there in 3 days. Naturally, Aegis had many strongholds all over the world. The initiation of a governor didn't require them to go to Aegis headquarters. Any stronghold was fine. Then Simon looked at Nick. I don't have all day. Let's go deal with the last part so I can leave, he said with cold neutrality. Of course, Nick said before standing up and turning to Arya one last time. I will be Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor for 2 more months to deal with my succession. After that, I will assume the mantle of liaison. Arya nodded. I will also need a couple of weeks, but it won't be a problem. Kugelblitz's ownership is no longer scattered since all the directors died, and ownership will soon return to Kugelblitz after buying the shares back from the scattered shareholders. Nick also nodded. The two of them said their goodbyes, and Simon and Nick left Kugelblitz. The two of them went to the upper layer and met with the gate guardian. Naturally, the two of them entered the upper layer without any sort of verification. It was law to test everyone passing through, but Aegis stood above the law, and the gate guardian wouldn't try to enforce the city laws on a protector from Aegis. The two of them entered the big locker room, but they didn't change their clothing at all and just walked into the beautiful upper layer with their normal clothing. Then the two of them traveled to the middle of the upper layer, where they found a big castle made of stone. This was the central administration of Crimson City. This was where they kept the copies of all the important contracts, held prisoners, and where the governor resided. The two of them just walked through the entrance, none of the guards even daring to stop them. Every powerful extractor recognized Aegis' uniform. The two of them went up a flight of stairs until they reached the highest floor. The highest floor just had a short hallway, which led to a singular door. Before they even reached the door, it opened, and the governor walked out. Marcus Julius. Marcus bowed respectfully to Simon. Esteemed protector, he greeted. Simon did not return the greeting and just continued walking, while Nick walked just behind him. The governor politely moved to the side, and the two of them walked past him into his office. Although office should be put between quotation marks. The entire highest floor of the castle was just one huge room filled with art, furniture, a pool, expensive beverages, and other luxuries. The only thing that told of its status as an office was the big and ostentatious wooden desk at the end of the room. When Nick saw the room, he openly sneered in disgust. A den of decadence and gluttony. Even the left arm's office was barren. While it wasn't necessary to live as Spartan as the left arm, there was no reason to go so crazy with decoration and luxury as a servant of Aegis. Marcus entered the office after them and politely stood behind his desk. How can I help you, protector? He asked. Simon didn't say anything. Marcus. Marcus looked with narrowed eyes at Nick, who had just spoken. Nick fearlessly looked back. Chapter 502, Simon leaves. Your time as governor is done, Nick said. Marcus furrowed his brows. And who are you to make such a judgment? It's not me making it. It's Aegis, Nick said. Marcus looked at Simon. Marcus Julius, Aegis is not satisfied with how you have run Crimson City. The left arm has deemed you corrupt, and you will be guarding the entrance of the local stronghold for the foreseeable future. Corrupt? Marcus shouted in rage and shock. How am I corrupt? I always gave Aegis the tribute every single year without fail. Even when half the city was destroyed by the Crimson Sea, I still managed to get enough Zephyx for Aegis. A corrupt governor would have said that we couldn't pay, but I still paid everything. Simon didn't seem impressed. This is not my decision, but the left arm's. You can send a letter of protest to her and state your case, but I wouldn't hope for anything. The current governor had seemed rather neutral so far, in Simon's opinion. However, when he saw the governor's office, he also felt some disgust. He wasn't as extreme as Nick, but the sheer wealth in this room alone could probably pay for an entire yearly tribute. Obviously, Crimson City had wealth to spare. Sure, in a way, Marcus could do whatever he wanted with his profits, but Simon still felt a bit of disgust regardless. Marcus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This is an injustice. Then he pointed at Nick. And who is he that he can just waltz in here and talk to me like that? I'm Crimson City's new liaison, Nick said. Liaison? Marcus asked with furrowed brows. I'm going to rule together with a new governor. I will be implementing reforms, which will lead to an increase of 20% of the tribute within 5 years. I can give Aegis more than you, Marcus, Nick said neutrally. 20%? Marcus shouted. That is impossible. You have no idea how much Aegis demands every year. 20% will completely bankrupt the city. Nick just looked back. Because you have run it inefficiently. Crimson City is a gold mine. The Crimson Fungus has an entire city from which to draw Zephyx, but you only utilize 20% of it. Marcus snorted. What? You want to grow the Dregs even more? Weren't you always on about the poor, and now you want them to suffer even more? No, Nick answered. Quite the opposite. Marcus just sneered as Nick continued talking. The blood tax will change from being voluntary to mandatory. The amount of blood paid will be reduced, but everyone will have to pay. Inner city, outer city, lower layer, middle layer, upper layer, extractors. Everyone. Marcus was taken aback. Then he started laughing. What naivety, he shouted. You want to make these lions pay in blood? You have no idea what they can do. You will be dead within the year, and the poor will suffer even more after that. They want their money, and they will be getting it regardless. If they have to pay with their own blood, they want credits in return that far outweigh the worth of their blood, and they will be getting that, whether you like it or not. Nick didn't seem impressed. The powerful have power, but in the end, they are also just humans. In your endless indulgence, you have grown scared. You are afraid of stomping out a rat because you are scared of getting bitten. Your vast storage of Zephyx is wasted. Your power is just wasting away in your possession. Nick looked at Marcus. No businessman would let their money just rot away in a bank account. You have to invest to make more money. Marcus also wasn't impressed by Nick's words. Spoken like a Na'vi child that never had to contend with the true elite of the city. You mean yourself? Nick asked. The only thing I've seen you do with the elite was lick their boots. You were never in control of Crimson City. Kugelblitz, Anatomy, and Ghosty's lab were. But let me entertain that thought for a bit. Assuming I had to contend with the shrewdest businessman in all of Crimson City, someone far more experienced and shrewd than me, who would leave with more money? Nick asked. Marcus sneered. Are you saying that you would? He asked, not convinced. Yes, I'm saying that, Nick said. How? Marcus asked with a snort. Are you saying you are shrewder than them when you yourself said in your hypothetical that they are the shrewdest? No, I'm not, Nick said, and the fact that you can't see the answer shows how warped your perception of reality is. Nick turned to Simon. It should be obvious to you why I would leave with more money. Simon frowned. Yes, but I don't like the answer, he said. Nick turned to Marcus. It's the same reason why the Dregs suffer and the upper layer thrives. Power. Marcus frowned. I am more powerful than them. The shrewdest businessman will never forget that truth. Displeasing the government is the quickest way to the afterlife. The shrewdest businessman is so shrewd that they realize this. They will lose on purpose to get on my good side, hoping to gain my support in the future. Marcus just shook his head at the idiocy. This is not how society works. We all have to abide by the same rules. Society will not exist otherwise. Nick just looked at Marcus neutrally. I make the rules now, and everyone will abide by them. And my rules are that Aegis comes first. Marcus just kept shaking his head at the stupid and Na'vi words Nick was speaking. I'll let you find out on your own, Marcus said with a voice that showed that he gave up trying to convince Nick. Sure, I will be guarding the gates of the local stronghold. Marcus smirked. But that's still a better fate than getting assassinated by some random bread merchant who saw their profits dwindle by a single-digit percentage. Marcus looked at Simon. I'm ready to go. Do you need anything? He asked. Simon asked for several items required to run the city efficiently. The key to the central console, special contracts, contacts, manuals, finance sheets, and a couple of other things. It took almost 2 hours for Simon to get everything in order. Nick just silently stood to the side. Finally, all these things were left on the table. Nick walked over and pocketed all the important things under Simon's supervision. He would share these things with Arya, who would have to do 2 jobs at the same time for a couple of weeks. The government would just barely do enough to keep existing for the couple of weeks that Arya needed. She would only deal with the most important issues during that time. Everything else had to wait until she officially assumed the mantle of governor. In the end, the three of them left the office, and Nick locked the door with a key. Nobody would be allowed to enter the office except Arya and Nick. Simon instructed the guards of the castle about what to do for the next couple of weeks. In essence, they had to forward the most pressing matters to Arya while stockpiling the unimportant things. Naturally, the guards were all extremely shocked. The governor was leaving. Was Arya going to be the new governor? Although after thinking about it for a while, the guards realized that it actually made sense. The recent conflict with anatomy was really bad. It actually made sense that the governor would be held accountable. It didn't even take 2 hours until everyone in the upper layer knew about the governor leaving. The three of them went to the lower layer and left the megastructure. Outside the megastructure, Simon turned to Nick. Someone will come for Ghosty within the next couple of days. I've already dealt with the heroes from anatomy before we went to Aegis. Everything has been taken care of. You and Arya are now in charge. Nick nodded. Thank you. Simon looked at Nick with a frown. I hope for the people whose lives ended unjustly that you succeed, he said coldly. If I don't, I will die, Nick said evenly. I will hold you to your word, Simon said with a threatening voice. You may, Nick answered. Simon looked at Nick. He didn't see any signs of dishonesty. Nick seemed deadly serious. He was really betting on his life. In a way, this calmed Simon down. Nick may be irredeemable, but he could still do good for the world. Maybe there was something to Nick's words. After all, even Specters could give humanity power and hope by producing Zephyx and granting abilities. If even a Spectre could be used to help humanity, why couldn't a monster like Nick? A moment later, Simon left with Marcus without saying a word of goodbye. He didn't like Nick, but he wanted him to succeed. Their methods and values were different, but both of them had the same goal: humanity's prosperity. Simon hoped that Nick would do well, even if that meant that one more monster would keep living in this world. Chapter 503, Dark Dreams End. After Simon left, Nick turned back to the city. Crimson City. Finally, he had the power to fix it. Crimson City's current weakness is its lack of authority. Almost all the guards are borrowed by the manufacturers. That's the first thing I have to fix. If the government can't have power, the companies can't be forced to follow the law. Nick took a deep breath. But first, I have to deal with Dark Dream. Naturally, Nick had already made a plan about how to deal with Dark Dream. Nick walked back into the city, wearing Dark Dream's uniform. Just walking through the city like this hadn't been possible just a couple of days ago. Anatomy had constantly been ready to take over the other manufacturers, and Dark Dream had been one of their targets. Walking around the city would have left Nick open to assassination attempts. But right now, no manufacturer had the time to deal with Dark Dream. They were all too busy recovering from the battle with Anatomy. Blitz was thinking about digesting Anatomy, since they had received all of Anatomy's Specters. Well, at least the ones that they managed to recapture. Since Anatomy had been almost emptied of Specters, Blitz barely got 10 Specters, and they weren't even very powerful. Ghosty's lab would soon get a visit from someone from Aegis that would persuade Ghosty to leave, leaving them without a leader. Gemini probably wouldn't want to cause any trouble right now. Solace was Dark Dream's ally. This meant that Nick could walk around the city without fear. Wonder how long that will last, Nick thought. As soon as I implement my reforms, plenty of people will want to kill me. Nick walked through the outer city and entered the inner city. After walking a bit more, he arrived in front of Dark Dream. There were a couple of extractors waiting in front of the entrance. Usually, Dark Dream didn't put guards up, but with Nick gone and Julian being a Spectre, Dark Dream was at its weakest, which made them put guards in front of the entrance for now. As soon as the extractors saw Nick, their eyes lit up, and Nick could see joy appearing in their eyes. "Boss," one of them shouted, running over to him. "You're back?" he asked with hope. Nick nodded. "For now. I'm going to work for Aegis in 2 months and take up a different position." The hope in their eyes died down. Boss was going to leave. "Don't worry," Nick said, seeing their disappointment. "I already know what to do with Dark Dream. No, you guys will not become unemployed, and no, you won't have to fear assassination attempts all day. I think everyone will be quite happy." The two extractors smiled. "We trust you, boss. You made Dark Dream into what it is today." Naturally, the two extractors did not want to acknowledge Julian. When they heard that Julian was a Spectre, they all felt like their world was breaking down. Their CEO had been a Spectre. They had been working for a Spectre this entire time. The best thing they could do was to ignore Julian's existence. But that manner of thinking was also relatively new, since Julian died just 2 hours ago or so. Before then, they had believed that Julian was wrongly accused. Only when Julian died and his hold over the city vanished did they realize that he was actually a Spectre. So, in a way, the realization that they had been working for a Spectre was still relatively new. And that was when Nick appeared again, reigniting their hope. They still had their boss. He would fix things. I can't tell you about the plan yet since it's confidential, but I can probably make the announcement within the month, Nick said. We understand. We trust you, one of them said. Nick nodded. Where are Jenny and Taryn? They're in their offices. It's not the right time to work with Specters since they are the only authority figures currently in Dark Dream. Well, until now, the Extractor said with a smile. All right, Nick said. I'm going to talk to them. Nick walked into Dark Dream, and on his way to his 2 team leaders, he had a talk with many Extractors who were happy to see that he was back. On the highest floor, Nick knocked on a door. Come in, a demotivated male voice said. Nick opened the door and saw Taryn sitting behind his desk. Taryn looked up, and when he saw Nick, his eyes widened. Boss, he shouted, jumping up from his chair. Nick nodded. We have something to talk about. Meet in my office, he said, walking out of Taryn's office. Usually, such words would make Taryn nervous, but his relief and happiness to see Boss return outweighed that. Sure, Taryn shouted, almost running out of his office. Nick knocked on another door. Come in, a solemn female voice said. Nick opened the door and saw Jenny. When Jenny saw Nick, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Boss, she asked, come to my office. We need to talk about Dark Dream, he said. Oh, of course, Jenny said, quickly getting out of her chair and walking over to Nick's office. The 3 of them entered Nick's office and closed the door. Are you back for good? Taryn asked. Nick shook his head. No, I'm just here for about 2 months before I have to take up a new position with Aegis. When Nick had left about a day or so ago, they had been uncertain about his future. Would he come back? Would he work for Aegis? Well, it was official now. Nick was going to leave. Naturally, the 2 of them knew that this was a good thing for Nick, but it was also a bad thing for Dark Dream. Don't worry, Nick said. I already know what we are going to do with Dark Dream. The 2 of them listened. Since Julian is no longer here, and since I have to take up a different position, Dark Dream only has 7 veterans. Worst of all, everyone except Erwin is also a new veteran. Jenny and Taryn frowned. They were both early veterans, while Erwin was a peak veteran. For all intents and purposes, Erwin should become Dark Dream's leader after Nick left. The 2 of them had known Erwin for many years now, and Erwin was well on his way to creating his shell. Maybe 1 or 2 more years, and he would become an expert. However, while Erwin was powerful and dependable, he didn't seem like a leader. He always performed amazingly in his job, but he was more of a follower than a leader. In terms of personality and skill, Jenny was the best fit to lead Dark Dream, but she was still too weak. Dark Dream had 9 adults, and Jenny could only work with half of them due to her low level. This was troublesome. Additionally, with Julian gone, Dark Dream lost its shield. They were now open to assassinations, and the government could also use the laws to confiscate several of their adults since they didn't have enough strong extractors. It pains me to say it, but I can't give ownership of Dark Dream to either of you or Erwin, Nick said. The 2 of them were not surprised. However, I'm also not going to leave you just like this or hand over ownership to a bunch of businessmen from the upper layer. Nick leaned back in his chair. I'm proposing a merger with Solace, he said. The 2 team leaders thought about it. Naturally, it wasn't easy to accept that. Dark Dream would essentially stop existing and get incorporated into an already existing manufacturer. It was a hard pill to swallow. However, they also couldn't see another way. This was the best thing for Dark Dream. Dark Dream had worked closely with Solace for many years. Their extractors could go to Solace for new abilities and vice versa. They went on excursions with extractors from Solace. The extractors of both manufacturers also already knew each other. Solace also had around 25 veterans, making the big number of adults Dark Dream owned not an issue. Solace would essentially explode with power, allowing them to openly contend with Gemini. In fact, except for their number of experts, Solace would eclipse Gemini in every other aspect. Their numbers of newbies and Johns would reach a comparable level to Ghosty's lab. Their numbers of veterans and experts would be a slight bit lower than those of Gemini, but they would still be on an equal footing. However, the number of adults they had would be a lot higher than that of Gemini, which meant that Solace would very quickly gain more veterans than Gemini. This merger would essentially set up Solace to become the third strongest manufacturer in the city since anatomy no longer existed. They would only be below Kugelblitz and Ghosty's lab. The two of them thought about that proposition for a long time. It was a bit sad to let go of Dark Dream, but belonging to such a strong manufacturer that they loved working for was also quite exciting. It sounds like the best way forward, Jenny said. Terrence sighed. I agree. I don't want to lose Dark Dream, but I don't see a better way. Nick nodded. Then, it's decided. This is Dark Dream's end and the rebirth of Solace. Chapter 504, Birth of Sky Dream. Glad to see you back, Nick, Hera Solace's CZE said with a smile as she shook Nick's hand. Nick returned the handshake and smiled politely. It's not going to be for long, sadly. I'm going to join Aegis soon. Hera had already expected something like that. She had heard from Dark Dream's extractors that Nick was most likely going to join Aegis. Congratulations. Everyone wants to get into Aegis, Hera said with a friendly smile. Thank you, Nick answered. Next, Ramona, Solace's CEO, stepped forward and also shook Nick's hand. Congratulations, she said. Thank you, Nick said again. Then, the three of them sat down at a big table in Solace's biggest meeting room. After a couple of pleasantries, Nick talked about the reason he was here. You all have heard of Julian, Nick said. The smiles vanished, and the two nodded. It was still difficult for them to believe that Julian was a Spectre. However, they didn't think that Nick knew. After all, Julian even managed to fool them. With his power, it would not be difficult to fool Nick. Julian was just that powerful. Julian has been executed by Aegis. I saw it with my own eyes, Nick said. The two of them took deep breaths in relief. This was for the best. That's good to hear, Hera said. Now, Nick said, with Julian dead and me leaving Dark Dream is facing a huge issue. The two of them nodded. They expected Nick to arrive to ask for help. Since Julian was outed as a Spectre, I now fully own Dark Dream, but if everything works out, that won't be for long. The two of them raised their eyebrows. They could see where this was going. Are you interested in a merger with Dark Dream? Nick asked. The two of them looked at each other. A merger with Dark Dream. Dark Dream had a lot of weaker extractors, and they had a lot of adults. We're interested, Ramona said. What are you thinking about specifically? Hera remains Chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick said, looking at Hera. Hera nodded. This was the most important part. If they had to split everything, things would become troublesome. It was important that there were no frictions in leadership. Taryn and Jenny have been Dark Dream's team leaders for a long time, and they know how to work with all of the Specters. I would suggest leaving them as team leaders for now. If you want, you can later redistribute the teams, but for now, it would be better to leave the teams split. Hera and Ramona looked at each other and nodded. That sounds reasonable, Hera said. Nick nodded. I will show you all the Specters and tell you how I have run Dark Dream until now. You are free to lead the future Dark Dream as you like, but I would ask you to consider how I led it until now. Naturally, Hera answered. Dark Dream's growth had been intense, and Hera could appreciate that. She could see that Nick had led Dark Dream excellently. Next, I think you guys need a new building. Your building is big, but getting the additional Specters from Dark Dream will most likely make the building reach peak capacity, Nick said. We were already planning on moving, Hera said. Nick nodded. A big building close to the upper layer will become available soon, which would be just perfect for Solace. Hera raised a skeptical eyebrow. Do you mean Anatomy's destroyed building? She asked. Nick shook his head. Hera furrowed her brows. How do you know that a building will get available? The other ones belong to Kugelblitz, Ghosty's lab, and Gemini. I don't think any of these buildings will become available anytime soon, Hera asked. Nick took a deep breath. Everything I am going to say now is confidential for the next 2 months. It is imperative that none of this leaves this room. Do you understand? Nick asked. The two of them looked at each other. Nick's aura had changed. It went from a polite business partner to authoritative. Usually, that would be considered as rude, but since Nick was going to join Aegis, he kind of already was their superior. We understand, Ramona said. None of this will leave this room. Nick nodded. I'm going to assume the position of liaison for Crimson City, Nick said. After that, he explained to them what it meant to be a liaison. By the end of Nick's explanation, Ramona and Hera became much more nervous. They realized that they were essentially talking to the governor right now. I can't tell you what I am going to plan or how things will change, but if everything works out, the building in which Ghosty's lab resides will become available soon, Nick said. Their eyes widened in shock. Didn't that mean that Ghosty's lab would disperse? Or would they move to Anatomy's building after it was rebuilt? They weren't sure. That would be a great opportunity for Solace, Ramona said. Nick nodded. I take my position as liaison very seriously, and I have to be clear that I will not treat Solace any different from any other manufacturer. We understand, Hera answered. Many things in this city will change, Nick said. In order to support Aegis better, the manufacturers will have to change with it. With my planned reforms, the way manufacturers currently operate will reduce profitability by a significant margin. Naturally, the two were not happy to hear that. You said as they operate now, Ramona commented. Nick nodded. By changing how you operate, your old profitability will return, and it might even increase, but you would have to undergo a big paradigm shift. Nick frowned. I want you two to keep one thing in mind. The policies I will implement will seem like I am singling you out. Solace will be the manufacturer that will suffer the most under them, Nick said. The two of them frowned. However, I do not want Solace to fail, and I do not want to hurt Solace. While at first glance, my reforms will seem like I want to ruin Solace, I'm actually protecting you. When you hear about them, just keep that in mind. Don't think about the lack of profits, but of what would happen if Kugelblitz takes over Gemini. If everything works out, neither Kugelblitz nor Gemini would be interested in taking over Solace. Of course, the opposite also applies. You would also not be interested in taking them over. If everything works out, none of the big manufacturers would want to destroy other manufacturers, Nick said. Hera and Ramona were skeptical. That sounded too idealistic. How would that even be possible? However, they had worked closely with Dark Dream for over a decade, and they knew Nick very well. If he said that would happen, it might be possible. If I hadn't known you for so long, I wouldn't believe you, Hera said with a sigh. Thank you, Nick said. Now, on to the monetary aspect of the merger. And there it was. Naturally, as the sole owner of the current Dark Dream, Nick wouldn't leave without gaining anything from this merger. 1 billion credits, Nick said. The two were surprised. That was not as much as they expected. Due to their calculations, Dark Dream was worth around 2 to 3 billion credits. You do not have to pay everything in one go. 200 million a year sounds reasonable, Nick said. The two of them looked at each other. They had paid more for the blinding light, which was only one adult. The fact that Nick was offering Dark Dream to them for 1 billion was an obvious act of not wanting to hurt Solace. Nick was essentially forgoing over 1 billion credits just to make it easier for his old employees and Solace. Nevertheless, the two of them started to negotiate, but Nick very quickly shut them down. He knew this was an amazing offer, and he didn't budge at all. In the end, they could only accept. After ironing out the details over the next couple of hours, they all stood up and shook their hands. They would sign the contract a couple of days later. Decisions like this needed ample time for consideration. I think a name change is in order, Ramona said with a happy smile. A name change? Nick asked. For Solace, Ramona said. This is a merger, isn't it? We are not acquiring Dark Dream, but merging with it. That was not completely accurate. Nick called it a merger, but it was more of an acquisition. Do you have anything in mind? Ramona asked. Nick thought about it for a while. Light Dream, Nick said. Light Dream, Ramona repeated as she looked at Hera, who was also considering the name. It had a warm feeling to it. Solace chose their name since the light they delivered would be associated with a name. We're going to consider it, Hera said. The three of them said their goodbyes, and a couple days later, it was official. Solace would merge with Dark Dream. However, they chose a slightly different name in the end. Sky Dream. Dark Dream vanished, and Sky Dream was born. Chapter 505 Ghosty's Insight. 1 month had passed since Nick finalized the merger with Solace, creating Sky Dream. For the past month, Nick had been showing Hera how he ran Dark Dream up to this point. Naturally, since Hera was already a very experienced chief Zephyx Extractor, she learned things very quickly. There were a couple of things that Nick learned from her as well, but most of the time, Hera was learning from Nick. Solace had it a bit easier when it was established since they had received a lot of funding back then. Even more, the city had wanted another manufacturer since there hadn't been a lot of competition back then, and Solace came at just the right time. Then they got the bright candle, and their status as a manufacturer was essentially unassailable. Everyone needed light, and getting a good source of that wasn't easy. Dark Dream, in comparison, had it much harder. The battle with Cycle, the assassination attempt by the Spartans, the entire issue with anatomy. Another thing to note was that Solace immediately stationed several of their extractors in Dark Dream as soon as the merger was signed. Technically, Dark Dream wasn't powerful enough to own so many adults, and Solace rectified that by stationing several veterans and even one of their experts here. The policy regarding not having enough power to contain a certain number of powerful Specters was a good one in Nick's opinion, and he didn't plan on changing it. Specters breaking out was a rare phenomenon, and when it happened, they were almost always contained again without being able to leave the building itself. In less than a month, Nick would officially become Crimson City's liaison. But before then, there was something else that Nick needed to do. He needed to talk to someone. Just yesterday, an agent from Aegis had arrived to tell Nick why he was here in Crimson City. The agent said that he had talked to Ghosty, and that Ghosty agreed to leave Crimson City. He just needed a couple of months to deal with everything. Then he would leave and work in Aegis' Central Research Unit inside their headquarters, directly under the technician. The technician had been eyeing Ghosty for a while already. Even the left arm had known about him. One day after the agent had arrived, Nick left Dark Dream and traveled to Ghosty's lab. "Welcome, Mr. Nick," the receptionist spoke politely. "I need to talk to Ghosty," Nick said. "Of course. He has already told me about your meeting," she said with a smile. Nick didn't comment. He had not told Ghosty that he wanted to meet him. Apparently, Ghosty had expected Nick to arrive. The receptionist led Nick to Ghosty's office and politely knocked on the door. The door opened, and Nick could see Ghosty holding the door and looking at him. "Ah, Nick. Pleasure to see you," Ghosty said with a friendly smile. Then he turned to the receptionist and politely told her to leave. The receptionist nodded and left. "Please come in," Ghosty said, making space for Nick. Nick nodded and entered the office. Ghosty walked past him and calmly sat down in his chair. "You expected me?" Nick asked neutrally. Ghosty laughed politely. "Yes, but I expected the reason to be a different one. Could you elaborate?" Nick asked. Ghosty drank something from a mug on his table. "I expected you to try to kill me like Vernon," he said. "That's not necessary," Nick said without losing his calm. "Vernon was a danger." "You aren't." "I'm not a danger," Ghosty repeated with a dry laugh. "Are you saying Vernon is more dangerous than me?" Nick shook his head. A strong extractor working for the same company is not as dangerous as a strong extractor working for another company. "You think we're allies?" Ghosty asked. "We are neutral," Nick said. "You and Ghosty's lab have always been neutral in all conflicts up to the final fight against anatomy. I believe you are someone who values safety and stability above risks and rewards. Additionally, I'm not stupid enough to underestimate you. Not even the blind shareholders of Kugelblitz are that dumb, and you know that I know that." Ghosty looked with interest at Nick. "I presume the visitor from yesterday is because of you?" Ghosty asked. "He didn't tell you?" Nick asked back. "No," Ghosty answered, taking another swig from his drink. "He only talked about Aegis and things related to me. I talked to Aegis in the past, and I told them that I was not interested. And yet, here they are, just 1 month after you left for Aegis, and this time their offer was a lot bigger than back then," Ghosty said casually. "It was me," Nick confirmed. "I met the left arm, and I requested that you leave Crimson City." Ghosty raised an eyebrow. "You met the left arm? That's not someone that you can easily meet." "I made a considerable contribution to Aegis, and I was rewarded accordingly," Nick answered. Ghosty eyed Nick. "I believe you are not willing to tell me what kind of contribution. Even if I were, the left arm forbade everyone from speaking of it," Nick answered. "Oh," Ghosty uttered with interest. "Intriguing." He put his mug down. "Why ask for me to leave Crimson City? If your contribution was that great, you could have asked for my death. They would have probably granted you that request." Nick looked back. "Because of how Ghosty's lab was run over the years, I've seen what shady things Kugelblitz, Anatomy, and even Gemini are up to. I've not seen any shady business done by Ghosty's lab. It's possible that you are just much better at hiding it, but I don't think that's the case. I believe Ghosty's lab doesn't want to risk angering the government or Aegis." Ghosty listened to Nick as he continued speaking. "You're not someone that I view as humanity's enemy. You might play the game like everyone else, but you're not contributing to the game's existence. You seem more like a spectator that's along for the ride. Additionally, your inventions have proven to be invaluable to Crimson City. You have done a lot of good, and I didn't want such a person to die, even if that person knows of my deepest secret. Because of that, I wanted you to leave Crimson City. I don't want you to be a danger to me anymore, Nick explained. Ghosty looked at Nick with interest. Nick wasn't able to guess what Ghosty was thinking. You're staying in Crimson City? Ghosty asked. I'm going to be Crimson City's liaison, Nick answered. Ghosty raised an eyebrow with interest, and Nick proceeded to tell him about the position of liaison, why he was the first one taking it up, and why the position was created in the first place. You must have left quite an impression on the left arm if she was willing to create a completely new position just to give you an opportunity to prove yourself, Ghosty commented. Then he leaned back in his chair. Now, I really want to know what kind of significant contribution you have made to Aegis. Nick didn't say anything. Ghosty stood up, went to one of his cupboards, and retrieved a couple of herbs. He put some water into his mug, and with a flash of Zephyx, the water was already boiling. The next moment, Ghosty put the herbs into the water and put the mug to the side. Nick could tell that this was not one of Ghosty's abilities. The amount of Zephyx he had just felt in the atmosphere was far too high. Making a bit of water boil with an ability would barely use any Zephyx, which meant that Ghosty must have used Zephyx manipulation to warm it. Sure enough, Ghosty was a very experienced person. Creating this much heat was more difficult than creating a bit of light. His skills in Zephyx manipulation might even be higher than the old governor's. Nick wasn't sure if Ghosty just casually made himself a drink or if he wanted to intimidate Nick. You already got the manual, Ghosty commented. I joined Aegis, Nick said. Ghosty chuckled. That's what you say, but words do not always reflect reality. I prefer to see things with my own eyes. Nick watched as herbs inside the water levitated out of the water, and once more, Nick could feel a lot of Zephyx in the atmosphere. Ghosty had probably needed decades of practice just to accomplish these two things. Funnily enough, these two abilities, with their current power, probably didn't have a lot of combat potential. Using these two methods to actually injure a specialist would take more Zephyx than even a hero had. Yet, Ghosty had still trained a lot just to attain them. Because he doesn't need to be even better in combat, Nick thought. He's most likely already very powerful, and no one in Crimson City is willing to attack him because of his frightening intellect. Now, Ghosty said as he drank from his tea. Why are you really here? Nick looked at Ghosty. Chapter 5060 Announcement. What do you think they want to tell us? A man wearing merchant robes asked the person beside him. I have no idea. The other person, a woman wearing a fancy dress, said. Right now, over 5,000 people, almost half of the city, were gathered in front of the megastructure to the south. They were all looking up at a balcony about 100 meters up at the megastructure. People from all parts of the city were there. A couple people from the Dregs. People living in the outer city. People living in the inner city. And even a few people living in the upper layer were here. Quiet, came a loud shout from the expert standing on the balcony. The shout echoed throughout the entire city. All the talking stopped, and everyone looked up at the expert. Introducing the new governor, Arya Light, he proclaimed as he walked to the side. Oh, we have a new governor now, someone in the crowd said to the people beside him. Shut up. I want to listen, a guy beside him said. Next, a beautiful woman stepped out from behind the expert. She wore the beautiful white robes of a governor, and she looked at the gathered people. It's Kugelblitz, CZ. Seems like Kugelblitz will get an even stronger hold over the city. I'm not complaining, though, someone from the upper layer muttered. Arya looked over the gathered people, her white uniform making her seem like an angel standing above the masses. My name is Arya Light, and I have been chosen as the new governor of Crimson City, Arya said slowly. Her voice echoed throughout the city, and the rhythm of her speech made people subconsciously pay attention. The old governor, Marcus Julius, has been deemed as corrupt by Aegis and will not return to this city. Some whispers started in the crowd. Some of them were quite surprised, but others were not surprised at all. Someone had to take the fall for the incident with anatomy. The elite of the city believed that Marcus had been made into a scapegoat. After all, he had run the city beautifully, and they had never complained about him. Marcus Julius has forgotten what it means to be a governor, Arya continued. A governor is a servant of Aegis. Aegis is our strongest and last defense against the Specters, and Aegis prosperity and survival represents prosperity and survival for the human race. Some of the less educated people were not entirely sure what Aegis was, and they were a bit annoyed about Arya's words. They had enough problems here. Why should they help some kind of organization that they hadn't even heard of when they could barely survive here? The governor is a servant of Aegis, and every city in the world exists to provide Aegis the resources to protect humanity. Without Aegis, the most powerful Specters would have already killed all of us, Arya explained. However, Arya said, Aegis also believes that a healthier and happier population has a greater well of resources to draw from. Taking the last veggie cubes from a poor person is more difficult than taking a loaf of bread from a bread hill. What's bread? Someone from the Dregs asked a person beside him. Some fancy food, probably, the other person whispered back. What's a veggie cube? Somebody from the inner city asked the person beside him. Some disgusting food, probably, the other person answered. This city has about 12,500 people, Arya said. Around 2,000 of these people live in an area that is referred to as the Dregs. As soon as Arya said that, the mood in the audience shifted. The Dregs had never officially been acknowledged. The government had always only referred to the outer city as a whole. After all, everyone in the outer city had to pay taxes. It was just that the real people of the outer city had enough money to pay it every month without issues. Because of that, the actual blood tax was only really a thing for the Dregs. 50% of the people in the audience were not happy to hear that the Dregs were mentioned. They didn't want to think about the disgusting filth that lived in that degenerate part of the city. Most of the others were interested. And the people of the Dregs were actually shocked. Someone from the government referred to them. That had never happened before. The only time the government interacted with the Dregs was when the tax collectors came with their mosquitoes. This city has been relying on the weakest of us to carry the strongest of us, Arya said. A city built on relying on the weak is bound to fail. It is time that the ones with the power to protect the city do their job and make this a place in which our future generations are happy to live. A real human city is supposed to improve with time, and the old ones should look at the good ones and think about how easy the new generation has it compared to them. We are supposed to build our future for our children, not for us. The more Arya spoke, the more their opinions split into two extremes. The people of the outer city were very happy to hear her words since they felt like they were finally being heard. Meanwhile, the ones living in the inner city were not as happy. The city was already demanding 50% of their income as tax. That was half of all that they made. Did they intend on taking even more? The rich looked at the poor, who only had to pay a measly 100 credits. This was so unfair. The people of the middle and upper layers became quiet and looked at their new governor with furrowed brows. If the governor decided to grab even more from them, they would cause trouble. A city is nothing without its people. They were the ones that controlled the economy of the city. Many of the people from the upper layer looked at each other with furrowed brows. This is the philosophy of the liaison, Arya said. Wait, what? Someone from the upper layer uttered as she looked back at the governor. The liaison. So, this wasn't the governor's philosophy? 2 months ago, Arya explained, Aegis made the decision to start a program about transforming their cities. This transformation is founded on the principles I just shared with you. Crimson City is going to be the first and only city to undergo this transformation for now. Depending on the results, things might or might not return to how they used to be. To oversee the transformation, Aegis has created a new position, the liaison. The liaison ranks higher than the governor, but the liaison is not strictly the governor's superior. The governor and the liaison are supposed to work together to actualize Aegis' plan for the city. The people from the middle and upper layers grew suspicious. There was a new guy in the city that outranked the governor? This might make things more troublesome. The liaison for our city has already been chosen, and he will join me in creating a better future for Crimson City. Arya stepped to the side, introducing the liaison for Crimson City, Nick Dusk. The next moment, Nick walked out from behind Arya with a serious expression. Naturally, he was already wearing his liaison uniform. Some of the people in the audience became shocked. They knew this guy. My name is Nick Dusk, Nick said with a deep voice. Until recently, I have been referred to with the name Nick. Some people felt the urge to laugh at the name, but for some reason, they didn't feel like laughing. As soon as Nick spoke, the atmosphere seemed to become very heavy. When Arya spoke, the aura was inspiring. Many of the normal people felt like things were looking up and that what she said was right. However, as soon as Nick said something, they felt like they were standing in front of a scary individual. They did not feel like laughing. They felt trepidation. I used to be Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor, before it merged with Solace to become Skydream. I was born and raised in the Dregs, and I have made it my life goal to never have anyone go through these things that I've needed to go through. Marcus Julius has used the pain and misery of the Dregs to create a utopia for a select few lucky individuals. He has benefited from the suffering of a great number of people. His conduct is like a Specters. That is not how humans are supposed to be. Nick put his hands on the railing of the balcony and looked at the gathered people below him. Nick's eyes were narrowed, and even the distant people could feel his rage. I will not allow a utopia to be built on the screaming and suffering corpses of the unluckiest of us. Being born in the Dregs means being born into a situation in which escape and ascension are almost impossible. I have had enough luck to be granted an opportunity, but almost everyone else hasn't. I will make it so that everyone gets an opportunity. But, naturally, only the strongest and most intelligent ones will be able to realize it. But you will get an opportunity. And even if you miss the opportunity, your life will not be as horrible as it is right now. I swear that on my life. Chapter 507, Construction. After saying a couple more things, Arya and Nick retreated back into the megastructure. Arya looked at Nick with furrowed brows. You were quite aggressive. I'm the bad guy, Nick said. You're the good one. I will be making most of the policies that the elite hate. I will be their enemy, not you. Why do you have to be like this? Arya asked with a bit of annoyance. I thought we agreed on working on this together. And we will be, Nick said, but I need the elite to hate me. If they realize that you support me in many of my decisions, you will also be a target. They know my background, and they know that I am only an initial expert. In their minds, getting rid of me is not associated with an awful lot of risk. Getting rid of you requires them to unite the entire city and get Kugelblitz as an ally. Instead of gathering everything for one ultimate and devastating attack, they will only invest a little at a time. I'm going to use the very thing that holds me in its grasp, the sunk cost fallacy. They will keep investing and investing a little at a time, believing that they just need to add a bit more to take care of me. And before they know it, they will not have enough resources anymore to be a threat to you. At that point, our rule is secure, Nick explained. Nick, that might work on the people of the outer city, but the people of the upper layer have decades of experience in these things, Arya said. Arya, how intelligent was Julian? He asked. Arya furrowed her brows. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that even the most intelligent and scheming person can die to greed and arrogance. Being underestimated is one of the most powerful blessings, Nick answered. Arya remained silent for a while. She could see where Nick was coming from, but she didn't think it would be so easy. She remembered how Nick had said that he would be betting with his life, and he hadn't lied about that. Nick made himself the target of the elite. Arya hadn't been sure if Nick would actually go through with his extreme mindset, but when it happened, she felt a bit nervous. You're risking your life, she said. I have to, Nick said. Things only got this bad because Marcus wasn't willing to risk his life. We have both done things that are against the law, Nick said. Arya didn't answer. In this city, there is a game of politics, economics, and scheming. Either the people act by the rules, or they try to break the rules without being noticed. I'm going to eradicate this game. I'm not going to be a player. Nick and Arya had already talked quite a bit about their upcoming plans. In fact, for the past week, they had done basically nothing else. However, there were things that Nick didn't talk about. For example, how he was planning on dealing with opposition to their new policies. Quite a speech. Nick looked to the side and saw a middle-aged man approaching. He was wearing the uniform of a Zephyx Extractor working for the city. The emblem on his uniform identified him as a specialist. But I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't introduce us, he said with some feigned annoyance. We still need to move your Specters, Nick said. After we're done, we're going to announce it. The man laughed. I can already tell that this city will not remain calm for long. They just recovered from the incident with Anatomy, and now this is happening. To think that I would be working for the city, the man said. The man was Herman Reichert, the former CEO of Ghosty's lab. Nick had talked to Ghosty for one specific reason. The biggest weakness of Crimson City was its lack of loyal extractors. The vast majority of Crimson City's forces were borrowed from the manufacturers, which made it difficult to enforce the laws on them. Nick wanted to rectify that first. And after negotiating with Ghosty for a while, he got his wish. Without Ghosty, Ghosty's lab had a precarious future. However, Ghosty didn't want to give Kugelblitz even more power. Kugelblitz had not proven to be very reliable in the past. So it was decided that Ghosty's lab, together with all their extractors and Specters, would join the city. 80 newbies, 170 Johns, 55 veterans, 15 experts, 2 specialists, over 150 Specters. Together with the people who already belonged to the city, Crimson City's government now had about 100 newbies, 210 Johns, 70 veterans, 25 experts, and 5 specialists. All of these people were as loyal as could reasonably be expected. Some of them would still be corrupt, but it was a huge improvement over how it had been before Nick took over. Crimson City's forces eclipsed Gemini and Skydream to a considerable degree. Kugelblitz was the only danger since they still had more experts, specialists, and heroes. However, Arya had already told Nick that a couple of specialists from Kugelblitz would soon join the city. They had worked under Arya for decades, and a couple of them were willing to follow. Of course, only if they were compensated accordingly and received access to Specters. Since it wasn't announced yet that Ghosty's lab was absorbed by the city, they were not yet willing to join. Crimson City only had had a single fanatic up to this point. With Ghosty's lab joining, they would have two, but that would only sway one or two specialists to join. Many specialists were interested in joining the city on a base level since they were reaching the end of their path. Becoming a hero was very difficult since Kugelblitz only had a couple of fanatics and one demon, which were shared amongst all of them. Logically, many specialists were interested in joining the city to get a foot in the door with Aegis. If they could join Aegis, their future would be boundless. Nick and Arya went back to the upper layer and entered the old governor's office. They hadn't touched a lot in there, yet since they were too busy with other things. Soon, one shocking policy change after the other would take place. Arya wanted Nick to progress slower, telling him that the city needed time to adjust. Even more, if things changed too quickly, a lot of pressure would be put on the wealthier ones, making them more likely to attack. However, Nick just answered that this was exactly why he wanted things to progress quickly. Nick told Arya his plan, and when she heard that, she had to release a nervous sigh. Nick was really willing to go all in. This would be very, very different from how Marcus ran the city. Arya wasn't sure if things would really improve in this way. Nevertheless, she had said that she would try Nick's approach. Nick had spoken to the Champion of Light, and the Champion of Light was willing to trust him. Arya wanted to give him a chance. If things truly got out of hand, she would intervene. Of course, she wasn't accepting every single policy Nick made. A couple of Nick's policies had to be scrapped since Arya was very much against them. And Nick conceded on these points. He said that he would work together with Arya, and Arya had proven that she was willing to work with him. If Arya was completely against something, Nick would not force the issue. She was already giving him a lot of freedom and leeway, and Nick could see that. This was about as good as it could realistically get. The next day, Dark Dream's Specters were moved to Solace's old building. For a couple of days, Skydream needed to contain all their Specters in that building. The building was over maximum capacity, and they had to store containment units outside the building. However, for just a couple of days and with enough guards, this was acceptable. Next, heavy construction started around Dark Dream's old building in the middle of the lower layer. The pillar was being widened, and a long line of houses leading to one of the walls was demolished. Naturally, the occupants of the houses had received appropriate compensation. Over the next couple of days, a long and wide hallway was created leading from the central pillar towards one of the edges of the megastructure. The hallway was suspended, allowing people to pass under it. The edge was where the old headquarters of the Spartans was located. The headquarters were renovated, and the hallway connected both sides. Over a couple more days, the old building of the Spartans was expanded. It started to stretch out of the megastructure and became the most imposing building in the outer city. With extractors, building something like this didn't take a lot of time. Within 1 month, construction was completed. Dark Dream's old building was connected to the old building of the Spartans, which was additionally expanded into the outer city. The guards could easily and quickly pass from the center of the inner city to the outer city. Finally, when construction was complete, the first of many shocking events for Crimson City happened. Ghosty's lab was dissolved, and all their Specters were moved to the new building at the lower layer of the inner city. Just like that, the second most powerful manufacturer, one that had existed for about 150 years, was dissolved. Chapter 5080 Fall of Corruption. When the elite heard that Ghosty's lab fully joined a city, they became worried. This essentially quadrupled the available number of loyal guards the city had. Gemini and Kugelblitz realized that it would become much harder to influence the guards for their own means. However, everyone had a price. That price would just increase by quite a bit. It was annoying, but there wasn't much they could do about it. The game dictated that the city guards were difficult to influence due to their loyalty. The government hadn't gone against their interests directly. They just made it harder to circumvent the law. But then the second announcement hit, and the feelings of Kugelblitz and Gemini were very mixed. The policy of requiring 20% of extractors working for a manufacturer to be dedicated to the city was completely scrapped. Now, the manufacturers no longer needed to help the city's forces by dedicating their employees to them. This was a very big change. It was both good and bad for Kugelblitz and Gemini. It was good in the sense that they could now theoretically produce 20% more Zephyx since they had 20% more employees available. But in practice, this only increased profits by about 5%. Manufacturers had hired and trained their extractors to keep the 20% loss of productivity in mind, which meant that the manufacturers had more extractors than they needed to operate on full efficiency. Even more, the city had always paid the manufacturers for the loss of productivity incurred by the policy. Now, there was no more compensation, with only a minimal increase in productivity. Because of that, the profits for the manufacturers only increased slightly. One had to note that this was supposed to be the good part of the deal for the manufacturers. After all, they now had 20% more employees. Who wouldn't like that? Now, the bad part was that circumventing the law became even more difficult. It was easy to talk to a guard when one oneself was working with a guard. But now one actually had to meet the guards and talk to them. There was a big difference between being active and being passive. If a colleague of a guard did a shady thing, and the guard noticed, there was a good chance that the guard would only reprimand their colleague without making a report. Or maybe they would be swayed to ignore this infraction. They just had to act like they didn't see it. But now, since said colleague no longer had the authority of a guard, the actual guard would need to become active to become corrupt. Watching someone murdering someone else was easier than committing a murder oneself. In order to get these sneaky benefits, the guards now needed to actively do the illegal act, and convincing them to do that was way harder and riskier now. Of course, there were still corrupt guards, but they had to stay hidden from their colleagues. One corrupt guard could only do so many illegal things without looking suspicious. Naturally, since Kugelblitz had vastly more resources than Gemini, Kugelblitz almost monopolized the few corrupt guards. Gemini suffered the most under this policy change. Skydream only benefited since neither Solace nor Dark Dream had tried to influence the guards in the past. Dark Dream hadn't done so because of Nick, and Solace hadn't done so since they hadn't had enough powerful extractors in the guards to get a foot in the door. There had always been members from other manufacturers on the guard teams, and those wouldn't help Solace do anything shady. Almost all of Gemini's illegal activities had to be put on pause. They needed to find new corruptible guards, which was extremely risky. If they tried to sway a very loyal guard, an investigation might occur. They had to be very careful. Kugelblitz had to pay much more money for the shady actions, but most of them could still be performed. It was still profitable, although not as highly anymore. But then, a couple of weeks later, something happened that made Kugelblitz grind their teeth. 4 of their specialists left to join the city. Sure, the city paid for the specialists, but those were specialists. Every single one of them took decades to train. The number of specialists loyal to the city, compared to the time Marcus was still in charge, had tripled. Specialists had a terrifying level of perception, and doing illegal things became even more difficult. But that wasn't the end. 2 weeks later, another bomb hit Kugelblitz. Almost every single one of their trusted corrupted guards was let go. The elites of Kugelblitz knew exactly how that happened. Arya knew all about their shady dealings. She had established most of them. 3 experts, 12 veterans, and 18 Johns were let go. At least they had not been punished. They were just let go. That was Arya's way of not going against Kugelblitz too directly. Now, just like Gemini, Kugelblitz had to find new guards to corrupt, which was extremely risky. Because of that, almost all of their shady dealings had to be put on ice. They needed to find a new way, and first, the hidden profits of Kugelblitz were lowered significantly. Even worse, they still had to pay the same amount of taxes since these profits had been under the table and were not in the books. Of course, these actions also made it difficult for the elite, unrelated to manufacturers, to do shady things. They were not happy at all. Those had been reliable sources of profit, and now the city had taken all of them. Many of the elite were angry. They wanted to do something, but it wasn't easy, specifically in this case. In the upper layer, nobody talked about where their money came from. Everyone had something to hide, and everyone was a shrewd businessman. Nobody would expose themselves to an attack by admitting to corruption. Otherwise, one food merchant might tell the city about another food merchant and then take over their food empire. It was imperative to seem clean in front of everyone. Of course, a couple of the elite still managed to join together in some shady groups. They were already planning their counterattack, but they needed an opportunity. They needed a good moment to strike. It was important to not strike too hastily. Patience was one of the most important virtues. Over the next weeks, Kugelblitz barely made any progress in corrupting new guards. They got 2 new Johns under their umbrella, but the Johns didn't have enough authority or power to oversee truly important things. Getting through this new barrier was not impossible, but it was very difficult. In the end, Kugelblitz decided to create one of the shady groups themselves. The 2 new owners of Kugelblitz, Vanessa Corinth and Jornis Zello, felt like they were incredibly unlucky. They had finally gained full ownership of Kugelblitz, but as soon as they did, these brutal new policies took effect, lowering profits to levels only seen shortly after the Crimson Sea incident. Of course, on the books, profits seemed unchanged, but that didn't reflect reality. Jornis and Vanessa had worked for Kugelblitz for over a century, and they had done many shady things as well. It was basically impossible to come this far in Kugelblitz without being willing to compromise one's morality for the profit of the company. Naturally, they were used to this income stream, and having that income stream vanish felt like someone was stealing from them. Kugelblitz was also planning on their counterattack, and their shady little group came into contact with other shady groups. However, establishing an alliance between newly formed shady groups wasn't easy since no one in the groups wanted to expose their identities to the other group. They were all allies, but they were also all enemies. There was no trust between them. There was barely any trust within the groups. Progress was slow, but more and more people of the upper layer came into contact with each other. Too many people had their hidden profits dry up, and they wanted them back. The secret and unofficial leader of this alliance was Kugelblitz, but the people in the groups only knew the leader as Mr. Zero. Nobody knew where Mr. Zero had come from or how he had made his money. They didn't even know where he lived. However, Mr. Zero had proven that he had terrifying resources by gathering information on his biggest rival in the group and forwarding that information to the guards. The rival was taken into custody, and all their belongings were seized. Some people guessed that Mr. Zero represented Kugelblitz, but asking for confirmation would see them in handcuffs next. Under the dictatorship of Mr. Zero, the groups made quicker progress, and more plans started to form. But before the group could decide on what plan to put into action, something happened. The yearly meeting between the city and the manufacturers took place, and an unprecedented bomb of change was unveiled during it. The world of manufacturers was put on its head. Chapter 509, Tax Change. Excuse me, what did you just say? Jornis Zello, the new CEO of Kugelblitz, asked in shock. Vanessa Corinth, Kugelblitz's new chief Zephyx Extractor, looked at Arya with just as much shock. Mindy Wonder, Gemini's CEO, looked at the table with furrowed brows. Her sister, Cindy Wonder, Gemini's chief Zephyx Extractor, glanced at her sister. Ramona Ilium, Skydream's CEO, looked like she had just heard that her business was going to be seized by the city, and Hera looked just as shaken. Well, their businesses wouldn't get seized, but a huge part of their profits would. This was insane. At that moment, Hera remembered Nick's words. Nick said that he would create policies that made it seem like he was going after Skydream specifically, but that he was actually protecting them. If she hadn't heard Nick's words, she would never believe that Nick didn't specifically target them. Just like he said, Skydream was the manufacturer that suffered the most under this policy. By far. Everyone was inside the new city headquarters in the middle of the lower layer, and they were all looking at Arya, their governor, in shock. Arya had just dropped a bomb. I'm going to repeat myself, Arya said calmly. Starting from 6 months from now, the taxes every manufacturer has to pay is equivalent to the number of contained Specters they own in relation to the total number of Specters all private manufacturers have contained in percent, with a minimum of 30% of taxes. The first 5 Specters do not count towards a raise in taxes, but if you own a 6th Specter, it will increase. For example, if there are 100 Specters contained in the private manufacturers all over the city, and you have 5 Specters, you will pay 30% taxes. If you have 6 Specters, you will pay 31% taxes. If you own 7 of the 100 Specters, it will be 32%. If you own 100 Specters, it will be 125%. The total number of Specters owned by private manufacturers right now is around 150. The Specters the city owns are not counted in the total, Arya explained. Silence. The people had to digest what they had heard first. In the past, the taxes had basically been fixed after a manufacturer reached a certain size, which was true for all the manufacturers present. 50%. That's what it had been. 50% of the profits would be given to the city. But with this new policy, Blitz would need to pay about 58% in taxes. Gemini needed to pay about 45% in taxes. And Skydream would need to pay almost 70% in taxes. Blitz got an increase. Gemini got a decrease. And Skydream got a huge increase. Why? Jornis asked loudly in his imposing and deep voice. Were 50% not enough for you? The two from Gemini remained silent. They benefited from this change. Ramona and Hera were still confused as to why Nick would do something like that. Blitz, Nick said evenly from beside Arya. Jornis looked at Nick with narrowed eyes. Here, Nick said, making Jornis furrow his brows. Nick looked around the table. Anatomy doesn't exist anymore. Ghosty's lab doesn't exist anymore. Gemini. Here. Skydream. Here. The Spartans. Don't exist anymore. Cycle. Doesn't exist anymore. Nick remained silent for 2 seconds. If we view the old Solace and Dark Dream as one manufacturer, even in the past, we went from 7 manufacturers to 3. This city only has 3 manufacturers. Dark Dream was the newest manufacturer that managed to gain any kind of traction, and that happened over 15 years ago. Since then, from manufacturers vanished, but no notable new ones appeared. Aegis does not like monopolies, and this city is heading towards a monopoly. Nick stood up and looked at the present people. I've been Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor for about 15 years, and I know what things are going on beneath the surface. I'm not like Marcus, who has been in his ivory tower for decades, forgetting what it means to be part of the private sector of business in the city. And frankly, I'm done with all of your hidden schemes to take each other down. Just a couple of months ago, everything was heading towards a monopoly with anatomy, which was a failure of the old government since it should have never reached this point to begin with. But this is a new government now, and I'm not going to let things reach this state again. Nick looked at the two from Blitz. You still get all of the meat in the soup, but you have to leave the broth for everyone else. Jornis looked at Nick with furious eyes. This mere expert. This expert was talking to him, Hero, like he was some regular employee. Are the specters of subsidiaries included in the overall taxes of the parent company? Vanessa asked. Yes, Nick answered. Vanessa frowned. Her first thought had been to create several subsidiary manufacturers, which would take all the weak specters, leaving Blitz with the strongest specters while having to pay little taxes. But that didn't work, apparently. What about the city? Jornis asked. Why is the city not included in the total number of specters? That seems unjust. Everyone looked at Nick. The city was no longer the old city. Just 1 year ago, the city barely owned 40 specters. But now, the city had absorbed Ghosty's lab, the manufacturer with the highest number of specters. With the addition of Ghosty's lab, the city now had around 250 specters. One had to remember that Ghosty's lab had an unimaginable number of hatchlings and adolescents while also having the most adults. If one included the city's specters in the total number of specters, the number would rise from 150 to 400. The city owned over 60% of all the specters. We can do that, Nick said. I didn't bring it up since I know that you would not want that. Jornis raised a skeptical eyebrow. We can include the city's specters in the total, Nick said. However, the tribute that Aegis demands still needs to be paid, and with your suggestion, the city itself would need to pay fewer taxes than it already does. If you want the city's specters to be included, we have to raise the minimum from 30% to 50% to keep the tribute payable. Several pairs of eyes widened. 50%. How can you justify that? Jornis shouted. Because 90% of the Zephyx created by the city's specters is sent to Aegis, Nick said. Silence. Nick leaned back. The new governor and I combined earned barely 10% of what Marcus decided to pay himself, Nick said. As the liaison, I earn less than as the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. Nick looked at everyone. And why? Because Aegis comes first. And if I do not lead by example, I can't expect you to follow. Nick stood up and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Aegis is humanity's shield, and we can't keep cowering behind it while trying to eat everyone else behind the shield because we're not happy with the girth of our already swollen bodies. Nick sat back down again. Blitz and Gemini were not happy with Nick's words. Not even the slightest bit. They earned their profits. They crawled out of the mud and managed to climb to their current positions. They worked for decades to achieve what they had, and now some random youngster that got the luck of the draw was deciding on taking it from them. Arya remained silent during all of this. She had planned this together with Nick, but Nick said that he wanted to be everyone's target. He was supposed to be the bad guy. So she let him be the bad guy. Jornis wanted to protest again, but Vanessa put a hand on his shoulder to silence him. Jornis looked at her with annoyance, but when he saw the crafty light in Vanessa's eyes, he decided to remain silent. Vanessa looked like she found something interesting. The taxes are only based on the number, not the power or productivity of the Spectre, right? She asked. Nick looked at Vanessa. Finally, someone got it, he thought. Correct, Nick said. A manufacturer that has 10 hatchlings pays the same percentage of taxes as a manufacturer that has 10 fanatics. At that moment, everyone realized where this was going. Everyone did some math in their heads, and they realized something. This change actually favored the powerful. For example, 90% of Cubiblitz's revenue came from their fanatics and the Crimson Fungus, but those Specters only made up 15% to 20% of their total Specters. So if Cubiblitz got rid of all Specters weaker than fanatics, they would keep 90% of their revenue while having to pay less than 40% of taxes. That new rule actually increased Cubiblitz's profits. Well, assuming they got rid of their weakest Specters. At that moment, Hera and Ramona also realized why Nick said that he was protecting them with his policy. Destroying and absorbing weaker manufacturers would actually decrease the profits of powerful manufacturers, since having many weak Specters would increase the taxes. Cubiblitz wouldn't want to touch Skydream since their taxes would shoot through the roof. In fact, they would even want Skydream to continue existing. Chapter 510, 10 times the manufacturers. For the next hour, everyone talked about the tax change. This was the only topic of discussion for this meeting, and Arya shut down any other topics. The other topics could be talked about separately or during the next meeting. The manufacturers had no issues with that since the tax change already required them to completely change the way their businesses operated. The direction was clear. All around, and big manufacturers would suffer tremendously under this new policy. However, specialized manufacturers profited. Having extractors and specters of all levels in a manufacturer was a horrible idea now, favoring a small number of very powerful extractors. Cubiblitz started to adapt very quickly. They could smell the increased profits of this policy. 90% of the old profits while paying over 10% less in taxes. People bad in math would believe that the revenue wouldn't change. After all, both parts only got changed by 10%. But that was actually not true. If a hypothetical manufacturer earned 1,000 credits in profits, they would need to pay 500 credits to the city, leaving them with 500 credits of actual profit. With the new change, the hypothetical manufacturer would earn 900 credits in profits. However, they only needed to pay 40% of the 900 credits in taxes. This meant that they needed to pay only 360 credits as taxes, leaving them with 540 credits. 500 credits compared to 540 credits. That was an increase of almost 10% of actual profits. While Cubiblitz's first impression of this new policy had been horrible, after further consideration, they loved it. 10% more profits. They would be earning even more money now. And even better, they didn't even need to hide it since it was all legal. Cubiblitz absolutely loved that change, and the secret of Mr. Zero and a shady group of upper-layer businessmen became surprisingly passive. The other members of the groups wanted to do something against the government, but Mr. Zero just didn't seem interested anymore. This made it much more difficult for the businessmen of the upper layer to find a good way of dealing with the government. Mr. Zero had created and led these groups, and now Mr. Zero was basically gone. Mr. Zero seemed so frustrated with the government just 1 week ago, and suddenly he seemed to like it. Cubiblitz rapidly changed the way it operated. The first thing it did was to gather a group of their most competent Johns and veterans. Cubiblitz's management told them about the tax change and gave them an opportunity. Why are you still here? A new age is beginning. Tens of manufacturers will be popping out of the ground within the next couple of years. Being an employee is nice, but you only get the real money if you have a business on your own. We paid you very well, and we know that you have considerable finances. Why don't you buy a couple of our hatchlings and adolescents to get a head start over other entrepreneurs? Within a month, Cubiblitz had sold most of their weak Specters to new entrepreneurs who used to work for them. Then Cubiblitz publicly announced that it supported the growth of new manufacturers and that they were willing to give loans and sell Specters. Selling Specters was also quite profitable in the short term. There was not a single Specter in the entire city that went for less than 1,000,000 credits. Naturally, many businessmen in the middle and upper layers were interested in having a manufacturer of their own, and they invested in extractors to build a business. They hadn't done so until now, since the business of manufacturers was so cutthroat and brutal to get into. But now that was no longer an issue. New manufacturers popped up every week. Since a lot of weak extractors were now out of a job, these new manufacturers also weren't weak. Many of them even had veterans leading the company. As for the couple of newbies and Johns that still worked for Kugelblitz, they were let go. However, that was nothing compared to the following weeks, when Skydream started to reduce the number of their newbies and Johns. Skydream had the most hatchlings and adolescents, except for the city itself. Skydream alone created over 10 new manufacturers, each with at least 5 Johns and 1 adolescent. After 3 months, the creation of new manufacturers slowed down. Crimson City now had over 30 manufacturers. Yet, Kugelblitz wasn't done. Kugelblitz's revenue came from their fanatics and the Crimson Fungus. This meant that they also needed to get rid of their adults and elders. Naturally, Kugelblitz knew the worth of these Specters and decided to hold a public auction. Of course, everyone knew exactly which two parties would have a bidding war in this auction. Gemini and Skydream. Both of them had similar numbers of veterans and experts, and they wanted to use this opportunity to make a big leap forward. However, their stomachs were only so big. Skydream had 5 experts and Gemini had 6. This meant that they could only have 5 or 6 elders before breaking the security rule. Meanwhile, Kugelblitz had about 20 elders. Gemini and Skydream got their fill, each buying as many elders as they were allowed to own. But that still left over half of the elders open for the public to buy. That was when the rich people of the upper layer jumped in. They invested a huge sum of money to hire veterans and experts who left Kugelblitz to lead their businesses. This led to a rude awakening for Gemini and Skydream. Kugelblitz had always seemed so far away, but now that Kugelblitz was actually splitting up, they felt the true brunt of its power. Gemini was no longer the second most powerful manufacturer in the city. In fact, it wasn't even the third. Gemini fell to 4th place, and Skydream had to contest with someone else for 5th place. Kugelblitz used to employ around 40 experts, and all of them were now making their own businesses. 40 experts. The biggest of the new manufacturers had 15 experts, and they bought 5 elders. While their number of elders was similar to Gemini and Skydream, they had thrice the number of experts, making them far more profitable. It would take a long while for Skydream and Gemini to become powerful enough to contend with them. The second biggest newcomer had 10 experts and 10 veterans. They focused on elders, but they also wanted a couple of profitable peak adults. The last of the newcomers had 3 experts and 30 veterans. They only wanted a single elder and many strong adults. Gemini and Skydream suddenly had 3 powerful new competitors. Things were becoming brutal. The competition for adults and experts was tough. However, despite that, things still improved. After all, Kugelblitz was no longer interested in any Spectre weaker than a fanatic. This meant all the specialists that searched for weak Spectres vanished from the competition. Now only experts were interested in elders. This made the playing field more level, allowing the weaker extractors to actually find Spectres they could use. But things were even worse for the weaker manufacturers. Each of them had to contend with over 10 other manufacturers. When it was finally time for the new tax policy to take effect, the city had become unrecognizable. Kugelblitz went from 50 Spectres to just 13. They also only had 20 extractors, 18 specialists and 2 heroes. Gemini and Skydream had 20 Specters, respectively. They still had all their veterans and experts, but the newbies and Johns were dispersed into the smaller manufacturers. The strongest new manufacturer had 5 elders. The second strongest new manufacturer had 2 elders and 3 peak adults. The third strongest new manufacturer had 10 adults. Due to the drastic change in number of the manufacturers, the requirements to attend the yearly meeting were raised to having at least 1 expert in the company. Naturally, as soon as the tax change took effect, the city took a heavy hit. After the new policy, everyone was essentially paying far fewer taxes. Instead of increasing the amount Crimson City could pay Aegis, it decreased. However, this was only the first part of Nick's plan. Now that the city was earning less money, it was time to implement the second change, which would put the city's income to the same level as before. The tax change was important for one reason. It divided the opposition. The manufacturers liked the way the new tax system worked. Most of them got more money than before, and money was all they were interested in. In essence, the manufacturers would not want to get rid of Nick for the time being. Big groups of humans are selfish, Nick thought. If their interests align, they will work together, but if helping others requires lowering your profits, they will no longer work together. All the manufacturers were gone from the opposition for now, so Nick's eyes went to somewhere else. His next target: the people living in the upper layer. Chapter 511, Tyranny. A man in pure white robes walked out of his beautiful house with a smile and went over to his mailbox. The mailbox was made of beautiful wood, just like his house. This was one of the richest people in the upper layer. He opened the mailbox and looked inside. There were a couple of letters in there. Most of them were from his various businesses, but there was one letter that was different from all the others. It was blood red and had the emblem of a fungus on it. The man took a deep breath to suppress his annoyance. Another change of laws, he thought in annoyance. This is outrageous. The man looked at his neighbor, who had just shouted. He was reading an identical letter. Is it that bad? The man asked his neighbor. See for yourself. The man shouted in anger as he tore the letter into pieces before throwing it to the ground. Then he stormed back into his house. The first man took another deep breath and opened the letter. Due to the loss in tax revenue from the manufacturers, the tribute to Aegis is in danger of not being paid. Therefore, the Nature Preservation Program will receive no more funding from the city. Signed, Liaison Nick Dusk and Governor Arya Light. The man's eyes shot open. Then he looked around. At the trees, the insects, the birds, the animals, the crystal clear water, the pure air, the upper layer. The Nature Preservation Program was what made all of this possible. Without the Nature Preservation Program, everything here would die out and turn into a floor filled with nothing but infertile mud and dirt. The letter also specified that the people living in the upper layer could pay for it themselves if they wanted to, but the city would no longer pay for it. Just like his neighbor, the man almost exploded in rage. What are they paying so many taxes for if the city wasn't willing to pay for anything? Within the hour, the entire upper layer was in an uproar. I demand to speak with the governor. I want to talk to the governor. Several people had gathered in front of Marcus' old castle, complaining and demanding to speak to the governor. The extractor standing guard could just helplessly tell them that the governor and the liaison could be found in the new headquarters on the lower layer. Even though the guard was a veteran, he was quite intimidated by the furious people in front of him. He could easily kill all of them, but every single one of these people had control over something vital for the city. Angering them could very easily become dangerous for the guard. Most of the complaining people thought about going to the lower layer, but just imagining the dirty metal everywhere made them decide against it. However, some of them still left. Sadly, they were all turned away at the gate of the new headquarters. Neither the governor nor the liaison were willing to meet with them. If they had any complaints, they could write letters. For the entire day, the upper layer was in an uproar. They wouldn't stand for this. The shady groups started to recruit more and more people, and they demanded to speak to Mr. X. Mr. X just said that they should be patient and make their own nature preservation program. If they had the power over it, they could also change its design. Mr. X was essentially telling them that he wouldn't do shit in a very nice way. Naturally, the businessmen were not happy with that and started to gather in separate groups. Mr. X wouldn't be helping them, but that wouldn't stop them. They were the owners of all businesses inside Crimson City. They were the economy of this shithole. This was their fucking house. In the end, the groups decided to write and sign a collective letter. All of them decided to make their displeasure known in the letter and signed it. The letter was signed by over 20 people. Then, someone from their group delivered the letter to the headquarters. On the surface, the letter looked like they were just asking the government to reconsider, but there were a couple of subtle threats. The bad environment would make it difficult to focus on our businesses, which would impact our profits and, therefore, the taxes. Stuff like that. Arya opened the letter and read it to Nick inside her office. Compared to the old governor's office, Arya's office looked like an actual office. It wasn't very big, and it was mostly filled with shelves and paper. Nick uttered as he retrieved a small black booklet. Who signed? He asked. When Arya saw the black booklet, she took a deep breath. This was something they had confiscated from Marcus' office. It was a book that detailed all the illegal activities the people did. Under Simon's supervision, Marcus hadn't been able to get rid of it, which is how it ended up in Nick's hands. Arya calmly read out the first name, and Nick flipped through the booklet. He used grass trimmings from the upper layer to make the veggie cubes he produces heavier. He has been paying Marcus over 100,000 credits in bribes per month, Nick said. Arya nodded and read the second name. She is buying and hoarding steel to artificially increase the price via scarcity, Nick said. Arya read out the next name. Clean, Nick said. A couple minutes later, Arya finished reading out all the names. 23 people had signed. 13 of them had shady dealings with the governor. All right, Nick said as he stood up from his chair. Let's clean a bit. Arya looked with a bit of worry at Nick. He had already made himself the enemy of the rich people, but with this act, he would truly enrage them. Arya left the room while Nick looked through the black booklet a bit more. Outside, Arya called Herman Reichert. As the former CEO of Ghosty's lab, Herman was the most suitable person to lead a big chunk of the guards. Herman was responsible for around 100 of the guards, and his title was general. Arya gave her orders to Herman, who just looked at her with raised brows. Sure, I'll gather my men right away, he said. After gathering his men, Herman told them what they were about to do, and the men became quite nervous. They really didn't want to anger the elite of the city, but orders were orders. Some minutes later, over 50 guards left the headquarters and traveled to the upper layer. The gate guardian looked at the guards in surprise, but when the guards produced an official arrest warrant and an exception to the dressing code, she had no choice but to let them through. The people in the upper layer watched as tens of guards walked through the gates of the upper layer. Initially, the people were a bit nervous, but when they remembered that they were invincible within Crimson City, they became annoyed. This city was truly turning to shit if even these lowly guards were allowed to walk around here. The guards split up into 13 groups and walked in different directions. Knock, knock, knock. 3 powerful knocks came from the door of a wooden house, and a man opened the door with annoyance. It was the same man that had screamed earlier this morning about the change. What? He asked with annoyance. Dirk Mendelwitz? One guard asked with a serious voice. This is my house, yes, the man answered with annoyance. You're under arrest for illegally poisoning the veggie cubes your company produces, the leader of the guard said. Dirk's eyes widened in shock. What? Under arrest? He wanted to protest, but one of the guards roughly grabbed him and pulled him out. Dirk was just a normal human. He couldn't even hope to resist an extractor. Search for evidence, the leader said to his guards. Yes, sir, the other guards answered, swarming into the house. Shortly later, the screams of children echoed throughout the house. Dirk had a family, which was quickly picked up by the guards for interrogation. Over the next hour, the entire house was taken apart in search of evidence. In the end, they found a shed filled with fresh grass trimmings. There was literally no conceivable reason to keep grass trimmings. Citizens of the upper layer had to hand the grass trimmings over to the city so that it could turn them into fertilizer for the soil. Similar events were happening all over the upper layer, and once more, the upper layer was in an uproar. Everyone shouted that these people were innocent and that the government was tyrannical. The guards just ignored the loud people and continued their investigation. In the end, the guards only found evidence for 10 of the 13 people, but that didn't matter. Nick was using the black booklet as evidence for their conviction. Just minutes later, the guards went to the businesses of these people and investigated them. Naturally, more evidence was uncovered. People kept protesting, but the guards did as ordered. Of course, the people of the upper layer weren't stupid, and they quickly realized the connection between the arrests. Everyone who had been arrested had signed a letter. The government was silencing people who were peacefully protesting. This was tyranny. Chapter 512, A Surprise. For a couple of days, things remained calm. However, this was just the people of the upper layer preparing to make their move. And 1 week later, they became active. Reports of rumors were brought to Nick's attention. People in the outer and inner cities started to believe that Nick was a Spectre in disguise. Naturally, these rumors were unfounded and easily disprovable, but that didn't matter. The people believed them anyway. You're finally becoming active, huh? Nick thought. I was waiting for that. Arya, what do you think was my relationship with Julian? Nick suddenly asked out of nowhere. Arya was a bit taken aback. Then she frowned. She had put Julian out of her mind ever since he had been executed. However, deep inside, she had still been suspicious of Nick. I'm not sure if he truly fooled you, Arya said. He didn't, Nick said, surprising Arya. She had expected Nick to deny knowingly working with a Spectre. I knew that he was a Spectre ever since he became Dark Dream's CEO. Arya had doubts, but hearing it straight out of Nick still shocked her. Nick had colluded with a Spectre. Then Nick proceeded to tell Arya about Hrua and what Winter had done to him. After that, Nick told Arya about his bargain with Julian and why he had done so. Naturally, Arya's opinion of Nick fell into the abyss. Cubiblitz had done many illegal things, but they had not colluded with Specters. Specters were humanity's enemy. However, she didn't voice her opinion. Nick told her that Simon already knew about it and that the left arm must have received a report from him already. The fact that over 8 months had passed since then meant that he just wasn't planning on doing anything about that. You could have destroyed Crimson City, Arya said. But I didn't, Nick said. Julian has been executed, and I'm now Crimson City's liaison. That didn't do much to improve Arya's opinion of Nick. Why are you suddenly bringing up this topic? She asked with annoyance. As a Spectre with control over half of the city, there were many things that Julian knew that no normal human could know, Nick said. Send a squad of our assassins to keep watch over Lehman Jerlin, Nick said. I want a list of every person entering and exiting from his house. Keep the surveillance up for 2 weeks. It is important that the assassins don't get noticed. Because of that, I only want peak experts or stronger in the squad. Why? Arya asked with furrowed brows. It's going to be a surprise. I'm the bad guy. Let me act like one, Nick said calmly. Arya wasn't happy to hear that. She also didn't trust Nick anymore. However, she was stuck with him now. Additionally, the policies he had come up with seemed to actually benefit Crimson City, although Nick was reserving quite a lot of manpower for this little surveillance mission of his. These people had very important things to deal with, and those things had to be put on hold. Take this as an opportunity to regain a small part of my trust, Arya said before leaving the office to make the arrangements. After Arya left, Nick glanced at the door. She would have found out anyway. Better that I tell her myself, Nick thought. This is something that will put someone's opinion of me into the lowest place, eliminating all the positive things I have done until that point. If I keep improving the city, her opinion of me will become better again with time, and I'm no longer in danger of losing all my social points with her. Over the next 2 weeks, the rumors got worse, and people started to talk about Nick more and more while becoming more and more afraid of the guards. People became extremely uncooperative with the guards, making it much harder to police the city. Even some of the guards started to believe the rumors. 2 weeks later, Nick received his report from his assassin squad. And what are you going to do with this now? Arya asked with annoyance. Nick stood up from his chair and walked to the door. I'll show you. Please accompany me. Your presence in this is imperative. Arya wasn't the biggest fan of how Nick talked, but she had decided to give him a chance. If this turned out to be a disappointment, Arya would no longer be as cooperative with him. The two of them left the headquarters and made their way to the upper layer. Naturally, the two of them could pass without any tests, and they simply strolled into the upper layer. The people of the upper layer saw Nick and Arya and immediately became careful. The two of them were their enemies. Several of the people of the upper layer gathered together and blocked the street. Excuse me, liaison, the person in the front said. Yes. Nick asked calmly. What is your business here? Maybe we can be of assistance, the man said with fake politeness. Lehman Jerlin, Nick said. You can help me by bringing him here. The people looked at each other. Of course, the man said. Please, give us a moment. A couple of them left to get Lehman, and a couple of minutes later, an older man walked towards the group. He was flanked by several businessmen with strict gazes. Obviously, they had already told him that Nick and Arya were looking for him. Most likely, they had also told him to hide any kind of evidence that could convict him of a crime. They also quickly forged a story that gave Lehman an alibi for every day. The upper layer would not cooperate with the city. They would protect their people. The liaison wanted to speak with me? The older man asked with a friendly voice. Nick nodded. You're a retired expert, right? Lehman just smiled. Yes, I used to work for one of the old manufacturers that no longer exist. Is there something you need of me? Nick looked at him. Do you still have a barrier? Lehman looked at Nick with suspicion. Of course. Excuse me, what's with this line of questioning? Are you wearing your barrier, and is it active? Nick asked. Lehman frowned. Yes, naturally. Every extractor feels unsafe without their barrier. Good, Nick said before he looked at the ground. Then he saw a big stone and picked it up. The people were confused about what Nick was doing with the stone. Nick threw the stone in his hand up and down a couple of times. Then his eyes focused on Lehman. Bang! Nick threw the stone with all of his power at Lehman. Lehman had not expected an attack, and the stone hit him right in the chest. The stone turned into powder, and Lehman was pushed back a couple of steps. The people around Lehman were shocked beyond belief. The liaison had publicly attacked an innocent man. He hadn't even accused him of anything. He had just attacked. What's the meaning of this? Several of them shouted in protest, stepping between Nick and Lehman. Meanwhile, Lehman's expression was just filled with shock. Quiet. Nick shouted, using his Zephyx to drown out all the noise. The people immediately shut up. Then Nick turned to Arya. Do you understand now? Arya looked with shock at Lehman. That stone had been thrown with so much force that even a peak expert would have some bruises. Yet, the skin showing through the hole in the clothing in the middle of the man's chest didn't even turn red. But that wasn't even the most important part. The most important part was that his barrier hadn't activated. Something like this was classified as a dangerous attack by any barrier, no matter how cheap or expensive. Why didn't your barrier activate? Nick asked calmly. Lehman looked at Nick with shock. He tried to think of a way out of this situation. I'm not wearing it, he quickly answered. I forgot that I put it away earlier. Nick just looked at him evenly. You don't even seem angry at the fact that I just attacked you with a stone. Instead, you calmly answer my question. That's quite unusual, wouldn't you think? Nick asked. Of course I'm angry, the man shouted. What's the meaning of this? Nick remained silent for 2 seconds before he took hold of another stone. Then he looked at the other people. Everyone will step away from him. Anyone that refuses will be executed for colluding with a Spectre, Nick ordered. Everyone's eyes shot open, and they reflexively jumped away from Lehman. A Spectre. The word Spectre terrified every human who wasn't an extractor. I'm not a Spectre, the man shouted in protest. A small smirk appeared on Nick's face, and he turned to Arya, who looked at Lehman with narrowed eyes. Arya, may I introduce you? He asked. Arya didn't answer. Nick gestured to Lehman. This is the false news. Chapter 513, Trapdoor. Everyone looked with shock at Lehman. The false news. Naturally, all the people here knew about the false news. It was a specter that had plagued Crimson City for decades. It had made problems long before the Crimson Sea had broken out. Lehman looked around with a nervous expression. This is a baseless accusation, he shouted. I am a citizen of the upper layer. It's impossible for me to get in here if I were a specter. The people couldn't help but nod in agreement. No one could get past the gate guardian without having their blood tested. That was also the reason why no one had even really searched for the false news in the upper layer. Nick just looked at the guy. We found the trapdoor within your friend's basement, he said, retrieving some papers and waving them around. Many interesting goods find their way to the upper layer via this way, and it also circumvents the front entrance. A trapdoor? Someone shouted as she looked at Lehman with shock. Nick just looked at the woman who had just shouted. Mariana Herrickson, we have already received reports of your close relationship with the false news. You don't need to act innocent. The guards are going to pay you a visit later. The woman's face turned white. I'm not a specter, Lehman shouted. Fine, Nick answered. Then, let's put that to the test. If you're not a specter, you probably don't have any issues with the governor seeing if you bleed like a human. Arya was fully focused on Lehman. The false news. That was what Nick meant a couple of days ago. Nick had said that Julian knew things that no human could know. Naturally, since Julian had had such an insanely tight grip on the city, he also knew about the false news identity. Nick had known who the false news was for years. Originally, he didn't have the power to do anything without giving Anatomy or Kugelblitz another dangerous fanatic. But when Julian died and Nick became the liaison, things became different. He could apprehend the false news at any time. But at that point, just apprehending the false news would be a waste of an opportunity. There was a high likelihood that the false news was using its power to gain allies. So Nick had sent the assassins to surveil the false news. With that, he could take down several more of the corrupt people in the upper layer. Lehman looked at Arya, who just glared at him. The next moment, Arya pulled out her long and flat sword. Silence. Suddenly, Lehman's entire demeanor changed, and a neutral and emotionless expression appeared on his face. Then he looked at Nick. I see, Lehman said. It was Julian Dash. Oh. Nick interrupted Lehman. We don't want you to be seen as a dangerous specter that needs to be eradicated, right? Lehman looked at Nick emotionlessly. I am willing to come peacefully, he said. The others were stunned. Lehman had admitted it. He was a specter. The people fell into a panic and put as much distance between them and Lehman as possible. Only very few of them had ever seen a specter in real life, and the specters they saw were very weak. But this was the false news. A fanatic. Terror assaulted all the people, and they didn't dare to remain anywhere close to Nick or Lehman. Good choice, Arya said coldly as she retrieved powerful Zephyx suppressors. She slowly and carefully approached Lehman. Don't try anything funny. I don't intend to die, the false news answered. This was why Nick had asked Arya to come with him. The false news was a powerful fanatic, but Arya was an early hero with a lot of combat experience. A couple seconds later, several chains surrounded the false news upper body. Nick slowly walked closer to the false news and looked at it. Release your influence over the current people. You will get extractors you can influence in the future. I do not have that power, the false news said. As soon as they believe what I tell them, I can't stop them. Fine, Nick said calmly. The rumors you spread about me are more damaging than your Zephyx is worth. Execution is the only thing we can do now. I can't control what they believe, the false news protested. Then, there's nothing we can do, Nick said before turning to Arya. Please execute him. Arya glanced at Nick before focusing on the false news. Then she pulled her sword back, ready to strike. Wait, the false news shouted. Arya stopped. I lied, it said. I will release my hold of them. It might take a couple of days for them to change their minds, but they will recover in time. Nick nodded. Then you may live. The next moment, Nick told Arya to take the false news to a containment unit and that she should send about 20 guards up to the upper layer with an investigation warrant. Arya just left without a word, which meant that she understood. Arya led the false news out of the upper layer while Nick remained. Bang. The next moment, Nick charged in a seemingly random direction. He reached a shed in barely 2 seconds and burst through the door. There he saw 4 people in various stages of trying to hide things while replacing the trapdoor with a metal plate. This was one of the reasons why he had publicized the trapdoor. He wanted to give them a chance to hide their evidence and then catch them. Nobody moves, Nick said. Silence. Suddenly, Nick vanished. Shing. A head flew through the air, and Nick appeared in front of the body, which was shooting blood out of its neck like a fountain. The others froze in terror. I said nobody moves, Nick repeated. That includes hiding things in your pockets or anywhere else. Why you kill Dash? Shing. Nick's blade appeared in front of the person, touching the bridge of their nose. You want to be next? Nick asked. Silence. The man froze. And then, his pants became wet. However, Nick was the only one who took note of the guy's wet pants. The others were too terrified to pay attention to something so trivial. Nobody dared to move. You guys should know how terrifying an expert's senses are, Nick said as he approached the trapdoor. If I hear any movement, anyone that moved will lose their head. I've also burned the image that I'm currently seeing in my mind. If it is different after I get back, you will all lose your heads. If you give me a reason to execute you, I will gladly use it, Nick said coldly. No one dared to move. After some seconds, Nick jumped into the trapdoor. He found himself in an empty space between 2 massive metal plates. This was the space between the middle and the upper layers. The light of the sun shone through the metal the upper layer was constructed with, illuminating everything. The next moment, Nick popped his head out of the hole again to see if anyone moved. Nobody moved. Nick pulled his head back, and as soon as his ability reactivated, he turned into mist and rushed through the area. He did that so that nobody would hear his footsteps. As long as they didn't hear his footsteps, they would believe that he was still near the entrance. Bang! Nick heard the sound of distant banging with his powerful perception. He quickly moved to the source and saw a metal plate shaking slightly. Next, Nick saw nails being hammered into the metal plate near the side. The exit, Nick thought. Bang! Nick kicked the metal plate, and it burst off the walls. Sierarche. The metal plate hit another wall, and Nick could hear the sound of bones breaking. Whoever had been hammering on the metal plate was dead now. Nick didn't care. The next moment, someone burst into the room. It was a small child. Daddy, she asked nervously as she looked at Nick. Where are you? What's your name? Nick asked. The little girl was frozen in fear. Helma Wilcon, she said nervously. Do you live here? Nick asked. Igriegayis. Where's my daddy? She asked. Answer my questions first, Nick said coldly. Tears started appearing in the young girl's eyes. Were there strange people coming in and out of this room regularly? He asked. I don't know, she said, on the verge of tears. Did you know that there is a door here? Nick asked. Why, yes. Daddy's friends come visit us, she said. That means his wife also knows about this. I'm not about to prosecute a child, but her mother is not without fault. I should invest in orphanages. Where's your mother? Nick asked. Outside visiting Auntie Layla, she said. Nick nodded. I'm going to leave now. Some guards will come by later. Then Nick ran back through the hole he made and came out of the trapdoor. No one had dared to move. Good, Nick said as he looked at them. You will follow me. We are going to interrogate all of you separately, and if anything you say differs from what everyone else says, you will all be executed. Predetermined stories are great and all, but if a single person of you makes a mistake, it's going to cost all of you. Additionally, if even one of you decides to tell the truth, no manner of lying is going to save the remainder. The truth is the only thing that's reliable. None of the people present dared to move. Chapter 514, Classified Code. Nick received the guards with the people from the shed walking behind him. They were still carrying the same objects they had held in their hands when Nick had caught them. Nick handed them over and instructed the guards about what to do. Next, Nick handed the report from the assassins over to the captain and told them to apprehend everyone mentioned in it and to search for evidence with all their power. Tearing down walls, tearing up the floor, destroying furniture. They were allowed to do all of that as long as they found evidence. He also told them that if anyone dared to threaten them, they also were to apprehend that person and do the same thing to their home. And like that, the upper layer devolved into chaos again. Houses were destroyed left and right, and several people were apprehended. The guards also went to the exit that Nick had found, which led to the middle layer. The smashed corpse of the man behind the steel plate was retrieved, and every friend of the family was put into custody and interrogated. The interrogators of Crimson City had their busiest day in years. A couple of days later, the final report arrived at Nick's office. 8 people from the upper layer were definitely involved, 15 might have been involved, and another 15 from the middle layer had known what was going on. Many of them said that they were blackmailed, but Nick didn't care. If they were blackmailed, they must have done something illegal which could be used to blackmail them. Otherwise, they could have simply gone to the guards. In the end, a total of 33 people were sentenced. The most severe offenders were executed. The less severe ones had all their belongings seized and were thrown into the outer city with nothing to their person. Any children were put into orphanages in the inner city, which quickly got additional funding from the city. Then the city became silent again. The upper layer had to recover first. There were not many people living in the upper layer, and every person who was apprehended or executed was known by basically everyone. When everything was said and done, Arya asked Nick something. What do you intend to do with all the belongings and businesses the city has seized? She asked. Do you intend to keep them? Kind of, but not completely, Nick answered. Having businesses run by pencil pushers working in administration will just make them collapse. You need a businessman to run businesses at peak efficiency. I was planning on holding interviews for any capable business people in the middle layer. The city is willing to hand the majority of shares over to them. However, anyone willing to accept these businesses will have their right to privacy revoked. All their belongings, offices, and homes are free to be inspected at any given moment. No valid reason for a search necessary. The government will retain 40% of the shares to make additional profit, but the companies are allowed to run themselves. The revocation of the right to privacy will make it extremely risky to do any shady things. New business people will ascend to the upper layer, and since they have no right to privacy, they would be stupid to try anything illegal. At least, until they become comfortable and greed takes hold of them, Nick said. Arya raised an eyebrow. I thought you wanted to make the city earn as much money as possible. Wouldn't keeping the majority of shares for the city result in more profit for the city? In the short term, yes, Nick said. However, if the city starts running things, the businesses will either collapse or lose a lot of their profitability. Businesses need autonomy to contend with other businesses. Arya just looked at Nick. If you think so, sure. Arya was still annoyed with Nick due to his relationship with Julian, but she couldn't help but admit that his recent choices, while very ruthless, benefited the city a lot. If the businesses kept operating at similar profitability as before, the city would gain tens of millions of credits every month in additional revenue. However, that wasn't even the most profitable thing Nick had done. Absorbing Ghosty's lab did not only increase the Zephyx output of the city by a lot, but Ghosty's lab was also the company that made most of the technology used in suppressing and working with Specters. This meant that containment units, barriers, Zephyx suppressors, and similar things were now bought from the city directly. In the last couple of days, Arya had become uncertain. Yes, Nick had colluded with a Specter, which was one of the worst things a human could do. And yet, many good things had come from it. Thanks to colluding with a Specter, Nick had found and apprehended the false news. Julian was also the reason why Nick was as educated as he was now. Julian's protection had allowed Nick to grow and become the liaison, and until now, his policies had shown remarkable effect. So many issues that had seemed impossible to solve had been solved in less than a year. Guard corruption. Having a proper army. Having way more specters. The false news. The lack of manufacturers. Corruption in the upper layer. Any of these things had seemed impossible just a year ago. Sure, the city was getting fewer taxes from the manufacturers as a whole, but the additional revenue streams more than made up for that. Arya was conflicted. Nick was ruthless, and he had done many shady things in the past. Yet, Crimson City was improving. That was undeniable. You don't seem to make any mistakes, Arya commented absent-mindedly. The present reflects the past, Nick answered. I made more mistakes with more devastating consequences than basically anyone in the city. The fact that I made so many mistakes in the past is why I'm not making many in the present. The more shit you go through, the more you learn. Arya could see the truth in Nick's words. Naturally, Arya had also made many mistakes in her past, from which she had learned. Maybe I'm too passive, Arya thought. While Nick's results are great, I can't forget that he is essentially making himself a target for every powerful person in the city. He's betting with his life every single day. That reminds me, Nick suddenly said. We should ask the gate guardian if she wants to do something else. Having a specialist stand in front of a door is a waste. We should station 2 veterans there in the future. Arya nodded. Sure, I'll deal with it. Then, Arya left the office. Nick glanced at the door. She seems a bit different. Wonder if that's a good or a bad thing. Nick looked at the calendar in his office. The Spectre report is due in a week. I didn't want to sour my relationship with Kugelblitz just yet, but I don't think they will try to do anything until the next meeting. The tax benefits are still too good for them. Also, this won't exactly be my fault. The Spectre report was a yearly report that every city had to send to Aegis. If Aegis was very interested in a Spectre, they were going to confiscate it and use it for the good of humanity. Nick finished the report within a day and handed it over to Arya to look through. Arya looked through it and noticed something peculiar. In one of Kugelblitz's Specters, Nick had referred to a classified code. If there was sensitive or secret information that nobody was allowed to see, someone who knew that secret could reference a classified code in a document. One needed access to Aegis database with fitting clearance to read what the code referenced. As the liaison, Nick had his own credentials, and he could read any secrets he had access to. Arya went to check what the classified code referred to, but the database said that her credentials were not enough to view that information. What did Nick find out about the Fiend of Darkness? Is there something in there that we didn't find? She thought. Naturally, the classified code was mentioned in the part of the report dealing with the Fiend of Darkness. Did he actually get in touch with a nightmare? Arya shook her head. Impossible. I went in there myself, and I couldn't find it. Also, the chances that the Fiend of Darkness directly leads to the nightmare are minuscule. Light doesn't even work in there. You would need to blindly walk away from the harpoon, and nobody would do that. That's suicide. In the end, Arya signed a report and sent it to Aegis. Not even a single day later, a team of agents arrived in Crimson City. They were there to confiscate the Fiend of Darkness for the good of mankind. Kugelblitz could do nothing but grind their teeth. You don't need to worry, one of the agents said. You can still work with it for a price. It's going to be contained within Crimson City, but in one of the city's containment units. Not in one of yours. Chapter 515, Peaceful Protest. Kugelblitz was not happy. At all. The Fiend of Darkness had never been an issue, but as soon as the first report of the Specters was due, it was suddenly confiscated. Even more, it was not taken out of the city but left for the city. Naturally, Vanessa immediately complained to Arya. Arya simply gave Vanessa a document as an answer. The document stated that this decision came from Aegis headquarters, and that was not related to the local government. But then why wasn't it an issue until now? Why is it suddenly being confiscated? She asked in anger. The old governor probably didn't report it correctly, Arya answered. He was corrupt. As the former chief Zephyx Extractor of Kugelblitz, I know that better than anyone, and you should also know that. Vanessa was incredibly frustrated. But why now, Arya? I just took over as the chief Zephyx Extractor. Why does this have to happen now? She asked in frustration. Arya sighed. Things are no longer the same, Vanessa, Arya said with a familiar tone. The two of them had worked together for several decades, and they knew each other very well. I saw the report myself, and while I can't share all of the details with you, I can tell you that we were not the ones that requested its confiscation. It came from Aegis headquarters. This was the truth. Nick did not ask for it to be confiscated. He had simply referenced a classified code. While Arya didn't know what the classified code contained, it wasn't any of the standard codes used to communicate with Aegis. Vanessa could only accept the current situation. Nevertheless, she was still quite frustrated. "I wouldn't have thought that you would make things even more difficult for Kugelblitz," she said with cold annoyance. "I expected you to still feel some loyalty for your old home." At that moment, Arya narrowed her eyes. "Vanessa, I know better than anyone what shady things Kugelblitz is involved in. The fact that I did not start an investigation into everything is proof that I am still protecting you. If I wanted, I could have told the guards everything, and Kugelblitz would be no more." However, Vanessa's demeanor didn't change. "Is that so? Or are you just afraid of having to fight Jornis and me?" When Vanessa said that, several things shot through Arya's mind. She remembered Marcus Julius. And she remembered Nick's words. The reason why the government is so weak is that the governor is not willing to put himself in danger. Right now, Nick was the target of basically every powerful person in the city. And he was only an initial expert. When Arya heard Vanessa say that, she felt like her sore spot had been attacked. Nick was risking his life as a mere expert. Meanwhile, Arya was an early hero. If someone like Nick could bet on his life, there was no excuse for why she couldn't. "I can assure you," Arya said with an icy tone while glaring at Vanessa with intensity. "That is not the case. If Kugelblitz decides to overstep..." Arya's aura became shaky with rage. "I will lend you to myself," she said with icy coldness. Vanessa became a bit intimidated by Arya. Arya had been her boss for decades, and Vanessa knew that Arya was extremely powerful in a battle. Nevertheless, Vanessa was an initial hero herself, and she could deal with intimidation. "I don't think we have anything to talk about anymore," Vanessa said neutrally. "Then you may leave," Arya said equally as neutrally. Vanessa left Arya's office without saying anything. A couple seconds later, Arya released a deep breath, and all her momentum vanished. "Why did I do that?" she thought as she touched the side of her head. "Vanessa was a good employee. And I did that for whom? Nick. Someone that colluded with a Spectre for over a decade. He's not worth defending. He's a monster who's only interested in cleansing himself of the sins of his past. He doesn't want to help the people. He just wants to relieve his guilt. He's selfish." Arya walked over to one of the windows and looked at the city. For a while, she did nothing but look. And yet, his policies are working, Arya thought, losing her momentum. No matter what his intentions are, his actions help the people. Crime has gone up, but that's a good thing. Crimes have happened all the time. They just hadn't been found in the past. The number of crimes is not increasing. The number of crimes getting prosecuted is increasing. Arya sighed. "I really despise him. But I also can't help admiring him." Arya sighed once more. "Let's just see how things develop." In fact, the confiscation of the Fiend of Darkness didn't really have an impact on Kugelblitz's profits. Kugelblitz had received the Puppet of Suffering and the bloated corpse from Anatomy after the fight, 2 fanatics. Kugelblitz only had 18 specialists for 13 fanatics. Their operation wasn't at peak efficiency anyway, since they didn't have enough extractors to efficiently work with all of their Specters. Naturally, the loss of a fanatic still stung, but it was something Kugelblitz could bear. Arya didn't think that Kugelblitz would directly go against Nick yet. Arya sighed again. But that might change during the next big meeting. Naturally, Arya knew about the policies she and Nick had talked about, and the one that was being implemented during the next meeting would absolutely enrage Kugelblitz. But it was still a couple of months until then. Sure enough, Kugelblitz wasn't planning on going against Nick just yet, but Mr. Zero had become a bit more active after this event. Mr. Zero wasn't commanding the shady groups to do anything yet, but he was keeping them close and ready. The shady groups were his insurance against Nick. The shady groups of the upper layer had lost quite a few of their members. First, over 10 of them had been captured after writing the letter, and just a couple of days ago, even more had been captured. The worst part was that some of their former members had apparently known that Lehman had been a Spectre. No matter how corrupt and greedy the people of the upper layer were, most of them would not even entertain the thought of colluding with a Spectre. Colluding with a Spectre was colluding with one's natural predator. It was only a time until one was eaten. However, doing something shady was not the only way one could act against the government. While they were in the minority, there were people living in the upper layer who believed the risk of being prosecuted for a crime was not worth the reward. Some of them lived by the law. Naturally, when they heard that the government was no longer paying for the nature preservation program, they also became enraged. They were living according to the law and were doing the right thing. And how did the government thank them? By pulling back its support. These people gathered together in public. They had nothing to hide, which was why they didn't need to act sneakily like the shady groups. The shady groups got wind of their plans and offered their support. However, the honest people refused the help of the shady groups. They did not want to be associated with anything that could endanger them. They were planning on using their legal powers to suppress the government. The shady groups stopped contacting the honest folk, but several individuals came forward to support the honest people. Naturally, they were from the shady groups, but they didn't identify themselves as such. They were just individuals who wanted to help. So the resistance group gathered more support, and when about 30% of the upper layer joined them, they decided to become active. As long as they followed the law, there was nothing the government could do to them. For a couple of days, nothing happened. But 1 month later, the government noticed something. The taxes coming from the upper layer have dropped by over 30%, Arya told Nick. What's the reason? Nick asked calmly. Arya was a bit surprised when she saw how calm Nick was. About a third of all the biggest businesses in the city are implementing cost-cutting measures. Their production of products has fallen by almost half, and they are only selling a little bit of their stock at a time for exorbitant prices. The price of food and unpolluted water has almost doubled. Crimes out of desperation have shot through the roof in the Dregs. People can't afford many things anymore, and the number of people having to pay their taxes with their blood has reached an all-time high, Arya explained. Naturally, this is their way of putting pressure on us for the nature preservation program. Nick nodded. Did any of the participants do any shady things in the past? Nick asked. That's the bad part, Arya answered. They didn't. As far as we can tell, everyone, or almost everyone, is living according to the laws. The few honest people of the upper layer are dissatisfied with us, and they're using legal means to protest. They are not required by law to make a certain amount of money each month, and they know that. Arya looked at Nick. Nick seemed surprisingly calm. Chapter 5:16, Truth of the World. Nick asked for a couple of names from Arya and cross-referenced them with the Black Book. Sure enough, none of the people were in there. They were honest and followed the law. You don't seem worried, Arya commented. What's your plan? Do you not know? Nick asked. Arya furrowed her brows. I wouldn't ask if I did. Nick calmly stood up from his chair and walked to the door. The fact that you can't see it shows that you don't see reality, he said. Excuse me? Arya asked with annoyance. But I don't fault you, Nick said. You've been in the city for too long, and the only things you had to fight were companies in the market and Specters. Arya became very annoyed with Nick's arrogant tone. Nick was barely 34. Yet he was talking to her, an early hero who was almost 200 years old, like she was a child. I'll show you, Nick said. You don't need to worry. I won't need your protection. But if you want to see the truth of the world, I advise you to come along. Arya couldn't stand Nick's arrogant tone, but she still wanted to see what kind of truth of the world Nick wanted to show her. Not even Arya knew of what they could do against people who were following the law. She couldn't think of anything they could do except enter negotiations with them. She wanted to see Nick fail. The two of them left the headquarters of the city and made their way to the upper layer. The gate guardian was no longer present, replaced by two veterans. Her powers were more useful somewhere else. Nick and Arya entered without changing out of their uniforms. As soon as they arrived, the entire upper layer quickly took notice. Many of them avoided looking at Nick and retreated into their houses. Every time Nick appeared in the upper layer, something horrible happened, and they didn't want to be anywhere close to him when that happened. However, many of the people also came closer. Those were mainly the ones involved in the peaceful protest. They had nothing to hide, which was why they were not afraid. In just a couple of minutes, almost 30 people gathered in front of Nick and Arya. All right, Nick said evenly. We noticed your little protest. Who are your leaders? Arya didn't let it show on her face, but she wanted to sneer at Nick right now. Sure enough, he was entering negotiations with them. Or was he planning on threatening them? That wouldn't work. These people knew the law better than even Nick. They knew how to protest without breaking any of them. Several of the people had smiles on their faces. Some seemed polite. Some seemed derisive. Some seemed arrogant. A couple of seconds later, 3 people stepped forward. Those 3 controlled some of the biggest businesses inside Crimson City, and they were 3 of the few who followed the law while also earning a horrifying amount of money. We're glad to welcome you, Liaison, one of them said with a polite bow. It's you 3? Nick asked calmly. It's a group effort, another one of them said. We were simply chosen as representatives of the group. We don't lead the group. Every member of the group is an autonomous individual with a shared goal. Nick evenly looked at them. You think you're clever, huh? He asked. The present people were quite surprised. This didn't sound like something coming out of the mouth of an important member of the government, but something coming out of the mouth of a street hooligan. Sir, we are law-abiding citizens, one of the three said with annoyance. We gave you proper respect, and we think it is only fair if you reciprocate in kind. Reciprocate in kind? Nick repeated with a raised eyebrow. I was planning on doing just that. The next moment, Nick bent down and grabbed 3 stones. Some of the people became nervous, but they still held strong. They followed the law. This was just intimidation. They did nothing wrong. Sir, what dash? Shut up, Nick said calmly, but his voice reverberated throughout the entire upper layer. Silence. Then Nick looked at all the people in attendance. You forgot what the world looks like, he said. No one dared to answer. For some reason, Nick's aura was extremely intimidating right now. This is not a world of humans. This is a world of specters. The only reason why you are even able to live in this beautiful garden of an upper layer is because Aegis and the extractors keep the specters away from all of you. Aegis and the extractors are protecting you, so that you can live without having to constantly fear the specters. Aegis is the reason why you have a successful business. Aegis is the reason why you have autonomy. Aegis is the reason why you are alive. Going against Aegis means going against humanity as a whole. You are not humans. You are a cancer. You are damaging Aegis by merely existing. Today, I'll show you reality. All your money, your political power, your economic power, your manipulation abilities, your negotiation abilities. All of that is only worth something as long as Aegis protects you and allows you to play this little political game of yours. Aegis gave you your life. Nick casually grabbed one of the stones and pulled his hand back. Bang. The head of one of the leaders exploded into a shower of blood. Blood, pieces of bone, and brain matter splattered across the people around them. And it can take it from you just as easily, Nick said calmly. The people looked with absolute shock as the headless body collapsed to the ground. Arya took a deep breath in shock. Power, Nick shouted. Our power is the reason why you live in bliss. Without our power, you are just as helpless as a beggar from the Dregs. Bang. Nick threw the second stone through another representative's head. At that moment, panic set in. Do not dare to move, Nick shouted in a threatening voice. Everyone froze. This was an expert. This was somebody who was over 1,000 times stronger than a normal human, and that power could intimidate any normal human into compliance. I have one last stone, Nick said with a threatening tone. Don't make me get a 4th and 5th one. Everyone looked with absolute terror at Nick. The last of the representatives knew what was coming. She turned around, ready to run. Bang. The last stone was thrown, and her head exploded. Visten? Velbin to see? M for new updates. Silence. All the people were terrified. No one dared to move. I'll repeat myself, Nick said. Aegis is the reason why you are alive, and the only reason this city exists is to help Aegis in its fight against the Specters. Standing in the way of Aegis equates to standing with the Specters. If you are frustrated with my way of governing the city and believe I am wrong, you are free to leave the city. Nobody is keeping you here. From today onward, anyone from the middle or upper layer is allowed to leave the city and go someplace else. I'm not forcing you to live in this city, but as long as you do, you will support Aegis. I don't care about the laws. I don't care about morals. I don't care about ethics. I am here to turn this city into a place that is more beneficial for Aegis. I am a representative of Aegis. Aegis might be your shield, but only against the Specters. When there is a conflict between humans, Aegis will be my shield, not yours. Aegis is the combined power of all of humanity. In front of that, you are helpless. You can complain, be frustrated, or kill yourself out of protest. None of that matters. In front of Aegis, you are powerless. If you want to survive in human society, you will contribute to Aegis and help it in any way you can. Anyone that refuses to cooperate will be executed. Silence. Get back to work. I have the tax and revenue sheets from all your businesses from the last decades, and if I see any kind of funny business going on, the city will come for you. I expect similar tax sheets to the ones I received 2 months ago. That's all. Then Nick turned around and calmly walked towards the exit of the upper layer. Arya was still nervous. Nick had killed innocent people in public. You couldn't just do that. It was against the rules. And that was when Arya realized something. The rules. The rules only applied to the players. Sure, the rules should also apply to the game master and referee. However, who was powerful enough to enforce the rules on the enforcers? Who could control the one in control? It still felt wrong to Arya to kill these honest civilians. Yet, what did that matter? While they were allowed to leave the city, not a single person would dare to do so. And while they were in the city, they couldn't do anything against Nick. They could try tricks on the government, but that wouldn't get rid of Nick. And as long as Nick existed, everyone was stuck following his orders, unless someone more powerful than Nick decided to intervene. Now, Arya knew what Nick had meant with the truth of the world. Power. In front of power, nothing mattered. If one had power, one could do whatever one wanted. And the power Nick had was not his own. It was Aegis. Aegis was his power. And Aegis was the biggest power in the human world. Therefore, everyone was helpless in front of it. The only thing they could do was to try to assassinate him with a powerful extractor. And if that didn't work, they had to follow, whether they wanted to or not. Chapter 5:17, Desperation of the Upper Layer. The atmosphere in the upper layer changed drastically after Nick left. No one had cleaned the 3 corpses, and since there were barely any guards in the upper layer, none of them were about to. The few guards in the upper layer were all stationed in specific locations from which they were not allowed to leave. This was due to the people living in the upper layer. They were surrounded by a thick wall of steel, and the only entrance was guarded. Why would they need guards in here? In fact, why would they want guards here? Most of the guards were lower people, in their opinion. They didn't have the same status as the members. But now, with the corpses lying in the middle of the road, they wished that there were some guards there. Most of the people in the upper layer remained at home today. They were frustrated. They were afraid. They were helpless. What were they supposed to do? What could they do? None of their powers seemed to work on Nick. Nick could just walk into the upper layer, kill a couple of innocent people, and walk out again. He and the governor were the ones making and enforcing the rules. If they didn't want to prosecute themselves, no one would. Only Aegis could. However, none of the people could get in touch with Aegis. The only way to get into touch with Aegis was the city console, and one also needed credentials to use it. Naturally, none of the people in the upper layer had the credentials, and even if they did, they couldn't get past the guards. In the past, they might have tried bribing the guards to let them through, but things were very different now. Finding a corruptible guard was extremely difficult, and even just asking could already mean their death. No one dared to try. After a day, most of the people gathered in a public space to discuss the current situation. Some of them said that they should continue the protest. The liaison couldn't kill all of them. Yet, that opinion quickly got a lot of pushback. Even if it were true that Nick couldn't kill all of them, none of them would want to be among the few that were killed. Even if there was just a 10% chance that they were the ones getting killed, they still wouldn't be willing to take the risk. Yes, they loved their wealth, but they wouldn't want to risk their lives for it. Many of them had believed that they would, but when the decision was actually in front of them, they couldn't bring themselves to. Of course, there were still some who were willing to do it, but they were in the minority. Not even 10 people. With fewer than 10 people, these brave businessmen couldn't even make an attempt. On top of that, many of the new members of the upper layer straight up refused to partake in any of these matters. These new members had inherited the businesses of the dead members, and due to them giving up their right to privacy, they weren't willing to do anything that might upset the government. These new members knew the best how expendable they were. All of them had been experienced businessmen living in the middle layer, and while inheriting the businesses had been a bit stressful, they just needed to keep the operations going and analyze a couple of things. At some point in a company's growth, it became so big and autonomous that it basically ran itself. The new members had seen how easy it was to inherit a flourishing business, and they were intelligent enough to realize that there were plenty of people living in the middle layer who could do the same. Nick had finally done it. After many incidents, he had managed to split up the upper layer. They were no longer united. Everyone was frustrated, but almost no one dared to actually do something against Nick. In the following days, the upper layer put pressure on Mr. Zero to do something. He was the only one with enough power to do anything. Yet, Mr. Zero said that there was no good opportunity to get rid of Nick. Of course, since Mr. Zero was Kugelblitz, this was a lie. Kugelblitz could easily create an opportunity. But Kugelblitz didn't want to get rid of Nick right now. While their revenue had fallen a bit, their profits were higher than ever due to the tax change. Sure, the loss of the Fiend of Darkness was bad, but their profits were still quite a bit higher than before Nick had taken on the role of liaison. Now, the upper layer truly felt lost. Not even Mr. Zero was willing to do anything. In the end, there was nothing they could do but bow their heads and do what Nick told them to do. The production and sale of products reached their old levels, and the money was flowing in again. The people in the upper layer also agreed on a payment plan for the nature preservation program. They had given up. They were done. They were helpless. Even 2 weeks after the event, the mood in the upper layer still hadn't improved. They hated this. But what were they supposed to do? They couldn't leave the city since they would just die. They would need extractors to escort them to another city with all their wealth. And even if they accomplished that, there was no guarantee that the other city wouldn't just kill them and steal all their wealth. The only other way was to assassinate Nick, but that also required a powerful extractor. But all the extractors worked for manufacturers or the city, and none of them wanted to get rid of the government right now. The upper layer had no access to any extractors to use in an assassination. For the first time, the economically most powerful people in the city felt truly helpless. As for the manufacturers, when they heard that Nick had just randomly killed innocent people in public, they grew worried. Would Nick also attempt that with them? Naturally, that would be much riskier, but most of the manufacturers weren't powerful enough to resist the guards. The city had 22 experts and 9 specialists. Not even Gemini or the 3 big new manufacturers could fight against 9 specialists. Because of that, over 90% of the manufacturers became very wary. They didn't even dare to publicly comment on the matter. They acted like they hadn't seen anything. The only manufacturer that made a public statement was Kugelblitz. They denounced the liaison's actions. However, they did not announce any actions they would take against the government. Naturally, everyone living in the upper layer could see what this was. Virtue signaling. Kugelblitz wanted to seem just and empathetic on the surface to uphold their image. But these were all just empty words. They wouldn't do anything. Even if it happened again, they wouldn't do anything. They might publicly speak again, but the next time, it would probably be much quieter than before. While Kugelblitz had the power to fight the city, it really didn't want to. Not without Arya's support. Arya, on her own, was already a terrifying threat. Kugelblitz did not want to fight the government. Even if they won, they would lose several of their specialists, and maybe even heroes. With so few specialists left, their profits would fall drastically. And on top of that, there was also Aegis. How could they possibly talk themselves out of the accusation of revolting against the government when they were the only ones powerful enough to do anything inside the city? As of this moment, no one was left who could resist Nick's policies. The ones with the true power didn't want to oppose Nick, and the ones that had the desire didn't have the power. For now, the government was stable, but not for long. About 2 months after everything had blown over, and just a couple of weeks before the next manufacturer meeting, a miracle happened. Someone had covertly reached out to the shady groups of the upper layer. They were willing to help, and the best thing was that they had the power to do something. The party said that they were very unhappy with the liaison's policy changes. They hated what the upper layer had turned into. The upper layer used to be a peaceful environment where laughing kids could run around without any worry while being one with nature. They viewed it as pure and beautiful, and they hated that the liaison had ruined this for everyone. The party was willing to assassinate Nick. However, they wouldn't do it for free. 50 billion credits. This was not something that only a single person could pay for. Yet, the upper layer was so desperate that the money had been gathered within less than a week. The group handed over 10 billion as a contracting fee, and the other party nodded. Give me 2 weeks. Chapter 518 of Assassination. Nick walked out of a containment unit. The containment unit was located inside Skydream's new building. Naturally, Nick wouldn't stop advancing, even though he was quite busy with his job as liaison. Ever since becoming a liaison of Crimson City, he had worked with at least 1 elder per day. One of the elders Skydream had purchased was perfect for Nick. He only needed to work with it for about 30 minutes for a great amount of Zephyx. Naturally, Skydream wasn't complaining. They didn't have enough extractors anyway, and Nick still gave them 50% of what he produced while working with it. He had come here basically every day. The hallways were rather empty since Skydream didn't have as many extractors anymore. They only had 32 veterans and 6 experts. In such a big building, this number might as well be 0. Nick basically never met anyone except for the guards in front of the building while going to or coming from the Elder. But this time, it was different. As soon as Nick entered the hallway, his ability deactivated. Usually, someone wouldn't feel scared about meeting another person while inside such a secure building, but over years of avoiding assassinations as Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick's ability was intrinsically connected to his emotions. Whenever his ability deactivated, even when Nick knew that he was safe, a spike of nervousness rose inside Nick. He did not feel safe while his ability was not active. So as soon as Nick walked out of the locker room, his head quickly turned around the hallway to find the origin of whoever was looking at him. In an instant, Nick saw something. A sniper rifle. It was aimed at him, and the person holding the sniper rifle was a guard. As soon as Nick saw the rifle, it fired. Boom. A bright light appeared. A white barrier appeared around Nick. Crack. The barrier broke into pieces, and the sniper round turned Nick's head into dust. Nick's headless corpse fell to the ground. The guard looked at Nick's corpse for less than a second. The sniper rifle was extremely loud, and the bullet had shot through the building's walls. Several people must have already noticed. In a fluid motion, the guard turned around and ran towards the wall. Boom! The guard kicked the wall, and it exploded into pieces. Stop right there! The guard shouted with all of his power, his voice reverberating throughout the floor on which Sky Dream was located. In an instant, several people appeared outside the building. The liaison was assassinated, the guard shouted as he shot out of the hole he had just made. I'm in pursuit. Immediately, everyone's eyes shot open in horror. The liaison was assassinated. The next moment, everyone saw a black shadow jumping away from the building and entering the upper layer. The guard was in hot pursuit. The people around the building wanted to follow, but the guard and the assassin were simply too fast. They had to be peak expert, at least. The people quickly gave up. Half of them ran in all directions searching for guards, while the other half jumped into the building to look for Nick. However, as soon as they entered the hallway, they were confused. Where was the corpse? Maybe he was killed somewhere else. Search everything, Taryn shouted. Everyone scattered to search all the locker rooms and containment units. Yet they couldn't find a corpse. They saw the hole of the sniper rifle, but there was no corpse. What was going on? A bit earlier, the guard ran up to the upper layer with all of his speed. The two veterans guarding the upper layer were shocked when they saw how quickly the guard moved. Sadly, that was the last thing they saw in their lives as the guard threw two knives, which broke through their barriers and killed them. The guard didn't even touch the corpses and ran into the changing room. In a fluid motion, he tore his uniform into pieces and stashed the pieces away, revealing a white robe of the upper layer beneath. The guard's heart was racing. He had planned out everything, and now he just needed to pull it off and escape. The guard also pulled off the wig he was wearing and calmly stepped out of the door into the upper layer. Inside the upper layer, he covertly but quickly made his way to a house near the wall. He looked around and quickly entered when he saw nobody following him. In the house, he charged towards the back and opened a trapdoor. The trapdoor led to a small basement, surrounded by earth. Since no light could pass through the earth, there was only a single lamp hanging in the middle of the basement. Naturally, this lamp used Sky Dream's network of lights to keep the nightmare at bay. It's done, the guard shouted with urgency. In the middle of the room stood a woman who looked at the guard with furrowed brows. Are you sure? She asked. I'm certain, the guard said nervously. I blew his head off. I saw his corpse with my own eyes. Quickly. We have to escape the city. We don't have any time. Were you followed? The woman asked. No. Hurry up, the guard shouted with anxiety. Good, the woman said. Bang. Suddenly, she threw a spear at the guard, and his barrier activated. With widely open eyes, the guard watched himself getting flung against the surprisingly durable wall behind him. Bang. Then another spear hit his barrier, but this one hadn't been thrown. The woman unleashed two more strikes, and the guard's barrier broke into pieces. Bang! The guard was turned into chunks of meat in an instant. It was obvious what had happened. The woman wasn't willing to take the risk of being exposed by the guard. She was the one who had offered her help to the people of the upper layer. She was a specialist. And who was she? The old gate guardian. The woman who had guarded the door to the upper layer for decades. Over these many decades, she had made friends with basically everyone in the upper layer. She watched children grow up into adults. In her eyes, almost all the adults in the upper layer still looked like innocent children in her eyes. And when she had heard that Nick had killed several, she had become furious. When they had been convicted of crimes, she got annoyed, but she could still deal with it. When Nick had gone after the people who had written the letter, she got quite furious. But when Nick had randomly killed people who had peacefully protested, she couldn't take it anymore. Death was normal in this world, but the liaison was a monster. He killed innocent people. During her several decades of working for the city, she had never seen anything this atrocious. After Nick had killed the innocent people, she talked to a couple of her colleagues to gauge their personalities. The guard whom she had just killed was someone who wanted power and riches, but felt stifled by the Specters he had been assigned to work with. If he had more money, he could purchase working with Specters. So the Gate Guardian had talked with him and eventually shared her plan. He would get half of what she got from the upper layer, and they would immediately escape from the city. Their plan was to run to Metalworks City and join a manufacturer together. The guard had believed her and joined the plan. However, the Gate Guardian had never intended to run away from Crimson City. She had talked to the people of the upper layer anonymously. The only thing she had done was to demonstrate her physical strength to prove to them that she had the power to kill the liaison. For the entire day, she had stayed at home, and she had walked around in her garden all day to show her face. Her neighbors would confirm that she had never left her property that day. Additionally, she hadn't been seen by anyone near the crime scene. As long as she quietly got rid of the guard and his corpse, no one would suspect her, and she would become filthy rich. She calmly pulled a small vial out of her pocket and scattered its contents across the basement. In a matter of seconds, all traces of the guard's corpse vanished. I should destroy this basement next, she thought as she looked around. After that, I have to act normally for a couple days and accept the remainder of the money. When she thought about the money, her eyes fell on a massive chest at the end of the basement. Might as well bury it with the basement for now. I can still dig it up later. What she didn't notice was that some black mist turned into a person behind her. Nick looked at the back of the Gate Guardian with hate-filled eyes. Then, he retrieved a small spear from his wrist. Bang! And threw it at the lamp, the only source of light in the basement. The lamp was destroyed, and everything fell into darkness. Chapter 519, It's Over. The Gate Guardian heard the sound of the light exploding and fell into a panic. Her first thought was that the stupid guard had been followed. But then she quickly threw that possibility out of the window. If he had been followed, she would have noticed. Additionally, no human enemy would destroy the only source of light in a room. That would put both of them under the influence of the nightmare, effectively destroying the moment of surprise of the ambusher, if there were one. Both of them would be blind. Unless the ambusher had a way to make light, but if that were the case, she would quickly notice since the light of the ambusher would also illuminate her, taking her out of the nightmare's influence. All of these thoughts happened in a single instance, and the Gate Guardian could do nothing but internally complain about the shoddy workmanship of the lamp. And that was basically everything she could think about before the nightmare's influence fully hit her. The nightmare's influence wasn't an on and off switch. It was a spectrum. When it was just a little dark, a couple of faint voices appeared. If it were darker, illusions appeared. But if it were pitch black with absolutely no light, the most horrifying torture would appear, and someone would lose all their senses to the nightmare's influence. Naturally, since the basement was underground, this was about as dark as it could get. There was absolutely no light, and the nightmare's torture immediately started. Arg! The Gate Guardian wanted to scream since she felt like burning irons were piercing through her entire body, but her rational mind kept her in check. If she screamed right now, she would be found out. She wanted to get out of the basement immediately. Her first thought was to jump through the floor above her, but that might also alert people to her. Sadly, the Gate Guardian didn't have an ability that could create light, and she had never practiced Zephyx manipulation. For decades, she hadn't been in any kind of dangerous situation. Her life had been comfortable for decades. It had also been decades since she had been in the darkness. She was very unused to navigating the nightmare's domain. She remembered which way she had been facing, and she turned around to go to the trap door. A bit of light would come through the slits of the trap door. As soon as she reached it, the nightmare's influence would weaken, and she could open the door. She had to remain calm. Meanwhile, Nick watched with hatred as the Gate Guardian turned in the completely wrong direction and started to walk towards a random wall. "You tried to kill me," Nick said with a voice shaking with hatred and rage. "I'll make you wish you were dead." Nick calmly took out one of his biggest spears and threw it with all of his power at the Gate Guardian. Boom! A cerulean barrier appeared around the Gate Guardian, and the spear stopped in the air before falling to the ground. The Gate Guardian didn't even react and just blindly kept walking towards the wall. She had no experience with a nightmare's influence, and all the pain and torture completely blinded her to the fact that she had just lost 30% of her Zephyx. The Gate Guardian was a mid-specialist, and her barrier was extremely expensive. A barrier that blocks kinetic force, Nick commented coldly. That makes things easier, he said as he retrieved another spear. If the Gate Guardian had been flung against the wall, she might have realized that someone was attacking her. However, that actually wouldn't have mattered. If she realized that someone was attacking her, she would jump through the ceiling and try to escape. Yet, the guards were currently swarming the city, including all the specialists and maybe even Arya. Nick just needed to shout, and all the guards would swarm to his location. Bang! Nick threw another spear with full force, which was also stopped in mid-air before falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the Gate Guardian became more panicked as she touched the wall in front of her. Where is the exit? She thought in terror. It has to be here somewhere. Bang! Nick threw a third spear, which was also stopped in the middle of the air. Susan Allborn, mid-specialist, Nick thought. If she has one of the most expensive barriers available inside Crimson City, she should be almost out of Zephyx. The next moment, a display appeared in front of Nick. Nick had received a barrier from Aegis after becoming a liaison, and this barrier was vastly superior to any barrier available in the city. Nick looked at the Gate Guardian through the display and saw two numbers, 5% and 10%. This was a function that allowed Nick's barrier to estimate and display the Zephyx and Extractor had left based on their barrier's fluctuations. After seeing the numbers, Nick slowly walked forward and picked up his spears. The Gate Guardian blindly walked along the walls. Shing! Nick's blade popped out of his sleeve, and he struck forward. Bang! The barrier broke into pieces, and the Gate Guardian's body shook. With no Zephyx, there was no more fuel for her body to move, and she collapsed to the ground. Yet, even at that moment, she didn't realize that she had been attacked. She thought this was all part of the nightmare's influence. As long as I keep looking, I will find the exit eventually, she thought. Her fingers weakly moved at the end of her motionless hands. The next moment, Nick retrieved a Zephyx suppressor and put it on one of the Gate Guardian's wrists. Next, Nick bent down and infused her with a bit of his Zephyx. This started the Gate Guardian's Zephyx production again and restored her vital functions, but the Zephyx suppressor stopped her from being able to use any of it. In effect, she was just a tiny bit stronger than a normal human right now. Nick grabbed her neck, taking special care to not break it. Then he dragged her to the trapdoor and opened it. The Gate Guardian was pulled out of the nightmare's influence, and she came back to reality. Yet she felt incredibly weak, and she felt an iron grip on her throat. Immediately, she tried to escape and use her abilities, but nothing happened. Her eyes quickly fell to her wrist, and she saw the Zephyx suppressor. Panic set in. She didn't know who was dragging her along, and she wanted to scream, but nothing came out. She felt herself getting dragged to the exit of her house, then towards the exit of the upper layer. Nick, the governor's voice. When the Gate Guardian heard the liaison's name, she became shocked and even more terrified. Was the liaison currently dragging her behind him? I dealt with it, Nick said with barely contained hatred. Susan, Arya asked in shock as she saw the Gate Guardian, who couldn't answer. It was a peaked expert with a sniper, Nick said. He ran towards this place. The two talked, and she killed him to keep her identity secret. I took care of her. Then the Gate Guardian felt herself being dragged some more. Where are you going? Arya asked. Information gathering, Nick answered, not stopping. The Gate Guardian saw the eyes of the people living in the upper layer falling onto her in shock. Get the guards here, Nick said. Lock everyone on this layer in their houses and make sure nobody escapes. I'll be back within a day. Arya looked with furrowed brows at Nick. All right, she answered. When the few people involved in the assassination attempt saw the Gate Guardian being dragged behind Nick, they felt like the world was ending. This was it. It was over. It was all over. Their last, desperate plan had failed. Nick didn't pay them any attention and dragged the Gate Guardian towards Skydream. When the extractors of Skydream saw Nick, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their boss was still alive. Get Jenny, Nick commanded as he walked into Skydream. Several extractors followed Nick and asked him if he was all right, but Nick just gave them curt answers without stopping. Boss, Jenny shouted as she arrived in front of Nick. Follow me, Nick said. Sure, Jenny answered. The Gate Guardian tried everything to escape, but there was nothing she could do. She felt herself being pulled into a containment unit before being thrown onto the ground. She quickly looked around, and she immediately saw something in front of her. It was an owl that was as big as a man. Naturally, this was the dreamer, and it had grown quite a bit over the years. Put her to sleep, Nick ordered. You get to keep 100% of all the Zephyx you get out of her. She's a criminal. I want her to suffer as much as possible. But I also need information. Make her dream about important information. Jenny is going to look through her dreams while that is happening. The Gate Guardian's mind fell apart. She couldn't process anything anymore. CRK. The dreamer stepped forward and grabbed her shoulder with its talons. Then, it forced her to look into its eyes. Since the Gate Guardian didn't have any Zephyx available, she couldn't even attempt to resist the dreamer's influence. Naturally, the dreamer was more than happy to do this. It got to use its ability on a specialist, and it got to keep all the Zephyx. Great. On the side, a random extractor opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Did 8 hours already pass? He asked in confusion as he looked at the people inside the containment unit. Jenny just ushered him out of the room before coming back into the room. Then she took a deep breath. Her ability had rarely been useful, but now she could finally make use of it. Chapter 520. No Resistance. Jenny puked. I said focus on information gathering, Nick said with a cold voice to the dreamer. You can have your torture after we're done. This was the second time Jenny had puked while inspecting the Gate Guardian's dreams. I don't want this to happen a third time, Nick said with a serious tone. The dreamer didn't acknowledge Nick's words, but Nick could see that Jenny was calming down. Just make her go through the last month of her life. She planned the assassination attempt, and I'm sure that she had accomplices. I need to know who they are. Nick waited at the side. An hour passed, and Nick was getting impatient. Finally, Jenny pulled her hands back from the Gate Guardian's head, and she released a shaky breath. I got it, she said with difficulty. Good work, Nick said. Then he turned to the dreamer. Now you can do whatever you want with it. Just make sure that she doesn't get rid of her hand. If she does, she can regenerate her Zephyx, and I'm certain that she will kill you first if that happens. The dreamer didn't seem to react, but a couple of seconds later, it moved one of its talons to the Gate Guardian's arm and stepped on it. Since we can't have you do this forever and stop all Zephyx production, you get 1 month or until you kill her. That should be more than enough, Nick said. For the first time, the dreamer looked at Nick. He probably was annoyed, but that was only a guess. The next moment, Nick walked out and Jenny followed after him. The two of them went past a couple of extractors and entered Jenny's office. Nick waited for Jenny to calm down. I don't have the names, Jenny said, but I know their faces and what they do roughly. As long as I see them face to face, I will recognize them. Nick nodded. That can be arranged. The next moment, Nick asked some of Sky Dream's extractors to get some kind of cloak that could keep Jenny's identity a secret. Nick did not want Jenny's identity to become public while she was identifying people in the upper layer. Some minutes later, the two of them left Sky Dream and walked towards the upper layer. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw 6 veterans guarding it. Liaison, glad that you are alive, the leader of the guard said with a salute. How's the situation? Nick asked evenly. All the citizens have been put into their houses. Several guards are patrolling the upper layer, and every citizen found outside their home will be apprehended. There have been no arrests so far, the guard reported. Nick nodded and walked past the guards. The guards threw interested glances at the cloaked person following Nick. They had never seen this person before. Who was that? We're not changing our clothes, Nick said, walking through the locker room. We have to change our clothes? Jenny asked. I mean, usually. Usually, yes, Nick said, opening the door to the upper layer. Jenny had never been to the upper layer before, and when she saw the green paradise, she became shocked. She had imagined many things, but she couldn't have imagined that. It looked so peaceful. It looked nice. It was beautiful. Did you get the names? Arya arrived in front of Nick and Jenny. No names, but faces and auras, Nick answered. She can recognize them. Nick gestured to Jenny, who looked at Arya. Arya furrowed her brows. Who's that? She asked. One of Sky Dream's team leaders, Jenny. She has the Dreamer's ability and can look through dreams. I put the woman under the Dreamer's influence and had her read her dreams. Arya raised an eyebrow. This ability might not be useful in battle, but for investigations, it was extremely useful. She didn't know that Sky Dream had such a good information gatherer. What about Susan? Arya asked. The Dreamer gets to have its fun with her for the next month. If she's still alive by then, we'll execute her, Nick said. Arya frowned a bit. She preferred clean executions. However, she realized that she would also be quite angry if someone tried to assassinate her. So she didn't comment on it. We're going through all the households and have them introduce themselves to Jenny. Anyone she says is guilty will be executed, Nick said coldly. Arya took a deep breath and stepped to the side. Seems like more people will die, Arya thought as she watched Nick and Jenny walk past her. Just to make sure that nothing happened to Nick, Arya ordered a couple of guards to protect him. In the end, Nick, Jenny, and 5 experts were walking towards the first house. Nick took out a city register and loudly knocked on the door. All members of the household, come out and identify yourselves, Nick shouted. Half a minute later, the door slowly opened, and Nick saw a man with a wife and 3 children. Liaison, the man nervously greeted. Names, Nick ordered. Jerry Hendren, the man said before looking at his wife. Lena Hendren, the wife answered with a shaky breath. Then she gestured to her 3 children and said their names. Nick marked the people he had talked to in his register and looked at Jenny. Not involved, she said. Nick nodded and turned back to the family. You can go back inside. You're free to come out of your houses tomorrow. When Nick said that, the entire family released sighs of relief, and the wife even collapsed onto her knees. She had never been so afraid in her life. Nick closed the door and walked to the next home. What will happen to the guilty ones? Jenny asked. The one directly involved will be executed and all their assets seized. Their spouses will be sent without belongings to the outer city. Any children will be put into orphanages in the lower layer for now. If the remaining spouse can prove that they managed to earn enough money to take care of the children, they can request to get custody back, Nick explained. Jenny took a deep breath. Why punish the spouses, she asked. It's not exactly punishment. Most of the time, it's one of the 2 spouses who earns all the money, while the other one is just along for the ride. If the spouse earns enough to remain in the upper layer or anywhere else in the inner city, they will not be thrown out. This is simply a consequence of relying on the wrong person. If a manufacturer goes bankrupt, all their extractors lose their jobs. It's just how things are, Nick explained. Jenny didn't answer. She didn't like destroying the lives of innocent people. However, corrupt criminals needed to be apprehended. As someone also born in the Dregs, Jenny also had some dislike for the people in the upper layer, but her dislike couldn't be compared to Nick's undying hatred. The next 3 houses were clean. But when they arrived at the 5th house, things became different. As soon as the door opened, Jenny focused on the man inside the house. That's one of them, Jenny said. The man became terrified. What? I didn't do anything, he shouted. His family became terrified. Take him to a cell, Nick ordered. One of the guards walked forward and apprehended the man. There was a lot of crying and shouting from the family, but they couldn't stop the arrest. In the end, Nick looked at the family. Someone will come to talk about your futures in the next couple of days, he said evenly before closing the door. Over the next 2 hours, Jenny and Nick visited every household. In the end, 18 people had been apprehended. Finally, in the evening, the guards announced that everyone was free to move again and left the upper layer. Yet, not many people left their houses. The mood could only be described with the words despair and defeat. It was over. There was nothing they could do anymore. Nick had won against the upper layer. There was no one left who dared to oppose him. However, just to make sure that the upper layer got the point, he called one member of every household of the upper layer to an open plaza behind the building that had once belonged to anatomy. Everyone was gathered there. There was not a single person that wasn't nervous. In the end, the 18 people Nick had apprehended a couple days ago were led to the plaza. Nick also arrived, and he pulled one of the criminals with him to the front. This is what happens to people that resist Aegis, Nick said coldly. Then he grabbed the neck of one of the criminals, lifted them into the air, and squeezed. The man couldn't breathe anymore, and he started to kick around. However, Nick just ignored him. Nick choked the man for 5 entire minutes before casually breaking his neck. The people in attendance were absolutely terrified. Nick looked at them. He saw defeat. No one from the upper layer would oppose him again. Then Nick grabbed the second prisoner. 17 more to go. Chapter 521. The yearly meeting starts. 90 minutes later, Nick was done with strangling the life out of the last criminal. He turned to the watching people for one last time. Aegis above everything else, Nick stated before walking away. Silence. Aegis above everything else. Nick glanced back at someone in the audience who had just echoed his words. As soon as Nick looked at him, the man became scared. However, Nick just nodded and continued walking. Aegis above everything else, another person echoed. Yes, Aegis above everything else, a third person said. One by one, more and more people shouted that. After 10 people had shouted it, everyone else joined in. A very small number of the present people actually believed Nick. However, they were probably only in the single digits. The others only joined in out of fear. They wanted to seem supportive of the government because they feared they would be next if they didn't echo the sentiment. Nick had not planned for this to happen, but he also wasn't against it. By the end, everyone had spoken that phrase at least once. Nick just nodded with respect at the present people before leaving. One of the guards stepped forward. Everyone is allowed to leave, he shouted. Slowly, one by one, the people left. It was done. The upper layer had been completely broken down. Even if Kugelblitz asked for support, the vast majority wouldn't even dare to talk to them. Nick had thoroughly intimidated them. These were not young and idealistic people with the aim of changing the world. These were old and realistic people. They would never risk their lives for an idealistic goal. As long as they could keep living in the upper layer, they could deal with things. It was not as good for them as in the past, but they hadn't truly lost anything too important, except for the few who had their spouses arrested or executed. As long as they didn't go against the government, they could continue living in their little paradise while having a happy little family. A couple of weeks passed. Nick received a report that the Dreamer had killed the Gate Guardian. The corpse was fed to one of the city's Specters. This corpse would give a lot of Zephyx. And then it was time for the yearly meeting between the manufacturers. The meeting was held within the new city headquarters. The meeting was no longer held in one of the manufacturers' buildings. Everyone gathered in the meeting room. Are you prepared? Arya asked Nick inside his office. Yes, Nick said after he stood up. This won't be easy, she said. With today's announcement, you will make Kugelblitz your enemy. I know, Nick said. Arya watched as Nick walked by her. Why are you doing this? Arya suddenly asked. Do what? Nick asked evenly. Go so far. You will make an enemy of 18 specialists and 2 heroes. Any single one of them can kill you, Arya answered. I have no other way, Nick said. Yes, you do, Arya said. You can change the policies more gradually. You don't need to do all of this at once. You are putting yourself in unnecessary danger. I'm already doing it gradually, Nick answered. Arya's eyebrows shot up in skepticism. Arya, have you ever been in the Dregs? Nick asked. A couple of times, but not very often or long, Arya answered. Every day, there are people that unwillingly sell their bodies for money, either for themselves or for their children. Every day, there is a robbery. Every week, there is a murder. Every week I wait is one more murder and many more crimes, Nick said. Then, just increase the guard presence there, Arya suggested. That would cause even more death, Nick said. The people in the Dregs do these things to survive. If I suddenly send guards there to stop the crime, many people will die, even though they are only trying to survive. The Dregs are not like the upper layer where everyone has so much to spare. The Dregs are filled with poor people that have a hefty tax of 120 credits to pay every month. It is almost impossible to get such a large sum legally. Forcing them to get such a sum legally means telling them to die. If I'm not going to stand up for them, nobody will. When I still lived in the Dregs, I hated all the rich and powerful people in the city. I had to suffer in this poverty and had to do unspeakable acts to survive. Yet, all the powerful people didn't do anything. Why do parents protect their children? It's because they love their children and because their children are weak. If their children were powerful, the parents wouldn't need to protect them anymore. People can be self-sacrificing for their loved ones, but they can't do that for everyone else. However, if everyone is self-sacrificing, everyone would have it much easier. But that's impossible, Nick added. Everyone will always only look out for themselves and their loved ones. Leaving it up to them will only end in the selfish ones taking advantage of the selfless ones, destroying all the selfless ones, while the selfish ones thrive. Because of that, I have to force everyone into this mindset. I can't change the intent behind their actions, but I can change their actions, which will result in the same thing. I'm now one of the powerful ones, and I have the power to change things. Nick's eyes narrowed. I have to do it. If I don't do this, I will become what I have always despised. Then Nick walked out of the door. Arya looked after him. Becoming what you always despised, Arya repeated in her mind. Memories shot through Arya's mind of when she had been young and idealistic. She also wanted to help the people. But then she became too busy with work, and eventually she had forgotten all about that. She had just become like everyone else, just living her life. If he doesn't do it, nobody will. If he doesn't change things, there will be no change. Arya took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes. What am I doing? I'm the most powerful person inside the city and the governor. What Nick is doing should be my job. I should be the one that's supposed to change Crimson City for the better. Deep inside, Arya felt inadequate. She was so much more powerful than Nick, but she hadn't dared to risk her own life while he, an initial expert, did so. I will help him, Arya thought. He has done so much for the city, but now he's going against Kugelblitz. Without my help, he will die, and the city will return to its old self. Arya looked at the open door with determination. It's time to put my life on the line as well. Then, Arya left the office. She quickly caught up with Nick, and the two of them entered the big meeting room. When Nick entered, he saw 12 people. 6 CEOs and 6 CZEs. The representation from the weaker places was no longer here. Their presence had been a farce anyway. Everyone respectfully greeted Nick. The people from the 3 new manufacturers with experts, Hera and Ramona, Mindy and Cindy Wonder, Vanessa and Jornis from Kugelblitz. Nick greeted them back and sat down at the head of the big table. Arya sat down beside him. Vanessa glanced at Arya with interest. She seems different, she thought. Vanessa wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. Nick looked around the table. The yearly meeting between manufacturers is now in session, he said. Everyone paid attention and listened to Nick. There will be one major change and a couple of very minor changes. When the present people heard that, they became nervous. By now, they had learned that Nick was not afraid of completely changing the way the city operated. Just by changing the taxes, he had changed the way all manufacturers operated drastically. Even more, he had completely tamed the Specter cave that was the upper layer. None of the manufacturers believed that they had a chance against the government if even the entire upper layer had failed. Except Kugelblitz, of course. Everyone, except Kugelblitz, didn't even dare to think about resisting Nick. Since the major change will require the greatest amount of consideration, we will start with the minor changes first, Nick said. Over the next 30 minutes, Nick talked about some minor matters. A couple of small amendments to the taxes that only required minor adjustments. Some small laws that protected the common people from the power of the manufacturers. And now for the big matter, Nick said. Everyone listened to Nick. The blood tax will be eradicated and will be replaced by a different system, Nick said. When Vanessa and Jornis heard that, their heart rates spiked with anxiety and anger. This new system better increase their profits. It wouldn't. Instead, it would reduce their profits drastically. Chapter 522, Establishing Authority. What is this new system? Jornis asked with a dark tone. Nick looked at Jornis without fear. From now on, voluntary blood donations will be replaced by mandatory blood donations, Nick said. When Jornis and Vanessa heard that, they were positively surprised. That was good, right? A powerful city is not supposed to rely on its weakest members to give it stability, Nick said. Everyone has to contribute to a powerful city. The minimum monthly tax will be lowered from 120 credits to 40 credits. Payment via blood is no longer an acceptable replacement for the tax. Everyone has to pay the taxes via credits. Additionally, the tax-free age range will be increased to 16. Anyone below 16 years of age is exempt from taxes. Okay, Vanessa said with furrowed brows. And how is the city supposed to pay its tribute to Aegis without that? That's where the new system comes in, Nick said. Every member of the city, without exception, will have to donate 500 milliliters of blood every 3 months as long as they are 16 or older. The Dregs, the outer city, the lower layer, the middle layer, the upper layer, the extractors, the governor, the liaison, the people in this room, the guards, everyone. Every single person will donate 500 milliliters of blood every 3 months. No exceptions. The people in the room were shocked. The people in this room as well. They had to donate blood now. They really didn't like that idea. Forcefully taking their blood sounded wrong. It felt like something very important to them was being taken away. Vanessa and Jornis did some calculations. That would increase the blood gain via the blood tax by over 4 times. While the volume of the blood was about the same, the quality of the blood was very different. After all, blood from extractors gave much more Zephyx than blood from normal people. Vanessa and Jornis were happy to hear that. However, their happiness was short-lived as Nick continued talking. It is important to note that the blood gained this way is not seen as Kugelblitz property. The city's laws are the ones that make it possible to gather this blood. Because of that, 90% of the Zephyx produced via this way will belong to the city, and only people working for the city will be allowed to be present in the Crimson Fungus Containment Unit while the blood is used. 90%? Jornis shouted as he stood up. Yes, 90% will belong to the city. 10% will belong to Kugelblitz since you own the Crimson Fungus, Nick repeated. And just like that, Kugelblitz's profits plummeted. The Zephyx generated via the blood tax would have. This is unacceptable. Jornis shouted. Jornis! Arya shouted as a tremendous amount of Zephyx gathered around her. Jornis looked with aggression at Arya. You are speaking to the liaison, Arya said with a threatening tone. You will keep yourself under control. Am I understood? Jornis looked with absolute rage at Arya. Some 10 seconds passed. Jornis gritted his teeth, looked away, and sat down again. He didn't want to admit it, but Arya intimidated him. She had been his superior for decades, and Jornis knew that Arya was still much stronger than him. This is reducing our profits by over 20%, Vanessa said in an angry voice to Nick. However, her voice was not as loud or disrespectful as Jornis' voice. The tax change has increased your profits by over 10%, Nick answered. This just puts it a bit below the time before I took over as liaison. That doesn't change the matter, Vanessa said. We can't accept this. Then change the way you operate, Nick said. You relied on the blood tax and the blood of your own extractors for the Crimson Fungus. The 90% for the city only counts for the new blood donation system. You are still free to gather your own blood via transactions. That's not the same, Vanessa protested. We never needed to pay them before this. This will change everything. Nick looked at her with narrowed eyes. Every liter of blood equals almost an entire kilogram of Zephyx for you. That amounts to almost 1,000,000 credits. Paying someone from the outer city 10,000 credits for a liter of blood is barely 1% of what you produce with this blood. The safe limit for blood donations is 1 liter every 2 months. If we search for a common denominator, that's 3 liters every 6 months, while the new blood donation system only takes 1 liter every 6 months. You can still get 2 liters out of everyone. Of course, only if they are willing to donate voluntarily, Nick explained. This did not help Vanessa and Jornis at all. In a way, this wasn't about profit. This was about them needing to pay for something that they didn't need to pay for before. It was very similar to when the upper layer needed to pay for their own nature preservation program. Essentially, the city was taking something from Kugelblitz. It felt like the city was stealing from them. Even more, the dynamic between the city and Kugelblitz was different now. With the old blood tax, the city was working together with Kugelblitz. But now, it was the city forcing Kugelblitz to comply. Kugelblitz had seen itself as a partner or ally with the city due to the blood tax. Yet, with this new change, it was like the city was pushing itself upward while pulling Kugelblitz down. The city was clearly stating that it was superior to Kugelblitz, and that Kugelblitz had to bend to its authority. The loss of profits was not as important as this. If Kugelblitz let the city get away with this change, more changes would follow, and before they knew it, Kugelblitz would be helpless in front of the city. They couldn't allow that to happen. We're not accepting these terms, Vanessa said. Nick looked evenly at Vanessa. Your acceptance is not relevant in this matter, Nick said. Vanessa's rage exploded, and she glared at Nick as Zephyx gathered around her. At that moment, Arya stood up and pushed Nick behind her. Nick was a bit surprised by Arya's action, but he didn't let it show on his face. Jornis stood up and also gathered his Zephyx. The people in the room became nervous, stood up, and retreated to the door. They didn't want to be anywhere near the parties if a fight suddenly broke out. Vanessa and Jornis glared at Arya, who looked back with narrowed eyes. Do you really want to do this? Vanessa asked with a threatening tone. You don't know what has changed in the last 18 months. You think I don't know about Librin? Arya asked. I already know of her advancement. Vanessa became shocked, but she didn't let it show. Then, you know that we have 3 heroes now, Vanessa said. While you are alone, Arya didn't falter. I am not alone. I have Aegis behind me, Arya said. And while they can't save my life, they can avenge me, she said with narrowed eyes. Vanessa gritted her teeth. And even if I were alone, Arya continued, I would still be standing here. Vanessa's eyes narrowed even more as her fury reached new heights. She glanced at Jornis, who seemed about ready to attack. She looked back at Arya. They should be able to win. But it was risky. Extremely risky. The battle was risky, and the aftermath would be even riskier. She wanted to do nothing but attack, but her rationality stopped her from doing it. This is not the end, Vanessa said as she gestured for Jornis to leave. The two of them pulled their Zephyx back and walked towards the door. The meeting isn't over yet, Nick said, stepping out from behind Arya. You are not permitted to leave yet. The two from Kugelblitz looked at Nick with unending fury. Shut up, Jornis shouted. If you weren't hiding behind a woman like a child, you would be dead right now. Arya became furious. I'm not hiding behind a woman, Nick spoke calmly but with authority. I'm hiding behind a hero working for Aegis. I will happily forward your words to Simon Francium, who works under a female justiciar, who works under the left arm, Nick said. Your insult only works on insecure people. Now sit back down. The meeting isn't over, Nick commanded. Now it became clear. The city was demonstrating its authority over Kugelblitz. Nick wasn't even allowing them to leave with some dignity. This was a humiliation. Make it quick, Vanessa said with annoyance as she went back to her chair. Jornis followed unwillingly. The other people in the room also sat back down again. Now, are there any matters that need addressing from your side? Nick asked the people in the meeting. No, Vanessa answered with a dark voice. Nick's eyes went to Gemini. No, Mindy said with nervousness. Gemini wanted to address something, but they didn't dare to be the reason why Kugelblitz had to remain in here for another second. Within less than a minute, the meeting was over since nobody dared to talk about anything. Then the meeting is concluded, Nick said as he stood up and walked to the door. Arya walked after him, not looking at Jornis or Vanessa. Vanessa and Jornis looked as the two of them left. There was a dark glint in their eyes. Chapter 523, Sharing a Life. Why did you do that? Arya asked after the two of them arrived back in his office. Do what? Nick asked. Antagonize Kugelblitz, she said with annoyance. They already got the message. You didn't need to humiliate them any further by forcing them to stay there. I already told you, Nick said. I have no way back. Even if you didn't support me, I would have acted the same way. Why? Arya asked with furrowed brows. You're killing yourself. I have to, Nick answered with annoyance. Aegis is the only thing protecting me, and the only reason why I have any authority to begin with. If I take a step back, it would be equivalent to Aegis taking a step back. Kugelblitz is not the ruler of the city. Aegis is. If I step back in such a situation, I wouldn't be any different from that coward Marcus, Nick said with disgust. Arya was a bit surprised to see Nick genuinely annoyed. She rarely saw him annoyed. Then she realized why Nick was annoyed. While Nick had defended his conduct, Jornis' comments still hit Nick. It didn't matter that what Nick had said was true. Just based on instinct and evolution, almost every man had some inherent pride, and hiding behind a woman was always humiliating. This didn't have anything to do with logic. This was a purely emotional issue. Even though it made logical sense, one's emotions would still act up. I would have done the same thing without your support, Nick said. Then you would have died, Arya said. And if that had happened, they would die to Aegis. In the end, you would be the only hero left in Crimson City, and you would have full control, Nick said. Is this really so important to you? Arya asked. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the city? I have to, Nick said. I have to put my life on the line. I have done terrible things in the past, and my only goal in life is to redeem myself. I can't bring back the people I have killed. The only thing I can do is improve the lives of as many people as possible. And if I die trying, at least I can be happy with myself. Also, Nick said, his voice much more casual, it wasn't certain that they would have killed me. The fact that they released their Zephyx and threatened me is a good indication. It's possible that they would have killed me, but you never know how humans will react when a life-changing decision is actually in front of them. Was their anger so great that they would kill themselves to kill me? It's possible, but I don't think so, Nick said. Arya took a deep breath. Naturally, what Nick did was still extremely risky. Arya had worked with Nick for 18 months, and even though Nick had said something like this many times, Arya only understood what all of this meant at that moment. Many people hate Nick, but in this world, there is nobody that hates him more than himself, Arya thought. Of course, Arya still despised the things Nick had done in the past, and yet she also felt pity for him. Was there really a reason for him to hate himself that much? I will support you, Arya said. Nick looked at Arya. I'm willing to also bet my life, she said. I have seen what you have done for the city, and the meeting today was the most dangerous and important part of all of the planned policies. And you still went through with it. You said you would bet with your life, and you did just that. I can admire that. I watched from the sidelines for long enough. It's time for me to do my job and make this city a better place for everyone, Arya said with conviction. Nick didn't feel any falsehood from Arya. Yet, it was still very difficult for him to believe. While Nick had seen people in Aegis who shared part of his ideology, he didn't remember seeing anyone who was willing to risk their life for their belief. This was the first time Nick saw this in somebody else. While she has probably done many despicable things as Cubiblit's chief Zephyx Extractor, I doubt it can compare to the things I have done, Nick thought. Thank you, Nick said with a sigh, but there's no need. I appreciate your support, but you don't need to jump into the fire with me. Why not? Arya asked. I'm powerful, am I not? Is it not my duty to risk my life for the weak people? Why do you need to risk your life while I can't? Nick didn't like what he was hearing, but he didn't find a logical argument to counter her words. Why do I not want that? Nick thought. This is what I always wanted from the powerful. But as soon as she said that, I don't want her to do it. After a couple of seconds of thinking, Nick could only come up with one answer. Is it because I don't want to see her die? Nick looked at Arya, who was still waiting for an answer. Nick thought about Arya risking her life in a fight against Cubiblitz. I don't want that to happen, but that is a possible risk if I want the city to become a better place. The governor is supposed to keep the city in check, and Arya is Crimson City's governor. She accepted the job, and she has to do it. Nick gritted his teeth. Fine, he said in a tone that showed that he wasn't happy. We are in this together. If you are willing, we will share a life until death. Arya was taken aback and looked at Nick in surprise. Then Nick realized what he had just said. Oh, sorry, this came out the wrong way. You know what I mean, right? For the first time in over a decade, Arya saw Nick's flustered side again. Arya couldn't help but laugh a little. I understand, she answered. Nick sighed and moved the collar of his uniform a bit like he had been sweating. Saying that sentence had destabilized his demeanor more than enforcing his authority on two heroes. Anyway, Nick said after a couple of seconds, we should get back to work. Arya nodded. 1 month later, the new blood donation system was put into effect. When the citizens heard about the change, they became infuriated. They had to pay with their blood now. Most of the businesses of the middle layer, lower layer, and the outer city banded together to plan a protest. However, that protest never took form. The reason was that every single member of the upper layer had declined to take part in it. As soon as any of them had heard of the protest, they had metaphorically run away with their tail between their legs. Not many people from the other layers had heard of what had happened in the upper layer over the last year. When not even a single person of the upper layer dared to utter their support, the entire protest broke down. The upper layer owned over 90% of the economy, excluding manufacturers. Even if every single member of the other layers in the outer city protested, it would only have a minor effect on the economy. Additionally, some people who tried to protest on their own were very quickly arrested by the guards. Some of them returned several days later and gave up all resistance. Some of them never returned at all. While the people with disposable income complained, the people of the Dregs felt like they had entered a dream. 40 credits. Only 40 credits. That was still a big sum, but it was possible to get that amount. Especially with the falling prices of food and clean water. For some reason, there was just much more food being produced, which reduced the price a lot. With the addition of the new blood donation system, the guard presence in the outer city and the Dregs was increased several-fold. Usually, the collective Dregs saw only 1 guard per day. Now, every member of the Dregs saw at least 5 guards per day. With the increased guard presence, the gangs began to have huge issues, especially since the guards were all extractors with supernatural senses. Many people were arrested during the first couple of days. And then, nothing. People realized that committing crimes was no longer easy. Even more, the necessity of committing crimes was no longer overpowering. Sure, some people who completely relied on crimes had it worse now, but the lives of the majority of people had become better. While all of this was going on, Mr. Zero became very active in the upper layer. Mr. Zero had kept himself back since Cubiblitz didn't have an issue with the government up to this point. But now Cubiblitz was very unhappy, and it wanted to use the upper layer to put pressure on the government. Yet, Cubiblitz had a rude awakening. Everyone who had belonged to their shady groups had either been executed or didn't dare to talk to them. After an entire month of trying to gain allies, Kugelblitz had only gained a single pensive ally, who was ready to jump ship as soon as anything risky happened. There was no one who would help Mr. Zero. Kugelblitz had not stood up for the upper layer when the government was coming for them. And when the government was coming for Kugelblitz, no one was left to stand up for them. The other manufacturers were too scared by both sides to get involved. Kugelblitz was alone, completely alone, against Crimson City, against the government, against Aegis, against Arya, against Nick. Chapter 524, Taking a Bit of Blood. Another month passed, and the new blood donation system had already been in effect for an entire month. Due to the physical weakness of the people of the Dregs, they would be the last ones to donate their blood. The inner city would be the first ones to donate, and they donated their blood during this month. The next month, the extractors would donate their blood. And in the last month, the outer city, including the Dregs, would donate their blood. After that, it would cycle from the beginning again. Naturally, the people of the inner city and also the extractors were not happy about having to donate blood at all, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. The government was in full control, and the citizens could only comply. However, Kugelblitz was the angriest about all of this. Naturally, they also used the blood of their extractors to feed the Crimson Fungus. Yet, with the new system, they had to give their extractors a pause so that they could donate their blood, lowering their profits. The specialists of Kugelblitz mostly didn't care. They had to donate blood almost daily to the Crimson Fungus. This wasn't anything new to them. But the two heroes from Kugelblitz were not happy at all. They felt suppressed by the city, which was a new thing for them. As soon as the new blood donation system took effect, 4 experts from the city guards were sent to stand guard over the entrance to the Crimson Fungus containment unit. Kugelblitz hated that. Guards were stationed inside their building. This was their building. Naturally, due to the high risk of having to stand guard in front of the Crimson Fungus, the 4 experts were appropriately reimbursed, and they also received offers to guarantee their survival and that of their families if Kugelblitz ever tried anything. And 1 month later, when the blood of the extractors was collected and delivered, all of this paid off. Jornis tried to subtly intimidate the guards so that he could stand near the Crimson Fungus while the first batch of blood was being poured in. Naturally, the experts were scared, and they allowed him to go inside and do just that. However, as soon as their shifts ended, one of them filed a report with the city about what had happened. Arya immediately ordered a protective order on the 4 guards and their families. They wouldn't allow loyal guards to suffer under the hands of Kugelblitz. It was 30 liters, Arya told Nick. Apparently, there was a small mistake in the numbers for the collected blood, and these 30 liters wouldn't have been noticed without the reports from the experts. Without the guards, Jornis would have gotten away. Nick furrowed his brows. They want to test the boundaries. If they can get away with this bit of blood, they will become more and more daring. We can't allow them to do that, Nick said as he stood up from his chair. I'm going to deal with this. No, Arya said. Nick looked at Arya with furrowed brows. I'm going to deal with this, Arya added with narrowed eyes. Nick raised an eyebrow. I know that you are very powerful, Arya said. You even managed to overwhelm the Gate Guardian. However, I also know that you most likely can't directly fight someone like that. You probably have to use many things to your advantage. But as long as you are inside Kugelblitz, you don't have access to these advantages. Arya took a deep breath. I can't risk your death, and I think it's high time for me to do my job. I'm going to talk to Vanessa. I'm going to deal with this, Arya said with conviction. Nick remained silent for a couple of seconds as he weighed his options. Are you sure you can do this alone? Nick asked. Arya frowned. Nick, I'm several times your age and several times more powerful. Your worry is appreciated, but not necessary. Well, Nick answered, Marcus was also as strong as you, and he couldn't contend with Kugelblitz. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. Don't compare me to that coward. Arya spoke loudly, her annoyance very apparent. I'm not like him. Have you already forgotten? We share a life now. I'm willing to risk my life for the city. Marcus was not. Nick was reminded of his blunder in his conversation with Arya. However, he understood what Arya meant and nodded. Fine, I trust you. Then he sat back down. Arya smiled with confidence and a bit of arrogance. No weddies. I'm going to make sure this is not going to happen again. You dealt with the upper layer, the middle layer, the criminals, the taxes, the dregs, and the smaller manufacturers. All of this was your doing, and I was just along for the ride. Arya narrowed her eyes, and her tone became darker. Let Kugelblitz be my problem. I'm going to deal with them. Nick nodded. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. Arya nodded back and left the office. After Arya left, Nick sighed. I'm not used to getting this much help. I usually have to do everything myself if I want it to work out. As he thought about Arya, Nick started to feel much calmer. Nick felt like if he were to fall, there would be somebody there to catch him. He didn't have to shoulder all the responsibility by himself any longer. A very powerful person was there to support him. I should trust her and give her the same support she's been giving me. After finally realizing that he had some support, Nick's chest began to feel heavy and tense. It was like his body finally dared to relax after years of stress, and all the accumulated stress and damage came to the front. Humans, even extractors, were not built to deal with this much stress for an entire lifetime. Humans were not meant to work alone. Humans could live on their own, but they needed support during the darkest times. I don't have time for this right now, Nick thought as he suppressed all the negative feelings back into their cages. I have to be strong. If I'm not strong, the city won't improve any longer. So Nick went back to work. Meanwhile, Arya made her way to Kugelblitz. As soon as she reached the entrance, she saw a couple of normal citizens guarding the entrance. Naturally, the city would no longer guard Kugelblitz's entrance, and since Kugelblitz had gotten rid of every extractor weaker than a specialist, they were now stuck with normal people when it came to guarding their building. Technically, they didn't need to guard their building. No sane person would break into this place. The guards were more for appearance. When the guards saw the governor, they became nervous. Greetings, Governor. How can we help you? The leader of the guards asked. I need to talk to the CEO. It's urgent. Arya spoke evenly. Of course, the leader of the guards said. I'm going to contact her right away. Please wait here. Arya did just that, and the leader of the guards ran inside to contact the CEO. A couple minutes later, the leader came back out. Miss Corinth is ready to see you in her office. Please follow me. Thank you, Arya said. The two of them walked into the building, and the leader of the guards led her to the highest floor. The leader stopped beside the door and gestured for Arya to enter. I'm going to wait here, the leader said politely. Naturally, if Arya decided to cause some chaos, this man would be helpless to do anything. But that wasn't the point. The point was to demonstrate that Arya was an outsider. This was to show that she couldn't walk into Kugelblitz just like that. Arya immediately opened the door and stepped inside before closing the door behind her. Greetings, Governor, Vanessa spoke with a distant and cold tone. In the future, I would prefer if you could knock. Vanessa seemed confident and apathetic towards Arya. It was like she was talking to a stranger. Arya didn't answer and just looked at Vanessa. The next moment, rage appeared inside Arya's chest. Kugelblitz. Under Nick's rule, the lives of the people in the city were improving. He was dealing with crime. He was dealing with the poor people. He dealt with the upper layer. He dealt with the false news. The city was improving. It was growing. And most importantly, its affluence no longer relied on the misery of its weakest citizens. Now, everyone had an opportunity to grow. The Dregs were no longer preoccupied with having to get this ridiculous sum of money every month. They finally had the time to actually work through their issues and to look for better opportunities. They were no longer stuck in an endless cycle of misery. They got a chance to improve their lives. But Kugelblitz, this greedy fucking company, Kugelblitz tried to stop the city from improving just so that they could have another bar of gold on their golden mountain. Arya was done. She was fucking done. Chapter 525, Angry Arya. Vanessa, Arya said with a dark voice. I don't feel comfortable using first names any dash. I'm not up for your games, Vanessa, Arya said with a seething voice as she narrowed her eyes. Vanessa could feel the rage coming from Arya, and that was definitely not a common thing. Arya was always very approachable and had herself under control. Vanessa wasn't sure if she had ever seen Arya this angry. Vanessa also narrowed her eyes. This is not a game. Our relationship is different, Dash. Bang! Arya waved her hand, and the furniture of the entire office was thrown towards the wall. I'm done with you, Arya said in a dark and threatening voice as she approached. Naturally, Vanessa jumped to her feet and became ready to fight. However, she was still very nervous deep inside. She had always looked up to Arya as a person and as a boss. Seeing her this angry intimidated her quite a bit. We want to make this city better. Do you not understand that? Arya shouted as she stepped closer. Nick wants to improve this city. Nick wants to make this city better for Aegis. Kugelblitz is not the leader of the city. Nick is. He might not have the physical power, but he has the intelligence and dedication. As a mere initial expert, he is willing to put his life on the line against several heroes. At that moment, Vanessa summoned her sniper rifle and pointed it at Arya. Arya stopped advancing, but her rage only increased. "If you dare to take a shot, I will kill you right this instant," she spoke in the darkest and most threatening tone imaginable. Even though Vanessa was intimidated, her arms were steady as she looked at Arya through her scope. "Don't come any closer," Vanessa ordered. Arya looked at her with narrowed eyes. "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't slowly walk up to you like this," Arya said in a dark tone. "I am here to issue a warning. Jornis has taken 30 liters of blood that didn't belong to Kugelblitz and used it to work with the Crimson Fungus. This is a break in our agreement, and I have all the authority to issue a hefty fine on Kugelblitz for that. Instead, I am here to tell you about the facts." Arya took another step closer. Now Vanessa's arm started to shake. She wanted to pull the trigger. Arya wouldn't be able to evade a shot from this distance. They could get rid of Arya right now. However, Vanessa knew that this would have dire consequences. Aegis would investigate, and they wouldn't be able to keep this a secret. Aegis would most likely take them into custody and force them into servitude for decades. Killing Arya was akin to killing herself. "If you take another step, I will shoot. I am only defending myself," Vanessa shouted. Arya deeply looked into Vanessa's eyes. Then she took another step forward. Vanessa's arms shook more. "Why are you doing this?" Vanessa shouted in a mix of panic, rage, helplessness, frustration, and betrayal. "You don't have to do this." Arya was reminded of when she had said these words to Nick. "Because I have no other choice," Arya said darkly. "You left me no other choice. Nothing will stop Crimson City's rise. Not you. Not the Specters. Not Kugelblitz. I finally have a worthy goal in my life, and I will not let it slip out of my grasp because of fear." Arya took another step forward. Vanessa's arms shook more as she looked at Arya, who was only 2 meters away from her. She was already well within Arya's attack range. Vanessa's mind was going wild with images of how a battle would play out. She was under immense stress and felt like she was in a life-and-death battle. "If you pull the trigger, I will destroy Kugelblitz," Arya said with a dark tone. "I will kill you. I will kill Jornis. I will force all of your specialists to work for the city. We will take your Specters, and the city will be more powerful than ever before. Destroying Kugelblitz is the best thing that can happen to the city. Your blood taxes and your shady deals damage Crimson City more than anything else." Arya took another step forward. "Do you want this to happen?" she asked, taking another step forward. Arya stood directly in front of the barrel of the sniper rifle. Vanessa's body was covered in sweat, and her fingers were shaking. "I will repeat," Arya spoke slowly. "Kugelblitz is not the ruler of the city. Nick is. You will comply with the law. If you break it, I will come for you. I worked for Kugelblitz for over a century, and I don't want it to be destroyed. But if I have to, I will do so without hesitation. The blood donation system is the last change we need to fulfill the goal. The goal is to increase our tribute to Aegis by 20%, and with the blood donation system, we managed to do just that. We achieved our goal. The only thing that stands in our way is your unwillingness to cooperate." Arya looked deeply into Vanessa's eyes. She was unafraid. A powerful sniper rifle pointed right at her chest, but she was unafraid. Why? Because she was fighting for something that was more important than her life. This was what Nick taught her. Conviction. Dedication. Doing one's best to achieve one's dream. How could one expect to achieve one's dream if one didn't go all in? Meanwhile, Vanessa was a nervous and panicked wreck. Her mind was going wild. As she stood in front of Arya, she felt like a normal citizen standing in front of a specter. She felt helpless. She felt like even if she pulled the trigger, she would die. Her instincts were telling her that she couldn't possibly win against Arya. The sheer confidence that Arya exuded intimidated her more than anything. It sounded cheesy, but the following statement was still true. People and animals only showed their true power when they were protecting something that was more important than their lives. While defending its cubs, a bear would become much more threatening than if it were fighting just for itself. The reason for that was conviction. Confidence. And right now, Arya was putting her life on the line for Crimson City and Nick. At this moment, protecting these things was more important to her than surviving. "Stop with your stupid games," Arya said after several seconds of silence. "This is no longer the old Crimson City. With the new blood donation system, we do not need to go after Kugelblitz any longer. The next moment, Arya's body relaxed, and her expression was more cold and distant than threatening. Your profits will no longer be negatively affected, Arya said evenly. The way things are now is how they will stay. Accept your new reality. Arya slowly turned around and walked towards the door. Vanessa still aimed at Arya with her sniper rifle. Arya turned around one last time and looked at Vanessa with a deep gaze. I don't want any more incidents where blood mysteriously goes missing. And if anything happens to Nick, I swear upon my life and everything important to me, I will kill you. Don't test me. Then Arya calmly opened the door and walked out. The door closed, but Vanessa still aimed at it with her rifle. The next moment, her arms started to shake even more. Finally, she took a deep breath, let go of her gun, and weakly fell to her knees. Her entire body was shivering in stress and anxiety. She felt like she had just battled for her life. Vanessa didn't recover for several minutes, and the scene from just now replayed in her mind over and over again. Meanwhile, Arya told a guard to lead her away. The sound in the office was isolated, and the guard didn't hear any of the clamor. Arya was led out of the building, and she quickly returned to the city's headquarters. As she walked back, she had a spring in her step. She felt great. She finally did something. She stood up for what she truly believed in. This was a great feeling. Nick was bound to be proud of her, right? At that moment, she stopped walking. Why did I think that, she thought. Is it important to me that Nick's proud of me? She imagined talking to Nick and telling him what happened. She didn't want to admit it, but she realized that it would feel nice if Nick approved of her actions. Arya scratched the side of her head. Are we friends? Pretty sure. She remained silent for a while as she looked at the ground. Is that all that I want to be? In the end, she walked into the headquarters and went into Nick's office. As she walked into Nick's office, she felt more nervous than when she approached Vanessa's sniper rifle. Nick casually looked at her. How did it go? He asked. Arya broke out in a wide smile. I dealt with it. Kugelblitz will no longer be an issue, she said with pride. When Nick heard that, he released a sigh of relief. Good job. I'm glad that I trusted you, Nick said with a slight smile. Arya's smile brightened. No problem, she shouted. Chapter 526 of Success. Weeks passed, and Kugelblitz didn't try anything shady. In fact, it seemed like they had given up. Arya said that she dealt with it, but I'm still not certain, Nick thought. Would Kugelblitz give up this easily? Kugelblitz was a bit too quiet for Nick's liking. He had expected that there would be some kind of conflict, but there was just nothing. A couple more months passed, and the blood donation system worked without any major problems. Sure, there was the occasional guy who tried to sneak out of paying, but those were quickly dealt with. The city was producing a lot of Zephyx. Even though the city was earning much less in taxes, the Specters the city owned and Ghosty's research easily made up for that. And then came all the shares the city now owned by advancing middle-layer businessmen. Lastly, thanks to the blood donation system, the city now earned more than enough to increase the tribute paid to Aegis. In total, the city earned about 35% more than before Nick took over. The goal had been to pay 20% more after 5 years. Instead, Nick managed to increase it by 35% within 2 years. Naturally, Nick wasn't willing to increase the tribute by that much. He would be fine with a 20% increase for now. The remaining extra money would be invested back into the city. Nick wanted to make Crimson City bigger. All the changes Nick had implemented had the side effect of improving birth rates. Children no longer needed to pay the blood tax. There were more orphanages, and more children survived to adulthood. More people in the Dregs managed to advance in their careers, giving them enough money to consider starting a family. However, as fewer people died and more were born, the prices of houses increased. In the past, everyone could basically just grab any random house. There had been far more houses than people. But now it was a bit more difficult. It was not a problem yet, but it could turn into a problem in the future. Nick decided to spend the extra money on expanding the city towards the west. To the west of the city were the carbon fields that created carbon for the steel the city made, and Nick wanted to include the carbon fields in the city. However, this also meant that the city would directly border the Land of Desires, the home of an elder that no one had suppressed yet. Yet, the reason why no one had suppressed it yet wasn't because it was difficult to suppress. The main reason was that the city had strictly prohibited experimentation on the Spectre. The Land of Desires was used as a defensive measure for the carbon fields. With the Land of Desires covering one side of them, all the black slimes would run into the Land of Desires instead of the carbon fields. We can capture or kill the Land of Desires when we got a new wall, Nick thought. Nick and Arya ordered the expansion, and within a couple of months, the carbon fields had been fully engulfed by the city. The city walls had expanded to include a 2 by 3 kilometer area to the west of the old city. This gave 2 square kilometers of additional building space and 4 square kilometers of fields, which can now be tended to by normal people. This opened up quite a few new jobs since the plants grew very quickly and had to be harvested almost weekly. As soon as the new wall was secure, Arya rescinded the protective order on the Land of Desires. Immediately, all the manufacturers started to race to suppress the Land of Desires. Except for Kugelblitz. The Land of Desires was an elder, and Kugelblitz was only interested in fanatics and stronger. Within a single day, one of the manufacturers managed to suppress and capture the Land of Desires. It was one of the new manufacturers, the one that had 15 experts. By the next day, everyone knew how powerful the Land of Desires was. Late Elder. A late Elder for Specter. That Specter was almost as valuable as Gemini's main Specter, the Distortion. This was also the most valuable Specter of the new manufacturer, and they decided to rebrand. Desire. That was their new name. With 15 experts and 6 elders, Desire now produced a bit more Zephyx than Gemini and Skydream. Gemini and Skydream had 6 experts each, but they also had over 30 veterans. They also had 6 elders, but with only 6 experts, they couldn't work with all of the elders. Because of that, Desire managed to earn more money with the same number of elders. If judged by income, Desire was now the second biggest manufacturer, the city itself excluded. The Land of Desires vanished from the west of the city, and the city guards guarding the wall no longer needed to constantly fight the desire to consume all the tantalizing things in the Land of Desires. And like that, the third yearly meeting arrived since Nick had become Crimson City's liaison. The manufacturers were prepared for another heavy hit. Yet nothing really happened. Sure, there were a couple of changes, but they were all rather small. In fact, there was something that the manufacturers liked pretty much. The city now offered help in searching for Specters. Any manufacturer could pay the city a certain amount of money to rent volunteers from the guards, who were willing to assist in searching for Specters. And the most important part was that this service could partially be deducted from their taxes. The reason for this change was that the city had way too many guards. They had over 100 newbies, 200 Johns, and 60 veterans. Around 3% of the entire population was working as guards. That was a crazy high amount. So Nick decided to give the guards something to do. The city would be earning even more money, and the volunteering guards would get to earn a bonus while gaining experience. Most importantly, the number of captured Specters would increase, which was a good thing for everyone. More Specters meant more extractors, meant more money, meant more space, meant more people, meant more money, and so on. During the meeting, Kugelblitz was surprisingly silent. They didn't even say anything that could be viewed as uncooperative. Did they really stop resisting? Nick thought. An entire year had passed since Nick had announced the blood donation system. Except for that one incident near the beginning, nothing had happened since then. If Kugelblitz wanted to kill Nick, they could have tried so any time within the past year. Nick wasn't really keeping himself hidden away. He regularly left the city's headquarters on his own. He had been prepared for a potential assassination attempt for a year now, but it never happened. What did Arya do to them? Nick thought. The meeting passed without any incident, and Nick went back to his office. One additional month passed, and it was finally time to pay the yearly tribute. Huge crates were transported from the inner city to the outer city. The people watched with interest as the crates were transported by powerful guards. By the end, there were 24 crates stacked on top of each other. Arya and Nick also arrived and stood in front of the crates. Then they waited. About half an hour later, 3 people flew in from the outside and landed in front of Arya and Nick. Governor, the man leading them said with a nod before turning to Nick. Liaison, agent. Nick and Arya greeted back. The leading agent looked at the crates behind them. Why are there 24? He asked. Because I have done my job as liaison, Nick said. My job as liaison is to increase the productivity of the city without increasing the misery. I had 5 years as a deadline, but I managed to finish it in a bit more than 2. From now on, Crimson City's tribute will be 20% higher. Instead of 20 tons of Zephyx, we deliver 24 tons now. The agent furrowed his brows and looked at the crates. The next moment, he gestured for one of his people to go to the crates. Someone stepped forward, retrieved a device, and inserted it into a hole in one of the crates. She repeated the same thing for all 24 crates. Finally, she nodded in confirmation to her leader. The leader nodded with an impressed expression. Seems like the project was a success, the leader said to Nick. Good job, liaison. Thank you, agent, Nick said politely. We are going to report back to our judge, who will send a report to the headquarters. As far as I am aware, even though you managed to achieve your goal early, the deadline of 5 years still exists. Use the remaining 3 years to improve the city even more. The better the city is, the better your impression will be. Thank you, Nick said politely. The agents put the crates away and left the city after saying a couple more things. Nick and Arya watched as the agents left. They had done it. They had fulfilled their mission. The dregs were becoming cleaner and richer as more days passed. The number of deaths was reduced drastically. The birth rates were up. Corruption was at an all-time low. The city was growing. The upper layer didn't dare to try anything shady. Kugelblitz was surprisingly cooperative. They had done it. They had succeeded. They had transformed Crimson City. Chapter 527, Friends, huh? So, what will you do now? Arya asked after the two of them returned to his office. I'm not entirely sure, he answered absent-mindedly. Nick had barely even registered Arya's question since his mind was drifting at this moment. He still remembered the time Horwa had died and how he had nearly killed himself. Back then, the parasite had talked to him and told him that he should just help 1,000 people to make up for causing Horwa's death. That was when Nick's goal was formed. Before then, he had had some vague goals about helping the poor people, but he hadn't truly gone all in until that moment. Help 1,000 people, Nick thought. A moment later, he thought about the dregs. The dregs were shrinking day by day. It wasn't that people were moving out of that place, but that more and more people got enough money to live a normal life. The shops and stalls became more luxurious, and the food they sold increased in quality. More people were buying that food, which made the shops improve their image even more. The people also finally had access to buying real clothing and didn't need to walk around in iron wool anymore. There were still criminals, but the number was far lower than before. Of course, some people would never get out of the dregs, but that was more of a personal issue for them. The opportunities were now there. As the city kept expanding, more and more jobs popped up. At this moment, there were more jobs available than there were unemployed people. It went so far that many of the companies even offered to help new hires to get a real education just so that they could get new employees. Even more, the pay for these jobs was surprisingly high. The reason for that was Kugelblitz. Kugelblitz needed to offer a lot more money for someone's blood now, and the offer was so high that many people could easily survive by just donating their blood every month. Of course, with much more money now circulating in the outer city, the prices of everything increased, which meant people had a higher pressure to donate their blood. Donating blood was the only relevant factor about being able to survive or not, which was why no one was interested in a job. Well, that was until the companies got much more access to funds due to the higher prices and desperately needed more employees. Eventually, it became necessary for a salary to outclass the money received from a blood donation to get an employee. The jobs became more and more lucrative, and the lives of more and more people improved drastically as a result of that. Right now, having a job was necessary to live a comfortable life, but with just the blood donation, it was possible to survive. Nobody needed to fight for their life anymore in the dregs. Additionally, as long as the city kept expanding, even more people would be needed to fill out the space. Ironically, even though the minimum taxes the dregs paid had been lowered, the city now got several times more taxes from the dregs since most people were now far above the minimum amount of income for the tax. Nick had done it. Essentially, the dregs were no more. Everyone living in the dregs had their life improved drastically. The dream he had aimed for almost 2 decades ago was fulfilled. And yet, Nick just absent-mindedly looked at the wall. This guilt is still there, Nick thought. I know that I am only partially responsible for Horwa's death. Winter told me as much. Additionally, I drastically improved the lives of over 2,000 people. Nick sighed. So, why do I still feel like shit? Why is this guilt still eating me up? Nick's mind wandered to the Crimson Sea incident. I guess that's the reason. Improving the lives of 2,000 people is not enough to rectify the deaths of 1,000 innocent people. I just need to do the same thing for several cities, and things will improve. As long as I keep improving the lives of the normal people, things will become better. At that moment, Nick's heart rate sped up, and he became nervous. For some reason, he had difficulty believing his own thoughts. But that had to be it, right? What other way would there be to deal with all of this guilt? This had to work, right? Nick convinced himself that it had to work. Otherwise, what would the alternative be? Living forever with this guilt? I might as well end my life right now if that's my fate, Nick thought. Are you all right? Nick's eyes snapped to Arya. He had completely forgotten that Arya was in his office. Yeah, everything's all right. What was your question? He asked. Arya raised an eyebrow. What's bothering you? Arya asked with empathy. Nick furrowed his brows. I told you. Everything's all right. Nick, I can see that you're worried, Arya said. Is it that difficult for you to tell me? Aren't we friends? Nick's mind was catapulted back to his last real conversation with Winter. Friends. Winter had been the only person Nick had considered a friend, but even that had proven to be false. Winter had just invested money into his employee, and he even killed Hurwa while letting Nick wallow in misery. That was not a friend. A friend was someone that Nick could trust. Someone without an ulterior motive. Nick looked with annoyance at Arya. Yet he didn't say anything. Friends. Arya had helped Nick many times, and she hadn't asked for anything in return. Arya had been willing to risk her life for Nick's dream. While she had done many things to help Nick, he didn't feel like she had done so in an attempt to influence him. Arya felt completely genuine to Nick. Additionally, Arya hadn't done anything unforgivable to Nick. She was just nice. Nick's gaze relaxed. A friend, huh? Nick repeated. Are we not friends? Arya asked with a raised brow. Nick remained silent for a while as he looked at the wall. It's difficult to come to terms with it. I'm not sure if I ever had a true friend in my life. I'm not sure what a friend really is, Nick said. When Arya heard that, she felt bad for Nick. Not having a friend sounded horrible. We achieved our goal today, Arya said. Why don't we take off for today as a celebration and talk a little? As soon as Nick thought about not working, he started to become nervous. Whenever he stopped working, dark thoughts appeared in his mind. However, he also felt tired, which was ironic since experts didn't need to sleep. Sure, Nick said. Arya smiled and led Nick to a break room inside the headquarters. A couple of people were already there, but when they saw Nick and Arya, they quickly excused themselves and left. Nick was still stuck in his thoughts. Then, a cup of coffee was put on the table in front of him. No thanks, Nick said. I remember you and Vernon talking about coffee all the time, Arya said. I thought you liked coffee. Nick sighed. That's not it. Then, what's the issue? Arya asked, sitting down beside Nick. Nick sighed again. I hate the upper layer for all their luxuries while the people in the Dregs suffer. Every cup of coffee costs 1,000 credits, which is such a high amount of money that it could pay the blood tax of several people. Nick looked at the coffee. I can't hate the upper layer and indulge in the same things as them at the same time. Arya just looked at Nick with skepticism. I can see where you are coming from, but you're stuck in a past, she said. The price of coffee fell down to 500 credits per cup, and the money available to the people of the former Dregs is so high now that they could afford a cup per month without having to starve. Sure, everyone would view this as a waste of money, but if they truly wanted one, they could get it. Arya pushed the cup closer to Nick. And you made all of that possible, she said with a smile. You were the one that tamed the upper layer and implemented all of these reforms. The people of the outer city love you. I don't think anyone living in the outer city would be angry that you're drinking a bit of coffee. Nick listened to Arya and looked at the mug. Her words made logical sense, but his emotions didn't agree. He felt like he didn't deserve the coffee. He didn't deserve to have any pleasure in life. However, when it came down to it, Nick believed his head more than his heart. Do we have milk and sugar? Nick asked. Arya's brows rose in surprise. Yeah, sure, she said before opening a fancy fridge to retrieve some milk. Nick put a ton of milk and sugar into his coffee before he drank it. Arya could have sworn that Nick was a person who drank his coffee black. Seeing Nick essentially make a sweet milkshake with some coffee taste took her back. It was so weird to see the serious and stoic liaison drink a milkshake. Chapter 528, Sharing His Story. Nick slowly drank his coffee. It was so strange. It tasted good, but Nick didn't want to drink it. It felt bad to drink it. After a couple of slow gulps, Nick decided to get this over with and swallow the remainder in a single go. That made him feel much better. Mind if I ask you a question? Arya asked. Nick raised an eyebrow. Usually, Arya just asked questions without asking for permission. The fact that she was asking for permission right now meant that Nick most likely wouldn't like the question. Sure, he answered evenly. How was life in the Dregs? Arya asked. Nick calmed down again. Pretty bad, Nick answered. Could you give me an example? Arya asked. Nick gave several more curt answers, but Arya kept asking more questions about the Dregs and Nick's life. It took a while to coax Nick out of his shell, but eventually he just started narrating his life story from when he lived in the Dregs. Arya listened, and the more she heard about Nick's life, the worse she felt for him. He had been just a child. Of course, Nick also told Arya about the less savory things he had to do. The time Nick had killed a woman on accident after she stole his money. The time Nick accepted money from one of the gangs to assassinate someone from another gang. The time Nick robbed one of the bigger stores in the Dregs. The time Nick brought back a child that had run away from home. That last one had probably been the worst one, since the child seemed to become petrified in fear as soon as she saw Nick delivering her to her father. Everyone had avoided that father since he seemed very unstable. The gangs had also not been interested in working with him. That was how the job came to Nick. Nick had killed 4 people in total while living in the Dregs, but giving that child back to her father had been the one weighing the most on his conscience from his time back in the Dregs. Eventually, Nick talked about the time he met Albert for the first time. Naturally, Nick didn't tell Arya about his ability. Whenever he talked about something related to it, he said that he couldn't go into detail. Arya only knew 2 things about Nick's ability. First, it gave him tremendous power under very specific circumstances. Second, it was unusual enough for an expert to become interested in it. Eventually, Nick started talking about Winter. Arya had only asked about the Dregs, but she also showed interest in the other parts of Nick's life. When she heard about how they had caught the Dreamer, she was impressed. Nick had shown a tremendous amount of willpower and resilience. Nick's mood had been somewhat good up to this point. Then, his narration slowed down, and he became somber. Hurrah. In the end, Nick decided to tell Arya about Hurrah. From the get-go, Arya could see where this was going. There was a good reason why no manufacturer considered people below the age of 14 when they hired new extractors. Even more, 14-year-olds almost never made it through the selection process. Meanwhile, Nick was throwing an 11-year-old in front of a Specter. The only reason why Nick managed to work with Specters at his young age back then was because he went through so much shit, both literally and figuratively. An 11-year-old couldn't possibly work with a Specter. However, in Arya's mind, Winter actually held a greater amount of responsibility than Nick. Nick had been uneducated. Meanwhile, Winter had received the best education available in the city, and he had studied how to run a manufacturer specifically. There was no way that Winter didn't foresee what was about to happen. And instead of telling Nick, he allowed Nick to go through with it. Eventually, Arya didn't even need to ask any questions anymore since Nick was just narrating his life to her. Naturally, there was no reason to keep the illegal things secret. This stuff happened so many years ago, and Arya probably did worse things. Artem Melfian, Arya repeated as Nick talked about Dark Dream's conflict with Cycle. I think he works for us now. He does. Nick asked. Arya nodded. I saw his file a couple of weeks ago. He's still a John. I think he doesn't have the willpower to go through with Zephyx. Nick thought back to Artem. He had always wished to take his revenge on Artem for his horrible behavior. However, these things had happened so long ago. In the end, Nick just didn't care enough to do anything. At most, he would ask for a corruption check on him. Artem had also been quite young back then. Maybe he had changed for the better. Eventually, Nick talked about Vernon. Were you the one that killed him? Arya asked. Nick didn't see any point in hiding it and nodded. Arya wasn't surprised. Why? She asked. Nick wanted to say that he only did so to protect himself since Vernon knew about his ability. However, Nick realized that he was just lying to himself. That wasn't truly the reason. I hated him, Nick said. He constantly asked Marcus to increase the blood tax. When Winter died, he had been much more interested in Dark Dream's shares than in finding Winter's killer. He raised a monster like Artem. He constantly acted like a nice guy, and then just stabs you in the back with a smile. I hate him. Surprisingly, Arya laughed a little. I can see where you are coming from. The only one of his kids that got anywhere was Samar, and she always acted rather curtly and coldly to her father. They worked together on the surface, but it wasn't difficult to see the animosity she felt towards her father. It was nice to work with Vernon since he was very reliable, but I always knew that I never wanted to advance our relationship past the stage of colleagues. The two continued talking, and eventually Nick reached the point where he got ambushed in his home. Nick hesitated for a while and looked at Arya. As Nick looked at her, he somehow felt at ease. He felt like he could tell her. But at the same time, he also became a bit nervous. He was afraid of losing his only friend. In the end, Nick sighed and told Arya about the Spartans and about the Crimson Sea. Arya had to take a couple of deep breaths. That sure was something. She could also see how terrible Nick felt while talking about the Crimson Sea. "And you're blaming yourself for that?" she asked. "I was the one who freed it," Nick said. "You freed an adolescent, Nick," Arya said. As soon as it broke out, several experts, specialists, and even Marcus gathered in front of the building. No one could have possibly predicted how things would turn out. Nobody knew that it could absorb Specters. Nobody knew there was a hole in the ground. Nobody knew that it would develop a terrifying fog ability that could kill thousands of people. Sure, all of this wouldn't have come to pass without your actions, but you were not the only one that failed. So many people failed on that day, and they all share part of the blame. Imagine an angry child that throws her father's bottle of alcohol against the wall. The bottle hits the wall in just such a manner that the entire house collapses, killing her entire family in the process. Would you say the child should be executed for murdering several people? Arya asked. Nick could see where Arya was coming from. However, that didn't change his feelings. Without his actions, all these people would still be alive. Why would they care whether Nick wanted to kill them or not? In the end, he was the reason for their deaths. Yet, Nick still felt glad that Arya didn't hate him. Eventually, Nick talked about Julian and everything beyond that. The two of them had been talking for several hours by this point, and Arya had genuinely been interested in Nick's life. After hearing so much about him, she also understood Nick much better. His actions made much more sense now. However, she could also see how Nick's actions were wrong. Nick was essentially killing himself with his fanaticism to reach his goal. Arya had lived for a long time, and she was very experienced. She knew that even if Nick managed to save millions of people, his guilt wouldn't reduce one bit. In fact, it might even increase. Nick was on a path to self-destruction. However, Arya also knew that she couldn't just start talking about these things. Nick's mindset had been formed over decades, and changing it would take a long time and many small conversations. Arya wanted to help Nick. Nick had done so much good for Crimson City. Although that's not the real reason, huh? Arya thought with a self-deprecating laugh. Arya looked at Nick, who looked back at her. Might as well jump into the cold water, Arya thought. Nick, Arya said. Yes. Nick asked, what do you think about romance? Chapter 529 ends. Nick was confused. That question had come out of nowhere. Why do you ask? Nick asked, genuinely confused. Well, Arya said, twiddling with her fingers. I was interested. Nick watched her, and he could tell that she was a bit nervous. No way, right? Nick asked himself in his mind. She knows of all the horrible things I've done. She knows about all the people I have killed. It can't be that she's actually interested in someone like me, right? Nick took a deep breath. Don't take this the wrong way, he said. I might be mistaken, but is there a possibility that you are interested in me? Sorry if that is completely wrong, Nick spoke carefully. Arya looked with a bit of surprise and amusement at Nick. Not sure if I can make it any more obvious, Arya thought with a laugh. Yes, Nick, Arya said. I'm interested in pursuing a relationship with you. Nick blinked a couple of times in complete shock and confusion. But you're so amazing, he couldn't help saying. You're so powerful, experienced, beautiful, strong, and many more things. You're probably the most radiant woman in the entire city. Why would you choose someone like me? Nick asked in confusion. Arya sighed. You really can't see yourself for who you truly are, can you? She asked. Nick just looked with confusion at Arya. You are the most powerful extractor for his level in probably the entire world. You are willing to risk your life for people with no relation to you. You have the courage to stand up to people who could kill you with a flick of their finger. You can outmaneuver the shrewdest business people of the upper layer. In just 2 years, you tamed all of Crimson City and made it into an amazing place to live in. Then, Arya playfully smirked. Also, you're quite tall and muscular. Naturally, that last sentence was meant more of a joke since outer appearances barely counted for anything when compared to Nick's actual qualities. Arya, you know why I do these things, Nick said carefully. I'm just trying to redeem myself for what I have done in the past. In a way, I'm following a selfish goal. Does that matter? Arya asked. Someone that donates 10,000 credits to the homeless every year for a tax return has done more good than someone that volunteers for a couple of hours every month to feed the homeless. One does it for a selfish reason, while the other does it for a selfless reason. In the end, if you were homeless, would you rather get one meal from one man or 100 credits? Nick could see where Arya was coming from. Actions and intentions. This was a highly debated topic in human society. Actions and intentions. This was a highly debated topic in human society. When there was a conflict between the two, opinions very quickly split. Someone who did a lot of good for selfish reasons versus someone who did a little bit of good for selfless reasons. Who was a better human? Opinions varied. I know what you mean, but it doesn't change my personality, Nick said. I am selfishly going after the goal to redeem myself. If I were not plagued by this guilt, I might not even help the people of the Dregs. Nick, you are searching for purity in actions without considering the feelings. That is impossible. Feelings are the very things that make us do things. Let me give you some examples. If I didn't selfishly want to have my daughter in my life, I wouldn't have saved her life. If I didn't feel good while helping others, I wouldn't help them. If I didn't love someone, I wouldn't do anything for them. Nick, feelings are the very things that make us do things. The fact that you feel guilty shows that you're not a bad person. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't feel guilty, right? Arya asked. Nick furrowed his brows. Arya's logic was sound, but it was difficult to accept. In the end, Nick shook his head. I still don't get it. Why are you interested in me? Are you fishing for compliments? Arya asked with a raised brow. What? No. I'm just genuinely confused, Nick quickly answered. I gave you several reasons, Arya said. Do you want me to repeat them? No, that's not necessary, Nick said as he thought back to the reasons Arya had named. The way Arya had portrayed Nick made him feel like she wasn't talking about him. That wasn't him. Yet Arya didn't lie. Everything she said was technically true. I don't know, Nick said with a sigh. In 3 years, I'm most likely going to leave the city again, and I don't know when I can return. So, Arya asked, it's not like you will be gone forever. I'm sure that you can travel to Crimson City a couple of times per year. Additionally, I might get an opportunity to become an agent in a couple of years, which gives me much more leeway to travel around. If you can't leave your new city, I can just visit you. Nick seemingly became more nervous as he looked at Arya. Nick, Arya said with a frown, this also isn't easy for me. You're keeping me in limbo. It would be nice to get a definite answer. Oh, sorry, Nick said, looking away. Arya just kept looking at Nick. Nick had always seemed filled with conviction and power. But right now, he seemed so insecure and uncertain. After a while, Nick sighed again. I'm not experienced with these kinds of feelings, Nick said. I'm not sure how to process them. I feel like I don't deserve to be with someone as wonderful as you. I have done so many horrible things, and there shouldn't be anyone in this world who would want to be my friend. Yet, you know all about the horrible things I've done, and you still say that you want to be with me. It's difficult for me to wrap my mind around this. Nick sighed again as he looked at Arya. I feel like you're a strong fire. I want to feel your warmth, but I'm afraid that I will burn into nothingness if I come too close. Nick felt like the insides of his chest were shaking under stress. Guilt, self-loathing, hatred, anger. All these feelings bubbled to the surface, and Nick was doing his best to keep them in check. Feeling these things was bad. Whenever he felt these things, his motivation would vanish, and he couldn't work on achieving his goal. He would just sit in a room all day and stare against the wall. He didn't want to go back to doing that. Suddenly, something touched Nick's hand, and he pulled it back. Arya looked at Nick and slowly moved her hand closer again. As Arya's hand touched Nick's shoulder, Nick felt his body shivering. It felt bad. It felt dangerous. Arya noticed Nick's emotions and pulled her hand back. So, I guess that's a no then, she said. When Nick heard that, he became even more afraid. No, 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 Nick quickly said. It's not a no. The thought of hurting Arya's feelings hurt Nick. Nick said before trailing off. I don't know. Sorry. I just don't know what's going on anymore. I'm not even sure if this is real, Nick said with a defeated voice. Let me ask you again, Arya said slowly. And this time, I want a concrete answer. Yes or no? Do you want to be with me? Nick looked at Arya. It was so difficult to answer. He felt like he shouldn't. But he really wanted to. He wanted to feel something other than all this crushing guilt and self-loathing. He wanted some color in his life. But he didn't deserve any color. But he wanted color. But he didn't deserve it. But he wanted it. Nick gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Nick said. Arya's face slightly fell. But I really, really want to be with you, he said. Arya looked with surprise at Nick. That was a yes, right? Meanwhile, Nick felt like he had lost all of his conviction. He felt like he had failed in achieving his goal by giving in to pleasure. I'm such a selfish person, Nick thought. Nick felt something touching his hand again, but this time Arya's hand clamped down and kept Nick's hand in her own. You gave consent, Arya said with a careful voice. Nick became nervous. He was not familiar with any of this. Yes, Nick said. Arya smiled, and the next moment she sat down beside Nick and just held his hand. Then, how about we just sit like this for a while, she asked. Nick's nervousness lessened but didn't fully vanish. Sure, he answered. Nick tried to avoid looking at Arya, who just kept staring at him with a smile. Is this so bad? Arya asked after a minute of silence. Nick looked back at her. No. The two of them continued sitting together. Chapter 530, Not as Envisioned. The next couple of days were like a dream for Nick. The two of them still had to rule the city, but since the biggest changes had already been put into effect, their workload was several times lighter than usual. Because of that, the two of them had time to spend with each other. While all this was happening, Nick felt like nothing was real anymore. He had believed his life to be filled with nothing but self-loathing and monotonous dedication to his goal. Instead, he was spending a good time of his day just talking to Arya. A lot of times, the conversation moved to Nick's dedication to making a better world. Arya still agreed with that philosophy. While she hadn't been a fan of that philosophy in the beginning, the years of working with Nick had changed her. She felt like she could finally make a significant change in the world. Nevertheless, Arya believed that Nick was trying to achieve his goal in a very unhealthy way. It was almost like he wouldn't be happy until he died for his cause. Sure, it was admirable to risk one's life for one's dreams, but actively pursuing death and martyrdom was not a good thing. A living person could live on to do more good, while a dead person couldn't. Nick could see where Arya was coming from, but something like this couldn't easily be solved. When it came to problems like this, logic and emotions were very often in opposition. Logic said one thing, but emotions said the opposite. Most of the time, logic ruled Nick's mind. But in the few times in which he felt really weak, his emotions could take over. At that point, one's logic could become warped. Illogical things could appear logical to one. As a metaphor, one only needed to imagine a small group of friends living in the outer city. One of the friends constantly told everyone to be careful about where they were going, even though the others were already very careful. If this incident repeated at the worst moment, some of the friends might grow annoyed and frustrated for a couple of minutes. Now, if that reprimanding friend walked towards a hole in the street leading to the Crimson Sea without noticing, things might become troublesome. Under any other circumstance, the group of friends would tell him to look out and stop them. But during this short moment of frustration, they might believe that this was what the friend deserved. The friend was constantly telling them to watch where they were going. Why should they warn their friend now? During these moments, some people would think that this was justified and correct. Yet after the friend actually fell into the Crimson Sea, all their rage would vanish, and they would realize that they had done something horrible. One of their friends had died, and it was their fault. They could have stopped this. Why didn't they stop this? Was it worth it to let their friend die, just so that they felt right? Now, was the decision logical to let their friend die? In a vacuum, yes. They didn't follow their own advice and acted like a hypocrite. However, real life was not a vacuum. These are not isolated cases. There was a before and after. There were times in which the friend had helped them in the past. There was a time after the death. Was this validation of being right worth the loss of a lifelong friend and a lifetime of guilt and regret? Many humans could fall into this mindset, and the most susceptible ones were the ones that believed they had perfect control over their emotions. Nick was one of these people. When only emotions dictated somebody's actions, they could become a danger to others. When only logic dictated somebody's actions, they could become a danger to themselves. Not to their physical health, but to their mental health. The angrier Nick felt, the colder and more calculating he acted. After talking with Nick for a long time, Arya had learned all of these things, and she wanted to make sure that Nick understood them. It was important that he understood what leading a healthy life meant. Yet, Nick didn't fully agree. His cold and calculating nature was what allowed Crimson City to become that much better. If he had let empathy reign, he wouldn't have killed so many people from the upper layer, and the upper layer would still cause trouble for Crimson City. If he hadn't bet with his life, Kugelblitz would still try to control the city. It wasn't easy for Arya to find an answer to that. She believed that there had to be a different way, but she couldn't think of one. If Nick hadn't done these things, Crimson City wouldn't be where it was today. But is that truly worth killing yourself over? She asked. I already told you. I'm not going to repeat myself, Nick answered with annoyance. Arya sighed. It wasn't easy. Being in a relationship with Nick wasn't easy. Naturally, the two of them had gotten closer, but that was exactly the reason why it wasn't easy. As a stranger, seeing a powerful leader risking their life to improve the world was an admirable thing. But if that leader was someone's partner, they would only fear for their partner's safety. The attractive aspect from the past was now a hurdle in the relationship. Yet, what was Arya supposed to do? Nick had been very clear from the very beginning that his goal wouldn't change. Arya had known fully well that he wouldn't stop. He would continue risking his life for his dream. With or without her. Arya could feel it. Even though they had been talking this entire time, she still felt a certain distance between them. It was like she couldn't feel Nick's emotions. It was like he was not allowing anyone to come close to him. It wasn't easy. Should I even try to get closer? Arya thought. If I do, he might start to regret things and stop pursuing his dream. I'm not sure if he would ever recover from that. Arya could see that Nick's mental state was extremely unhealthy and dangerous. Yet she could also see that it was specifically this unhealthy and dangerous mental state that allowed him to make these crazy decisions that benefited Crimson City this much. The mad conviction to bet with one's life was a substantial tool for intimidation. If Nick hadn't seemed so insanely convinced of his goal, several people would probably still think of trying to game the system. In an ironic way, giving Nick a healthier mindset might actually end up killing him. His lack of madness and conviction could be the cause of an additional assassination attempt, which might succeed. After a lot of thinking, Arya came to a conclusion. What was the issue? What was the core issue? Why did Nick have to act this crazy to achieve anything? The answer was simple. Power. More precisely, personal power. Nick wasn't strong enough. If Nick were a hero, he wouldn't need to act so crazily. He could just calmly establish the rules, and nobody would dare to refuse. Which hero would dare to attempt to assassinate someone as powerful as Nick without an advantage of several levels? Arya's decision was simple. She wouldn't try to change Nick. Not for now, at least. For now, Nick's madness was necessary to keep him alive and to achieve his goal. In the future, when Nick finally became a hero, there would still be time. When Nick was powerful enough, he wouldn't need to compensate for it with conviction anymore. This was not the kind of relationship Arya had in mind, but she was still fine with it. In a way, this crazy side of Nick was the very Nick she fell in love with. It was a necessary evil for now. Months passed, and eventually, the fourth yearly meeting happened. Not much happened. Blitz didn't try anything. The government didn't change a lot. Crimson City was peacefully growing without any major incidents. Blitz also became much more approachable again. The government had kept their word. No more crazy policies had been added that endangered Blitz profits. In the end, they decided that battling the government wasn't worth the risk. The risk-reward ratio was absolutely horrendous. By now, Nick had become 36 years old, and he also finally became an early expert. The fact that it only took him 4 years was already crazy fast. The stronger one became, the slower the advancements got. If Nick kept advancing at this speed, he would become a peak expert when he was 48. Usually, people only reach that level in their 80s at the earliest. After seeing that nothing much was changing in Crimson City, Nick became antsy. He wanted to do something. He wanted to help humanity. But he was essentially done with Crimson City and just had to wait. So, in the end, Nick decided to visit the cave system, which was far to the east of the city. Nick had found a ruin once before, and since he was now immune to the influence of the nightmare, he wanted to make use of that. Maybe he would find something useful to humanity or himself. Chapter 531 on New Specters. Nick left Crimson City without being noticed. Something like that would have been difficult in the past, but with the ability from the nightmare, this became much easier. Additionally, there was no red curtain around the city anymore, making it much easier to go out. One could just jump over the wall. Even more, as a powerful expert, Nick could literally just jump a distance of several kilometers, as long as his ability was active. As long as Nick turned into smoke as soon as he jumped, nobody would take notice of him. He would look like a random bit of dust that just flew through the air. Sure, some people would find that strange, but they wouldn't know that this was Nick. After all, nobody except a couple of people from Skydream and Arya knew that Nick could turn into mist. So it was quite easy for Nick to leave the city without being noticed. Naturally, he had told Arya that he would be scouting the surroundings. Initially, Arya asked Nick to accompany him, but Nick refused. Keeping my ability secret is important. Not even you are allowed to know it, he answered. It's related to my survival. Arya was a bit annoyed about that. She was willing to tell Nick about her ability, but Nick wasn't willing to reciprocate. This was not what Arya had anticipated. Officially, they were in a relationship, but it didn't really feel like a relationship. They hadn't even kissed yet. However, Arya knew that being in a relationship with Nick would be difficult. In the end, she just accepted it and let Nick go out on his own. In the past decade, a couple things had changed outside the city. The desert had been eradicated. Sadly, every attempt at capturing it had failed, and in the end, the city ordered its extermination. Killing it was far easier than capturing it. The Land of Desires had been caught by the new manufacturer, Desire. The south of the city had been filled with the infestors, and after many years of research, Cubiblitz managed to capture the parent Spectre, the infestation amid Fnatic. Sadly, the domain of the corrosive dust was still there. The corrosive dust still hadn't been captured, and its domain was growing, albeit slowly. Within the last 10 years, it had come 1 kilometer closer to Crimson City. If it kept expanding at this rate, it would reach Crimson City within 50 years. Sadly, no one inside Crimson City was powerful enough to rival the corrosive dust. Everyone knew where the corrosive dust was. It was a huge pillar in the middle of the dusty domain, and capturing it just meant going to it, suppressing its Zephyx, and pulling it away. However, it was a late demon, at least, and it wasn't a weak Spectre. While its single-target attacks were very weak due to its ability, its area attacks were devastating. One late hero would have it easier fighting against it than 5 mid-heroes. Sadly, neither Crimson City nor Dark Sky City had a late hero. Even more, the old governor of Dark Sky City had left to become an agent, leaving an early hero in charge of the city. No late hero would appear in either city within the next decade. Naturally, either city could ask Aegis to send a team of agents, but that meant losing the Spectre to Aegis. Both cities wanted to own the corrosive dust. The Forbidden Zone to the north no longer existed since the Sea King had been killed by Aegis, and people could finally go to the ocean. Although it wasn't that easy. While a lot of the old Specters no longer posed any issues, new Specters had appeared. An army of bloodthirsty and powerful sharks had made their home near the northern coast. Naturally, these sharks were not normal animals. They were all minions of a powerful Spectre. Each shark had the power of a fanatic, and there were thousands of them. There were even sharks with the power of heroes, but they were rarer. Crimson City believed that this Spectre was at least a mid-demon. Most likely, it was a late or peak demon. Even more, Stone Crystal City and Metalwork City also reported sightings of sharks, which meant that the sharks lived in a domain spanning almost 300 kilometers. These sharks had been problems for the other two cities for decades. The only reason why they hadn't appeared near Crimson City before was the Sea King. When the Sea King had been captured, these sharks started to appear here as well. The sharks attacked everyone who approached the sea. Sometimes they jumped out of the water and landed around 1 or 2 kilometers inland, but doing so weakened them significantly. Fanatics or not, sharks were not great at fighting on land. Even an expert could kill one of the sharks if it beached itself. Sure, it would quickly try to jump back, but a prepared expert could easily kill it before it could do so. However, the sharks were not the only new Specters around Crimson City. To the northeast, a huge green domain had appeared. It was around 3 kilometers wide, and it was filled with strange green growths. The area looked like a constantly mutating green organism that spewed toxic substances everywhere. Additionally, it attacked whatever it could find. Luckily, the amalgamation was only an elder. The manufacturers were already researching it, and they had found traces of it far to the east. While they were not in contact with Metalwork City regularly, they were quite confident that the amalgamation had lived near it in the past. Most likely, the amalgamation didn't feel safe anymore near Metalwork City and fled to this place. The sharks and the amalgamation were not really big problems for Crimson City, but the last Spectre was a very big problem. It was such a big problem that 3 specialists working for the city had to constantly keep watch over it. The Plague Vulture. The Plague Vulture was a gigantic vulture with a decaying body that kept circling the area to the west of Crimson City. It was a demon, but the city wasn't sure how powerful it was exactly. The Plague Vulture constantly flew around towards the west of the city, and it kept looking at Crimson City. Anyone who left Crimson City and went towards the west would be killed by the Plague Vulture. Yet, it never came close to the city. Most likely, it knew that it couldn't fight against the city on its own. However, it was patient. It waited every day. At some point, something would happen within the city, and a chance would arrive. And for that day, it waited. Because of the plague vulture, the entire area west of the city was basically cut off. Just traveling towards the iron mine to the southwest was already extremely dangerous. Even more, the city found signs of new specters appearing to the west of the city. Since they couldn't hunt the specters in that area anymore, new specters kept popping up and taking residence over there. Cubiblitz's entire focus was on the plague vulture. They wanted to capture that at all cost. However, the plague vulture was extremely fast, and when they had tried to attack it in the past, it fled towards the north. While the heroes of Kugelblitz could deal with the plague vulture, they couldn't deal with the plague vulture and the sharks at the same time. Naturally, the sharks and the plague vulture didn't attack each other. Sometime later, the plague vulture would return from the ocean and circle the area to the west of the city again. This thing was a constant source of pressure for the city. Arya wanted to request a squad of agents to deal with it, but there were 3 issues with that. First, Kugelblitz was against calling a squad of agents. This was a demon that could easily be suppressed as long as it was caught. They really wanted the plague vulture. Second, the plague vulture technically wasn't causing enough damage to the city for a squad of agents to show up. It was just flying around. Agents were extremely busy, and they couldn't be everywhere at all times. Lastly, the city didn't know enough about the sharks. What if the sharks were actually the minions of a fallen? If a group of agents arrived and chased the plague vulture into the ocean, there would be a high likelihood of the entire group dying, assuming the sharks were the minions of a fallen. A group of agents was more important than a city. On the other hand, the city also couldn't ask for a protector for the same reason. It wasn't certain whether or not the sharks belonged to a fallen. Because of that, Crimson City was stuck with having this huge and troublesome bird constantly flying around them. In terms of security from Specters, Crimson City was in a much worse position than 20 years ago. Chapter 532, Strange Extractor. Nick ran past the mountain to the east of the city. Since the desert had been killed, there were no more powerful extractors stationed near this place anymore. Most of the extractors were further to the north, near the amalgamation. Nick still remembered the first time he had left the city. Back then, he had needed to be extremely careful. No one had been allowed to see him or his team. Otherwise, they would have been killed. But now nobody would dare attack Nick, and even if they did, there was only a single manufacturer that would have any chance of succeeding. Kugelblitz. No other manufacturer would have people powerful enough to kill Nick without him being able to flee. One had to remember that while Nick was extremely deadly in battle, his true power was his ability to escape from battle. With every ability advancement, his methods of escaping from battle became better and more numerous. A couple of seconds later, Nick reached his destination. In front of Nick was a huge area filled with holes, crevices, and caves. Some of them were barely a couple of meters deep, while others seemed to be endless. This area was around 4 kilometers wide and was littered with countless caves. Occasionally, some extractors walked around here to look for specters, but they rarely found any. Crimson City was certain that some specters had to be there, but there just wasn't a way to reliably scout out the caves. Yes, Kugelblitz had the shadow shrouds, which allowed their extractors to travel through dark spaces, but there were a couple of issues with that. First of all, keeping a shadow shroud running for a long time cost an insane amount of Zephyx. Second, if the shadow shroud got damaged, it would stop working, and the extractor would find themselves surrounded by darkness. Third, the further away from light an extractor got, the harder it was to resist the nightmare's influence. It was like the nightmare was growing more powerful with less distance from the planet's core. Or as some people said, with more distance from the sun. The sun and abilities imitating the sun's power were the only things that could deal with the nightmare's influence. At some point, even abilities that replicated the sun's power became useless. This was also why nothing worked inside the Fiend of Darkness domain. All the light abilities in the world wouldn't help in there. Naturally, the same problem occurred within the cave system, just not as extreme. Keeping the nightmare's influence at bay just became vastly more expensive. Nevertheless, many manufacturers had scouted out a couple of the caves and drew some maps. Sadly, none of them were willing to share their secrets with others, and Nick couldn't just demand the maps. Also, he didn't want to sense that would tell them where he would be traveling to. With my immunity to darkness, I'm probably the most fitting person for this job, Nick thought. I don't know if I'm going to find anything of note in there, but at the very least, I should be able to find a Spectre. This place is too protected from humans for Specters not to live here. Places like these were like retreat places for Specters. Oftentimes, a Specter silently left its hideout, killed human, and went back to its hideout to wait for the alarm to die out. Most of the Specters living outside of cities were Specters that required a human to die in order to feed. Specters that didn't need to kill humans could survive much easier in a city. Nick looked around for a while and saw a random extractor jumping out from a cave. When Nick saw the extractor, he raised an eyebrow. He was wearing Dark Dream's uniform. No, this was not a mistake. The extractor was wearing Dark Dream's uniform. He was not wearing Sky Dream's uniform. Interesting, Nick thought as he turned into mist before following after the extractor. There was only one reason why an extractor outside of the city would wear Dark Dream's uniform. That reason was that they didn't know about Dark Dream's merger with Solace, which meant that they were not from Crimson City. Most likely, this was an extractor from a neighboring city who was masquerading as an extractor from Crimson City. For the next 30 minutes, Nick kept following the extractor. The extractor very carefully moved around and constantly made sure that nobody was following him. Then he entered a cave, lit up a fancy candle, and explored the cave for a bit. The deeper the extractor walked into the cave, the stronger the candle burned. At some point, the extractor would run out again, and he would search through more caves. He's just searching for Specters, Nick thought as he watched the extractor. The extractor wasn't even very powerful. Most likely, he was just an extractor from another city that wasn't powerful enough to search through the immediate surroundings of the city for Specters, which was why he had traveled this far. There was no more reason to follow the extractor, but Nick didn't want to start looking through some caves while this guy was still running around. In the past, Nick would have just killed him. After all, he was from a different city, and these people were generally considered hostile. However, since Nick had joined Aegis, his viewpoint had expanded. All cities belonged to Aegis. Killing someone from a city without a good reason would mean needlessly damaging Aegis. So Nick decided to watch the guy just a bit more. In the next cave, the guy became surprisingly ballsy, and he didn't turn around for quite a while. Eventually, the man came upon a mysterious gate. It was made of reinforced wood, and it was almost 4 meters tall. Nick looked at the gate with interest. Wasn't something like this exactly why he was here? The extractor gritted his teeth, ran to the gate, and kicked it open in urgency. When the extractor saw a long staircase behind it, he cursed and looked at his brightly burning candle intensely. Then he took out a second candle and lit this one as well. 80,000 credits, the man said with a sigh. 80,000 credits? Nick thought with surprise. That's insanely cheap for something that offers light for that long. Nick would have expected one of these candles to cost around 500,000 credits. 1041. After lighting the next candle, the guy quickly ran down the stairs. Naturally, Nick followed him. After descending the stairs for over a kilometer, the extractor became troubled. His candle was burning away rapidly. However, he seemed desperate to get some return for his investment, kept running forward. The two of them were no longer in a cave, but in straight hallways made of uniform stone. There were several intersections of many more hallways, which led to different stairs. Some hallways were perfectly horizontal, while some were angled. The architecture was quite confusing, but Nick could easily keep a mental map of the area. He wouldn't get lost in here. After around a minute more of running through random places, the guy became agitated again. He seemed quite lost. Shouldn't have gone this far, Nick thought calmly. Nick watched as the candle rapidly burned away. And then, the guy suddenly calmed down. From one second to another, he just stopped panicking and looked with a dead expression down the hallway. Then he slowly turned around and looked behind him, seeing an empty hallway. Naturally, Nick turned into black smoke and kept hovering behind the man. The candle completely burned away, and everything fell into darkness. The man calmly looked at the hallway for a couple more seconds. Nick was no longer relaxed, but his ability was telling him that the man hadn't perceived him yet. The next moment, the man calmly walked toward the wall and walked through it. He vanished. It was like he was a ghost. Nick looked at the ground and saw that the burnt candle had also vanished. Even the Zephyx the man and the candle had given off had gone through the walls. Nick had a bad feeling. Is this a specter? Nick thought, looking at the hallway. Then he thought about all the hallways and staircases he had seen. Is all this one specter? Nick looked in the direction he had come from. Then he quickly flew down the hallway. He followed his mental map to get back to the entrance. Finally, Nick saw another hallway where the entrance gate should be. Nick continued down that hallway, went up some stairs, went down some stairs, traveled through several corridors. 10 minutes later, he stopped. The mental map he had created inside his head had become absolutely humongous. And worst of all, it didn't make any sense. New hallways appeared. Old ones disappeared. Stairs changed. Nick remembered what he had thought when the man's candle was going out. Shouldn't have gone this far. Chapter 533, Labyrinth. Nick was still in his mist form. Turning back into his normal form would be extremely stupid right now. That extractor was used as a lure, Nick realized. He runs around to lure people into this place. Most likely, if he was attacked, he would try to save his ass by telling the attacker that he found a mysterious place. In fact, it wouldn't even matter whether or not he was killed. The man is basically just an apparition created by the main Specter's ability. At most, it would lose a slight bit of Zephyx. Even more, the bait was extremely realistic. It moved around convincingly and even exuded a very natural stream of Zephyx. Nick thought about the entrance gate. Is that gate even still there? What if the gate vanished as well? The cave system was vast, and it was possible that this labyrinth ran alongside the caves. It could probably create and destroy entrances in innumerable locations along the different caves. One thing was clear. Nick was stuck, and he wouldn't be rescued anytime soon. I wonder how many people have already been captured by this labyrinth, Nick thought. Nick was just one of many flies trapped in a web. Or was he? Well, there were several differences between the other humans that the labyrinth had captured Nick. First, the labyrinth still hadn't perceived Nick. This meant that the labyrinth didn't know that Nick was there. Second, Nick was immune to the nightmare's influence. And third, maybe Nick was an uncomfortably big bite for the labyrinth. Specialists essentially never vanished from Crimson City. If a specialist vanished, the entire city would hear about it. Experts vanished very rarely, and as far as Nick knew, none of them had vanished near the cave system. Veterans and Johns vanished the most, and many of them walked around this place. If this thing consumes veterans, it's either an adult or an elder. I doubt it's a fanatic, Nick thought. As long as it doesn't know I'm here, I have a chance at dealing with it. Nick looked down the hallways. It's quite obvious what this thing feeds on. Humans getting lost. It's similar to the fog in this regard. Nick looked at one of the walls. I could try breaking one of the walls, but that would alarm it to my presence. Additionally, I'm not even sure how strong these walls are. For now, I should stay hidden and look around. Nick decided to remain in his fog state to keep his presence hidden. If his physical body touched the labyrinth, it might notice him. Nick flew down several hallways. The more he looked around, the less sense everything made. For the next 3 hours, Nick searched through hundreds of kilometers of labyrinth. He had no idea where he was anymore. However, he didn't despair. There has to be some logic to all of this. Additionally, since it doesn't know I'm here, it can't actively manipulate how things work. I refuse to believe that this labyrinth stretches across the entire world. So Nick continued searching. Eventually, a couple of minutes later, Nick noticed something peculiar. Lights were turning on in one of the hallways. Naturally, Nick kept himself hidden and watched. Some seconds later, the lights at the intersection turned on, and Nick saw a woman walking out of one hallway and down another one. As she continued walking, the lights behind her turned off. Something like this would terrify any human. After all, what if the lights above them turned off and they were stuck in the darkness? Yet, the woman walked around with a calm demeanor and a relaxed speed. After the lights turned off, Nick decided to follow after them. However, he wouldn't enter the lights and just follow from the darkness. From the fluctuations, Nick could tell that the woman was somewhere in the later levels of the veteran stage. Pretty sure that's an actual human. Makes sense, actually. If this labyrinth kidnaps veterans and feeds on them getting lost, it can feed off them for decades. Veterans don't need food, water, or sleep. As long as they have light and prefix around them, they won't die that easily. After around 30 minutes of following the light, the woman stopped. Wonder for how long she has been in here. After around 30 minutes of following the light, the woman stopped. A big gate was in front of her. I didn't see any gates until now, Nick thought. I've run through hundreds of kilometers, and I didn't find a single gate like this. Yet, after walking around for barely a couple of kilometers, she reaches one. Nick saw the woman sigh in defeat. Then she opened the door. Hey, another round. As soon as she opened the door, a chorus of 3 voices echoed out from behind it. The woman sighed again and walked through the doors. The lights in the hallway quickly turned off, and Nick rushed forward. Nick slowly put one of his fog tendrils into the illuminated room. His ability was not becoming unstable. The next moment, he saw the woman closing the gate, and Nick rushed past it, entering the room. Nick found himself in a big hall that was almost 100 meters wide. In the middle of the hall was some kind of ornate fountain made of ancient stone. The fountain was spouting beautiful and clear water, which gathered in the basin around it. Around the fountain were several trees with plenty of fruit and nuts growing on them. The light in the room was constant, and it came from a big orb floating in the middle of the hall. Nick also saw a total of 6 people inside the hall. One of them was the woman he had followed. Beside her, there were 4 men and 1 more woman. All of them were adults, and all of them seemed to be rather relaxed and calm. They've probably been here for a long time, Nick thought as he looked at the different pieces of furniture littered around the hall. Tents made of clothing, mud huts, mud stools, stone tables. The only material Nick didn't see was wood. They probably don't dare to touch the trees since it's the only source of food, while veterans didn't need food or water. Nick looked at 3 of the men. They were John's. They had also been the ones who had shouted earlier. Right now, the 3 of them were sitting on a muddy bench, drinking some kind of foul liquid from stony mugs. Nick scanned around the room and noticed a part of the room that had several shovel marks all over it. I heard that alcohol can be made by burying fruit in the ground, he thought. No luck, the woman said in defeat. I'll try again later. Why you do dis, Captain? One of the men slurred. It's been like a funder at times. Just give up and drink. To punctuate his statement, the man drank from his mug. Why do you always talk like that when you're drunk, Jimmy? One of the men asked with annoyance. It's annoying. Fuck you. Silence. Warmaisach. Jimmy might be an idiot, but he might be right. Why do you keep trying to get out of here? It didn't work the last 1,000 times. What's different this time? The woman frowned. The difference is that we haven't had a late veteran yet. I just recently became a late veteran, and I want to see if I can change something. Melinda, the only male veteran, said with a heavy voice. Power won't change anything. What's more power going to accomplish? We can already break all the walls. That's interesting, Nick thought. So, they can already break the walls. Yet, they are still stuck here. There must be a way, Melinda said. I'm sure that the Spectre knows that we are here. Otherwise, all the lights wouldn't keep turning on and off. It has to manually change the layout to keep us here. And if I just run fast enough, I should be able to outrun it. Are you even listening to yourself? The man asked with a shake of his head. If that were the case, it would just stop turning on the lights. But what if the lights are automatic? Melinda countered. Automatic or not automatic? What is it now? The man asked with annoyance. The creation of the hallways is manual, but the lights are automatic. It can be both, Melinda answered. The man just shook his head. And if it's not, he asked with a tired voice. It has to be, Melinda said with conviction. If you would just help me and run in a different direction, we could overstress its mind. As the 2 of them kept arguing, Nick realized something. Funny, he thought. It's actually the other way around. The labyrinth doesn't know I'm here, which is why the lights are not turning around. Yet, I can run for hundreds of kilometers without finding an end. This seemed unimportant, but only for people who didn't know a lot about Specters. However, Nick knew a lot about Specters. If I'm right, Nick floated to the door he had come from, and this time he dared to squeeze through one of the gaps. His ability didn't deactivate. Nick traveled a couple 100 meters away, and then he materialized and stepped on the ground. The next moment, a smirk appeared on his face. Abilities still active, just as I've thought. Chapter 534, Algorithmic Generation. The conversation between the captured people had told Nick everything he needed to know. After testing out his hypothesis, Nick immediately turned back into black smoke before he hit near a corner. He didn't want to tempt fate. The lights are manually activated, but what about the corridors? I ran for hundreds of kilometers, and I didn't find an edge. Additionally, I also didn't find this place on my own. Lastly, if this labyrinth truly were hundreds or thousands of kilometers big, what would be the chance of me just stumbling across one of 6 humans who were captured here? I would need to run around for months, if not years, to find any of these people if the labyrinth were truly that big. This means that the labyrinth isn't actually big. It's just getting shuffled constantly. No new corridors are being created. The old corridors are just being recycled. So, while it sounded great to know all of these things, most extractors wouldn't be able to make use of this. They could break down all the walls and randomly run through the labyrinth, and they would still be stuck. Knowing these things wouldn't help them in escaping. Yet, these bits of information were the key to breaking out of this labyrinth. Sadly, only an extremely experienced extractor who had researched Specters for a long time will be able to combine the clues. Luckily, Nick had been a chief Zephyx Extractor for over a decade. He knew exactly how Specters worked. All of these bits of information led to one conclusion. This is not a force Specter. Nor is it a building. This labyrinth is an algorithmic construct that keeps generating new layouts by shuffling its corridors around. The most important clue had been that Nick had never seen any of the corridors actively being manipulated. If the Spectre only moved the corridors around manually, it would have definitely moved one of the corridors while Nick was close to it, since the Spectre didn't know that Nick was here. However, that had never happened. This meant that the shuffling of the corridors happened automatically, but it could also be manipulated manually. Every corridor has to be in use somewhere, but the algorithm keeps shuffling everything in a very unintuitive way, keeping normal people away from the exit. And if any of the people manage to crack the code or come close to the exit on accident, the labyrinth gets shuffled manually, resetting their progress. In the worst case, the Spectre can just stop turning on the light, forcing the people to take a different path. This also explains why the Nightmare's influence works in here. The Nightmare's influence doesn't work inside a Spectre's body or domain, but it seems to work here. That can only mean that this is neither a Spectre's domain nor their body. This entire labyrinth is just the manifestation of an ability. It's creating a space. Nick looked down one of the hallways. But that also means that this space isn't fully connected to the Spectre. The Spectre can't feel its touch like it's its own body. It also can't listen to every place at once. And most importantly, it can't look at every place at all times. The Spectre can probably only focus on one place at a time, and since it doesn't think that anyone else is in here, it will keep watching the people while searching for new victims. This means it won't look for me. When people search for enemies, they usually don't search for them on their chest. They're too busy looking at their surroundings and the distance. I just have to crack the code without being noticed. Then I'll get out. Nick went back to the door leading to the big hall and went to one of the corners. Next, Nick placed a tiny bit of his mist there and ripped it off his body. Nick lost a bit of his Zephyx, and a tiny splotch of blood appeared at the corner. Luckily, the speed of Nick's Zephyx recovery was insanely fast, and he recovered everything within seconds. After that, Nick went to the other end of the corridor and did the same thing to one of the corners there. Nick slightly altered the appearance of the splotch. The splotch was so tiny that Nick would need to get rather close to recognize its shape. If this labyrinth were a force Spectre, it would definitely notice the splotches. However, this was only an algorithmic generator. The Spectre would need to look at the labyrinth with its eyes like everyone else. The only difference was that it could probably access any part of the labyrinth, but only one at a time. As long as the Spectre didn't look at every tiny bit of dust in all of the corridors, it wouldn't take note of these tiny blood splotches. Nick entered one of the intersections, marking its middle and every entrance of the hallways he could access. After doing that, Nick entered one of the hallways and marked its other end before returning. He wanted to know if the area had already been shuffled or not. When he returned, he noticed something peculiar. His hallway and the intersection were still the same. The hallways visible from the hallway through the intersection were also the same. However, any hallway that had become invisible after entering the hallway had changed. While the hallways looked identical, the splotches had vanished. The shuffling is based on losing and gaining sight, Nick realized. Now the question is, how will the shuffling proceed? Nick marked all of the new entrances again before entering the same hallway as last time. After reaching its end, he returned again. And the hallways had been shuffled again. Nick proceeded to mark the hallways again before repeating his test. After the 5th time, Nick noticed that one of the first hallways had returned while the others were unmarked. That means there's no set layout. The algorithm creates the connections based on math, not on a repeating pattern. The only thing I can be sure of is that the shuffling isn't random. There's logic behind it. Nick proceeded to repeat the same test for over 2 hours. And eventually, no more new corridors appeared. At least, the chance of new corridors appearing had become so small that Nick hadn't seen one after 20 shuffles in a row. I marked 97 corridors so far, Nick thought. Now, I need to check how the corridors themselves affect the shuffling. Nick went into a different corridor for the first time and went to its end. When he reached its end, Nick noticed something extremely interesting. One of his splotches. That means the corridors also spin. An exit might become an entrance after some shuffling. That makes things much easier since this means that the number of corridors is actually only half of what I expected. Over the next 2 hours, Nick kept going in and out of corridors, connecting all the markings. In the end, he counted a total number of 53 different corridors. Now, I need to check the intersections and stairs. Nick kept traveling through different corridors and intersections for several hours. Thanks to his powerful mind, he could keep track of all of the different corridors, stairs, and intersections. By the end, he found a total of 10 different intersections and 6 different stairwells. Nick had assigned names to all of them, and he had created a mental map in his head. Nick wanted to take a deep breath, but he was still in his mist form. Now, the difficult part starts. He entered the first hallway and exited again. He did that many times, taking note of every kind of hallway that appeared in the intersection. After that, he did the same thing with a different hallway, but the same intersection. What he found after countless tests wasn't good news. There is no repeating pattern, Nick thought. This is like pi. The same numbers will show up if I go for long enough, but things will seemingly devolve into randomness again. The same numbers showing up is nothing but coincidence. There might be an overall value that decides which corridors appear, and the corridor I enter and exit from adds to the value, creating new corridors. However, since the pattern doesn't repeat, it's highly likely that the values are related to prime numbers. I don't think that the values will increase endlessly. At some point, they have to reset and start from the beginning again. But wouldn't that mean that the pattern would start to repeat at some point? What if the ending layout of the corridors creates some sort of seed for the calculation of the new starting number? Nick was starting to realize how difficult this was going to become. Well, seems like Crimson City needs to live without me for a couple of days. I just hope Arya isn't all that worried. Nick just wanted to sigh. Chapter 535 Loop. Nick felt like his brain was burning. Thousands upon thousands of use cases and connections were gathered inside his mind. So many patterns. So much shuffling. 4 or 5 days, Nick had been running through hundreds of thousands of kilometers of labyrinth. As an expert, Nick's mind was very powerful, but even he needed to take notes to remember everything. He had even come up with a new kind of classification for connections based on equations between connecting points. The names of the corridors and intersections had long since become irrelevant. Everything inside Nick's mind was classified into connections. Eventually, he even stopped moving and just hovered near the corner of one of the hallways. He had been there for over 8 hours by now. Nick was reviewing all the data he had gathered and was running simulations in his head. He was trying to find an equation that would make all the connections make sense. A ridiculous amount of numbers and equations shot through his head. He just kept calculating without end. Nick was trying absolutely everything to make this make sense. Another 2 days passed. Nick still wasn't moving. Then he suddenly started flying down one of the hallways. He shot through many different hallways before stopping again for several minutes. Nick kept doing that for a couple more hours. The more time passed, the more Nick's brain seemed to burn. He was retaining more and more information. He was accessing it all at the same time. He felt like all of this was pushing his logical thinking to the absolute limit. Some hours later, Nick shot down one of the hallways again. Then he shot through 5 different intersections before reaching his starting place again. This time, he didn't pause and shot down the hallway again. He shot through 7 intersections this time before reaching his starting location again. As Nick saw his starting location, he started to become agitated and excited at the same time. No way, right? He shot down the hallway again, and this time he also took 2 stairs before reaching his starting location. Nick paused for a couple of minutes. Then he finished his equation and used it as he flew down the hallway. He successfully predicted all the connection points he was flying past. This fucker uses 3 different numerical systems. Nick thought with excitement and annoyance. A base 3 for the stairs. A base 5 for the intersections. A base 53 for the corridors. In Nick's mind, an equation with 6 different variables appeared. Entrance point. Exit point. Vision modifiée. Connection seed. Conversion seed. Total seed. How the fuck did this asshole come up with such an insane algorithm? Nick thought in frustration. Nick experimented with the equation for a couple of minutes, confirming that it could predict all the connections. Nick was so relieved when he realized that he no longer needed to dedicate so much brain power to math. Alright, the most difficult part is done. Now, I need to break it. Sadly, the way the equation is built makes it a closed system. It is literally impossible for me to find an entrance or exit point. All the variables just lead into each other, no matter what I do. This thing can continue indefinitely. No matter what entrance or exit I choose, I will never leave this system. However, Nick thought back to the big room in which all the humans were gathered. After days of flying around, Nick hadn't found that room again, even though he had traveled for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a space with 53 possible hallways. This means that the central room and the hallways leading to it are outside the loop. I can't reach the room unless the room enters the current total seed of the labyrinth, and that can only happen manually. That means I have to wait for one of the people to leave the room. For the next couple of hours, Nick kept flying through the hallways, flying in such a way that he circled through all possible hallways, intersections, and stairwells in as little shuffles as possible. As soon as one of the hallways got connected to the main room, Nick would notice. Sure enough, about half a day later, Nick noticed a new hallway with one of the Johns casually strolling through it. The guy didn't seem very hopeful or urgent. He looked like he was just casually strolling. Most likely, he was bored. Nick took note of all of the connecting points. All right, this is it. As soon as the man reached the intersection, Nick shot out of the darkness and transformed into his physical form in front of the man. For the first time in a week, Nick's ability deactivated. The man was frightened beyond belief and almost fell on his ass. "Do not move," Nick shouted with authority. "I'm from Aegis, and I'm here to save you." The man looked like his heart was about to stop. "Aegis? What's that?" he asked in shock. Nick became frustrated. The existence of Aegis had only truly become common knowledge in Crimson City after the battle with Anatomy. Before then, only strong extractors and powerful people knew of Aegis' existence. This guy was a John, who had been inside the labyrinth for years by now. "I'll explain later," Nick said. "I need you to do one thing for me." The man was still in shock and just looked at Nick with a dumbfounded expression. What?" he asked. After he asked that question, lights appeared above Nick. Apparently, the Spectre had recovered from its shock and was now accepting Nick as part of its horde, and just like it did with the other humans, it gave Nick some light to protect him from the nightmare. The Spectre probably had no fucking idea where this guy had suddenly appeared from, but he was here now. It couldn't change that fact anymore. If it let Nick escape, he would just destroy the ground and caves around him to find the Spectre, and it wouldn't be able to escape. The Spectre was forced to keep Nick inside its labyrinth. And compared to the people, it knew Aegis. The Spectre knew that things wouldn't be as easy as they had been until now. However, it had worked on its creation algorithm for decades, and it was impossible to crack it. As Nick looked at the man, a Spectre looked at a three-dimensional cuboid hovering above it. It focused on one hallway and intersection in the middle of the cuboid, which was the place where Nick and the man were talking. It was fully focused on Nick specifically. It knew that Aegis was extremely dangerous, but Nick was in its world. It was the creator of the rules in this place. In here, it was God. "I need you to stay here," Nick said, pointing at the spot between the hallway and the intersection. "I need you to keep the entrance of the main room in your vision, and most of the hallways from the intersection." The man was confused. "Okay. Anything else?" "No, that's it," Nick said. "I'll deal with the rest." The man was quite surprised. "That's it." "Oh, one more thing," Nick said. "If the lights turn off, don't move. At most, you have to resist the nightmare for 5 minutes. If the light turns off, it means that the Spectre wants you to move from this spot, which means that I'm making progress. If the light turns off, you know that the Spectre is panicking. Whatever you do, do not move." "Got it," Nick ordered. The man was still confused. "Sure. I won't," he said before quickly assuming his position. Nick nodded before turning down one of the hallways. His eyes exuded a light of confidence. Numbers shot through his mind, and the equation gave a clear answer. "Well then, shall we go?" he muttered. Bang. Then Nick charged down one of the hallways. From the outside, the Spectre was watching as Nick ran diagonally toward one of the corners. The internal structure of the cuboid rearranged itself. Nick rapidly shot into a staircase, which bizarrely continued going towards a corner. The Spectre became suspicious. Nick reached the next intersection and ran down another hallway. When the Spectre saw Nick running in a completely different direction, it calmed down. But then Nick suddenly stopped and turned around. He entered the same intersection and then shot into the hallway he had come from. Yet the hallway had already shuffled, and a new hallway appeared that led directly to the corner of the cuboid. At that moment, the Spectre realized that Nick knew exactly where he was going. Countless numbers shot through the Spectre's mind, and it came to a terrifying realization. There was a number overflow. The jaw near the big room locked the connecting hallway to the loop. The system could no longer continue indefinitely. It was no longer a loop. The Spectre had to get rid of the John connecting the big room to the loop. So it turned the lights off. Chapter 536, outside. The lights near the big room turned off, and the John immediately fell into a panic. However, since Nick had already warned him, he simply fell to his knees while screaming in pain. He didn't move. The Spectre noticed that the guy wasn't moving and realized that things were becoming worse and worse. The algorithmic construct was amazing at keeping people inside, but it didn't have any kind of offensive capabilities. A late John like this guy could easily survive a couple of walls crashing onto him. Worst of all, the Spectre couldn't just move the corridors. If anyone fell through the gaps that the shuffling created, they would fall out of the construct, returning them to the outside. And this fucking John was perfectly on the edge. If the Spectre moved any of the two corridors, the John would fall out and appear right in front of the Spectre. Yet, the Spectre didn't despair and focused on Nick again. Numbers and equations shot through the Spectre's mind. There was a way to accommodate the additional hallway and room into the loop, but the Spectre needed to completely recreate the algorithm for that. Otherwise, one number overflow would vanish just to create 3 other ones. The Spectre saw Nick coming closer to the edge and manually moved corridors around. Nick ran forward with incredible speeds, numbers and equations shooting through his mind. Nick wasn't thinking in directions or orientations. Everything had turned into numbers, and he was simply entering hallways that would increase the number to a value he desired. Nick didn't know that he was essentially running straight for a corner. Seeing that Nick was close to the corner, the Spectre deactivated the algorithm and moved the rooms around manually. The Spectre noticed that Nick ran away from the corner and calmed down a bit. However, Nick suddenly stopped as he saw an unexpected mark. This didn't fit the numbers. It switched to manual shuffling, Nick thought. The next moment, Nick smirked. A 1. Why was the algorithm so important? Why did it exist? Speed. The reason was speed. Bang! Nick charged through a random wall, breaking into a new corridor. The Spectre became nervous again. Bang! 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 Nick randomly charged around. Sometimes he broke through the top. Sometimes he broke through one of the sides. There was no rhyme or reason. The corridors and rooms kept shuffling. The movement of the rooms was no longer graceful and calculated. When looking at the construct from outside, it just looked an unstable domain that kept changing in a frenzied manner. Rooms and corridors appeared in completely irrelevant directions. The Spectre's mind was going crazy as it dealt with the repairs of the labyrinth while also trying to stop Nick from breaking out. The scene of the Spectre trying to contain Nick resembled the scene of a normal human trying to capture a fly. Bang! Nick broke through another wall, and an instant later, a light appeared in his eyes. Just now, he had seen the walls move for just an instant. I'm at the edge. Boom! The next moment, Nick exploded with light, and the Spectre became blinded for just an instant. However, it had seen where Nick had been running to, and it dumped a ton of corridors in that direction. Yet, when the Spectre recovered a second later, it couldn't see Nick anymore. Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout the place the Spectre was in. Then it saw a blue dot moving out of the opposite side of the labyrinth. This had been Nick's plan. He wanted to get as close to the edge as possible to put the Spectre into a panic. And then he would run in the opposite direction. All the corridors from behind Nick would be dumped in front of him since the Spectre would think that Nick would immediately try to break through. The reason why flies were so difficult to capture was that they could suddenly make 90 degrees or even 180 degrees turns without losing a lot of speed. The eyes of the human would continue looking at the predicted path of the fly, just to lose it from their sight. It looked like the fly just vanished. The blue dot representing Nick grew in size, and an instant later, it grew to the size of a human. Nick took note of his new surroundings. There was a construct made of blue lines just behind him. In total, the construct was about 5 meters wide and high. This was the labyrinth that Nick had just been in. Nick also noticed something else at the same time. The Spectre. On the ground was a 3-meter-long slug with a human brain sticking out of its front. When Nick saw it, some of his nervousness vanished. The Zephyx it gave off was not very dense. He guessed the slug was between the initial elder and mid-elder levels. And most importantly of all, its body was not made for combat. Yes, its body was extremely powerful, but there was no way for it to use that strength in any meaningful way. Shing. Nick's blade shot out of his sleeves as he looked at the slug. I concede. Some kind of voice appeared within Nick's mind. Naturally, this was the slug. I can't fight you. Don't kill me. I can produce Zephyx for you, the voice spoke quickly. Nick looked at the slug for a second before he pointed at the construct. Make light for the people inside, Nick ordered. Done, the slug answered. Nick looked over and didn't see any change. To him, it just looked like a couple of small dots in a chaotic mess of lines and circles. Nick looked back at the slug. You're going to go to Crimson City with me. You should know how manufacturers work. I do. I will comply, the slug answered. Is this transportable? Nick asked, gesturing to the algorithmic construct. Yes, the slug answered. Keep it running. I don't want to dump the people inside into the dark cave. Keep it running while we are walking to the surface. You go first. If I see anything fishy, I will kill you. Nick spoke in quick and short orders. I understand, the slug said before it moved in a seemingly random direction. The two of them were inside a cave. The slug wasn't very fast, but it was still faster than a normal human. After about 10 minutes, the two of them reached a bunch of rocks that were blocking the way forward. I created an avalanche to block my hideout. Break the stones, the slug said. Nick did just that, and a new cave was revealed behind the stones. The two of them continued moving forward, and after a couple of minutes, Nick saw the light again. They were outside. Deactivate your construct, Nick ordered as soon as they exited. Affirmative, the slug answered. The next moment, the blue line shook before scattering in all directions. Some blue dots remained, which quickly expanded, revealing several humans. The 6 people looked around in confusion and shock. What was going on? The John, who had talked to Nick earlier, became excited. Had he succeeded? The next moment, the man saw Nick, and he almost couldn't believe it. They were out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, the John shouted as he kept bowing his head in front of Nick. The others looked at the John before looking at Nick. What's going on? The female veteran asked. You're free, Nick said calmly. I captured the Spectre. Then they looked at the slug. This was the Spectre that had contained them for years? It was not a force Spectre. It was just a fucking slug. Nick calmly took out a couple of Zephyx suppressors before wrapping them around the slug. Naturally, the slug didn't dare resist. After containing the slug, Nick took out 2 of his spears and rammed them through its body. He really wasn't interested in carrying a slug with his hands. Nick kept holding the slug with his spears and glanced at the people. Crimson City has changed dramatically since your absence, Nick said. Nick specifically looked at the uniform of the male veteran. For example, you're unemployed, and you should be happy about that. In fact, getting captured by this slug is the best thing that could have happened to you. The man was shocked and confused as he also looked at his uniform. Anatomy's uniform. If you need a job, go to the city center. Tell them that the liaison sent you, Nick said. Then Nick jumped away and ran to the west. The others couldn't even ask any questions before Nick was gone. Nick ran towards the west and reached the city after less than a minute. The slug hadn't said anything during the journey. Nick calmly walked towards one of the entrances. When the guards saw Nick, their eyes widened. A liaison, they asked in shock. Yes, I'm back, Nick answered before shaking the slug a bit. This guy kept me occupied for a while. Could you please tell Arya that I'm back? Chapter 537, Big Brain Slug. I was worried sick about you, Arya shouted inside Nick's office. Sorry, Nick answered neutrally, but there wasn't much I could have done about that. Why did you even go on your own? Something could have happened. Arya shouted dinanja. I told you, Nick answered, his tone still neutral. I don't want you to learn of my ability. Arya took a deep breath as she kept her anger in check. Why would that be so bad, she asked. We're in a relationship, right? Our lives are connected, right? How is it possible that you prefer risking your life over telling your girlfriend a bit more about your life? Nick frowned. I already told you that the secret of my ability is the biggest and most important secret I own. My ability can be relatively easily countered as long as someone knows about it. Just telling you that much is already putting me into a dangerous situation. Dangerous situation? How is me knowing dangerous to you? Do you think I would just tell any random person or specter about your secrets? Arya seemed quite insulted. Even if we were to have some kind of falling out, I would still not unveil your secrets. Betraying these secrets would be akin to betraying the memory of this relationship and myself. The fact that I didn't tell you about any of the shady things Kugelblitz has done while I still worked for them is proof enough. Nick didn't show any outward reaction to Arya's words for a while. 0.0001 is infinitely higher than 0, Nick said. Even if you were to use your entire power and mind to protect my secret, there would still be ways to get it. Jenny is a good example. Arya glared at Nick. She loved Nick, and she wanted to be in a relationship with him. Yet, he always kept his distance. He agreed to be in a relationship with her, and he also said that he loved her. Nevertheless, he always stayed away from her, acted on his own, and kept all his secrets to himself. How was this a relationship? Wasn't a relationship built on trust? If you couldn't trust your partner, why were you in a relationship with them? Well, some people would say sex, status, or wealth, but none of that applied here. Nick was uninterested in sex. His status was higher than Arya's. And while he wasn't as rich as Arya, Nick really didn't need any more money. What's even the point of this relationship? I don't get it, Arya thought with annoyance. I think it's better we stop here for today and continue some other time, Arya said. Nick nodded. The two of them exchanged some uninteresting and empty sentences before Arya left Nick's office. After Arya left and Nick's ability reactivated again, he sighed. I have no idea what to do, he thought. I want to tell her more, but I can't. Telling her more will put her in danger. Interestingly enough, Nick wasn't referring to any external sources. He was referring to himself. There was one thought that Nick had had for a couple years already, and ever since he had come up with it, he had never forgotten. What if my ability can become even more powerful by becoming more unknown? The null kills everything that learns too much about it. What if my ability can become even more powerful if there are no humans left in the world that know of my ability? Nick remembered how the Champion of Light had acted. The Champion of Light had deliberately told Nick to keep his ability secret from the other two shields. There had to be a deeper meaning to this if the Champion of Light didn't even want his closest allies to know of Nick's ability. Nick wasn't certain, but he didn't want to take any chances. Additionally, he also couldn't shake the feeling that being close to him was extremely dangerous in general. Almost everyone who had been close to Nick was dead. His family, Trevor, Winter, Julian, Albert. The only one that survived for a long while was Jenny. Nick logically knew that there wasn't some kind of higher power or whatever that forced him into one tragic scenario after the other, but he still didn't feel safe allowing someone to come closer. The closer someone was to him, the more scared Nick became of their death. Nick shook his head. I can't solve this stuff now anyway. I should focus on doing something that actually matters. Nick left his office and went down to the containment units. However, he didn't enter any containment unit. Instead, he searched for one of the local extraction captains. Since the city wasn't technically a manufacturer, they also didn't have a chief Zephyx Extractor. Instead, the duty of organizing Zephyx extraction was dispersed over 5 people. Each of these 5 people was responsible for every Spectre on a single level. One guy was responsible for all the hatchlings, another guy for all the adolescents, and so on. Nick went to the extraction captain, who was responsible for all the elders. By now, the extraction captain should have already finished creating a basic profile of the new Spectre. And sure enough, he had already created it. The slug's official name was Big Brain Slug, and it was a mid-elder. Even more, it was worth quite a lot of money since working with it was very easy and wasn't limited to a small number of people. The more people were lost in the Big Brain Slug's labyrinth, the more Zephyx it produced. Additionally, weaker people could work with the Big Brain Slug as well. They hadn't been able to test what kind of ability it would give new extractors yet, but even if it turned out to be pointless, the Big Brain Slug would probably still be the most valuable mid-elder in the entire city. By capturing the Big Brain Slug, Nick had given the city a valuable treasure. And that wasn't even everything. 5 of the 6 people Nick had rescued had joined the city guard. While they were not a gigantic help, 2 veterans and 3 Johns still amounted to something. After looking at the report, Nick decided to pay the Big Brain Slug a visit. He entered its containment unit and looked at it. For now, nobody was working with it since the extraction captain still needed to create a shift plan for it and also had to teach the extractors how to work with it. Since you've come peacefully, your rate of Zephyx confiscation is only at 90%. You get to keep 10% of what you produce, Nick said. The Big Brain Slug didn't show any reaction. It had expected that it would be something like that. 90% was on the lower side, but still common. However, Nick continued, you have the unique opportunity of increasing that ratio to your favor. There are Specters with lower rates since they are helping us in unique ways. For example, I've worked with one for years that only has a 75% confiscation rate. The Big Brain Slug didn't seem to react, but Nick could somehow tell that it was paying more attention to him now. How can I improve my rate? It asked flatly. You can communicate, Nick said. Additionally, you are very intelligent and have lived in the outside world for a long time. You want information, the big brain slug answered. Correct, Nick answered with a nod. I want to know more about the cave system and what we can find there. What do I get out of this? The big brain slug asked. Depends on how valuable your information is, Nick said. I'm willing to lower the confiscation rate to 50% until a multiple of the value of your information has been repaid. If your information isn't very valuable, you get to keep this confiscation rate only for a couple of days. If it is extremely valuable, it could remain this low for decades. The big brain slug weighed its options. How can I trust that you won't go back on your word? I'm a human. Your laws don't protect me, it asked. Because we both know what you will do, Nick said. You will give us a relatively cheap one to see whether or not we keep our word. If we do, you will give us a better one, and so on. If I break my word, you will simply stop giving out any information. I know that. You know that. We all know that. The big brain slug thought about Nick's words for a while. I am fine with the deal, it answered a couple of seconds later. Nick nodded. Then, what's your first bit of information? There's a level 2 possession specter, hidden in one of the caves. You just have to walk up to it and grab it. It has no offensive capabilities. However, it is pretty deep in the cave, and you will require a lot of light. Nick didn't show any reaction, but he felt like he had picked up a treasure. The first secret the big brain slug was telling him was already netting him an adolescent possession specter. All right, Nick answered. We are going to check the validity of your information, and if it is valid, we will lower your confiscation level to 50% for around a week. A week? The big brain slug asked. That's not much. Slug, you are no longer going to be working with only 6 weak people at a time, Nick said. This containment unit is going to be packed very soon. A week is more than enough. Chapter 538 of Past Civilizations. A couple of months passed, and the big brain slug shared a couple more secrets. The short excursion had paid off quite well. The Zephyx production of the city forces had increased by around 5% just because of the big brain slug itself, and with its additional secrets, the city earned even more. By now, reaching the new goal for Aegis tribute was no longer difficult, and the city had a lot of leftover capital to reinvest. The number of extractors also steadily kept increasing since the smaller manufacturers needed more people to search for specters. About 10% of all the people living in the city were extractors, which came to about 1,200 extractors. There were about 400 newbies, 500 Johns, 200 veterans, 70 experts, and 30 specialists. Additionally, the number of Specters Crimson City contained kept increasing with time. Crimson City was gaining far more Specters than it was losing. Aegis tribute adapted to the power and number of Specters contained in a city. Naturally, as the city gained more Specters, it also had to pay a higher tribute. The reason why the big brain slug increased the city's income by that much was that 90% of the Zephyx it produced went directly to Aegis. The more Specters the city itself owned, the easier it was to pay the tribute. After all, manufacturers only gave between 30% to 40% of their Zephyx to Aegis, while the city gave 90%. In the last couple of months, Nick hadn't left the city. Originally, he wanted to investigate the cave system some more, but with the big brain slug, he didn't need to do that. He just needed to wait for the big brain slug to talk about the cave system some more. And eventually it did. After handing over a couple of hatchlings and adolescents, the big brain slug was willing to talk about important secrets. Nick went to the big brain slug and listened to its secrets, and when he came out again, he knew that capturing it had benefited humanity greatly. A quick argument with Arya later, Nick traveled to the cave system. Naturally, Arya wanted to come with him, but as always, Nick refused. The main reason was that Nick's destination was surrounded by darkness, and he didn't want Arya to know that he was immune to the nightmare's influence. When Nick arrived at the cave system, he searched around for the cave the big brain slug mentioned. It took a while, but Nick found it eventually. After looking through his surroundings, Nick entered the cave and traveled down. The darkness became more and more pervasive the further Nick went, but he could still see everything as if it were bright as day or night. That kind of didn't matter since the sun always shone. The cave system was rather complex, and Nick had to take a couple of detours through tight cracks. Theoretically, Nick could just dig through the stone with his hands, but if he caused the cave to collapse, it would be difficult to find his target. It took Nick almost 2 hours to get to the place the big brain slug talked about since he got lost a couple of times. But now he was here. Nick looked with narrowed eyes at the thing in front of him. A metallic door. A ruin. The big brain slug had told Nick that there was a human ruin inside the cave system, but it didn't know what was inside. Initially, Nick didn't believe the big-brained slug. After all, why wouldn't it want to look through the ruin? However, its answer was as simple as it was logical. There are no humans there. Well, Specters only wanted to grow stronger, and they needed humans for that. There was simply no reason for the slug to look. As Nick looked at the door, he furrowed his brows. This one is in a worse condition than the last one I found, Nick thought as he looked at the crooked doors. The doors stood at a 60 degrees angle, and Nick was relatively certain that the builders of this place hadn't intended the doors to be angled to the side. I'm about 5 kilometers deep, and I don't think someone would want to build something this deep underground. Just getting here is a pain in the ass. Most likely, this building used to be higher up, but due to something, it fell through the ground and ended up here. Earthquakes, maybe. Nick approached the door and touched it. Zephyx, Nick thought as his hand caressed the cold metal. Not a ruin of the ancient ones. This is a ruin of one of the other past civilizations. Over the past decade, Nick had learned a lot about the past civilizations. Not only had Julian talked a lot about them, but Nick had also gained access to a lot of secret information after joining Aegis. It was important that governors knew about the past civilizations so that they could give accurate information to Aegis in case they found something. According to Aegis, over 20,000 years had passed since the Ancient Ones had vanished. It was important to note that 20,000 years was the lower end of the estimate. Higher estimates went as high as 150,000 years. As Nick touched the wall, he put more pressure on it. The wall started to bend and crack under Nick's increasing power. Not very durable, Nick thought as he reduced his power. There is Zephyx in the walls, but the walls are not nearly as advanced as the walls of the Ancient Ones. Nevertheless, they contain Zephyx, but the fusion of Zephyx and materials seems crude. It's almost like they just dumped steel in Zephyx and called it a day. Additionally, a lot of time must have passed for this building to sink this low into the ground. Most likely, this belongs to the recovering ones. According to Aegis, there had been 5 civilizations in this world. There was a possibility that there had been more, but there wasn't enough evidence to support that hypothesis. The people of the first civilization were called the Ancient Ones, and their technology had been unmatched. Weapons that could destroy continents. The power to harvest the energies of other worlds. Their power had been terrifying. But then they all vanished, and sometime later, a new civilization appeared. According to the ruins, the second civilization tried to recover the knowledge of the Ancient Ones while slowly learning about Zephyx. Sadly, their development speed was slow. The oldest and newest ruins made by that civilization that had been found seemed to have a bigger difference in age than the oldest and newest ruins of the Ancient Ones. Yet, the technological level wasn't very great, even near the end. While their manipulation of Zephyx had increased by a lot, their technological level had been worse than the technology Aegis had access to currently. In fact, Aegis could also produce much better materials out of Zephyx than the recovering ones. The current civilization was much stronger than the civilization of the recovering ones. Nevertheless, the recovering ones also vanished one day, and a new civilization appeared, the enlightened ones. They were called as such due to their rapid speed of development. The oldest and newest ruins from that civilization were far closer in age than the oldest and newest from the ancient ones. Additionally, they had attained impressive levels of technology that far outclassed all the technology Aegis had access to. On top of that, their mastery over Zephyx had also reached a very high level. Their mastery over Zephyx was about equal to Aegis' mastery over Zephyx. Sadly, the enlightened ones also vanished at some point. The fourth civilization was called the Suffering Ones. The reason for that name was the incredible rarity of ruins from them, and the few of them that were found were crude, small, and isolated. The ruins spoke of isolation from each other. Either there had been almost no humans during that time, or they had all been forced to live in isolation from each other. The Suffering Ones had only been marginally more advanced than the Recovering Ones. Yet, just like the other civilizations, the Suffering Ones also vanished. And the next civilization was the current one. The current civilization, when compared to the past, was pretty advanced but not the best. The enlightened ones had been more advanced in total, while the ancient ones had been far more advanced in terms of technology. Due to the crudeness of the wall and the low level of Zephyx, Nick believed that it could have only been created by the Recovering Ones or the Suffering Ones. However, if it were made by the Suffering Ones, it couldn't have sunk this far into the ground. Nick didn't think that enough time could have passed since then. A ruin from the Recovering Ones, huh? Nick thought. I wonder what I will find inside. Then, Nick approached the door. Chapter 539 Hot. Nick approached the door and looked at the console at the wall. No power, Nick thought. Seems like the power source of this set of ruins isn't working anymore. Nick put his hands on the door and pushed forward. The metal was creaking, but that was all it did. I thought I could break through this, but apparently I can't. The material isn't very hard, but it seems to be extremely thick. Well, there are more ways to get through this. Nick pulled his blades out and put them into the door. Nick's blades went through the door like butter, and he started to cut pieces of the door away. The material this door was made out of was about 4 times as hard as normal steel, but that didn't matter in front of an expert. With Nick's ability active, the power he could put out was equivalent to the power an animal with a weight of about 1,000 tons could put out. It wasn't enough to push through the door, but it was more than enough to cut off pieces. Nick kept cutting and throwing the pieces of the door away. After about a minute, Nick had already created a tunnel that was about 2 meters deep. For just a moment, he stopped digging and pressed onto the wall in front of him. It creaked more than before, but that was the only difference. This thing has to be tens of meters thick, Nick thought. I wonder why they would make such thick walls. For a couple of minutes, Nick kept cutting. When he was about 15 meters deep, he felt a difference. I might be able to break through the door now, Nick thought. Bang, bang. Nick rammed his 2 blades into the slit between the 2 doors and pushed to the side. Sir, CRK. The metal creaked and bent, and Nick's blades lost their grip. I can open it, but the metal isn't hard enough to deal with the leverage. It's just going to bend and break. Nick had already tried to push the 2 walls at his side to the side, but they just bent inwards until Nick's body wasn't wide enough to push both sides at the same time. I should just dig more. A couple of minutes later, Nick was at a depth of over 20 meters. This is a thick wall, Nick thought as he kept digging. A moment later, he pushed forward again, and this time Nick could feel the metal bending in a way that suggested that Nick was close to the end. CRK. Creak. Nick felt several cracks from before him, and he pushed more. An instant later, a small but deep crack appeared in front of Nick, and an extremely bright beam of light shone through it. As soon as Nick saw that, he became confused. Light? But the power source shouldn't be active. How can there be light? And then something terrifying happened. Nick's barrier projected a crazy number of warnings while sounding an extremely loud alarm. Nick's eyes widened in terror, and he immediately charged out of the hole. Boom. The doors slammed shut again. Luckily, the doors were designed to slam shut if there was no power available, instead of the other way around. Nick had already appeared outside the hole he had dug. Everything had fallen back into darkness. Sweat appeared all over Nick's body, and he looked at one of the displays of his barrier. 20%. That was how much Zephyx he had left. This had been way too close. Nick calmed down over the next couple of seconds, took a deep breath, and tapped on his barrier a bit. Several readings and displays appeared, and Nick read through them. Radiation, he thought with furrowed brows. Radiation shouldn't be an issue for my body. Mortals feared radiation since it destroyed DNA, essentially turning one's entire body into one gigantic tumor. Meanwhile, powerful extractors didn't have that issue. Their DNA had remarkable capabilities of self-repair, which was also the reason why they could live for so much longer than normal people. The only way to threaten an extractor with radiation was to use so insanely much that it essentially turned into a laser. And that was exactly what had happened just now, according to Nick's barrier. As soon as the small ray of light appeared, Nick's barrier activated and warned him of the danger. It had registered the light as a heat-based energy attack and blocked it. Nick had only found out that it was actually radiation after checking through the different readings. The radiation reading of his barrier had essentially broken, and the increase in radiation on the graph was essentially a vertical line going from the bottom to the top of the graph. Nick's barrier came from Aegis, and it was more advanced than any barrier inside Crimson City. If it had been worse, Nick might have died. Is it some form of defensive mechanism? Probably not, Nick thought. Then, what is it? It doesn't seem to be alive since my ability never deactivated during this entire thing. The chances of it being a Spectre are low. Nick tried to find an answer, but he couldn't think of any. Whenever something with such destructive power appeared, it was almost always a Spectre. However, a Spectre would have noticed Nick, which would have deactivated his ability. Additionally, this entire area was isolated by insanely thick walls. How could the Spectre grow this powerful to begin with? Also, if it were a Spectre, it would be powerful enough to just break out. Unless it's a possession Spectre, Nick thought. But that would be ridiculous. The power of the radiation is so high that it would need to be a demon, at least. I should check. Nick looked at the wall again before ramming his blade into one side. Then he started to cut out a huge panel, which he then bent into the shape of a shield. This material seems to be able to isolate the rays. As long as I block all of them, it should be fine. Then Nick pushed himself back into the hole he had dug while pointing his new shield forward. When he reached the end, he carefully continued digging through the hole. He wanted to make the last part as thin as possible so that he wouldn't need so much power to push the doors apart. After a bit of digging, Nick felt the wall heating up tremendously. Is that why the walls are so thick? Nick thought. Nick continued digging, and then he found something interesting. The gap between the two doors is not straight. In fact, it doesn't look man-made at all, he thought. Nick turned back and looked at the hole he had dug. While digging, the gap between the doors always seemed straight, but now not anymore. Naturally, Nick knew what this meant. That also explains why it was so hard to push them apart. The metal inside the building is molten. The doors were fused together, and I broke them apart earlier. The metal in front of Nick had reached a temperature that would melt normal steel. However, since this material was strengthened with Zephyx, it still held together. It was quite hot around Nick, but his body was powerful enough to resist the heat. I should be close to the end, Nick thought. Nick made sure that his shield blocked his entire body and pulled out one of his spears. He leaned the spear onto the right side of the hole and grabbed a second one. Nick held the spear horizontally and expanded it. Bang, bang. The spears but hit the left side, while its tip hit the second spear to the right. If Nick had just expanded his spear like that, it would have just made a hole in the wall. That was why he used a second spear to distribute the forces. Next, Nick used his own power to expand the spear more. Sir, the walls were creaking. Bang. Nick saw light passing by his shield, and he felt his shield warming up quickly. His barrier was already active since part of the light reflected back onto Nick. Luckily, this bit of reflection couldn't be compared to being hit by the thing directly. Nick saw both ends of his spear turning red and warping. His spears were not made to withstand that much heat. The sheer power of the radiation was ridiculous. Nick quickly started to do his tests. First, he created a small opening in his barrier and moved his arm out. Next, he put the front of his left index finger into the light and pulled back immediately. Nick gritted his teeth as he looked at his finger. It had turned red and black. It's completely denatured, Nick thought. Nick quickly cut off his finger with one of his blades, and a new finger started to form. Veterans already had the power to regrow limbs, and experts were even faster at that. Regrowing a limb only took a minute for an expert. Next, Nick changed the form of his barrier and moved a small part of it into the light. The barrier flickered, but it still worked. The barrier was in a different mode. Earlier, it had blocked the rays. This time, it was allowing them to pass through so that it could analyze them. A couple of seconds later, Nick pulled the arm of the barrier back and looked at the readings. When he saw them, he took a deep breath. High density of Zephyx, which was recently converted from prefix. This is a fucking Specter. Chapter 540-02 hot. Ah, fuck. Nick thought as he looked at the ground. Liquid metal was flowing in from the opening and passing by Nick's shield. CRK. Bang. At the same time, an extremely loud bang exploded from Nick's left, and all the light vanished. Under the heat, Nick's spear couldn't keep its form anymore and had broken under the pressure of the doors. It exploded, and the two doors slammed shut again. At the same time, the metal surrounded Nick's shoes and tightly grabbed onto them. Nick jumped forward, breaking his shoes in the process and landing outside the hole. Inside the hole, the metal slowly started to solidify, but not before bending and slightly melting Nick's shield. Nick just looked back at the hole. A fucking Specter. It's actually a fucking Specter, he thought. And it has to be a possession Specter. A fucking demon possession Specter. Nick remembered Ghosty's hypothesis. The amount of suffering an object caused would translate into power if it ever turned into a possession Specter. How much suffering had this possession Specter caused? Also, why was it in there? I wonder, Nick thought. Was this thing surrounded by metal before or after it turned into a Specter? Nick looked up and remembered how deep down he actually was. Is the creation of the Specter related to this building getting buried this far into the ground? Could be, but I can't be sure. I don't have enough information. Next, Nick tapped around on his barrier for a bit, and a moment later, a picture appeared. This barrier also made a picture of the light while measuring it. When Nick saw the picture, he furrowed his brows. About as expected, he thought. The source of the light was a very bright white ball. However, Nick wasn't sure if this was just the great amount of light hiding the object, or if it was an actual white ball. I also can't tell how far away it is. It could be 10 meters away, but it could also be a kilometer away. Based on the readings, if the object is just 10 or 100 meters away from the edge, it should be a demon, but if it's further, it could even be a fallen. I should measure the building. If it's a demon, Crimson City can contain it. If it's a fallen, we need Aegis. Nick put the displays on his barrier away and went back to the wall. Next, he started to go along the walls and carefully dig through the stone walls of the cave. After a bit of digging, Nick noticed something. The building is round. That makes things easier. Nick summoned his barrier and told it to calculate the circumference of the wall by analyzing a small part of it. After a bit of math, Nick got all the numbers of the building, assuming that it was a perfect sphere. Diameter of about 100 meters, Nick thought. The walls are around 30 meters thick, which means the open space in the middle should have a diameter of 40 meters. If the thing is in the middle of the building, it should be about 20 meters away from the wall. With that distance and the power of the radiation, I can calculate the approximate power of the Spectre. Nick did a bit of math. Early or mid-demon? More likely a mid-demon. Nick furrowed his brows. Capturing the big brain slug sure as hell was worth the risk, Nick thought. Now we just need to suppress and contain it. Nick thought about the size and danger of the possession Spectre. But that's easier said than done. The easiest way would be to carry and transport the entire building, but that thing has to weigh over 1 million tons. We could shave off the outermost 20 meters, which should reduce its weight by over 90%, but that would still be tens of thousands of tons. We would need Arya to carry it after shaving it. Nick narrowed his eyes. But that's impossible, Nick thought as the image of the plague vulture shot through his mind. If Arya leaves Crimson City for more than a couple of seconds, the plague vulture might actually decide to attack the city. That means I can only rely on my specialists. While Nick kept planning the suppression of the Spectre, he kept digging around a bit. He wanted to make sure that the building was an actual sphere. After about an hour, he got confirmation. Yes, it was a sphere. This will take a long time, Nick thought as he looked at the metallic walls. Nick could tell that this was going to be a project spanning several years. Just for starters, they had to dig a hole to this depth to unearth the building, which was already a lot of work. I should get back and tell Arya, Nick thought. Nick told his barrier to create a map and to keep this place marked. Then he traveled through the caves until he reached the top. This time, it barely took 2 minutes since Nick already knew the way. On the surface, Nick looked at his barrier and traveled to the part of the surface that was directly on top of the buried building. Nick marked the place and left for Crimson City. A while later, Nick arrived in Crimson City and directly went to the city's headquarters. When Arya saw him, she sighed in relief. "You were gone for quite a while," she commented. "I got lost in the caves," Nick answered. "Anyway, I got good and bad news. What do you want to hear first?" Nick asked. "The bad news," Arya answered with a sigh. "We have a huge project in front of us that will take years and a lot of powerful extractors to complete," Nick said. Arya looked with positive surprise at Nick. "That sounds more like good news. After all, why would you suggest investing that many resources into something if it isn't worth it?" Nick scratched the side of his head. "I guess so. Anyway, the good news is that we got a non-sentient mid-demon possession Spectre." Silence. Arya's eyes were opened widely, and she looked with shock at Nick. A mid-demon possession Spectre? That was insane. "Are you for real?" she asked. Nick nodded and told her what he had found. In the beginning, Arya seemed excited, but when Nick told her about the readings in the picture, her excitement turned to worry. "You said there's molten metal, right?" she asked. "Correct," Nick said. "It started to flow out as soon as the crack appeared." "How high was the crack?" Arya asked. "It started at a height of about 1 meter and stretched for another 80 centimeters upward," Nick explained. Arya nodded as she furrowed her brows. "Show me the picture again." Nick did just that, and Arya looked at it. Then she grimaced. "There's no reflection," she said. "Reflection?" Nick asked. Arya nodded and pointed at the picture. "The molten metal reached your place, even though the crack starts at a height of 10 meters. That means that the lake of molten metal has to be 1 meter deep at least. However, if it only had that depth, we should be able to see a reflection of the light. The liquid metal should reflect the light like water reflects the sun's light." "But there's no reflection," Arya said. At that moment, Nick started to combine the clues in his head. The liquid metal had to be high enough to get through the crack, but there was no reflection. This meant that the actual level of the liquid metal had to be higher than the height of the camera, which, at the time of the shot, was around 160 centimeters. This meant that at least 80% of the crack's height had been blocked by liquid metal. Most likely, all of it had been blocked. The reason why the hole hadn't immediately been flooded was that the liquid metal was extremely viscous. Nick looked at the picture again, and with a new context, this picture became far more intimidating. Nick's calculations had all been correct. Everything had fit perfectly, as long as there was air between him and the object. However, that wasn't the case. The object's light hadn't reached his camera through around 30 meters of air. No, it had reached his camera through around 10 meters of air and 20 meters of molten metal. This thing was visible through 20 fucking meters of molten metal. This thing could kill Nick in less than a second while shining through 20 meters of metal. Nick, that is not a demon, Arya said. Nick took a deep breath. I realize that now, Nick answered. That thing is a fallen, and not a weak one. Nick did a couple of calculations. This has to be a late fallen, at least. Silence. Several seconds of silence. I'm calling Aegis, Nick said. Arya nodded. You should. Chapter 541. Investigating the Spectre. Nick and Arya waited in a plaza in the outer city and looked towards the sky. They had contacted Aegis a couple of minutes ago, and Aegis told them that they would send a scout. Sending a protector was a huge act, and Aegis wouldn't do it without a very good reason. Someone from Aegis' main force had to confirm the power of the Spectre. After waiting for a while, the two of them saw someone flying towards the city. Arya lifted her arm and shot a beam of light into the sky, eliciting glances from everyone around them. The person changed their trajectory and flew directly to the beam of light. Shing. In almost an instant, the person appeared in front of Arya and Nick. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His hair was long and green, and he wore the uniform of an agent. Arya could tell that this man was quite a bit more powerful than her. She estimated that he was a late or peak hero. The man nodded at Arya in greeting before looking at Nick with furrowed brows. Identify yourself, the man demanded. Nick bowed politely. Nick Dusk. I am a liaison, a new position created by Aegis. I am above governors but below agents and authority. The man had a skeptical expression on his face, but he dropped the matter. What Nick said was suspicious, but he wasn't here to police this city. He was here to check on a Spectre. Where is the Spectre? The man asked. To the east of the city. Had you brought enough light? Nick asked. The man nodded. The message said I should, and I did. I'll lead you there, Nick said. However, the man looked at Arya instead. Accompany us, he ordered. I'm sorry, Arya said politely, but I can't leave the city. The man looked unhappy. Explain, he demanded. Arya pointed towards the west. The man focused on the west, and a couple of seconds later, his eyes shone. If I leave, it might attack, Arya said, referring to the plague vulture. That is an issue, the man said. Fine, you can stay here. The next moment, the man looked at Nick before taking out a small device. He tapped a bit on the device and read something on its screen for a couple of seconds. Earlier, he hadn't cared about Nick's identity, but after learning that he would be alone with Nick in the darkness, he decided to verify Nick's identity. First, he read through the local database of his digital assistant. The device the man was using couldn't connect to Aegis' main network. For security reasons, every agent received a new device with an updated database every year. As long as Nick's position wasn't newer than a year, it should be in there. And sure enough, the man saw that liaison was an official position. However, the specific number of liaisons and their identities were confidential. Next, a barrier appeared around the man, and he clicked on a button. The next moment, Nick's barrier also activated for a short moment. Finally, the man nodded. Fine, lead the way, he said. Nick had passed all identity checks. He was part of Aegis. Of course, Nick answered before jumping out of the city towards the east. The man took to the sky and followed Nick. A couple of seconds later, they arrived at the cave network. The Spectre is about 5 kilometers below this spot, inside a big ruin made by the recovering ones. We can travel through the caverns, which will take us about a minute. Alternatively, we could dig down, Nick said. The man furrowed his brows. There was no ruin in the report, he said. Because the ruin is quite literally only a shell, Nick said. The Spectre emits so much radiation that every bit of metal around it is liquid. I don't think there will be anything inside the ruin that has survived. The man wasn't completely happy with that explanation, but he didn't complain. We're going to create a small hole. Don't resist, the man ordered. Next, the man grabbed Nick with his left arm and flew to the side. Here good, the man asked, pointing at a spot. Yes, this leads to the entrance, Nick said, hanging from the man's hand. The agent pointed his other hand at the ground. Aha-ha-wah. Nick's heart almost stopped as an incomparably loud screech of absolute terror exploded out of the man's hand. Nick saw a green force shooting out of the man's hand. Inside the green force were faded faces of terrified humans, screaming and screeching in horror. The green wave hit the ground, and the ground turned into tiny pebbles before turning into dust. The dust rapidly flowed outward and created a cloud that grew bigger and bigger. The two of them were descending through the rapidly expanding cloud, and the surroundings grew darker and darker the deeper they went. Ding! The man's barrier activated and started to give off a bit of light. Nick looked with surprise at the barrier. Wait, barriers can create light from an extractor Zephyx. But then he felt where the Zephyx came from. The Zephyx, the barrier used to create light, came from one of the man's pockets. The barrier wasn't using the agent's Zephyx. It was draining a solid brick of Zephyx in the man's pocket. Nick guessed that there were several kilos of Zephyx in the man's pocket. Aegis required a lot of Zephyx from all of their cities, and this was one of the ways the Zephyx was used. Agents needed light, and the best and most reliable way to make light was to convert Zephyx into light. Bang! The screaming stopped as the man broke through a wall, which led into a cavern. The next moment, he waved his right arm upward, and the cloud of dense dust blew out of the hole. Light returned. Since the sun was perfectly above them, the light even reached such a depth while shining through a hole that was barely 2 meters wide. The man looked around but didn't see anything special. We need to go one deeper, Nick said. We still have about 1 kilometer to go. The man frowned before pointing his arm downward again. Ah! The screaming returned. About 30 seconds later, they reached another cave, and the man dispelled the cloud of dust. Almost immediately, he noticed the walls of the ruin. This is it, he asked, looking at the ruin. Yes, Nick said. The man dropped Nick, and Nick landed in the only bright spot of the cave. The 5-kilometer-long hole created a pillar of light in the cavern, and Nick stood in exactly that one. The man approached the ruin. Be careful, Nick said. I got hit by a tiny bit of light and lost almost all my Zephyx. The man didn't answer and walked into the hole. Nick watched from the pillar of light with worry. He hoped that the man wasn't going to die to his own arrogance. Luckily, the man wasn't that stupid. He carefully pushed the door open, and a beam of bright light shot out of the hole. Nick couldn't look into the hole, which meant that he couldn't see what the man was doing. A couple of seconds later, the light vanished, and the man walked out of the hole. The next moment, he looked at Nick. You did the right thing by calling us, the man said. I can't get an accurate reading of its power since I don't know how much the liquid metal is weakening the readings, but at the very least, it's an early fallen. At most, it's a peak fallen. Most likely, it's a mid-fallen. Nick took a deep breath and nodded. What's the plan? Nick asked. I want to make a report. Crimson City already has an open work order. Something about taking away the Crimson Sea. The work order has a relatively low priority. Most likely, the retrieval of this Spectre will be added to the work order, and the work order's priority will be raised significantly. If that's the case, expect a protector within the next couple of weeks, the man explained. Thank you, Nick said. The man nodded, and the two of them left by going through the long hole. As soon as they reached the surface, the man left to make his report, and Nick went back to the city. Life in the city continued for some time. And then 3 weeks later, some people arrived in front of the city. It was a group of 5 people wearing Aegis uniforms. Shockingly, 4 of them had 3 stripes, identifying them as protectors. However, the most surprising was the leader. He was an old man with long silver hair, wearing a uniform with 4 stripes. This was a justiciar, peak protector. This is Crimson City, sir, one of the protectors said. The old man's head turned to the city, and his empty and black eye sockets seemed to focus on the distant city. Get the governor, the man ordered with a smooth voice. Chapter 542. The Crimson Sea is suppressed. Nick and Arya bowed with respect in front of the 5 people in front of them. We are here to deal with 2 matters, one of the protectors said. First, we are going to deal with the Crimson Sea. Of course, Arya answered. Is there anything you need? A big map appeared in the man's hand, and it started to float in front of him. The map depicted Crimson City and its surroundings, including the new districts in the city's west. Mark the Crimson Sea, the Protector ordered, handing the map over to Arya. Arya took the map and drew a big circle over almost the entire city. How deep is it? The man asked evenly. I'm not sure, Arya answered. More than 20 meters, but less than 50. The man scratched his beard before turning to the justiciar. Sir, it's only a fanatic, the man said emotionlessly. Standard procedure. Of course, the Protector said before turning to Arya. Open a path to the Crimson Sea. Naturally, Arya said before flying towards Crimson City. The 4 Protectors didn't move, but the justiciar slowly floated after Arya. Nick watched Arya and the justiciar landing near Crimson City's edge, and the next moment, he saw Arya pulling a couple of plates off the ground. For the first time in a long while, the Crimson Sea was exposed to the sky again. Several eyes floated in an endless sea of red, all looking at the sky emotionlessly. The Crimson Sea, sir, Arya said respectfully before stepping to the side. The justiciar floated forward until he was just above the Crimson Sea. At that moment, all the eyes of the Crimson Sea gathered together into one huge eye, which focused on the justiciar. The justiciar didn't show any reaction and floated down until he was touching the Crimson Sea. He lowered his hand into the gigantic eye and lightly moved it around. It was almost like he was dipping his hand in normal water since nothing of note happened. At that moment, a ripple went through the Crimson Sea, and it suddenly started to rise. Arya watched in surprise as the Crimson Sea gained 2 additional meters of depth, and she knew what had just happened. It had advanced. However, the justiciar didn't seem surprised. He probably made it advance on purpose, Arya thought as she looked at the calm justiciar. The justiciar kept looking at the huge eye with his empty eye sockets. Then the blackness of his empty eye sockets seemed to rotate, and a bit of purple appeared in it. Thin purple streaks moved around the middle of the black nothingness, and when Arya saw that, she immediately associated them with whirlpools. It was like they were trying to suck her in. Suddenly, the entire Crimson Sea began to shake violently, as if a devastating earthquake had happened beneath it. The shaking became stronger and stronger. This scene continued for several seconds before Arya noticed something changing. The eye was shrinking. It was almost like the eye was being absorbed by the justiciar's arm. Next, Arya noticed that the edges of the Crimson Sea started to change color. The red was vanishing, and it was replaced by clear water. Arya watched in shock as the red shrank more and more until only a small puddle of red was left below the justiciar. The next moment, the justiciar pulled his hand back, and a 2x2x2 meter cube of crimson liquid was pulled out with him. The next moment, a big specter cage appeared in front of the justiciar, and the crimson liquid was put inside. The cube collapsed inside the specter cage and started to violently expand. Bang! However, the door of the cage slammed shut before the liquid could expand out of the cage. And that was it. The Crimson Sea was suppressed. Just like that, Arya was shocked by how easy this looked. The Crimson Sea had been an unsolvable problem for Crimson City for almost 2 decades. Yet, the justiciar had solved it just like that. Do you want to know how this works? The justiciar asked while looking in a seemingly random direction. Arya was a bit taken aback by the justiciar talking to her. He didn't seem like someone of many words. Yes, sir, she answered. 4 specters can be classified in many more categories, but these are not important until your mastery over Zephyx manipulation reaches a certain level, the man calmly explained. The Crimson Sea is not a sea. It is a specter attached to water, the same way you are attached to your body. The only difference is that it can survive without a body. Arya understood what the justiciar meant. Technically, one could argue that a human was only someone's brain, and that a body was only a vehicle for the brain. Essentially, the justiciar had pulled the brain out of the Crimson Sea's body without killing it. If you decide to join Aegis as an agent, you will learn these things, the justiciar said. Thank you for explaining, Arya said respectfully. The man didn't answer and just floated out of the city's underground. Arya threw one last look at the clear water beneath her. The Crimson Sea had made the water rise quite significantly, and there were now only 3 meters of space between the water's surface and the city's floor. It's clean, Arya thought, looking at the water. It's pure water, without any dirt. Where did all the dirt go? Arya shook her head and left the city's underground before arriving near the group again. The justiciar had already handed the specter cage to one of his people. The Crimson Sea has been dealt with. One of the protectors spoke. Where's the radiation specter? I can bring you there, Nick said as he stepped forward. The protector furrowed his brows. Lead the way, the justiciar said. The protector immediately took a step to the side without saying anything. Of course, sir, Nick answered before running towards the direction of the cave system. The group of people followed after Nick, and a couple of seconds later they reached the hole. However, a big part of the hole had already collapsed again. It's 5 kilometers below this point, Nick said. The agent who has investigated this place has created this hole, but it collapsed. One of the protectors stepped forward without a word and pointed his hand at the hole. Nick saw the air below the man's hand get distorted before entering the hole. For 10 seconds, nothing happened. You go first, the man ordered Nick, pointing at the hole. Sure, Nick answered before jumping into the hole. As Nick fell into the hole, he noticed that it had reached its old length and that all the dust and collapsed rock had vanished. There weren't even any clouds of dirt. While Nick was falling, he looked up and saw the guy floating downward, just a couple of meters above Nick. How did you do that? Nick asked with interest. The man seemed a bit annoyed that Nick asked him a question. Compression, he answered with annoyance. I used the stone and dust to compress and strengthen the walls of the hole. Thank you for explaining, Nick said carefully, not wanting to annoy the protector too much. This is taking too long, the protector spoke a moment later before pointing at Nick. Nick's eyes widened, and the air between him and the protector warped. Suddenly, Nick's entire world seemed to warp, and a tenth of a second later, Nick felt ground beneath his feet. Shing, shing, shing. At the same time, 5 people came out of the hole above Nick, their barriers giving off a bit of light as they continued to hover above Nick. Is that it? One of the protectors asked Nick while looking at the metallic wall in front of him. Nick looked over. Sure enough, they had already arrived at their destination. Yes, it's inside there. The inside is filled with liquid dash. We know, one of the protectors said. The report was very thorough, and we've all read it. Scout, the justiciar, spoke. One of the protectors flew forward and stopped in front of the half-destroyed door. Naturally, a justiciar was extremely valuable, and they wouldn't risk his life by letting him go in first. If there were unforeseen circumstances, the scout of the team would die instead. Nick watched as the scout entered the big hole inside the door. Moments later, an extremely bright light came out of the hole. 5 seconds later, the light disappeared again, but the scout didn't come out. He entered and closed the door behind him, Nick thought. A full minute of silence passed before light reappeared inside the hole. The scout reappeared and closed the door before calmly looking at the justiciar. Mid-fallen possession Spectre, the scout reported. It's a flaming ball of fire that converts prefix into radiation. It produced Zephyx when I let its radiation touch my skin. 543, Chapter 543, Reward. Is there anything else in the ruins? The justiciar asked. No, sir, the protector answered. Everything else has been turned into liquid metal. What era? The justiciar asked. Another protector walked forward. The ruins are made of crude composite material, and the architectural style is typical for the recovering ones. While crude for our standards, this was actually very advanced for the recovering ones. My first guess would be that this place was built within the last 20% of the civilization's reign. The justiciar didn't look at the protector. Any guess as to how this possession specter became this powerful? 2 of the protectors looked at each other. Naturally, every protector had their own specialty. One of them knew almost everything there was to know about past civilizations. One of them knew almost everything about the cities and their rules. One of them knew almost everything about Spectre theory. And one of them was just a scout. It's a big burning ball of fire that gives off incredible amounts of radiation, right? The Spectre researcher asked the scout. Yes, the scout answered. It's about 5 meters in diameter and has incredible power. Its radiation is so strong that it uses up my Zephyx faster than I can recover. The Spectre researcher rubbed his chin. A possession Spectre needs to possess something living or something dead. This ball of fire doesn't sound like something that's alive, which means that the Spectre must have possessed it as an object. However, big balls of fire don't tend to exist very long under normal circumstances. If this is just a momentary explosion, the chances of it turning into a Spectre are minuscule, which means it must have been relatively stable for quite a while. The Spectre researcher looked at the civilization researcher. Is there any ancient technology that creates long-living balls of fire? The civilization researcher nodded. It's called nuclear fusion, he answered. The recovering ones weren't able to transform Zephyx into electricity. None of them had been creative enough to think of the Orwell-Mandrick model, which locked the true access to the power of Zephyx away from them. Nuclear fusion is an inefficient way to create energy by fusing nuclei together. While the theoretical output of energy is very high, the many different control processes required to keep it running are prone to error and consume a lot of the resulting energy. Can you get to the point? The Spectre researcher asked. The civilization researcher sighed. It makes a big ball of fire, which is then used as an energy source. Thank you, the Spectre researcher said. Now, is there a way that this ball could cause a lot of suffering for the people? You're applying the ghosty hypothesis? The civilization researcher asked with raised brows. Nick looked with surprise at the two of them. They knew about ghosty. It's the best explanation, the Spectre researcher answered. Fine, the civilization researcher said. Nuclear fusion is extremely dangerous. One wrong input and the fireball can essentially explode. If that were to happen, everyone in the surroundings would turn into dust. The Spectre researcher looked at the ruin. I have a theory, he said as he looked at the justiciar. The justiciar only nodded without turning to him. It's possible that the fireball has already caused a bit of suffering before the explosion. At some point, it transformed into a specter, which changed its properties and increased its powers. When that happened, it broke through its restraints and killed everyone inside the ruin. All of this must have happened so fast that it managed to increase its level of suffering before fully transforming into a specter. Based on its power, it must have killed over 50 people while causing immense suffering to thousands more. It most likely killed all the researchers, and since it was no longer possible to harvest its energy, several settlements in the surroundings were without power for a long time. That would fulfill all the criteria. The justiciar just looked at the ruin. So, it's a possession specter possessing a big explosion, the justiciar said. Yes, the two protectors answered. Can I use Excrep's detachment without killing it? The justiciar asked. If there is a way to feed it what it needs to keep exploding, it would work. The Spectre researcher turned to the civilization researcher after saying that. The effort required to do that would not even be close to worth it, he answered. Nick listened as the justiciar asked about more and more complicated methods of extracting the specter, while the protectors kept shooting down his ideas. Zephyx suppressors? The justiciar asked. Nick knew what this method entailed. That would kill it, the Spectre researcher answered without hesitation. Silence. Carrying the entire building is too risky, the justiciar said after a while. If we get attacked on our way back and this thing gets out. Seems like there's no other way, the justiciar said with a determined tone. The protectors looked with concern at him, but didn't protest. It was truly the only way. Nick wasn't sure what they were talking about, but kept watching. Bring the liaison back to the city and give them an appropriate reward, the justiciar said as he turned to the scout and the city researcher. Affirmative, the two of them answered before they approached Nick. Without saying anything, they flew out of the hole while pulling Nick behind them. Nick was pulled out of the cave quickly and was put down on the surface. The two protectors gestured to the city, and Nick started to run towards it. What is the justiciar doing? Nick asked. The two of them didn't immediately answer. Near the edge of the city, they stopped and looked at Nick. The justiciar is the best suppressor in the world, one of them said seriously. He has an ability that allows him to suppress any specter, even if technology and knowledge fail us. However, using that ability comes at a heavy price. Every time he uses it, his body ages several years. He doesn't have many years left. Nick could feel the mood turning solemn, and he didn't ask for any specifics. The fact that the two had answered his question so far was already incredible. Thanks for telling me, Nick answered. What do you want for your reward? One of them asked, looking at Nick. You are the liaison, which means you can decide for Crimson City, correct? Nick nodded. I can. Do you know what you want? The other protector asked. Nick nodded. He and Arya had already talked about what they would want from a potential reward. Can you capture the plague vulture and give it to Crimson City? Nick asked. The big bird flying to the west of here. One of them asked. Nick nodded. Does the city already have a demon? He asked. Kugelblitz has one. The city itself does not have one, Nick said. How powerful is the governor? The man asked. Early hero. She will become a mid-hero within the next 3 years. The two protectors looked at each other. Do you have a containment unit big enough to suppress this thing? They asked. No, Nick said. The plague vulture was almost 50 meters long. If they wanted to suppress it, they would need a containment unit that was at least 75 meters long. On top of that, it would need to be powerful enough to contain an aggressive demon. How long would it take to construct one? One of them asked. Nick did some math. Around 5 days, he answered. Do you have 3 tons of Zephyx and liquid funds? One of them asked with furrowed brows. Nick nodded, and the two of them raised their brows. You do? One of them asked in surprise. Yes, Nick said. The man had only asked out of courtesy. He hadn't expected that the city actually had 3 whole tons of Zephyx just lying around. The two protectors looked at each other and nodded after a while. All right, one of them said, looking back at Nick. We're going to contain it as your reward. We're going to use a special kind of Zephyx suppressor, which can be powered by Zephyx. 3 tons of Zephyx can keep the Plague Vulture's Zephyx suppressed for around 9 days, which should give you enough time to construct its containment unit. Nick sighed in relief. The Plague Vulture had been a humongous issue for the city. It kept several specialists busy and blocked off the entire western direction. With the Plague Vulture finally taken care of, the city would finally be able to spread its wings, metaphorically speaking. Where do you want it? One of them asked. For now, dump it in the crater to the south of the city, Nick said. The two of them looked to the south and nodded. Sure. Give us about 2 hours to come up with a plan and another hour to put it into motion. You will have your rotting bird by the end of the day. Chapter 544, Concept Transmission. The Plague Vulture circled over the area west of the city. It had been doing that for years by now, and it wouldn't stop for several more years. At least, that's what it thought. The Plague Vulture's eyes focused on Crimson City as it noticed somebody charging in its direction. The Plague Vulture had lived for a very long time, and it had fought many different people before. In fact, it had already helped destroy an entire city. Naturally, the Plague Vulture hadn't been the only specter that had caused chaos in the city. It had just done what it always did. Add to the chaos. After the city had been destroyed, the Plague Vulture had been greeted with a feast. So many weak humans that it could rot away. This was how the Plague Vulture grew in power. The more humans and animals it could decompose, the more powerful it would become. The destroyed city had made it advance from an initial demon into an early demon. On top of that, it was already near the end of its current level. Just 100 more humans or so, and it would become a mid-demon. At that point, it could almost consider attacking a city on its own. The Plague Vulture was very experienced when it came to dealing with humans and their forces. So, when it saw the human charging towards it, it immediately realized that the human was extremely powerful. Far more powerful than the Plague Vulture. Without waiting to see what the human had planned, the Plague Vulture charged toward the north as quickly as it could. Naturally, the Plague Vulture had created several contingency plans for something exactly like this. It would just escape into the domain of the sharks, and any human that followed it would die. The human was extremely fast, but they couldn't possibly reach it before the Plague Vulture reached the ocean. The Plague Vulture stopped as a gigantic wall of screaming faces appeared in front of it. It could tell that the wall of faces was so powerful that it would die if it touched it. Without hesitation, the Plague Vulture extended its wings, and green dust started to gather on its wings. In one fluid motion, the Plague Vulture threw the dust towards the approaching human from its back. Ding. Yet the human just moved his arm from right to left, and the entire cloud of decay was redirected. The next moment, the human pulled out a handgun and slowly pointed it at the Plague Vulture's head. Bang. The Plague Vulture's head exploded. Yet, a moment later, its body gathered more plague around it and created an explosion of death and decay. The Plague Vulture didn't need a head to survive or fight. Bang. Bang. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 gigantic holes appeared in the cloud of decay. The cloud of decay scattered in all directions, replaced by a cloud of blood. The Plague Vulture's wings had exploded. Stop resisting, or your feet are next. The wielder of the gun spoke calmly, his voice easily reaching the Plague Vulture by the use of Zephyx. We're not killing you. The Plague Vulture didn't understand human language, but for some reason, the words inside the waves of Zephyx were extremely clear to it. It had never talked to any other specter or human, but it perfectly understood what the human wanted, which was bizarre. The Plague Vulture stopped moving before slowly lowering itself towards the ground. Naturally, it gave up. It wasn't sure what the humans had planned for it since it lacked the intelligence to understand what manufacturers did, but staying alive was better than dying. As Nick watched the specter giving up, he was a bit surprised. Sure, he had expected that the 2 protectors would be able to capture it, but he hadn't thought that they would be able to convince it to stop resisting. Crimson City had tried to communicate with the Plague Vulture many times in the past, but all signs pointed towards the Plague Vulture not being able to communicate with anyone. It had the intelligence of a regular animal. It was very intelligent when it came to hunting and fighting, but that was everything there was to its intelligence. How did he do that? Nick thought. Nick watched as the Protector approached the Plague Vulture before summoning a gigantic chain. The gigantic chain surrounded the Plague Vulture, and a moment later, it started to give off a terrifying amount of Zephyx. One part of the chain had a bright white cube in it. That was 1 ton of pure Zephyx. It would keep the Plague Vulture suppressed for about 3 days. With the Plague Vulture's Zephyx suppressed, its power dropped considerably. However, it still wasn't harmless. When a human was suppressed, their power dropped to the level of a normal human. Yet, the Plague Vulture was still a gigantic being, and its base power was already incredible. Even with its Zephyx suppressed, its body was still about as powerful as the body of an expert. The second Protector shot out from the ground and arrived beside his colleague. A moment later, the two of them threw the Plague Vulture into the craters south of the city. 3 specialists were already waiting there. Naturally, Nick had given those 3 the task to keep the Plague Vulture imprisoned until the city could finish building its containment unit. The specialists looked with excitement and satisfaction at the Plague Vulture. This fucking thing had been a pain in their asses for long enough. Additionally, they felt excited at the prospect of having a demon. With the Plague Vulture, the city could finally rival Kugelblitz in terms of income. Well, at least theoretically. They still had to find out what the Plague Vulture needed to become more powerful. If it needed to kill people, it wouldn't produce nearly as much Zephyx as the Crimson Fungus. "Thank you," Nick said to the 2 Protectors after arriving at the scene. "No need to thank us," one of them said evenly. "This was your reward." Nick nodded. "May I ask a question?" he asked. "Make it quick." "We have to get back," one of them said with annoyance. "How did you manage to communicate with the Plague Vulture?" Nick asked. "Concept transmission," one of them answered. "We use our Zephyx to translate concepts into waves, which are then picked up by the center of consciousness. It's much more efficient than speech, instantaneous, and everyone understands it. It's an advanced form of Zephyx manipulation and takes a couple of years of practice to master." Nick looked with interest at the Protector. "Zephyx manipulation? I received a rank 3 manual in Zephyx manipulation, and it didn't say anything about that." "You got a rank 3 manual?" the other Protector asked in surprise. Nick nodded. "You must have done something incredible for humanity if a shield gave you access to a level 3 manual as an expert," the Protector answered. "As for your question, no, it's not in any of the Zephyx manipulation manuals. Transmissions have already been mastered, and a complete technique has already been created. There's no need to learn how to recreate it since it's already perfect. You can purchase it with contribution coins in one of the strongholds, but you need the rank of agent to access it." "Wait," the other Protector said. "Are you sure?" "What do you mean?" the first Protector asked. "Do you know what permissions a liaison has?" the second Protector asked. The first Protector furrowed his brows. Maybe you're right." Then he turned to Nick. "Maybe you can actually purchase it. You should check. It's not very expensive." "Thank you," Nick said. "Was that everything?" the first Protector asked with impatience. "Yes, thank you again on behalf of Crimson City," Nick said respectfully. "Sure," the 2 of them said with a nod before flying towards the ruin with a big fireball. Nick looked at the direction of the cave system for a couple of seconds before turning back to the Plague Vulture. Its head had already regrown, and its wings were nearly done regrowing. This guy heals fast, Nick thought. The Plague Vulture noticed that the powerful humans were gone and strained against the Zephyx suppressors. Bang! One of the specialists used a gun to blast a huge hole into the Plague Vulture's head, and it fell over. Even a dumb animal would understand what this meant. And even if it didn't, with enough bullets, it would learn to understand. Nick oversaw the Plague Vulture's suppression for a couple more minutes to make sure that nothing would go wrong. The earth began to shake violently, and Nick saw the earth crumbling far to the east. It was coming right from the cave system. Bang! The next moment, 5 white beams shot out from the ground before vanishing on the horizon. The Protectors and the Justiciar had left. Chapter 545, 5 Civilizations. Nick returned to the city. Many things had changed within the last couple of hours. In a way, Crimson City had undergone a change more significant than Anatomy's destruction. The Crimson Sea had vanished. The Plague Vulture was suppressed. It took a while to come to terms with these drastic changes. The first thing Nick did after getting back to the city was to go towards the sewers. He opened one of the entrances to the city's underground inside the megastructure and jumped onto a balcony. This was the place where the Roachers had gathered in the past. Compared to back then, things had become extremely different. There's no more red mist. There was no bright glow anymore. Everything outside of the entrance was perfectly dark. The sewers had changed once again. In the beginning, they had been filled with disgusting liquid, while light had shone through many different holes. Then, it had transformed into a red land of death. And now it was perfectly dark and mostly filled with beautiful and clean water. As Nick looked at the city's underground, a mix of emotions rose from his chest. Fear, wonder, calm. Fear because he still felt like looking down would kill him. Wonder because the ruins below the city were finally accessible again. Calm because the silent and unmoving wonder created an atmosphere of tranquility. For a while, Nick just looked at the darkness. A normal extractor would only see a black wall since there was no light source in the underground, except for the exit. Yet, Nick could see everything as if it were illuminated by the sun. Nick saw a seemingly endless lake of clear water. Inside the clear water, Nick saw an incredible number of ruins from different civilizations. Back when the Crimson Sea had broken out for the first time, Marcus had destroyed the majority of the floor beneath the sewers to make the Crimson Sea fall down one layer of ruins. That destroyed many buildings, but not all of them. On the highest layer of the ruins, Nick saw a couple of scattered buildings made of black metal. These buildings all stood on top of different buildings from other civilizations. The suffering ones, Nick thought as he looked at the buildings. The buildings were made of relatively good quality steel, which had been treated with Zephyx. Something like that could withstand the strength of an initial John, but a late John with a strong weapon could break through these materials. Below them were smooth, chrome-plated buildings. The metals used were so advanced that Nick couldn't even recognize them. He wasn't sure if Aegis knew how to make these. Nick felt no Zephyx coming off these buildings, but that didn't mean that they were not treated with Zephyx. Quite the opposite. The Zephyx treatment was so incredibly advanced that it perfectly integrated with the metals. These materials were insanely advanced. The enlightened ones, Nick thought. Over 90% of that layer was still intact. Marcus had only created a couple of holes since this layer was not nearly as fragile as the layer from the suffering ones. Splash. Nick jumped into the water and moved downward. Nick didn't need to breathe, and he also didn't need to swim to move underwater. He already knew the principle of flight that heroes used, and he was using exactly that to move around underwater. He couldn't use it to fly since the density and recovery rate of his Zephyx weren't high enough, but he could use it in the water. Nick went to the second layer and touched one of the chrome-plated walls of a building. Bang! Nick punched the wall with almost all of his power. The wall began to vibrate, and the water around him shook. Yet, that was all that happened. Even with my ability, I can't damage this wall easily, Nick thought. If I were to go all out with my blade, I might be able to create a couple of cuts, but it would take minutes to make a small cut that goes through one of these walls. One had to remember that Nick's ability was active right now. This meant that these walls could resist specialists. The fact that an entire city is made of such advanced materials is insane to think about. Was it really so easy for the enlightened ones to create materials of this level? Was it so easy that they could just use this for any random place? Nick moved away from the wall and swam through one of the scatter holes. He found himself in a completely new layer of the ruins. The third layer. This layer was different from the other ones since it contained structures from two different civilizations. The buildings on this layer were made by the recovering ones, but there were also many chrome-plated pillars that supported the layer of the enlightened ones. Naturally, they made these pillars to support their own buildings. Meanwhile, the buildings on the third layer looked similar to the buildings of the first layer, but a bit worse. The steel was of around the same quality as the steel from the suffering ones, but the Zephyx used to treat these metals was essentially only a layer on top of the metal. An initial John with a good weapon could break one of these walls with a couple of swings. This also explains why the enlightened ones created these pillars. This material can't withstand a lot of weight, Nick thought as he pushed with the walls a bit, bending it. The recovering ones have the same level of technology as the suffering ones but worse Zephyx manipulation. Next, Nick looked at the floor. Most of it was covered in chrome-plated metal, but the floor inside the buildings was made with materials created by the recovering ones. Crimson City has existed for over a century, and it was created by Aegis. I'm certain these ruins have already thoroughly been examined by Aegis. There's probably nothing of value left here. Nick entered one of the buildings. But I still wanted to see for myself. Nick broke through the floor of one of the buildings and found himself in a different building. Surprisingly, there was already water in this place, which means that there is a hole to this layer somewhere on the previous layer. Nick looked at the walls of this building, and his eyebrows rose in surprise. Not metal, he thought. He swam over and touched the walls. Stone, he thought as his hand moved across the wall. It looks too uniform to be made of stone. It's almost like the stone was molded into this form. Nick pressed against it. Crack. The wall caved in, and several pieces of stone fell away, revealing a thick pillar of steel beneath the wall. Steel surrounded by stone. Nick thought, what a strange way of constructing a building. Even more, this stone is not strong at all. Even a newbie can break it. Nick knocked on the steel pillar and felt it ringing with vibrations. The quality of this steel is amazing. It's not treated with Zephyx, but its purity seems perfect. After looking at the wall for a bit, Nick swam down the stairs and left the building. When he came out of the building, he looked around in surprise. No pillars. Nick thought. Nick had expected that he would find more pillars supporting the upper layers since the walls seemed very fragile. And yet, there were no pillars. How are these walls supporting that much weight? Nick thought as he looked at the buildings around him, which all supported the layer above this one. Once more, the Ancient Ones proved to be the most exotic civilization, Nick thought. Naturally, this layer was made by the Ancient Ones. It was still so bizarre to think that a civilization without access to Zephyx could achieve such incredible power. The materials were weak and brittle. And yet, with these brittle materials, the Ancient Ones created weapons that could destroy continents. It was unbelievable. Nick swam around this layer and found a couple of interesting things. First of all, the ground was made of stone, not metal. Second, there were many spots filled with sand. Nick believed that this had once been normal Earth. Maybe there had been plants there. Nick also saw many rusted remains from different big machines. He wasn't sure what these machines had been used for in the past. After looking through many more buildings, Nick came out to the streets again. Just as expected, there's nothing of value left. Everything that's left is just junk. Nevertheless, Nick didn't believe it was a waste of time to come here. Seeing the architecture of all 5 civilizations gathered in this place taught Nick a lot of things about the civilizations and their differences. We should change the way we deal with our waste, Nick thought, looking around. The water is clean now, and turning this back into a disgusting sewer will cut off these ruins again. Nick looked at the ruins for a couple more minutes before leaving. Chapter 546, Absolute Power. A couple of days later, the containment unit for the Plague Vulture had been completed, and it was transported into it. Due to the size of the containment unit, the city decided to build it in the outer city. Getting the Plague Vulture through the megastructure would be too big of an unnecessary project. So a gigantic black cube, almost 100 meters in dimension, appeared in the outer city, becoming the biggest building beside the megastructure. Constructing this containment unit had been extremely expensive, but it was worth the investment. A couple days later, the Plague Vulture was fully analyzed, and the results were promising. It became more powerful by rotting organic matter. In a way, it was like the dung heap, just better. The dung heap only accepted food, while the Plague Vulture could use any organic matter. However, there were still big differences in Zephyx production based on the matter given to the Plague Vulture. Inedible plants barely gave any Zephyx. Edible plants gave more. Animal corpses gave even more. Human corpses were even better. And living humans were the best. However, Nick and Arya would not send living humans to the Plague Vulture unless they were some sort of horrible criminal. Fortunately, or unfortunately, there was barely any crime in the city anymore since the power and strong surveillance of the government made committing crimes unreasonably risky. In the end, the Plague Vulture barely produced 20% of what the Crimson Fungus produced, but that included the blood donation system. Without the blood donation system, the Plague Vulture produced about 80% of what the Crimson Fungus produced. That was more than satisfactory. Some of Kugelblitz's specialists started to covet a position in the city guards, but they wouldn't switch just yet. Specialists working for Kugelblitz could basically choose which Spectre they wanted to work with. After all, Kugelblitz didn't have enough extractors for optimal Zephyx production. For now, staying in Kugelblitz was the right decision in their mind. Vanessa and Jornis felt the pressure ramp up as soon as the city caught a demon. With time, the city would start to produce heroes. This meant that the gap in peak power between Kugelblitz and the city wouldn't keep widening. So, if Kugelblitz couldn't win against the city now, they would never be able to win against it. The two of them played with the thought of attacking the city, but deep inside, both of them knew that they were only dreaming. They wouldn't go through with it. Things were different now. The city was in charge now, and Kugelblitz had to adapt if it wanted to keep existing. More time passed, and soon only 6 months were left before Nick had to change positions. In 6 months, Aegis would investigate Crimson City and judge whether or not it was a good idea to expand the liaison program. Every major change had already been put into practice. As Nick looked at the city, he no longer felt disgust and pity. The Dregs, as a part of the city, had essentially vanished. There were still a couple of homeless beggars walking around, but their numbers were in the double digits. The city had given these people all the opportunities for a stable life, but these couple of people just couldn't grasp them. The city was willing to help people, but only people who were willing to help themselves. Having something like 30 beggars among 13,000 citizens was acceptable. Everyone else had housing, and they were also not in danger of starvation. Some families had to be careful with food expenditure, but they could still survive without having to commit crimes. The people in the inner city were not as happy as they had been 5 years ago, but their happiness hadn't decreased as much. Sure, giving blood every 3 months infuriated them, just like the increased taxes on the rich. However, there were also far fewer wild specters running around, and stuff like debilify had completely vanished. They could deal with it. Of course, the people in the upper layer lamented their current situation, but they just had to get over it. They still had their nature paradise. They still had more money than they could spend. They still had happy and healthy families. The manufacturers felt much better in the current city, with Cubiblitz being the only exception. They didn't need to fear more powerful manufacturers consuming them anymore. They paid fewer taxes. There were many more opportunities since not every manufacturer was interested in every single Spectre anymore. Nick had done it. He had turned the city into what he wanted. It hadn't been easy, but he had done it. And what was the thing that made all of this possible? Power. Achieving something like this had seemed impossible in the past. It had seemed impossible to Marcus, Arya, and even Simon. But that was because all three of them had forgotten the truth of the world. Power was everything. Could a god create a paradise? Could a god create hell? Yes, they could do both. And what was it that decided which one it would be? The god's personality and values. Absolute power was not inherently bad. Power was just a tool. It all depended on the wielder of the tool. With a mix of personal power, area support, and authority granted to him by Aegis, Nick had become the most powerful person in Crimson City by far. Because of that, he was able to implement reforms that the entire city would fight against, antagonize the elite, and kill innocent people in broad daylight. Yet, Nick knew very well that the results he had achieved in Crimson City were an exception, not the rule. Nick had the good of Crimson City at heart. That was why it had worked out. However, how many powerful people truly had such altruistic goals? Reaching such a level meant that this person had won a competition with thousands of participants. Would a nice and altruistic person be able to triumph over so many ruthless competitors who were willing to use every dirty trick in the book to their advantage? That would be a miracle. Because of that, in the vast majority of cases, granting absolute power to the most powerful people was a very bad idea. A fire that burned down tens of houses wouldn't suddenly start building houses when gasoline was poured into it. Nick kept looking over the city as he planned his future in another city. Naturally, if he just decided to expand the program, Nick would need to prove himself in an unfamiliar city to show that this hadn't been a fluke. For that, Nick needed to come up with strategies. Most of the time, when he was thinking about such strategies, he just looked at the city from the megastructure. Yet, today, Nick noticed something. Nick saw something running from one corner of an abandoned street to another. As Nick saw that, data from the last couple of months appeared in his mind. The population of beggars stayed roughly the same, but many normal citizens were still becoming beggars. Naturally, the suicide rate amongst beggars was quite high, but it shouldn't be that high. Also, why were so many citizens becoming beggars in the first place? There didn't seem to be a connected cause. Devastating death in the family here. Overinvestment there. Insanity. Addiction. These things hadn't seemed very suspicious. But now Nick knew what was going on. Nick narrowed his eyes and jumped off the megastructure. His eyes had already locked onto his target, which was scurrying around in the outer city. Within a couple of seconds, Nick landed on the street. Without waiting an instant, he darted towards an abandoned alley and extended his hand. Scray. A screech came out from the thing in Nick's hand, and Nick pulled it deeper into the abandoned alley. Inside the alley, Nick held his hand in front of him and glared at the thing in his hand. It was a rat. The rat kept screeching and trying to bite Nick's hand, but that naturally didn't accomplish much. You think you can fool me? Nick asked with a dark tone. The rat just kept screeching in panic. I know that it's you, Parasite, Nick said. Do you think I just randomly grab rats I find off the street and interrogate them? The rat just kept screeching in panic. Fine, if you don't want to bargain, I will order a sweep. Every rat inside the city will be purged. No exception. The rat kept screeching. When we're done, you won't even be able to negotiate with me anymore since all your minions will die before getting to me. The rat was still in panic. Nick looked at the rat for a bit longer. Suit yourself, he said before walking out of the alleyway, rat still in hand. Nick walked to the entrance of the megastructure, and several guards saluted in greeting. New orders, Nick said. The parasite is back. Every rodent inside or outside of the city will be killed. If the problem persists, we are going to put a bounty of 100 credits on every rat corpse. The plague vulture should be happy about the corpses. The guards were surprised, but saluted in confirmation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nick pulled his hand up and looked at the rat he was holding. Nick, calm down, the rat said. Let's talk first, okay? Chapter 547, Fuck Off. Back in the abandoned alleyway, Nick glared at the rat in his hand. I wasn't focusing on this minion earlier, the rat said with a justifying tone. If I had known that you captured one of my minions, I would have immediately tried to talk to you. Nick just kept glaring at the rat. The rat just looked nervously at Nick. We're buddies, right? Remember how I saved you from killing yourself? Remember when I told you what you can do about Julian's influence? Remember when I told you how to infiltrate the Spartans? Come on, we're on the same team here, it said. Nick just kept glaring at it. The rat seemed quite nervous. The parasite still had issues coming to terms with a new Crimson City. The last time the parasite had been in Crimson City was before the Crimson Sea broke out. That had been around 14 years ago. Back then, Nick had been a peak John. Except for his position as CZE of Dark Dream, he had been a nobody. Their hard and soft powers had been worlds apart. But now things were very different. Now Nick had the power to eradicate the parasite's influence in Crimson City with a couple of words. Just putting out a bounty of 100 credits on rat corpses would be a devastating blow to the parasite. Every creation of a minion needed Zephyx, and the parasite needed corpses to regain Zephyx. With one normal human corpse, the parasite could create over 100 rats, but even such an efficient conversion had its limits. If Crimson City were filled with suicidal people, it would still be worth it to fight through the bounty. But that wasn't the case. The parasite had never had such huge issues in convincing people to kill themselves. It had already tried to convince every single beggar to kill themselves. A couple of them had done so, but that was it. There were no more beggars to convince. As for the normal people in the outer city, why would they want to commit suicide? Sure, not everyone was super happy, but committing suicide required more than just feeling a little blue. So the parasite had started to manipulate people. It gave incorrect advice to the few people who were willing to listen, causing them to lose all their belongings. The sudden devastation of losing everything would make them prime targets. Additionally, the parasite had even forcefully torn some people apart by swarming them with rats. But that was always extremely risky due to the high perception abilities of the extractors around the city. Crimson City had already become the least profitable location for the parasite. A bounty on every rat would turn coming to the city into a net loss. The parasite hadn't wanted to talk to Nick earlier since it knew Nick very well. It knew that if the two of them were to talk, things would most likely turn out very badly for the parasite. The parasite viewed Nick as a contradictory person, ruthless and merciful, egoistic and altruistic, shrewd and naive. Negotiating with an idealistic fool was almost impossible. Hey, can you maybe let me go? The rat asked awkwardly. It feels nice that you're hugging me this tightly with your hand, but I don't think this is the right age. Nick squeezed his hand more, and some of the rat's bones creaked. Here's my offer, Nick said coldly. You fuck off, and I don't kill your main body. The rat had an uncomfortable smile on its face. That's quite a convincing offer, but I think we can refine that a little bit, it said. Nick just glared at the rat. How about you give me 5 corpses per month, and I'm not going to come to the city anymore, it asked. Fuck off or die, Nick repeated. Nick, that's not how negotiations work, the rat said. Fuck off or die, Nick said again. The rat's smile vanished. That's an empty threat, and you know it, it said with annoyance. I'm present in 6 cities. There are over 10 heroes that want to see me dead. So stop trying to intimidate me with such baseless threats. Nick didn't seem impressed. I don't need to kill you. I just need to find your main body. As soon as I know where you are, I will just send Arya. Or maybe I just ask Aegis directly. You're quite a big threat to several cities. The rat groaned. Nick, seriously, stop trying to intimidate me. You're not scary, it said. No one is going to find my main body. If I were that easy to find, I wouldn't be here, would I? Nick still didn't seem impressed. You know about my ability. I dealt with Julian. I dealt with the false news. I dealt with Kugelblitz. I dealt with the entire upper layer. I killed a mid-specialist who tried to kill me. I'm not confident in claiming that I am the most powerful early expert in this world, but I'm confident in claiming that I am the best in staying undetected. I just have to wait until you find a victim and follow your rats back. And who knows, maybe I will go to another city first and follow you from there. After all, you will be careful while going back from this city. And even if I fail and get found out, what stops me from simply trying again from another city on another day? Are you willing to increase security measures across all of your harvests significantly from now until forever? The rat glared at Nick. Nick's ability to stay hidden had always been terrifying. Sure, the parasite could probably find him if he tried to follow it, but it would need to look extremely closely during every delivery. Just due to Nick's ability and combat style, he was more dangerous to the parasite than any of the other governors who wanted to see it dead. Didn't you overlook something? The rat asked with a grin. There's something that you just said that's very interesting. I know what ability you have. I know that you have the ability of the null, and I know that you can turn into mist. If people found out, countering you would be easy. How about placing a powerful mine? It's not sentient. If it senses you, your ability won't deactivate. How about explosions based on calculations and probabilities of where you should be? How about sending a couple of people to just look at you while others attack you? How about just placing some kind of tracer on you? I can send my rats to tell everyone in this and every neighboring city about your ability. Within the next 5 hours, over 30,000 people will know about your ability. Do you really think you are in a position to negotiate? The rat asked. Yes, I do, Nick said without hesitation. Go ahead. Tell everyone. Nick's eyes narrowed, and a deep well of anger and hatred seemed to be buried in them. But if you do, I won't rest until you are dead. The rat glared back. You're just bluffing, it said. Nick looked at it. The rat looked back. Are you stupid? The rat shouted in aggression. You would destroy your future just for some random people you don't know from a random city? Would you? Nick asked with a dark tone. The rat kept glaring at Nick. They were in a situation of potential mutually assured destruction. If one of them struck, both of them would die. Naturally, none of them wanted to die. You really want to throw your life away for this city? The rat asked with a dark tone. I've been doing that for almost 5 years now, Nick answered in the same tone. I put my life on the line every single time I've implemented a change in the city. I am not living for myself anymore. I am living for others. I live for Aegis. I live for humanity. And if I kill you, I will have helped humanity greatly. So, one last time, fuck off or die. CRKSH. And Nick crushed the rat in his hand. Nick threw the smashed corpse onto the ground and cleaned his hand. Then he walked back to the entrance of the megastructure. Liaison, please, wait a moment, someone shouted. Nick turned around and saw one of his captains. Yes. Could you please specify your order regarding the rodents a bit more? He asked. The parasite is back. Kill every rodent in the city. Wait with a bounty for now. We have plenty of guards who are just standing around and doing nothing. Send them on rat hunting patrols, Nick ordered. The captain nodded. Affirmative. Nick walked back to the city's headquarters. By the end of the day, over 2,000 rats had been killed by the guards, and even more rats were found fleeing from the city. The next day, not a single rat was found inside the city. In the distance, a lonely rat glared at Crimson City. I might not be able to deal with you without dying myself, the parasite thought. But there are parties who can. Then the rat scurried away. Chapter 548, One Lap Around the City. Another month passed, and Nick was preparing everything for when he had to leave. Only 5 more months. However, Nick also knew that something dangerous would happen within those 5 months. It was very obvious that the parasite wasn't the happiest Spectre, and that it would try to find a way to get rid of Nick without breaking their agreement. As long as it could get rid of Nick, it would gain access to Crimson City again. Naturally, Nick could stop this from happening by going through with his threat and killing the parasite. But that was extremely risky. If Nick committed one mistake, the parasite would see him, and at that point, it would immediately tell the entire world about his ability. That wasn't worth the risk. Yet there were other ways to deal with Nick, and Nick was quite sure about what the parasite would do next. Envy. Envy still wanted to gain Nick's ability. Envy's first servant had arrived over 15 years ago. The prison. Naturally, Julian told Nick about the prison and what had happened between them. The prison was a late demon, and it was one of Envy's most powerful followers. Back then, Julian had managed to get rid of it by threatening it with unmasking its identity in front of the city. A late demon was powerful, but several heroes could still take it down. So the prison had no choice but to retreat. 2 years later, another servant of Envy's infiltrated the Spartans and used them to capture Nick. That servant died to the Crimson Sea. Then nothing had happened for several years. That was because everyone believed that Crimson City had been destroyed. After all, only a huge wall of corrosive mist was left. Eventually, Nick came face to face with the Sea King, a powerful demon that was also loyal to Envy. That was when things became uncertain. Did the Sea King tell Envy that Nick was still alive before getting captured or not? Nick believed that it didn't tell Envy. The reason was simple. Less pressure. If Envy thought Nick was dead, it wouldn't put immense pressure on the Sea King to capture him. So even if the Sea King failed, it wouldn't be killed. And if it succeeded, the deed of capturing Nick would protect it from Envy's wrath for a long time. Telling Envy would only put a target on the Sea King's back. Naturally, the Sea King couldn't contact Envy while being in Anatomy's custody. Anatomy would not allow the Sea King to come into contact with a powerful fallen. Crimson City needed to exist for them to rise to power. That was also the last time any of Envy's servants had come to Crimson City. Although it was also possible that Envy actually knew that Nick was still alive but just couldn't find a way to get to him. After all, it didn't know that Julian was already dead. As long as Julian was still in Crimson City, no demon could enter. But that actually didn't matter. The parasite would tell one of Envy's servants about the current state of Crimson City anyway. No, Julian. Nick was still alive. One of Envy's servants was bound to arrive within the next couple of months. Envy had many servants, but it only had so many powerful servants. Getting demons as servants wasn't easy for Envy, and it couldn't have that many. The Sea King had already been dealt with, which had to have been a brutal strike to Envy's forces. Envy didn't have that many options, which made it quite obvious what had happened next. The prison. Nick was sure that the prison would show up in Crimson City soon. And this time, there was no Julian. Additionally, they had fewer heroes, and they also didn't have a mid-hero. Things were much more dangerous than then. But there was no way out. Nick had to deal with this issue. Running away would ruin his future, and he also couldn't just randomly keep a couple of agents on standby. Crimson City had to deal with the prison on its own. The days passed, and Nick waited for the prison to arrive. Arya was worried just as much as Nick, but she didn't let it show. The atmosphere between them had become distant and cold. Technically, they hadn't broken up yet, but their relationship existed in name only. Nevertheless, Arya still wanted Nick to survive. Several caravans arrived and left. And then, one day, halt! An expert from Crimson City's wall shouted at a caravan. Identify yourself. A silver-haired man stepped forward from the caravan with a smile. We are the Stark Silver Trading Caravan. We used to do business with Crimson Fungus City about 20 years ago. The silver-haired man took out a crystal card and threw it to the guard. The guard looked at it and nodded. The identity was valid. These cards were given out by Aegis and included all kinds of information about the trading caravan. The guard threw the card back. Please stay where you are. The second step of verification will now commence. The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow. The card isn't good enough, he asked in surprise. No. This is a temporary policy. If you want to do business with Crimson City, you have to comply, the guard shouted. The silver-haired man furrowed his brows. What do you need? He asked with annoyance. At this moment, someone jumped down from the walls and approached the caravan. Blood verification, the guard shouted from the wall. The silver-haired man didn't show any outward reactions. You want me to hand over my blood to you? He asked in an insulted tone. There are many ways to injure someone by just having a vial of their blood. We are not going to keep your blood, the guard answered with a calm voice. You just have to put the needle into your finger. You can do that yourself. We just need to see it to verify your identity. The silver-haired man looked at the guard with narrowed eyes. Fine, he said as he extended his right hand. This better be worth it. One of the guards approached the silver-haired man and handed him a silver needle. Just poke your index finger with it and let it stay inside for 5 seconds. Please remember to keep your hand and the needle visible during the process. The man took hold of the needle without saying anything and stabbed it into his index finger. The guards and the other members of the caravan looked at the needle. It was giving off a crimson glow, and some Zephyx came out of the needle. "That is enough," the expert from the wall shouted. "You may clean the needle and hand it back." "You passed." The silver-haired man snorted in annoyance and threw the needle to the expert on the wall. "Can we enter now?" the silver-haired man asked. "One moment," the expert said. "There's one last step of verification, but it will be very easy and quick." "Another one?" the silver-haired man asked, suppressed rage audible in his voice. "We apologize for the inconvenience," the expert said. "It will barely take 5 seconds. You can enter the city after." The silver-haired man took a deep breath. "All right, what do we have to do now?" "A little jog," the expert said. "A jog?" the silver-haired man asked with a raised brow. "Elaborate." "Simple," the expert said. "You run 1 lap around the city clockwise, and the second most powerful person of the caravan runs a lap around the city counterclockwise. Both of you have to do it at the same time. With your powers, it will not even take 5 seconds." The silver-haired man looked at the guard like he was crazy. "A jog around the city," he repeated. "I'm not some kind of servant that you can just order around." "This is ridiculous." "Sir, it's important that you follow the procedure," the guard shouted. "Procedure?" the man repeated, insulted. "How is something like this procedure? You are just doing this to humiliate me." "It's procedure," the guard answered. "Over 20 different guards are listening to us right now. Breaking the rules and humiliating you would just cost me my job." The man snorted. "I'm done. I'm not going to partake in this child's game." "You are refusing to confirm your identity?" the guard asked. "I already identified myself in 2 different ways." "I refuse to identify myself again in such a ridiculous way," the silver-haired man shouted back in annoyance. "This is not a request." Everyone turned to look at the sky above Crimson City at the person who had just spoken. Arya lied. "Are you the new governor?" the silver-haired man asked. "I am," Arya spoke, "and you are not allowed to leave until you have identified yourself. You may file a complaint with Aegis after you leave, but only after you have identified yourself." The man protested, but Arya kept shutting him down. Over 2 minutes passed, and the man refused to split his caravan up. After all, he couldn't. The prison hid itself by using illusions. If 2 of its illusions traveled too far away, it couldn't keep them up any longer, and they would vanish. It was such a simple request. Just run around the city once. But it was impossible for the prison to do that. The plan failed. It wouldn't be able to sneak into the city. That only left the aggressive approach. Chapter 549, The Prison's Ultimatum. Arya was looking at the silver-haired man, and the silver-haired man looked back with an angry expression. However, Arya knew that this expression didn't reflect the silver-haired man's real feelings. After all, Specters weren't known for having a wide variety of emotions. Yes, Arya already knew that this was the prison. In fact, she had been over 90% certain after the blood test. The blood test used spores from the crimson fungus. Any human blood that touched the spores would turn into Zephyx. But didn't the needle give off Zephyx when it was stabbed into the silver-haired man's finger? Didn't that prove that he was human? Yes, the fact that the needle gave off Zephyx proved that it had come into contact with human blood. However, the amount of Zephyx was the important part. The amount of Zephyx that had been given off was way too little. According to the density of Zephyx, the needle had come into contact with an expert, not a hero. Naturally, that was extremely suspicious, but it wasn't enough to unmask the prison 100%. Nevertheless, the guards informed Arya as soon as the blood readings were taken, and she arrived almost immediately. And then she only needed to ask the prison to split up to be sure. The fact that the caravan resisted this simple proof this much basically confirmed that it was the prison in disguise. "Will you run around the city?" Arya asked with a serious voice. The silver-haired man looked at Arya for several seconds with narrowed eyes. "Are you sure you want to force this issue, little girl?" the silver-haired man asked with a dark tone. The next moment, a dense cloud of Zephyx came out of the silver-haired man and washed over Arya. However, Arya wasn't intimidated. She had already expected the prison to be a late demon, at least. Sadly, Arya was still an early hero, and her chances of winning against the prison were low. Arya might be very experienced, but the prison was probably just as experienced. "If you know about me, you also know why I'm here," the silver-haired man spoke. "I do," Arya answered evenly, But aren't you afraid that we will call Aegis to apprehend you? Or why are you willing to just show up like that? I've been to many cities, and I have seen many battles, girl, the silver-haired man spoke. I can sense the distress signal. If you had activated it, I wouldn't be here talking to you. A light seemed to appear in the silver-haired man's eyes. The fact that you didn't activate it can only mean two things. Either you are a fool who believes that you can win and contain me inside your city, or you are open for negotiation. Arya looked back. I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can suppress you on my own. Shing, shing, shing. At that moment, 3 people appeared behind Arya. But I'm not on my own, she said. The 3 heroes of Kugelblitz had arrived. Jornis stood in the front. Vanessa stood far in the back. And the 3rd hero, a man with blue hair, Liebran Baneling, stood between the 2. 4 heroes. 2 early heroes, Arya and Jornis, and 2 initial heroes, Vanessa and Liebran. A team of 4 people could take down something that was far more powerful than them. However, the silver-haired man didn't seem very worried. What foolishness, he spoke. Human bonds are only as strong as the benefits gained from them. You are not as united as you present yourself. The silver-haired man looked at Jornis. You must be Jornis Zello, he said. I am, Jornis answered evenly. You know why I am here and what I want, the silver-haired man spoke. Nick Dusk, he added. Master Envy desires Nick Dusk's power, and he is willing to do everything in his power to obtain it. Do you know how powerful Master Envy is? He asked calmly. I do, Jornis answered calmly. Then you must know that Master Envy is not someone a mere Crimson City can resist. Even if I were to fail today, at some point, one of Master Envy's commanders will find some time to visit Crimson City. Can Crimson City withstand one of Master Envy's 3 commanders? 1 of 3 fallen? Nobody gave an answer. Yet they seemed just as calm as before. Hand over Nick Dusk, the prison demanded. If you don't, I will lay waste to Crimson City. You will not get another chance. If you refuse today, you will die as soon as one of Master Envy's commanders arrives at the latest. 1 expert. For an entire city. For your lives. You decide. Silence. Surprisingly, the 3 heroes from Kugelblitz didn't seem worried or perturbed. It was almost like the prison hadn't said anything. It's quite clear that you are not human, Vanessa spoke up from the back. You don't know how to negotiate. What you gave us is an ultimatum, not an offer. An ultimatum is an offer, the prison spoke. It is just an offer that you can't refuse. Jornis grinned aggressively. Watch us. The prison furrowed its brows. They hadn't expected that. Usually, humans were only interested in their own survival and wealth. Fighting against the prison was risky, and there was no potential payoff. No powerful human would take such an unnecessary risk. You were right, Arya said. Most human bonds are only as strong as the benefits gained from them. Jornis smirked. Which is why we have been paid very well in advance. We're sorry, Vanessa spoke from the back, but your offer is not good enough. We reject, Liebran added. Arya just looked at the silver-haired man in silence. If the prison had come a couple of months earlier, things might have turned troublesome. At that point, Kugelblitz might have turned against Arya, but that was no longer a possibility. Once again, it was important to repeat what the prison had said. Human bonds were only as strong as the benefits gained from them. The prison had spoken that sentence while referring to Crimson City and Kugelblitz. However, that sentence also applied when referring to Kugelblitz leadership and Kugelblitz itself. Vanessa, Jornis, and Liebran were Kugelblitz leaders, but they were also 3 individual humans. In order to convince Kugelblitz to help the city, Arya and Nick only needed to convince their 3 leaders. And how did they accomplish that? Future. In the past, all doors to the future had been opened for Kugelblitz. They had essentially ruled over the city, but now they could no longer rule the city. Aegis was in charge, and a couple of months ago, Nick spoke to them and asked them a question. What do you want to accomplish in life? Good question. What do they want to accomplish in life? They had thought that it would be easy to answer that question, but it was surprisingly hard. Was being the leaders of Kugelblitz the thing they wanted to be for the remainder of their lives? That was a nice thought, but it also felt so final. It felt like they were stopping. Powerful humans were powerful because they had more ambition than most humans. Their desire to become powerful was far higher than that of the average human. Would such an ambitious person be content with just stopping? No, they wanted to go much further. However, Kugelblitz's future had been cut off. There was no way for Kugelblitz to regain its old power in the political landscape. Kugelblitz couldn't possibly rival Aegis. What was Kugelblitz to Vanessa, Jornis, and Libran? A tool, a job, a way to become more powerful. And what did humans do when a tool was no longer useful? They searched for a better one. In this case, Aegis. The highest possible level they could achieve in Kugelblitz was mid-hero. That was it. There was no way forward anymore. And then what? Remain a mid-hero, an executive for the remainder of their lives? No, they wanted more. They wanted to become peak heroes. They wanted to become protectors. And how could they achieve that? Aegis. A couple of days after talking to Nick, they were willing to talk some more with him. Kugelblitz had become a dead end. Was there a way they could continue advancing? And sure enough, there was. There were rules that every city had to follow, and one of these rules was that competition needed to exist. One party shouldn't own all the power. This was to promote competition, which would result in more efficiency for the market. But Nick was the liaison. As the liaison, it was his job to completely restructure the way Aegis operated the cities in an experiment to see if it was possible to increase profitability. Nick could change these rules for his city. So he changed them. All the demons would be owned by the city, including the Crimson Fungus. All the heroes would work for the city. The heroes wouldn't work for their own wealth anymore, but for a potential position in Aegis. Agents were always needed. This had been Nick's theoretical end goal, but he hadn't been sure if he would be able to actualize it in Crimson City before he had to leave. Absolute authority for the government. Most of the Zephyx went to Aegis, and the city would act as a nursery for future agents. With all that said, how is this possible? Because of the truth of the world. Power was everything. The heroes of Crimson City just needed a reminder of this truth. They had to have their path forward destroyed so that they would walk on Nick's path. Powerful and ambitious people always search for a path forward, and when they saw Nick's path, they would gladly follow it. The prison wasn't standing in front of Kugelblitz and Crimson City. It was standing in front of Aegis. Killing you should give us a good chance to join Aegis as agents without needing to prove ourselves as governors, Jornis said with a bloodthirsty grin. Shing. All of them pulled out their weapons. Chapter 550 Gamble. Bang. The silver-haired man and the caravan vanished as Libran shot a bullet at it. The bullet shot forward at insane speeds and left behind a streak of pure black that seemed to implode. It was almost like the black streak consumed all the space around it. As soon as the caravan vanished, everyone saw the prison's true appearance. A cluster of metallic prisons growing into a gaunt but humongous torso. Several long and powerful arms of steel extended out of the torso, which ended in terrifyingly sharp blades. The figure was almost 20 meters tall. Foolish humans, the prison spoke as it avoided the shot. At that moment, the prison unleashed a terrifying cry, which seemingly shook the entire world. Everyone who heard the cry felt their vision blurring and their minds spinning. It was like they were being spun around rapidly while hanging upside down. Luckily, the power of the cry weakened with distance, and the people inside the city weren't hit as hard. However, the same thing wasn't true for the heroes. Surprisingly, only 3 of the 4 barriers activated. Aria's barrier didn't seem to block the attack. Yet, paradoxically, the 3 heroes from Kugelblitz felt their minds spin, while Aria felt almost nothing. At that moment, the 3 heroes from Kugelblitz noticed that their Zephyx was dropping rapidly. Aria took note of that. An attack that only causes significant damage if your barrier tries to block it, she thought in shock. Naturally, such an attack was anything but ordinary. Barriers were supposed to protect against Specters. But in this case, they effectively amplified a Specter's power. And these barriers were not cheap. The barriers the 3 heroes from Kugelblitz used cost over 1 billion credits each. They were the best barriers available inside the city. Of course, as a governor, Aria had access to barriers made by Aegis, which were far better than any barrier that could be manufactured inside Crimson City. Her barrier had noticed the nature of the attack and actively avoided blocking it. Because of that, Aria only felt minorly disoriented while the 3 other heroes clutched their heads in pain. An instant later, Aria looked at the prison and swung her flat sword forward. Shing. A concentrated beam of light shot forward and hit the neck of the gaunt figure, burning a hole through it. The loud cry stopped, but the prison seemed barely injured. Sure, a big hole had been seared through its neck, but this was a Specter, not human. Killing a Specter was very difficult. The heroes from Kugelblitz recovered in an instant and launched their own attacks. Libran started to fire several bullets aimed at the gaunt figure. Bang, bang, bang. Big dents appeared all over the figure, slowly distorting its shape. Boom. Vanessa released one gigantic bullet, punching an enormous hole through the gaunt figure's chest. Finally, Jornis charged forward. His club grew to a gigantic size, and he... Bang. Jornis' barrier activated as several metallic spears shot at him from one of the cells on the prison's body. The human who was inside the cell screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Nobody knew if he was unconscious or dead. Jornis was pushed back and lost a lot of his Zephyx, and the other heroes realized what had just happened. The prison can use the Zephyx and the abilities of its prisoners, Arya thought. Around 25 people were imprisoned in different cells. The weakest was an initial veteran, while the strongest was actually a hero. The person who had just lost consciousness was a late specialist. Suddenly, 3 more people screamed, but compared to the person just now, they actually turned into black dust. The next moment, several attacks were launched from the prison at the 3 heroes. These humans had not been as powerful as the late specialist. However, by converting their entire being into Zephyx, their attacks had still reached tremendous power, and the heroes needed to be careful. The 3 heroes from Kugelblitz had to deal with the attacks, and the prison opened its mouth again. Shing. But then, a thin beam of light went past the prison. CRK. The gaunt figure fell from the amalgamation of prisons below it as the 2 thin parts of its torso beside the bullet hole were cut in 2 by Arya's laser. Arya seemed much more exhausted than before. If Vanessa hadn't already made that gigantic hole there, I wouldn't have been able to bisect it, she thought. The other heroes finished dealing with their attacks and looked at the 2 parts of the prison. They all knew that the prison wasn't dead yet. However, they needed to know which part of its body its core was in. The next moment, Libran pulled out his guns again and shot several bullets at the severed torso. Bang, bang, bang. The shots showed much more effect on this part, which meant that the prison's core most likely wasn't in there. Over 10 people screamed inside the cells before turning into dust. The next instant, a cacophony of attacks shot at Arya. The prison was prioritizing Arya. Suddenly, Jornis' gigantic club appeared in front of her. Boom. Jornis' club was destroyed, and its front half shot into the horizon. However, several of the attacks were blocked, and Arya could deal with the remaining ones. At that moment, Arya felt a signal coming from the back of her barrier, and she turned around. She saw the severed torso of the prison reaching for her with its long blade fingers. Shing. Arya was surrounded by a beam of light before the blades passed through it. Luckily, they didn't hit her. Boom. Suddenly, a gigantic fist hit the severed torso, throwing it into the distance. Yet, the torso stopped in the air and turned towards the heroes again. At the same time, more Zephyx was being gathered by the individual cells. Does it have a split core? Arya thought, looking at both halves. That makes things troublesome. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of gunshots rang out from the direction of Crimson City, and the upper half of the prison was being pelted with bullets. Everyone looked over and saw 10 specialist guards and 5 specialists from Kugelblitz shooting at the torso. Their attacks were not as powerful as the attacks of the heroes, but the sheer number of them still dealt tremendous damage to the torso. The heroes immediately split up. Jornis charged towards the torso, while the other 3 charged towards the cells. The offensive powers of around 15 specialists were not any weaker than theirs, but the specialists couldn't defend themselves as easily, which was why Jornis would defend them. Several more prisoners turned into dust, and the 3 heroes had to defend themselves. I'm out, Vanessa shouted after defending from the last attack aimed at her before retreating. As a sniper, Vanessa used almost 50% of her Zephyx in one shot, which meant that she had essentially started the battle with half of her maximum Zephyx due to her shot. She would need to recover, which would take a couple of seconds. However, a couple of seconds was a long time in such a high-skill battle. Libran and Arya got through the avalanche, but they were also running low on Zephyx. The number of attacks unleashed by the prison went far beyond what a late demon should be able to put out. That was because it was using the Zephyx of its prisoners. More prisoners turned into dust, but at that moment, Arya felt a signal coming from her barrier. Arya narrowed her eyes. The next moment, she bathed the entire world in light. Bang, bang. Explosions occurred in the world of light, and Arya shot out, crashing in front of Crimson City. Her Zephyx was dangerously low. Libran was still in his earlier position, but his Zephyx was also extremely low. However, the prison was also out of prisoners. Nearly. There was one last prisoner left. The hero. It was an early hero. A man with dark green hair and razor-sharp eyebrows. The prison hadn't touched this prisoner yet, but that prisoner was obviously its biggest weapon. Libran gritted his teeth when he saw that. This was not how he had expected this battle to go. Foolish humans. The torso spoke as its blade fingers threw Jornis into the distance. Vanessa and Libran seemed to despair. However, Arya only narrowed her eyes. She had gone all in with her gamble. She only hoped that it had paid off. The first signal her barrier had sent her had been sent from another barrier from Aegis. Additionally, the specialists had all attacked simultaneously and the same target, which meant that somebody had been giving them orders. Lastly, the second signal had also been sent by another barrier. It was Nick. The second signal only meant one thing: distract the enemy. Arya hadn't seen Nick anywhere near the battlefield, but that didn't mean that he wasn't there. Arya didn't know what ability Nick had, but she knew that Nick was extremely good at staying hidden. Nevertheless, she still wasn't sure what Nick could be able to accomplish against such a terrifying foe. She just hoped that her gamble would pay off. Chapter 551, William Drawhand. Time seemed to stand still. Libran, Arya, and Vanessa were almost out of Zephyx and couldn't rejoin the battle. At least the battle against the torso seemed to go well. It was damaged beyond recognition and could barely move anymore. Its swipe that pushed Jornis away was its last desperate attack. However, the torso didn't seem worried in any way. Its core was in the middle of its amalgamation of cells. It could easily recover. Crack. The subtle sound of something hard getting cracked came from one of the prison cells. While no normal person would be able to notice this subtle sound, the senses of the heroes were terrifyingly sharp. To them, it was like a gunshot going off. They looked at the cell and saw something shocking. The green-haired man inside the cell had cracked some kind of big green pill with his teeth. The next instant, they noticed that something was in front of the man that hadn't been there before. A long sword. Suddenly, the man's eyes shot open. Shing. With one swing, the bars of the cell were destroyed, and the man jumped out of his cell. At that moment, the torso's calm vanished. What? That was impossible. It absorbed all Zephyx that any of its prisoners regenerated, leaving them weak and helpless. So, how did its prisoners suddenly regain enough Zephyx to break out? Also, where did that weapon come from? The man stopped in the air in front of the prison. Then, he threw the sword to the side and put his hand into a sack hanging from his belt. A space bag. A moment later, a revolver was pulled out of the bag, which the man then pointed at the prison. Appreciate the sword, the man spoke slowly, but I'm more of a gun person. Bang. The revolver shot at the lower right part of the prison, destroying it. The man turned pale and almost fell from the sky after the shot. His shot had been weak since he had barely recovered 5% of his Zephyx just now before unleashing it. At that moment, two long legs lifted the amalgamation of cells. However, the right leg was broken in several places and barely worked. Nevertheless, the left leg did its best and tried to flee as quickly as possible from the battle. The heroes noticed that they were at an advantage now and flew after it. Arya, Vanessa, Libran, and the green-haired man were out of Zephyx and weren't very quick, but Jornis still had some Zephyx to spare. Bang. Jornis reached the prison and punched it towards Crimson City. The prison was remarkably fast, even though one of its legs had become unusable. If the green-haired man hadn't crippled that leg, the prison might have been able to flee. Suddenly, the metal bars of the cells rubbed against each other in such a way that it mimicked a high-pitched human voice. I concede, the voice shouted in urgency. The heroes looked at each other. We're handing it to Aegis, Arya ordered, specifically looking at the green-haired man. The green-haired man was probably filled with hatred after being imprisoned for an unknown period of time. I won't kill it, the green-haired man spoke with surprising calm, cleaning his uniform. Thanks, Arya said. She had anticipated that the man might not follow her orders. After all, he also wore the uniform of a governor. It seemed like the prison had already destroyed a city before, which actually wasn't surprising. That thing had been very powerful. Arya gestured to the others, and they took out several Zephyx suppressors. They put them around the prison and its torso. They had won. A moment later, the signal for Aegis came from Crimson City. Naturally, the prison felt the signal, but it didn't even try to flee. There was no way for it to flee. Its fate was now up to Aegis. It only hoped that Aegis would consider sparing its life in exchange for valuable info about Envy. How ironic, the green-haired man spoke coldly. The prison is being imprisoned. Then, he turned to Arya and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for freeing me. At that moment, Vanessa and Libran remembered the weapon and the pill that had appeared inside the man's cell. How did you do that? Vanessa asked Arya. How did you manage to sneak something into the cell without any of us noticing? Since Vanessa was soon going to be part of the same organization as Arya, there was no more reason to be antagonistic to Arya. Wasn't me, Arya said. Vanessa, Libran, and the green-haired man looked with shock at Arya, while Jornis looked at them in confusion since he had no idea what had happened. It was Nick, Arya said. The liaison? Vanessa asked in shock. How? I don't know, Arya said. Not even I know what he can do. At that moment, the three heroes from Kugelblitz realized how terrifying Nick actually was. Nick was only an early expert, but he had managed to do something that none of them could. How is that possible? What kind of abilities did someone need to have to sneak something like that onto the body of a late demon as an early expert? Naturally, Nick had been under the man's cell for quite a while. He had snuck there while it had been shouting. He had been quite disoriented by the shout, but his barrier didn't activate, and Nick just dealt with the disorientation with pure determination. Then, when Arya had unleashed her light, Nick had just peeked past the cell and threw in the stuff before fleeing. Luckily, everyone had been preoccupied with watching each other. Otherwise, the prison would have easily noticed the small suspicious cloud of dust traveling across the wasteland. Yet, it wasn't that hard, all in all. Infiltrating anatomy had been much more difficult. What's this city called? The green-haired man suddenly asked. Crimson City, Arya answered. I remember, the man spoke with furrowed brows. You have a terrifying specter in your city. Specter? Vanessa asked. The man nodded. The prison had a standoff with it about 15 years ago. It has the form of a young man with blue hair, and it can transform into mouths. Oh, you mean Julian, Arya said while the other heroes lost their interest. He's already dead. He has been killed by a protector. The man sighed in relief. Good. How long have you been inside the prison? Arya asked. 30 years, the man answered. It destroyed my city. Walpurgis City? Arya asked. You know of it? The green-haired man asked. Not many cities get destroyed, Arya answered. Walpurgis City is the only one that vanished in that time frame. Nobody knows what kind of specter destroyed it. You are probably the only person in the world that knows. The man furrowed his brows. It was two specters. They united against the city. One was the prison, and the other was a big, decaying vulture. Arya blinked a couple of times. You mean the plague vulture? She asked. The man looked at Arya with skepticism. You know of it? Arya nodded. We have it suppressed, she said as she pointed at the huge black cube in the distant Crimson City. Right there. Once more, the green-haired man became shocked. That puts my mind at ease, the man spoke. After a couple of seconds, he looked at Arya again. Could I stay in Crimson City for a couple days? I still need to come to terms with my regained freedom, and I don't have a home anymore. Of course, Arya spoke with a smile. The man nodded and offered his hand. William Drawhand, former governor of Walpurgis City. Arya Light, governor of Crimson City, Arya answered as she shook his hand. The others also introduced themselves. At that moment, 3 people suddenly appeared in the sky above Crimson City. They scanned the city. When they saw that the city was still okay, they looked at its surroundings and noticed the heroes hovering in the air. These 3 people were an emergency response team sent by Aegis. What happened here? One of the agents asked Arya. Arya told them about the battle. Good job, one of them said with a prideful nod. Envy's servants belong to humanity's biggest enemies. This will be reported to Aegis and will be considered in any future correspondence with us. When the 3 heroes from Kugelblitz heard that, they smiled politely. That was exactly why they had agreed to fight. What am I supposed to do? William asked the agents. According to documentation, one of the agents spoke. This city is ruled by a liaison. They will deal with this matter. A liaison? William asked. Yet, the agents just glossed over the question and continued talking to Arya. In the end, the agents pulled a huge containment unit out of a space bag and dumped it in front of the city. The prison would remain here for the next couple of months until someone from the Envy unit had time to take it away. Until then, nobody was allowed to come into contact with it. Finally, the agents left. What's a liaison? Is it the same person that freed me? William asked. Arya just pointed at a person standing on the city walls. He is, she said. William looked over and immediately knew why the others had been surprised. An expert. Chapter 552 Aid. William Drawhand got acquainted with what a liaison was pretty quickly, but it still wasn't easy for him to accept that an expert outranked him. However, he was still shocked that it was Nick who had saved him. How had an expert managed to sneak a pill and a weapon into his cell without him noticing? William had looked out, and when the light vanished, the objects had already been there. "You can stay here for now," Nick told William. "You should get reacquainted with normal life first before doing anything else. I would advise you to stay in Crimson City for a month before you think about your future. You could try becoming another governor. You could join another city as an extractor. You could join this city. You could also try becoming an agent right away. There are many options, and you should think about it for a month. Just tell me what you want in a month, and I'll forward the message to Aegis." William was still a bit surprised that an expert was talking to him like that, but he nodded anyway. Too many things had happened today, and he just accepted the shocking events as they came. Nick ordered a veteran to be William's assistant and to show him around the city. A hero was a powerful person, and they needed to be treated with respect. The prison was put into the new containment unit, and the doors were locked. Only Nick and Arya had access to the containment unit. Time passed. Over the next couple of months, Nick dealt with the future of Kugelblitz's heroes. Nick requested a new position for the heroes in Crimson City from Aegis. The request was accepted, and a special position for the heroes in Crimson City was created. Ed. That was the name of the new position. An aide was a hero who worked for a city and took orders from the governor. In the past, the position of governor was only used by two kinds of people. People who had no more ambition in their lives after reaching this level of power, or people who wanted to become agents and wanted to prove themselves. While Aegis needed agents, they still couldn't accept just anyone. It was important that the agents were loyal to Aegis. A corrupt agent could destroy several cities. But if an aide was corrupt, they would only damage a single city. Additionally, aides were not only evaluated on their personal achievements and powers, but also on the city's achievements. An aide was chosen by the governor. If the city wasn't producing a lot of Zephyx, the governor would most likely not be very good, and the aides they had chosen would most likely not be any good either. That made the aides invested in the city's prosperity. A strong city meant a strong governor meant strong aides. Of course, this also tied the aides to the governor's reputation. If the governor was trash, the aides still needed to back the governor and make them appear amazing so that they themselves appeared amazing. This ensured a high level of loyalty from the aides. Nick had been the one that designed 90% of the position, and Aegis mostly just accepted whatever he wanted. This was supposed to be an experiment, and if Nick was blocked now, the experiment would become tainted and become almost meaningless. Nick could do whatever he wanted with Crimson City as long as he improved profitability for Aegis. Eventually, Jornis, Vanessa, and Libran officially handed Kugelblitz shares over to their two most powerful specialists, but not before handing the Crimson Fungus to Crimson City. It was done. The city was now unassailable from the inside. The only 5 heroes of the city worked for the city directly. 5? Yes, 5. William Drawhand decided to become an aide to become an agent in the future. All heroes were united. The city had absolute, untouchable power. Over the last couple of months, Nick showed the new aides how he ran the city and what his thought process was while making decisions. Keeping his thought process secret was no longer necessary and would only damage Crimson City's future. Nick taught them that only power was relevant, and that the only relevant power was Aegis. Aegis owned the city, and as long as they represented Aegis, they would be the most powerful. But he also told them that they had to be genuine. Aegis would only be their shield as long as they genuinely wanted to help Aegis. One more important part was that success was different for the city than it was for companies. Long-term growth was much more important than short-term growth. Since the city was the most powerful party by far, there was no reason to hastily make decisions. Things had to be properly thought through before being implemented. After learning from Nick, the 3 former heroes from Kugelblitz realized why they had lost against him. He was right. Nick was Aegis. For several moments in the past, they had thought that they could deal with Nick. However, that had never truly been the case. Because of one simple reason. Killing Nick meant committing suicide. It was essentially mutually assured destruction, and in such a situation, one's conviction was most important. How much danger were they willing to put themselves in for something they wanted? And Nick always went all in. The heroes from Kugelblitz didn't share such convictions. They believed that they could have gone through with killing Nick, but those had only been coping mechanisms. Deep inside, they had always known that they would never risk attacking Nick. After all, they didn't want to die. Finally, they accepted it. They had lost against a 36-year-old expert. The aides also accepted that, while Nick's physical power was weak, his strategy and conviction were things that they should study and implement. They also understood why Arya was willing to trust Nick so much. Nick's conviction was contagious. While they didn't exactly copy his ideology, they couldn't deny feeling a flame burning inside of them when they felt his undying conviction to improve the city and the world. The way he spoke almost made it seem like changing the city, or even the world, was an inevitability. They had never met anyone that exuded such an aura of conviction. It could also be described as zeal, or fanaticism. Eventually, the 5 years were up. Nick had become Crimson City's liaison 5 years ago. Any day now, somebody would arrive to analyze Crimson City's development. 5 days after the deadline passed, Crimson City received a transmission. In 3 days, someone would come to look at the city. When Arya heard that, she had mixed feelings. Their relationship had iced over. When the two of them had started their relationship, Arya had said that they would be able to deal with anything. Yet, was Arya actually willing to do anything now? This relationship was very different from how she had imagined it to be. She had tried to initiate intimate contact with Nick before, but he always walked away when it seemed to develop. Arya knew why this happened. Deep inside, Nick believed that he wasn't allowed to feel happy. Whenever any kind of happiness or excitement appeared in his heart, he felt a mountain of guilt and pressure. He was betraying his conviction. He was betraying all the innocent people he had killed. Arya could tell that Nick genuinely wanted to be in a relationship with her, but she could also tell that Nick couldn't bring himself to do anything with it. In fact, as soon as they entered a relationship, they talked even less with each other than before. Yet, even though Arya understood Nick, she was also extremely frustrated. At some point, understanding couldn't suppress the frustration anymore. One partner couldn't always give, and give. At some point, they also needed to take. And Nick wasn't giving anything to Arya. He was only giving to the city. This was not a relationship. They had had a couple of years to deal with Nick's issues, but they made zero progress. And now Nick had to leave again very soon. There was no more time left to deal with Nick's issues. Naturally, Arya wasn't willing to keep up such a relationship for the years or decades it would take for them to see each other again. There was no point. The relationship had been on life support since it was born. "Nick, can we talk?" Arya asked after she entered Nick's office. 2 days from now, the inspector would arrive, and Nick would most likely leave with them. "I'm planning some things right now," Nick spoke without looking at Arya. "It's important," Arya said with an uncomfortable voice. Nick frowned, sighed, and looked up at Arya. "What is it?" Arya took a deep breath. "We need to talk about our relationship," Arya said. Nick felt two conflicting sensations: dissociation and intense pressure. 553, Chapter 553, End of a Dream. Arya left Nick's office again. Nick only looked at the sheet of paper on the table. He was trying to focus on reading the paper, but he kept rereading the same line again and again. It was like he couldn't remember the sentence he had just read. He felt like he was in a dream, but he also felt like he had just woken up from a long dream. Arya had told Nick about how the relationship had been for her for almost 10 minutes. She said that she wanted to help Nick, but she couldn't. She tried and tried, but no matter what she did, she didn't have the power to help him. And she believed the reason was that he didn't want to help himself. She also said that a relationship was supposed to improve the lives of both partners. Yet Nick had only made Arya's days worse. Sure, in the beginning it was great, but after the initial excitement vanished, she was filled with worries and frustrations. And then she said something that really hit Nick. "And I don't think this relationship improves your life either." That stung, because she was right. Nick had enjoyed the idea of being in a relationship, but he hadn't enjoyed being in one. He had dreamed about being excited and happy for once. Yet, deep inside, he knew that this would never happen. It was impossible. And when he had finally been confronted with an actual relationship, he only felt guilt and wanted to do nothing but avoid it. Whenever any happiness came into Nick's life, it was overwhelmed by unending guilt, pressure, and suffering. This made Nick unconsciously avoid any happy moments. And talking with Arya made him happy. So he avoided Arya on a personal level. She was right. This relationship was dead. It had always been dead, and Nick felt a cold feeling of affirmation inside of himself. He knew from the very beginning that it couldn't possibly work. He had known, and yet he had still tried. Like an idiot. He had dreamed of having a bit of warmth in his life, and for just a moment, he had foolishly convinced himself that he could truly achieve it. The worst part was that Nick knew that this was all himself. He knew that this was all in his head. It was not Arya's fault. He was at fault. He was the one that made this relationship impossible. Yet, logic and emotions were both on his side. He had killed too many innocent people to logically rationalize that he deserved happiness, and his emotions agreed. Often, logic and emotions disagreed heavily on something, but not this time. Greed, Nick thought after a couple of minutes. I was greedy. I was selfish. Happiness is not why I am still alive. I am here to pay for all the damage I have caused. Wasn't Marcus chasing happiness when he accepted bribes from criminals? Wasn't Vernon chasing happiness when he increased the blood tax? Weren't the 3 leaders of anatomy chasing happiness when they converted all their employees into puppets? People do things that they believe will make them happy. I will feel happier when I have 1 billion more credits. I will feel happier when I rule the city. I will feel happier when I kill the people who wronged me. People try to amplify positive feelings while trying to get rid of negative feelings. And if you're not careful, you will soon lose yourself in a whirlpool of greed. But I'm not any better. Am I not chasing happiness by trying to redeem myself? Nick's mind started to think about something, but he couldn't decipher what his mind was thinking about. He only knew that he was thinking about something, but he didn't know what he was thinking about. Maybe he was just trying to process his new reality. For almost 30 minutes, Nick just stared at the wall. Ironically, the thing that hurt the most was that it didn't hurt a lot. It had been inevitable. He had been prepared for it. He knew it would happen. That was the worst thing, because it meant that there was no hope left. If Nick had truly had some hope, he would feel worse. But he didn't. What now? Nick thought. Silence. I guess back to work. Nothing has truly changed. We will still talk about the same things as before. We might have officially been in a relationship, but we haven't truly been in one. Nick sighed. I can't have a relationship. I will only end up pulling my partner down, and I, on the other hand, might get distracted from the true purpose of my life. Bettering humanity. I was responsible for the deaths of over 1,000 people, and I need to improve the lives of at least 1 million people in return. When I've accomplished that, I can think about happiness. Nick put his ex out of his mind and focused on planning for his departure from Crimson City. While Nick was planning, he felt like everything happened automatically. It was almost like he was watching someone else working on something, while he just looked on. He tried to tell himself that everything was over, and that he had to go back to work, but it wasn't that easy. He was a human, and humans were not machines. Eventually, it was like nothing had happened that day. And yet, Nick still felt different. Distant might be the right word. Over the next few days, Nick finished a 20-year plan for Crimson City's development. The plan wasn't supposed to be followed strictly since unforeseen incidents were bound to happen. It was more meant as a guide and checklist. It included the goals the city should achieve and what things needed to be avoided. Naturally, the plan also included detailed explanations about why these things had to be avoided. Everything was for the long-term prosperity of the city. And then Nick was done. There was still one last day left before the inspector would come, and Nick didn't have anything left to do. The city was already running on its own. He didn't even need to talk to Arya anymore. From tomorrow onward, she would rule the city on her own, and Nick had already given her all his tasks. At this moment, Nick was only a watcher. So that was what Nick did. Nick left the headquarters, turned into mist, and entered the city. He didn't want to be recognized while looking at the city one last time. Tomorrow, he would leave, and Nick wanted to take one last look at the city. His first stop was the Dregs, specifically the place where he had lived. Sadly, the place had become completely unrecognizable. The alley in which he had met Albert and Horwa's house had both fallen into the Crimson Sea when it broke out. The place where he and Winter had caught the Dreamer was also unrecognizable. All of these changes reminded Nick of what he had done. He was the reason why all these old places were gone. He was the reason why the Dregs no longer existed. In the bad and in the good sense. Eventually, Nick reached a very familiar street, a hotel and a warehouse. The hotel was where Nick had taken care of Horwa, and the warehouse had been Dark Dream's first building. As Nick looked at the warehouse, he felt like he was transported back to his youth. He had been so uneducated, but he had also laughed so much. Had he been happy back then? Maybe not, but he had definitely been closer to being happy back then. Then Nick went to another big building in the outer city. Dark Dream's second building. Sometime within the last decade, someone had finally moved the big building to a proper place. Keeping such a big building leaning on the megastructure didn't feel safe, and the fact that it wasn't moved earlier was a good example of Marcus corruption. Something like this should have been dealt with within months at the latest. Nick thought back to the time when he worked in that building. He had already felt pretty bad back then, but things had been simpler. Nick had believed that he would change Crimson City, but he didn't have the power back then. But now he did, and that put a lot more pressure and responsibility on him. Things had been easier back then. Eventually, Nick entered the inner city and looked at the outer part of the new headquarters. This was the building that had once belonged to the Spartans. The events from that day went through Nick's mind. Back then, he wouldn't have believed that this little mission would change his entire life. Finally, Nick looked at the center of the inner city, at the new headquarters. This had been Dark Dream's last building before it fused with Solace to become Skydream. In a way, Nick's home hadn't changed since then. Over the next minutes, Nick also looked through the middle layer, but there wasn't anything interesting to him there. He decided against looking into the upper layer since he only felt disgust for it. That was it. For a couple of minutes, Nick looked at Crimson City. And then, he went to work with one of the city's Specters. By the time he was done, the day of departure would have already arrived. Chapter 554, Specters. Nick waited on top of a building in the outer city. There wasn't much for him to do anymore. Everything had already been taken care of, and he had already said his goodbyes to the few people who were still relevant to him. Some people from Skydream. A couple of the specialists from the city. The heroes. From time to time, Nick looked down at the city. I changed things, he thought. This is the city that I always wanted to see. Yet, whenever he thought about these things, he also felt empty. In the beginning, he still felt a bit of achievement and excitement. But now it wasn't very impactful anymore. Yes, he had changed the lives of thousands of people for the better, but when compared to the mountain of guilt and shame, this wasn't much. 10,000 people. Nick had helped 10,000 people. But to get to his goal of 1 million people, he needed to improve another 99 cities. 1%. All of his work over the last 5 years only dealt with 1% of his guilt. It was so much. Nevertheless, he wouldn't stop. He would continue. Nick lifted his head as he noticed 4 distant figures coming closer in the sky. They're here, Nick thought as he stood up. All of the melancholy and aimlessness vanished from Nick in an instant, and his determined gaze instantly returned. This wasn't just a mask he put on. He actually immediately felt significantly better. The 4 people stopped in the sky above Crimson City and looked at it for a while. They were inspecting its composition and analyzing what the citizens were doing. Nick had to wait almost 5 minutes until they came down to him. Nick recognized one of them, but he had never seen the other 3. Simon, Nick said respectfully with a nod. Simon Francium looked back. Nick, he said with a neutral tone. Surprisingly, his neutral tone wasn't really distant. It was truly just neutral, which was different from the last time they had talked. Back then, Simon's neutrality had been a sign of distance, but now it wasn't. It was a sign of uncertainty. He wasn't sure if he should like or dislike Nick. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten what Nick had done, and he still thought he was a monster. Yet, the things he had seen in the last 5 minutes were unbelievable. Simon remembered the time Nick had shown him around, and things looked very different back then. For example, there were barely any malnourished people left. Sure, the average height of many people was pretty low, since they used to be malnourished while growing up, but they definitely were no longer malnourished. In fact, a ton of them were fat. That was actually a normal development. When somebody who was used to hunger for a while suddenly got access to a lot of food, they often started to gain weight very quickly. For these kinds of people, eating was a feeling of safety, and everyone desired to feel safe. Yet, such a massive change was basically unprecedented in such a short time frame. In order to change the fundamental health of the city to such a degree, one would need decades. But only 5 years had passed. Let me do the introductions, Simon said after a while, stepping to the side. This is Marvin Marvel, Simon said as he pointed to an old man with long gray hair. He is a protector working under the technician as city manager. He and his team create all of the laws the governors of the cities have to follow. Marvin Marvel. That's a name, Nick thought. Marvin Marvel held out his hand for Nick, and the two shook hands. Marvin is fine, he said in a calm but professional tone. Greetings, my name is Nick Dusk, and I'm the liaison for Crimson City, Nick answered. Marvin nodded and stepped back before Simon gestured to the next person. It was a middle-aged man with black hair who had a sharp gaze. It almost felt like the person could immediately discern what someone was thinking. This is Leopold Junefin. He is a very experienced agent who specializes in city studies. Leopold is fine, Leopold said as he shook Nick's hand. Nick also quickly introduced himself before Simon went to the last person. The last person was a young man with beautiful white hair. His clothing and style exuded an aura of cleanliness and freshness. This is Mintos Nomen. He is the governor of Skywater City, one of the biggest and most successful cities in the world, Simon said. Just address me as Mintos, Mintos said with a wide smile as he shook Nick's hand. Nick introduced himself one last time. Welcome to Crimson City, he told everyone. It is quite a beautiful city, Mintos said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It looks like you're taking good care of it. It's mostly because a lot of it is newly built, Nick said. Oh. What's the reason for such a sudden renovation? Mintos asked. Nick already guessed that Mintos wasn't here to be nice. His demeanor had given Nick bad vibes since the start. It was also obvious why Mintos asked such a question. Renovating such a huge part of the city in such a short time frame was unnecessarily costly. The only reason for doing that would be to impress the judges, and Nick couldn't possibly admit that without taking a big hit on his credibility. I can actually answer that, Simon interjected. Oh, Mintos uttered with fake interest, hiding his annoyance. The Crimson Sea destroyed a huge part of the city something like 15 years ago, and the city just recently managed to rebuild. The last time I was here, construction had just finished, Simon explained. Oh, that explains things. Thanks, Mintos answered. But that big part to the west is new, Simon added. What happened there? I noticed that as well, Marvin said as he cross-referenced the city's shape with a map stored in the headquarters. About 6 square kilometers of city were added to the west. Nick, what was your motive behind this expansion? Housing, jobs, and security for our resources, Nick said. The majority of the added city is fields, which exist to harvest carbon for our steel. Additionally, Nick talked about the reason for the expansion for a couple of minutes. Why use that much steel just to include these fields in the city? Mintos asked innocently. A couple of extractors should be enough to defend the fields. Jobs, Nick answered. If the fields are inside the city, they are safe, and normal people can easily enter and exit. More jobs mean less unemployment. Additionally, it opens a completely new branch for the people. Carbon harvester is a completely new job that normal people can do that hasn't existed before. Then Nick talked about jobs, housing, and economics for a couple of minutes. A waste in the short term, Leopold commented coldly from the side, but a good investment in the long term. The city's carbon is unassailable and renewable. What about the iron? The plan I drafted for the future includes building a big underground tunnel towards our iron mine, which is around 4 kilometers to the southwest, Nick answered. And the light? Mintos asked immediately. Artificial light is very easy and cheap in Crimson City, Nick answered before talking about Skydream and their 2 light specters. And what if something happens with Skydream? Mintos asked. You are opening yourself up, giving them a vulnerable point to attack. They would never do that, Nick said with full confidence. Mintos did his best to suppress his snort of disdain. You can count yourself lucky if you haven't experienced a revolt within the last 5 years. Oh, people tried, Nick said. I had plenty of attempts, but those are in the past. They wouldn't dare to try another one. Mintos just looked at Nick with an unimpressed gaze. You're overconfident. Nick just looked into Mintos' eyes. There are 100 newbies, 210 Johns, 65 veterans, 25 experts, 10 specialists, and 5 heroes working directly in the government. All of them work under the governor and me. We own a third of all experts, a third of all specialists, and every single hero. Even if all of Crimson City banded together, they wouldn't win, and they all know that. Revolution is suicide. This took the 4 people by surprise. That was a lot. Right, the aides, Marvin added from the side. I remember overlooking the creation of this new position. Leopold also nodded from the side. Naturally, he had read up on Crimson City before coming here. You were trying to keep that many heroes under the same banner in the city? Mintos asked with skepticism. That sounds very risky. Why? Nick asked. Because all of them have proven time and time again that they can use every opening to get ahead in life. Even if it means stepping over corpses and breaking the rules, Mintos said. Nick nodded. Because they are selfish, right? He asked. That's your way of phrasing it, Mintos said. So, because they are selfish, Nick repeated, but this time not as a question. Their selfishness is the very reason why they won't revolt, Nick said. Mentos raised an eyebrow. They want to become stronger. They want to be agents and protectors. They want that more than anything. At that point, Marvin interjected. And the position of aid ties their future prospects to the health and reputation of the city and the governor. Nick nodded. Exactly. Chapter 555, Beggars. How can there be competition if the government has so much power? It sounds like you're wasting Zephyx, Mentos asked. There is competition, Nick said. Just not for the top spot. The government is the undisputed ruler, and there is no possible way to dethrone it. I would even go so far as to say that if there is a chance that the government can be dethroned, you have already committed a mistake. Mentos furrowed his brows. Companies are the ones that create the Zephyx, and competition is the thing that makes companies efficient. If only the weakest compete with each other, you will only get the smallest profits. Nick looked at Mentos with an even expression. Are you that dead set on ignoring everything happening before your eyes right now? He asked with annoyance. Nick had enough of Mentos' bad faith questions. Marvin raised his brows while Simon just frowned. Leopold seemed neutral. We are having a discussion, Mentos said with a cold tone. Your arguments, Dash. No, we are not having a discussion, Nick interrupted Mentos. I told you how I run my city. You know the numbers I put out. This is indisputable. These are facts. You are trying to argue about facts by using hypotheticals that are not based on reality. I told you how many Specters the city has and how powerful they are. I told you what we pay in tribute. I told you how we are achieving that. Yet here you are, arguing about how things should be based on your experiences and beliefs instead of how they actually are. You are ignoring facts in favor of a prognosis that is unnecessary and frankly untrue. Mentos looked at Nick coldly. Then he turned to the other three for a second before turning to look at Nick again. If you are not willing to have a civil discussion, I see no reason to keep a polite tone either. What I am saying is that I think you are not presenting an accurate picture of facts. I think you are keeping things hidden, Mentos said. Nick looked with a bored expression at Mentos. Fine. Go ask around. Mentos raised a skeptical eyebrow. Excuse me? Go ask around, Nick repeated. Go ask anyone. Outer city, inner city, I don't care. Ask literally any single person or extractor. I am not keeping any secrets from you. I might have the power to manipulate a couple of people into lying to you, but I can't manipulate all 12,000 people to such a fine degree. Ask anyone. Mentos frowned. I'm not here to ask anyone. You are the one that is supposed to present the city. But I'm lying, Nick answered. So why do you keep talking to me if you think I'm lying? There is an easy way to get to the truth. You can just ask around. That will show whether or not I'm lying. You are free to go to any place in the city and talk to anyone. Do whatever you want to find out how the city is run. Oh, wait. Mentos seemed more than annoyed. We are Dash. That's a good idea, Marvin interjected calmly. Mentos frowned as he turned to Marvin, who continued talking. We are here to find out how the city operates, Marvin explained. Looking at the city ourselves is the best way to do that. Leopold nodded. I want to know more about the extractors. I think I'm going to go to a couple of them and ask them about the city. I'm interested in the social aspect, Simon said. Quite a few things changed, and I want to take a closer look at them. Marvin let out a small smile. Perfect, because I'm interested in the business aspect of things. How about we gather here in 2 hours? The other two nodded. What are you going to do? Marvin asked Mentos. Mentos looked coldly at Nick. I think I'm going to take a look at the government. I'll gladly accompany you, a new voice said. Mentos looked to the origin of the voice and saw Arya looking at him. Nick had sent a signal to Arya. He didn't trust Mentos at all. Mentos threw a cold glance at Arya before his demeanor returned to normal. I would appreciate it. Then see you in 2 hours, Marvin said before he flew away. Leopold also quickly left while Arya led Mentos away. Now only Nick and Simon were left. A lot of things are different, Simon said. Nick nodded. I told you that everything will be different the next time you are here. Simon just nodded wordlessly. Want me to show you around? Nick asked. Sure, Simon answered. Nick and Simon walked around the outer city for a while. Simon looked at the bustling streets and took note of the different atmosphere. The last time he was here, the atmosphere had been oppressive, but this time the atmosphere seemed bustling. Naturally, it wasn't filled with happiness. Such an atmosphere only existed in fairy tales. Yet it was still filled with life and ambition. Nevertheless, not everyone could have a good life, and Simon eventually came across one of Crimson City's beggars. The beggar sat on the side of the road with a metallic mug and just slept. He looked disheveled and stank to high heaven. Simon had lived for a long time, and he had seen millions of people over the centuries. Inexperienced people would believe that this beggar was just like the poor people of the old Dregs, but that wasn't actually true. The difference was in ambition. The people of the Dregs Simon had seen 5 years before were fighting for their lives. They were working themselves to the bone and taking immense risks to stay alive. They might have been just as dirty and disheveled as this beggar, but everything else was different. This beggar wasn't trying very hard to stay alive. He just didn't care. This attitude could have many different reasons. A tragic accident that took away all of his hope. Self-hatred. Addiction. Mental illness. Depression. Or he was just a very eccentric and lazy person. Simon could see this difference very clearly. Someone who wasn't willing to fight for themselves would find themselves at the bottom of society unless they had someone fighting for them. Simon and Nick continued walking, and they soon found a couple more beggars. One of them was rapidly pacing around the streets, talking to herself loudly. One was walking around while looking at everyone with hatred. Another one was extremely thin and constantly scratching a wound on his arm. It was clear that all of these people had issues. What can they do to improve their circumstances? Simon asked Nick after a while. Donate half a liter of blood, Nick answered immediately. That gives you more than enough money to eat for a month. Housing is also pretty cheap since we have more houses than people. Right now, the city is searching for handymen to expand the sewer system since we don't want everything to turn into a big lake of shit again. Getting back on your feet isn't difficult in Crimson City. The only things that can stop you are mental illness and your lack of will to fight, Nick said. What about the mentally ill? Simon asked. I'm not running a charity, Nick said. If you are unable to take care of yourself, someone else has to take care of you, and if you don't have anybody else, nobody will take care of you. I want to improve the lives of the people, but I can only do so as long as this benefits Aegis as well. If the people want to take care of the mentally ill, they are free to do so. I'm not stopping them from making hospitals, asylums, or whatever, but the city won't pay for it. Simon just nodded. Naturally, there were always places that could be improved, and in Simon's opinion, this was one aspect. However, highlighting that fact would be overly critical. Crimson City already had the fewest poor people in every city Simon had seen in his life. Criticizing Crimson City for that number would be putting too much focus on a relatively small issue. Eventually, 2 hours passed, and everyone walked back to the meeting place. When Nick arrived, Marvin and Leopold were already animatedly talking with each other and sharing their findings. They seemed positively surprised by Crimson City. On Nick, Marvin spoke with a friendly smile. Just the person I wanted to speak to. Yes. Nick asked. How did you manage to become so hated by the people? He asked. Which people? Nick asked. The ones living on the top floor. Ah, the upper layer, Nick repeated. Well. Then Nick told Marvin exactly what he had done to the people of the top layer, and the more he spoke, the more Marvin's eyebrows rose in surprise. That was very unorthodox. Why did you antagonize the most powerful people of the city to such a degree? Marvin asked. Because they weren't willing to give a small part of their wealth so that the poor can have a life. If I don't take it by force, it will never leave their hands. They comply or die. There is no third choice. Chapter 556, Farewell. That's tyranny. Mintos spoke as he arrived in front of Nick. Yes, it is, Nick said. So. Mintos asked in shock. Aegis is supposed to help humanity, not suppress them. Yes, Aegis is supposed to help humanity, but that doesn't necessarily translate to helping humans, Nick answered. Mintos' eyebrows shot up in shock. What nonsense was Nick speaking? Marvin and Leopold listened from the side. What about corrupt governors? Are they not human? Nick asked. Is helping them the same as helping humanity? That's different, Mintos said with annoyance. Yes, it is, Nick said. They are humans, but they are not on humanity's side. A human that is not on humanity's side is not on Aegis' side. Almost all humans are selfish, and they would rather take one credit instead of giving somebody else 1,000. Even worse, humans are distrustful of other humans to a ridiculous degree. A significant portion would still choose to receive 1 credit, even if the other person promised to give them 500 of their 1,000 credits. The richer you are, the more distrustful you become. Rich people are powerful and intelligent, but they are very often also blind. They cannot see where they need to go, and they refuse to listen to anyone else. After all, why should they? They have already reached this place on their own. It has worked very well up to now. These people need someone that tells them what to do. They need someone that forces them into helping others. That is my job. I represent Aegis in the city, and I force them to follow my path, Aegis' path. If they refuse to follow, they are against Aegis and, therefore, against humanity. People in Crimson City that refuse to follow my command are humanity's enemy and will be eradicated. Nick spoke with a cold but calm voice. Silence. Marvin and Leopold looked with interest at Nick, while Mentos looked with disgust at him. So that's how you managed to reach these numbers, Mentos spoke coldly. You forced everyone to follow your dictatorial regime, stole their belongings, and forced them into slavery. Slavery? Marvin repeated incredulously from the side. By the champion, if the people I saw on the highest floor are slaves, I would assume that almost everyone would want to be a slave. Those are some happy slaves, he added with a light chuckle. Mentos grimaced. That's not what I meant. Why? Nick asked. Who else would you be talking about? The people of the upper layer are the ones that pay the most. Extractors paid the second most, and the people of the middle layer paid the third most. The lower layer barely felt anything, and the outer city received far more than they lost. Mentos seemed to become quite angry. These people worked hard for their wealth, and you're just stealing it. They worked for decades to get to the place where they are now. The powerful people of the past did not help them. So why should they help the weak people of today? Marvin raised an eyebrow while looking at Mentos, and Leopold frowned. Because we are humans, Nick said. And humans are supposed to make the world of their children better than theirs. The fact that your elders did not improve your life is unfair, but that doesn't mean that it's okay to forward that crime to the next generation. The next generation has not done anything to hurt you. The powerful need to take care of the weak as long as they are still part of humanity. I don't care that nobody helped these people when they were weak. I won't sit idly by as these people repeat that same crime. Power comes with responsibility, and somebody who doesn't deal with this responsibility is not human in my eye, Nick spoke darkly. Mentos glowered at Nick. Many of the things Nick had said had hit Mentos where it hurt. Helping humanity, Marvin spoke from the side, and Nick turned to him. Helping the next generation. What about the Specters? What about Aegis? He asked with interest. Aegis is protecting humans from the Specters, Nick answered calmly. Aegis is powerful, and it is protecting the weak. Isn't that exactly what I said human is and what they should do? Aegis is humanity. Supporting Aegis means supporting humanity. Without Aegis, there can't be a next generation. Without Aegis, these cities wouldn't even exist. Anyone who refuses to help Aegis is against humanity and is therefore an enemy, Nick spoke with conviction. Simon's eyes shone when he heard that. Maybe he had been wrong about Nick. Nick had done many horrible things in the past, but his heart seemed to be in the right place. Empty words. Mentos spoke with derision from the side. Empty words. Leopold spoke up with a cold voice. Mentos looked over with a skeptical eyebrow. Crimson City's tribute was supposed to increase by 20% within 5 years, Leopold spoke. Yet, Nick surpassed even that. He was only supposed to deliver 120% of the tribute, but last year it was 122%, and this year it was even 125%. Before coming here, I did the math. If Skywater City wants to rival this level of tribute, it needs to pay 7% more. Can it do that? Leopold asked with a confronting tone. Naturally, Mentos answered immediately. Then, why doesn't it? Leopold asked back. If Aegis needs more resources, it just needs to tell me, and I will deliver, Mentos explained. Leopold looked at Mentos for a couple of seconds before slowly shaking his head. Finally, he looked at Marvin. I'm done with my observations. Marvin nodded. Me too. Simon nodded. I'm ready to leave, Mentos said after throwing Nick a side eye. All right, Marvin said before turning to Nick. We're going to share our thoughts. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with our verdict. Thank you, Nick answered. The next moment, the four of them flew to the sky and talked with each other. Nick just watched them. While Nick was looking at them, Arya looked at Nick and sighed. She was happy for Nick's success, but she was also lamenting the end of their relationship a bit. She regretted that it didn't work out. At least he's making a difference, Arya thought. He might not be a good partner, but he's still an amazing human. Arya sighed again. I just hope he finds happiness. The two of them didn't exchange a word for the several minutes it took for the four inspectors to come to their decision. Marvin flew back and landed in front of Nick with a smile. Then he extended his arm. The liaison experiment was a full success. Congratulations. Nick smiled back politely and shook Marvin's hand. I'm happy to hear that. What happens now? While this experiment was successful, we still need additional ones for more data. You've lived in Crimson City for your entire life, and you know it better than any of us. There might have been factors specific to Crimson City that allowed this experiment to succeed. We would like you to repeat the experiment on a couple more cities as soon as possible. How soon can you leave? Marvin asked. I can leave right away, Nick answered. I already expected that I would leave Crimson City today. Arya is already dealing with everything on her own, and I trust her. She's an amazing governor. Arya smiled from behind Nick. The two of them had just broken up, but despite the breakup, Nick still praised her in front of an important member of Aegis. That's a welcome surprise, Marvin said with a smile. Then we will leave shortly. But before that, I have a reward for your success. Nick raised an eyebrow. He thought that he would only receive contribution points. Marvin took a small black sack out from one of his pockets and put it in Nick's hand. Here you go, he said. Nick looked at it before opening it. It was empty. That was when Nick realized what this actually was. A space bag? Nick asked in surprise. Marvin nodded. This is your reward. You earned it. Nick took a deep breath. Space bags were extremely rare and expensive. Even a team of agents had only 1 or 2 space bags collectively. Thank you so much, Nick said with gratitude. There is no need to thank me, Marvin said with a chuckle. You are part of Aegis. Rewarding you is rewarding ourselves. Nick nodded. He had never regretted joining Aegis, and he was sure that he never would. Crimson City wasn't his home. Aegis was. Gather your things, Marvin said. We're waiting here. I will, Nick said. Nick quickly entered the city's headquarters and left just as quickly. He had already packed everything and just had to shove it into his new space bag. I'm ready to go, Nick said. Marvin nodded. The two of them started to float, and Nick threw one last look at Arya, who smiled at him. Good luck and farewell, Arya, Nick said. Farewell, Nick, Arya answered. And then Nick and Marvin flew to the others. That was it. Nick left Crimson City. From now on, Crimson City would exist without Nick. Chapter 557, Back in Aegis. So this was it. Nick was finally leaving Crimson City, the place he had called home for his entire life. In a certain way, Nick felt a bit bad about leaving Crimson City, but he also looked forward to contributing more to humanity. With the help of Aegis, he finally had the power to fully redeem himself. Yet, it would still be a long way until then. Additionally, Nick wasn't sure if he could continue redeeming himself at this very moment. After all, the next cities he would be going to were not Crimson City, and there was a very important difference. Nick wouldn't have any allies. In Crimson City, when he started being its liaison, Nick had Skydream and Arya backing him. On top of that, he had decades of planning and experience in the city. Doing the same thing in another city would be difficult since there was no real leverage for Aegis power. That meant that there was no physical power helping Nick enforce Aegis political power. In short, Nick was too weak. Nick could deal with assassinations from specialists, but he wouldn't be able to survive an assassination attempt from a hero. Even more, the cities had Specters that Nick wasn't familiar with, and there was a high likelihood that some of these Specters could be used to kill him. While Nick was planning his future, the group stopped above a huge city. The city was filled with gigantic buildings, and it was several times bigger than Crimson City. However, this city didn't have a megastructure. Another interesting thing about the city was the seemingly endless ruins surrounding it. The ruins stretched as far as the eye could see. It was obvious that a huge metropolis had once been here. It probably has 3 to 6 times as many citizens as Crimson City, Nick thought as he looked at the city. Even though Nick had been planning his future, he had still paid attention to the direction they had been going. They had been going west for a while. An enjoyable outing, as always. Mentos spoke politely to the others. Sadly, we were not of the same opinion this time. Marvin just nodded. Until we meet again, Mentos. The others also said their goodbyes, and Mentos flew into the city. This must be Skywater City, Nick thought as he watched Mentos go into the city. This is Skywater City, Simon said from Nick's side, confirming his guess. We are currently on the southernmost edge of the Grand Continent, the biggest continent in the world. Simon pointed towards the south, and Nick could just barely make out something that wasn't water or ruins. To the south is an island of similar size to the island Crimson City is on, along with a couple more but smaller islands. To the east, you will find many islands, both big and small. A couple 100 kilometers to the southeast is the local stronghold of Aegis. It's on the northwestern corner of a medium-sized island. This stronghold is responsible for all of the cities in the scattered islands. The island group is around 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers wide. Crimson City is on the eastern edge of this group of islands. Simon's explanation finally gave Nick an image of where he had lived his entire life. He knew that the desolate continent was south or southwest of Crimson City's island, but he hadn't known that Crimson City was part of a group of islands. Nick also hadn't known about the grand continent to the north. "I'll also leave," Leopold said. "I'll come with you," Simon said. "I need to go that direction anyway." Leopold just nodded before looking at Marvin. "Thank you for the opportunity to expand my horizon." Marvin just waved his hand dismissively. "I'll add the contribution points to your account." Then Leopold looked at Nick. "I sincerely hope you can prove that Crimson City wasn't just luck." "I'll do my best," Nick said with a nod. "Nick," Simon said, "I'm sure we'll meet again at some point." "Most likely," Nick answered. "You did well," Simon added. "The things you told me last time proved to be true, and I'm glad that's the case. You even captured the prison for us." "Thank you," Nick answered in a respectful tone. Simon nodded with a smile, and some seconds later, he and Leopold shot towards the south. Now it was just Nick and Marvin. "What's the plan now?" Nick asked. "We're going to the headquarters," Marvin said. "The technician wants to hear my report, and I presume that he would also want to talk to you after that. He will decide what you will be doing next." Nick nodded. "Okay." Then the two of them shot toward the east. The only reason why they had come here was to escort Mintos and partially Leopold. Only protectors were truly safe while traveling such large distances. After flying over a big island, Nick saw nothing but ocean. He had traveled over this ocean once before when he had told Aegis about the nightmare. According to Simon, this was the biggest ocean in the entire world. Just like the first time, Nick simply couldn't comprehend how big it was. The water was absolutely endless. Marvin was traveling almost 50 kilometers a second, and it still took them over 4 entire minutes to reach the western border of the Great Triangle. That was insane. Nevertheless, even such a big ocean wasn't endless, and the two of them arrived at the western edge of the Great Triangle. After they reached the continent, they continued flying east. The Great Triangle was a pretty big continent, and they needed to cross its entire width. Yet, the Great Triangle couldn't compare to this endless ocean in size. Eventually, the two of them reached the eastern edge of the Great Triangle. Everything below Nick was covered in ruins, and in those ruins was the gigantic building that represented Aegis, a 5-kilometer tall white pyramid. Nick also remembered the name of these ruins. New York, Nick repeated in his mind. What a strange name. Was there an old York? Marvin and Nick approached the building and landed on a platform about halfway up the pyramid. Nick saw 2 heroes guarding the door, and they quickly approached and bowed in front of Marvin. "Welcome back, Protector." Marvin ignored them and just walked past. Nick did the same thing. After all, these heroes were here as a punishment. No matter how nice or pitiful they appeared, they had caused great amounts of suffering for humanity to end up here. Due to their power, it was possible that they had killed even more innocent people than Nick. "Do you know of their crimes?" Nick asked Marvin as they approached the building. "No, I never bothered to find out," he said. Nick just nodded and didn't continue the conversation. The two of them quickly reached a wide extractor shaft and went down. Right now, they were in the middle layer of the gigantic structure, which was reserved for the most dangerous specters that Aegis had contained. The top layer was for administrators, shields, the Hall of Remembrance, and the Champion of Light. The bottom layer was for all the people living here, which mostly consisted of families and friends of powerful Aegis members. The underground was for valuable storage and research. The technician was the chief researcher of Aegis. He was the most powerful and most intelligent scientist in the entire world, and almost all of Aegis technologies came from him and his team. Because of that, the technician always stayed in the underground layer of Aegis headquarters. He was too busy researching. Marvin was part of the technician's team, which meant that he also lived there. The two of them reached the underground layer after a while, and Marvin stopped in front of a metallic door. "Wait here," Marvin said. Nick just nodded, and Marvin entered the room. Silence. As Nick waited, he just looked around the hallway. The light coming from the ceiling felt incredibly warm, and the white walls seemed so clean and pure. Aegis, Nick thought as he looked around the silent hallway. My home, my people, my redemption, my power. Nick took a deep breath. This was where he was supposed to be. Just being here ignited his desire to help humanity. But I need to be realistic, Nick thought. I need the power to change cities first. In Crimson City, I had Arya to rely on. In the next city, I won't have anybody. In fact, even the governor will be my enemy, most likely. I don't have to be powerful enough to kill all the heroes, but I need to be powerful enough to flee with my life intact. Nick sighed. And I'm not powerful enough currently. I finally have a shot at redeeming myself, and I can't risk wasting it. I should dash. The door opened, and a younger man with white hair looked at Nick with a smile. Good job, the researcher said. Nick bowed politely. Thank you, sir. The researcher nodded and gestured inside. Come in. Chapter 558, Changing Priorities. Nick walked through the door and entered the area behind it. He had been here before. It was a disorderly room with many small gadgets strewn around. As Nick looked around, he noticed another door at the back of the room. Marvin probably left through the back, Nick thought, since he didn't find Marvin inside the room. Take a seat, the technician said as he sat down behind the desk. Nick sat down in front of the desk and looked at the technician. All right, so the technician started. According to what I have heard from Marvin and the other three, you've had some good results. Nick nodded. I increased the city's tribute by 25%. I heard, the technician said with a slight lean back. But I want to hear more about the things you actually care about. Nick raised an eyebrow in uncertainty. I'm not sure what you mean. You said, the technician said, that the powerful are only interested in lining their own pockets as they drain the blood of the people who have nothing but their blood left. You also spoke about the former governor quite a lot. He just now receives 25% more from Crimson City. But how about the common people? What changed for them? A lot, Nick answered. The poorest people don't have to commit crimes anymore to survive. And how is that possible? The technician asked. Over the next hour, the two of them talked about the changes Nick had implemented in Crimson City. The technician was especially interested in where the Zephyx for Aegis came from. After all, a city only had a limited amount of Zephyx, and if Aegis tribute was increased by 25%, that had to come from somewhere. One had to differentiate between credits and Zephyx here. The city paid fewer credits for the Zephyx since it produced more Zephyx itself, but the total amount of Zephyx shouldn't have increased since the number and power of Specters hadn't increased. At least, that's what the technician had thought. So, the Zephyx production actually increased due to the Crimson Fungus producing more? The technician asked. Nick nodded and explained the new blood donation system to the technician. In the end, the technician nodded with a frown. Interesting. In normal cities, that would never work. The power distribution, right? Nick asked. Partially, the technician answered. Sure, the power distribution is also not as centralized as in Crimson City, since most of the cities are mainly run by the biggest manufacturers, making this essentially impossible. However, the much bigger issue is that this method requires the government to support a manufacturer. The Crimson Fungus belongs to a manufacturer, and the city is using its authority to help the manufacturer. If there were a comparable manufacturer to the biggest one in Crimson City, they would immediately protest. The neutral stance of the government would be jeopardized, and the government wouldn't be viewed as trustful anymore by the manufacturers, the technician explained. That was not how Kugelblitz reacted, Nick said with a snort. They reacted like I was siding with everyone else over them. Yes, the technician answered, because the old blood tax that you told me about was even worse and should have never been implemented in the first place. While in a normal city, your policy change would have been viewed as helping Kugelblitz, in Crimson City, it would be viewed as damaging them. If you do anything like that in another city, problems will occur. Why? Nick asked. Aegis is the most powerful organization that exists. Aegis is mankind's shield against the Specters. Anything and anyone that refuses to bow to Aegis is mankind's enemy. Is that not correct? The technician had an uncertain expression. Well, yes, but also not really. Nick's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? I mean, it's true that nobody can resist Aegis, but there are things that we can't force. There are things that the people have to give willingly, the technician explained. What? Nick asked in surprise. Belief, the technician answered. The champion of light needs belief to stay at his current power. If the people start resenting and hating Aegis, that belief in Aegis symbol will weaken and maybe even vanish. We could hold guns to everybody's heads and order them to believe, but that wouldn't work. The champion requires true belief. He requires hope. Nick furrowed his brows. Okay, but if the life situation of more people improves, they should be more willing to believe in the champion of light, right? Therefore, having full authority over the people should be positive, as long as I improve their lives. The technician slowly spoke. Nick just looked at him in shock. This can't be, right? He's not about to say that this isn't true, Nick thought. That's not really correct, the technician answered. Okay, Nick slowly answered. Then, what is? The technician slowly moved his head from side to side, as if to evaluate whether or not he should tell Nick. Okay, let me just tell you about the issue, the technician said. We are Aegis. We want to help humanity. That is true. That is a fact. Understand. Nick nodded. However, helping humanity doesn't necessarily equate to making them happy. Sure, Nick said. I can see that. The thing is, we need two things, the technician continued. First, we need Zephyx. With Zephyx, we can make better weapons, increase the power of our extractors, help them comprehend Zephyx manipulation faster, and many more things. The more Zephyx we have, the more we can do, and the faster we grow in power. Nick nodded to show that he understood. Second, we need enough true power to resist the most powerful Specters. That means we need shields. Yet, the issue with that is the Maw, Nick interjected. Right, the technician confirmed. Because of the Maw, we can only have 7 shields at most. If we get another shield, everyone will be pulled into the Maw, and only one shield will come out. As soon as that happens, Death, that big adversary camping in front of our headquarters, will destroy our headquarters, and all of humanity will essentially die. So we are stuck with 7 shields. Okay, since we can't have any more shields, the next best thing is to make the shields we have as powerful as possible. But we only have a single adversary, and working with it is extremely dangerous. Not for the extractor personally, but for humanity and Aegis as a whole. That means we can't work with it very often, which means that we can essentially only have a single shield working with it. Since we only have a single space for a shield, we are naturally going to use our strongest one, which is the Champion of Light. Due to the Champion of Light's ability, he is much more powerful than any other extractor on his level. Yet, even though he worked with our only adversary for centuries, he only managed to become a mid-shield. Nick's eyes widened. The Champion of Light was only a mid-shield? Usually, that wouldn't be enough to keep so many adversaries at bay, the technician answered. However, thanks to all the people believing in the champion, his power is still extraordinary. His power is so big that almost all the adversaries prefer waiting for him to die of old age over attacking Aegis. Without the champion, we will fall into a horrible war, which we will most likely lose. Is it clear that the champion's battle strength is of utmost importance to the survival and prosperity of humanity? The technician asked. Nick nodded. I wasn't sure about the details before, but I understand his importance now. Okay, good, the technician said. Now, who would want to see a significant change in the world more badly? A suffering person or a happy person? Nick frowned as he started to understand where this was going. A suffering person, Nick answered unwillingly. Right, the technician confirmed. So, you see, the two things are connected. In order for the champion to remain powerful, we need humans to desire a change in the world. Nick's mood had dropped considerably. He had tried to improve the lives of the common people. Yet, by the sound of things, he had actually weakened the Champion of Light by doing so. Up until now, the technician continued, we didn't put a lot of importance on the quality of life for the normal people. As long as they survived and paid their tribute to Aegis, we would protect them. However, I have to emphasize that Aegis does not actively try to make the lives of the people worse. The Champion of Light has never asked us to do any of that, and we try not to do it. The technician sighed. But if the champion becomes too weak, we might have to. Nick frowned. At least, that's what the original plan was, the technician added. Nick's brows rose as he looked at the technician. Huh, he uttered. Well, the entire thing with you changed things, the technician said with a sigh. Also, the champion doesn't have much longer. That means we won't be able to rely on him for much longer. Our priorities are currently changing, which is also why we are experimenting with the liaison position. If we can improve the lives of people without damaging Aegis, we would prefer that. Chapter 559, Surprises. When Nick heard that, he felt relieved. For a moment, he had thought that his efforts of trying to help people was jeopardizing Aegis' power. Although, in a way, that was still true. After all, the Champion of Light was still alive. He just wouldn't be for much longer. You scared me there, Nick said with a sigh. I know, but it's still important that you realize our current predicament. The technician spoke slowly. In a way, changing our priorities means admitting that Aegis will no longer rely on the Champion of Light in the future. It's difficult for many of us to grasp, the technician said with a sigh. Nick could see where the technician was coming from. Aegis had relied on the Champion of Light for over 1,000 years. In a way, the Champion of Light was Aegis. But now that would soon change. I wanted to talk to you about these things so that you understand the difficulties we face, the technician explained. You are part of Aegis now, and it's important that you understand the bigger picture so that you can make well-informed decisions. Nick nodded. I understand. The technician nodded back to signal that he was now going back to the main topic. Now, we are naturally interested in sending you to a couple more cities. What are your thoughts about that? Naturally, I am willing to do that, Nick said. However, achieving the same thing in other cities won't be possible for me right now. Oh, the technician uttered. How come? Because of my personal power, Nick said. I can survive almost all assassination attempts, but if a hero actually tries to kill me, I will die. The technician rubbed his chin as he looked at Nick. Usually, your personal power wouldn't be very relevant due to how we normally run cities. After all, the government has to work together with the most powerful people in a city. Drastic changes that would motivate powerful manufacturers to commit such a risky act would be very unusual and would not be what Aegis wants. However, the technician added, your way of running a city is very different. From what you have told me, you are much more authoritative in your approach to leadership. In a way, you are not working together with the powerful manufacturers but forcing them to work for you. Our approach has worked well for over 1,000 years, but your approach has not failed yet. Additionally, we are supposed to experiment, which means giving you much more freedom than normal and seeing what will happen. The technician shrugged. I guess there's not much I can do if you need power. Nick furrowed his brows. What do you mean? I mean that if we want this experiment to succeed, we need you to have the tools to make success happen. How powerful do you need to be? The technician asked. Preferably initial specialist, Nick said. The technician's eyebrows rose. Initial specialist? Only. Nick nodded. I don't need to be powerful enough to kill my enemy. I just need enough power to survive and escape. The technician seemed skeptical. Sure, but an initial hero is still 10 times as powerful as you. An early hero is 15 times as powerful. I don't see how you would be able to escape from such an assault. Nick seemed a bit uncomfortable. I have my ways, he said, avoiding a direct answer. Naturally, Nick didn't want to tell anyone about his ability and what it could achieve, even if it was the technician. The technician looked at Nick with skepticism for a while. An initial specialist that could survive an assassination attempt from an initial hero. That seemed unbelievable. That was like a normal human surviving an attack by an initial adolescent. An initial adolescent could already bend steel with a strong attack and run as fast as a normal bird could fly. How was a normal human supposed to escape from that? Yet, as the technician thought back to the Champion of Light's conduct in front of Nick, he started to entertain the possibility. After all, the Champion of Light appeared to be very interested in Nick. Although, if all that proved to be true, Nick would be the most powerful runner in history. Nobody could escape from such an ambush. All right, the technician said. If you say that's all you need, I can help you with that. Thank you, Nick said with a sigh. He had been unsure if the technician would have allowed him to increase his power before continuing. After all, the liaison experiment involved all of Aegis. Depending on how it went, the way all cities operated could change. A delay in the experiment could end with decades of potential missed profits. On what level are you? How old are you? How long do you need to advance? The technician asked. I'm currently an early expert. I'm almost 37, and I need about 3 years of optimal Zephyx extraction to become a mid-expert, Nick explained. At that moment, the technician's eyebrows shot up. You're 37 and already an early expert? He asked in surprise. How did you achieve that? Well, I became a chief Zephyx Extractor when I was 16, and I always prioritize my own growth. I need to be the strongest extractor as CZE, Nick explained. The technician's eyes widened again. Since you were 16, I knew that you were a CZE, but I didn't know you already had that position when you were 16. Nick nodded. I captured my first Spectre as an initial newbie with the help of another mid-newbie, who was the CEO of our manufacturer. The technician became quite interested in Nick's story. After all, a 16-year-old CZE was unheard of. However, they had already been talking for quite a while, and the technician needed to get back to his other duties. Because of that, he didn't ask Nick about more things from his past and went back to the topic. Okay, and how did you become an expert this quickly? The shell needs quite a while to form, the technician asked. I used an elixir, Nick said. The technician was surprised once again. But you weren't part of Aegis back then, he said. Nick nodded. So, where did you get that elixir from? Nick raised an eyebrow. Can I only get one if I am part of Aegis? Usually, yes, the technician said. Elixirs are very difficult and expensive to produce. We don't just hand them out to anyone. Well, Nick said before trailing off. For a second, he wasn't sure if he should talk about his deal with Kugelblitz. But then, he remembered what the Champion of Light had said. He had said that it wasn't important what Nick had done. It was only important that Nick's heart was filled with conviction to do the right thing. Additionally, Simon had probably already told Aegis about everything that had happened. I received it from Kugelblitz in exchange for dealing with anatomy, Nick said. Kugelblitz was the biggest manufacturer of Crimson City, right? The technician asked. Nick nodded. Who or what is anatomy? The second biggest manufacturer of Crimson City, Nick said. Nick's answers only made more questions appear in the technician's mind. Why did Kugelblitz have an elixir? Why did they ask a peak veteran to deal with anatomy? How strong was anatomy? But instead of asking these questions, the technician took out a pad and tapped on it a couple of times. He quickly read through several pages while Nick waited for him to finish. Eventually, the technician frowned. There's nothing about this in your file. Have you told anyone of Aegis about this? Now, it was Nick's turn to be surprised. Simon hadn't made a report. I did, Nick said with discomfort. But the technician asked after Nick stopped talking. I don't want to tell you who it was. By not telling you, this person is protecting me, and I don't want to cause issues for them, Nick said. The technician frowned and looked at the pad for a while. Then he scratched the side of his head. Finally, he shrugged and put the pad away. Okay, so tell me about anatomy and that deal, he said, dropping the other issue. Nick released a covert sigh of relief and told the technician about the entire incident with anatomy. When the technician heard that Nick had killed over 200 extractors on his own without being noticed, he almost couldn't believe it. That was unreasonable. Yet, he had to accept it. If Nick wanted to lie, he wouldn't use a lie that was so easily debunked. So, Kugelblitz receives an elixir every 3 years from the governor, right? The technician asked. Nick nodded. That explains things, the technician said. We give the governors one elixir every 3 years. Those are being given to the most talented peak veterans of the city. In exchange, those peak veterans then enter Aegis as bailiffs. This is essentially the only way to enter Aegis without being a hero. However, it's very unusual for the elixirs to be in the hands of the manufacturers. Usually, the governor hands them out directly. Nick had known about that part since they had also handed out an elixir. He just hadn't known that this was the only way to receive an elixir. He had thought that it could also be purchased via contribution points. Anyway, the technician said, You are very young, and you're advancing rapidly. That's a very good thing. Keeping you here for 2 decades as training shouldn't be a big issue. Chapter 560 Adductress. Nick and the technician talked about the details of his immediate future before Nick left the room. After leaving the room, Nick remained standing in the hallway. Several minutes later, someone walked out of the hallway and approached him. It was a young woman with green hair and 2 long swords hanging from the sides of her legs. Her expression was strict and serious, and Nick could tell that she was somebody who didn't like hearing or making jokes. Nick Dusk, she asked in a neutral tone. Nick nodded. Yes, agent, he answered respectfully. The woman in front of him wore the uniform of an agent, which meant that she was a powerful hero. The technician has told me all about you, she said without any emotions. You will be under my care until you have advanced to the level of an initial specialist. I am responsible for the training of talented bailiffs so that they might become agents in the future. Then the woman turned around. Follow, she commanded as she started walking with quite some speed. Nick wasn't used to being spoken to like this, but she outclassed him both in rank and in power. My name is Pavelka Stormblade. You will be referring to me as Adductress for the duration of your stay. Am I understood? She asked with a stern voice. Yes, Adductress, Nick answered. He still wasn't used to this kind of dynamic, but that didn't mean that he was opposed to it. Usually, more powerful people still spoke in a polite tone, but that wasn't strictly necessary. A politer tone often made it easier to work with someone else, but during a long-term cooperation or relationship, a very direct tone could be more efficient. The Adductress didn't let it show, but her opinion of Nick improved slightly. Why was she talking down to the bailiffs, even though it was not the norm? Discipline. Aegis headquarters also served as the local stronghold for the Great Triangle. This meant that all the talented peak veterans from all of the cities ended up here. These peak veterans were the most talented and most powerful veterans in their cities, and they had a great deal of confidence in their powers. Most of the time, they were progeny from the most influential families in their city and had received years of finely tuned training and education. Naturally, these families invested literal tons of Zephyx to sway the local government to accept their progeny as bailiffs, all for the single hope of finally being able to leave the isolated pond that was their city and join the vast ocean that was Aegis. Most of these families were led by a hero who had already reached the highest position achievable in their city: Governor, Chief Zephyx Extractor, Chief Executive Officer. Some of them were interested in joining Aegis as agents, but becoming an agent was not easy. They needed to prove themselves first, and that was almost impossible while being isolated in some kind of city. Others were too comfortable with their current power and position to try, but they still wanted their progeny to become even more powerful than them. Nevertheless, in either case, if their progeny succeeded in the training, a spot as an agent would be secure, which translated into a relocation for the family. The family could finally leave the city and move to Aegis headquarters. That meant living in the most prestigious, powerful, and important place in the entire world. As soon as they moved there, every member of the family would have it much easier to get into Aegis. For one, the leaders of the families could easily prove themselves and become agents. Other members could directly join as administrative workers, dealing with paperwork, managing resources, supporting others, and so on. Those members would also become bailiffs, and just being a bailiff already opened many possible avenues to fame and glory. This was why all the powerful families tried their best to get their progeny into Aegis. And these progeny, most of the time, were not the humblest humans out there. Because of that, the Ductress talked down to them to get them back in line. These bailiffs had to understand that they were now the lowest of the low in Aegis. They were trainees. They were not valuable in any way. They were not contributing with their power. They were not contributing to any administrative work. They were not working with specters that could otherwise not be worked with. They were not producing a great amount of Zephyx. They were not fighting specters. They were not paying any tribute to Aegis. They were contributing nothing. They only cost money. They were here to be assessed and to be molded into someone who could contribute to Aegis. It was important that the newcomers understood their status. When the Adductress talked to the bailiffs, she often saw the outrage on their face. Some of them even dared to voice it. However, complaints and outrage wouldn't get them very far here. The Adductress had a very high status. They didn't know it, but the Adductress was one of the most powerful heroes in all of Aegis. In fact, she was only in the headquarters because she was working with a peak demon so that she could become a judge, a protector. The teaching of the talented bailiffs was of high importance, and Aegis wanted the bailiffs to only learn from the best of them. However, they had a very limited number of judges. Because of that, they gave the task of teaching the talented bailiffs to an agent who was in the process of becoming a judge. Such a process generally took decades to complete. The Adductress had been doing this job for a couple of years now, but she still had about 2 decades ahead of her. In these years, she had seen many bailiffs, and she could also see if they were useful or not. Most of them were not very useful and found themselves back home again. The families tried their best to teach them about combat and all the duties an extractor had to complete, but more often than not, the personalities and motivations of these people were not what Aegis wanted. In the end, less than 10% managed to become specialists before being thrown out, and even fewer managed to actually become agents. Nick didn't know a lot about the Adductress and the people she taught. The technician only told him that he would be sending him to the regular training camp for agents. The reason why the technician didn't tell Nick a lot about this department was simple. There was no need to. The technician knew that Nick had vastly more experience than any other expert out there. Many of them had worked with many more specters than Nick, and many of them had lived much longer than him. However, none of them had gone through so many dangerous situations, and almost none of them had decades of experience leading a manufacturer or running an entire city. Nick had enough experience and contributions that he could assume the mantle of agent if he were a hero. Nick had already proven that his mindset, experience, and power were more than sufficient to become an agent. Warning him about any dangers in the training department was unnecessary. He knew how to handle himself. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived in a room that was a mix of storage and office. "Oh hey, Pavelka," a young man wearing the uniform of a bailiff said as he stood up from his chair to approach. "What's up?" The Adductress just glared back. "I have a new trainee," she said. Oh, the young man said as his face became a bit red with embarrassment. An instant later, his gaze steeled, and he purposefully did his best to act like Nick didn't exist any longer. Do you require a standard-issue uniform? He asked with a serious voice. The adductress nodded. Yes. Of course, the young man said before turning to Nick. He was just about to tell Nick to follow him, but he hesitated when he inspected Nick's uniform. He already had an Aegis uniform. Even more, he had stripes. Stripes were only for governors and higher. The man was supposed to be serious and disciplined in front of the trainees, but this was someone who had, at least, as much authority as a governor. He couldn't be rude to someone like that. It's fine, Nick said, realizing what was happening. Just treat me like any other trainee. The adductress frowned, but she didn't look at either of them. She wasn't happy about the current development since this was not how things were normally done, but she had to concede that there was no other way. To the adductress, Nick wasn't different from a bailiff. Both of them were beneath her rank. But for another bailiff or a governor, things were very different. The man mouthed a silent thank you before his gaze hardened. Follow, trainee, he commanded as he walked into another room. Nick followed. Chapter 561, First Level. The two of them stepped through the door and closed it behind them. As soon as the door closed, the man turned to look at Nick with a helpless smile. Sorry, but I have to act like this. Nick wasn't surprised that the man had essentially broken protocol. I understand, Nick answered. Thank you, the man said with a quick bow. Please remove your uniform and hand it over together with all of your belongings. The only things you may keep are your weapons. What about my barrier? Nick asked. That as well, the man said. Every trainee receives the same barrier and uniform. Almost all the trainees have the best equipment a city can offer, but not all cities are equal. Weapons are not difficult to manufacture, but barriers can vary greatly in their power. Nick nodded and removed his barrier before removing his uniform. After removing everything, he put it into his new space bag and handed it over. When the man saw Nick's space bag, he took a deep breath. A space bag? Not even all of the agents had the privilege of owning a space bag. This guy must have done several great services for Aegis if he was rewarded with a space bag at such an age and power level. The man carefully handled the space bag and made sure to double and triple-check the locking mechanism of the safe in which he put the bag. If this space bag got lost, he might lose his job or even worse. Meanwhile, Nick took note of a comedy of the current situation. He had just received his space bag, and now he lost access to it for the next 20 years or so. Nick received a new uniform. It was a white uniform without any streaks, which meant it was of the lowest rank. Yet, being at the lowest rank in Aegis was still superior to being at the highest rank in any manufacturer. I guess this rank befits my actual power, Nick thought as he looked at his uniform. Naturally, all the ranks in Aegis were related to an extractor's power, with Nick being the only exception. Now, his uniform reflected his power. The lowest of the low. An expert. An expert was someone amazing in a city, but just a commoner here. Nick also took a look at his new barrier. He pressed a couple of buttons and found out that he had no authority to change any settings of the barrier. Although that was to be expected. He didn't really own the barrier. Nevertheless, he could see its statistics, which told him that this barrier was about as strong as the average barrier of a specialist in a city. Yet that was still a downgrade for almost all the trainees who arrive here, and a significant downgrade for Nick, who had used a barrier fit for an agent. A moment later, the man held out a booklet for Nick, who grabbed and read it. It was just a manual that introduced him to his new department. Nick found a couple of interesting things, but put the manual away without any questions. Do you have any questions? The man asked. No, Nick answered simply. The man nodded and gestured towards the door. A moment later, he opened the door and walked out with a stern expression while Nick followed him. The adductress just looked at them without saying anything. Belongings confiscated and secured. Uniform, barrier, and manual handed over. No problems, adductress, the man said with a serious tone. The adductress nodded and wordlessly gestured for Nick to follow her. The two of them left the room and traveled further upwards, towards the middle layer of the headquarters. This was where all of the Specters were held, but that wasn't the only thing that was on the middle layer. The trainee camp was also here. As the adductress approached the door, a light beside it turned green, and the door opened. Nick had already read through the manual and knew exactly what would be waiting for him behind this door. A gigantic room with nothing but people and metal. The room was 300 meters wide and 300 meters long, but only 10 meters high. There was no furniture. No beds, no chairs, no tables, nothing. Yet, Nick could see a lot of people in the room. He estimated that there were about 600, and all of them wore the same uniform and were of similar levels. As soon as the door opened, everyone looked over and became silent. This door opened rarely. It only opened when a new trainee came to the facility. "Welcome home," the doctress said with a cold voice before turning around and leaving through the same door. Nick didn't say anything and just looked at all the people looking back at him evenly. The manual had already explained everything about this place. This was the first level. Everyone stayed here for a maximum of 3 years. If they managed to stay here for 3 years, they would advance to the second level. If not, they would be sent back to their cities. Only around 20% of trainees would advance to the second level. After some seconds, everyone went back to doing whatever they were doing. Almost everyone was standing or sitting close to the walls or the few corners. The only people in the middle of the room were walking from one part to another. It seemed like nobody liked to occupy the middle of the room. Nick remembered what he had read in the manual and walked diagonally towards a distant door. "Hey, newcomer," a guy with a smirk said as he stepped beside Nick. "What's your specialty in academics?" "Not sure," Nick answered neutrally. "I never focused on any specific field of study. I need to do the test first to see how I'm doing." The man's smirk vanished, and he rubbed his chin in thought as he looked at Nick. "If you want to exchange answers, you can find me on the west side of the room in the mornings," he said as he walked towards the west. "I'll come to you soon," Nick answered as he continued walking. As the man walked away, a dark glint appeared in his eyes. "This guy is dangerous," the man thought. "He just arrived and already knows what this is all about." Was that true? Did Nick already see through the true purpose of the first level? Partially. He had an inkling, but he couldn't be sure. 3 more people came to Nick, asking about the same thing as the first guy and receiving the same answers. Eventually, Nick arrived at the door and passed through it. This time, Nick found himself in a huge hall with around 1,000 tables with consoles on them. Around 80 people were currently sitting in front of different desks, tapping away on their screens. Nick walked up to a random desk, sat down, and tapped on his console. The screen brightened, and Nick also started tapping away on it. Trainees on the first level had to earn a minimum amount of different kinds of points and a minimum total amount of points. There were 4 different kinds of points. First, battle points. These points were earned by going into the battle arena and fighting Specters. Winning against a Specter gave 3 points times the difficulty multiplier of the Specter. Surviving for a minute gave 1 point times the difficulty multiplier. Losing gave no points. One could only earn points 1 time each month per Specter. The minimum amount required each month was 5 battle points. Second, fitness points. Trainees just had to undergo physical exams without being allowed to use their abilities to gather points. Third, Specter points. Specter points were earned by successfully working with certain Specters. There were Specters that were difficult to work with and ones that were easy to work with. Naturally, the ones that were more difficult to work with gave more points. Lastly, there were academic points. There were different tests with randomized questions on different topics with different complexities available. One could repeat these tests as many times as one wanted. However, after a test, one would only get to know their total score of correct answers, not which answers were correct or which questions were correct. There were over 3,000 randomized questions per level per topic, and they were all worded in a way that required one to explain the answer in detail. Now, the interesting part was, there were no teachers. There was no library. One could not find any official way to study for these tests. And while getting the minimum amount of academic points was not difficult, the minimum amount of total points was brutal to get. The minimum amount of total points was the main reason why so many people failed the first level. Nick opened the first test, did not even look at its topic, and read the first question. "I know that," he thought while typing in his answer. Then, he looked at the submit button before taking note of the checkbox beside it. The checkbox read, "Did someone tell you the answer?" Might result in reduced score. Nick didn't check the checkbox and clicked submit. Chapter 562, Categories. The test consisted of 50 questions pulled from a pool of thousands. While Nick had been able to answer the first question, he quickly realized he might have been lucky. Well, biology isn't my strong suit, Nick thought. This test was about the biology of not only humans but also animals and plants. Nick knew a lot about human biology, but he knew almost nothing about the other two. After a while, Nick answered all the questions, and he immediately got his score. 15 out of 100, he thought. How did I even get an odd score with an even number of total questions? Do I get half points for partially correct answers, or do the questions give a different number of points? Nevertheless, that's not even close to getting a point. Someone could earn up to 3 points per test based on the score. 30 out of 100 gave 1 point. 60 gave 2. 90 gave 3. There was no reward for getting 100%, and the manual made that very clear. The reason was that going from 90 to 100 points was far too much work for little benefit, and that was not what Aegis wanted from their trainees. After someone reached 90 points, they should get to the next level and try to get 30 there. Sometimes perfection was not a good thing, because it could cannibalize efficiency. When he finished the test, Nick checked the other categories. Luckily, that was my worst field from all the ones here, Nick thought. Might as well go with my second worst. Then, Nick clicked on Zephology. Zephology was the study of Zephyx and Prefix and how they interacted with the world. One would expect that a former CZE would know a lot about Zephology, but that was actually not true. Zephology was mainly about combining Zephyx with materials to create machines or equipment. This was something for engineers and inventors like Ghosty. Nick knew a bit about this, but not a lot. However, when Nick saw his score, he was surprised. 52 points. Nick thought, that test was far easier than I expected. Sure, I only got 52 points, but that's my second worst category. Am I just that bad at biology, or is this test just far easier? Nick shook his head. Doesn't matter. I'll just get to the next one. Next was physics, and Nick completed the test relatively quickly. 74 points, Nick thought with raised brows. These tests are far easier than I thought. After finishing 3 tests, Nick had already gained 3 points. The number of points he could earn from here was crazy. Next, history, Nick thought. As he answered the questions, Nick realized that almost all questions referred to the current era. There were just 3 questions that tangentially related to the past eras. 28 points, Nick thought with annoyance. I don't know a lot about history from this era. Instead of choosing the next category, Nick opened the level 2 test from history and was quickly confronted with a question about the suffering ones. Nick smirked a bit and answered. Nick had learned a lot about history from Julian and Aegis database while being Crimson City's liaison. It's probably too difficult to gain access to knowledge about the past eras, Nick thought while answering questions. After a while, he finished the level 2 test of history, and he was much more confident this time. 62 points, Nick thought with a smirk. That's 6 points. Since the level 2 tests were far more difficult than the level 1 test, they also gave far more points. Getting a score of 30 gave 3 points, 60 gave 6, and 90 gave 9. Level 3 tests were even crazier, giving 10, 20, and 30. I should also attempt the level 3 test, Nick thought. It took a long time for him to answer the questions, but in the end, he received his score. 21 points, Nick thought with a sigh. It seems like my lack of knowledge in other fields is pulling down my history score. The level 3 history questions talked about specific things like past technology, which also required advanced knowledge in Zephology. Luckily, Nick managed to answer a couple of the questions thanks to his vast knowledge of another category, which he hadn't tested yet. Next, warfare, Nick thought as he clicked on the warfare category. Warfare, in this context, referred to group battles. Extractors against other extractors. Several extractors against one specter. Several extractors against several specters. Stuff like that. Nick was quite confident in that category since he had been in many battles and had to create many parties to capture specters. Dark Dream's losses had been very low, which meant that Nick couldn't have been that bad at warfare. Also, once more, Julian had been a treasure trove of knowledge. When Nick finished the test, he smirked. 93 points, he thought. Yet, he immediately shook his head to get rid of the smirk. Don't get comfortable. These are tests for children. There's no value in feeling pride about these accomplishments, Nick thought with furrowed brows. Nick clicked on the second level of warfare and started answering. 96 points, Nick thought without emotion after finishing the test. How had Nick scored even better in the second level than the first? Because the second level mostly dealt with battles against specters, while the first one mainly dealt with human battles. After finishing the second level, Nick went to the third level. He had been quite confident, but his confidence took a severe hit very quickly. All of these questions included the abilities of specialists, heroes, and even protectors. Nick could answer a couple of the questions, but he wasn't sure about his answers. 24 points, Nick thought. Barely missed. The third-level tests are insane. Nick had been typing away on the console for several hours now, but he didn't feel exhausted. Compared to his job as CZE or liaison, this was essentially a vacation. It was even almost fun. Halfway done. Next, psychology. Nick was confident in psychology due to his troubles over the decades and his job. Naturally, as CZE and liaison, he had to know how people thought and how they would react. However, Nick encountered a problem with the questions. Many of these questions are asking about words for specific actions and thinking patterns. I know what they all do, but I've never officially learned them, which means I don't know the correct terminology for most of these things. In the end, Nick only got 68 points. Nevertheless, he went to the second level, but it didn't get any better. 42 points. Yet, Nick still attempted the third level, and he was positively surprised. 48 points. The reason for the score was that the third level mostly gave complex scenarios and asked Nick to predict what certain people would do and why. Essentially, the third level wasn't asking about the terms but tested the trainees' actual experience in the field and if they had properly understood the concepts. The first time I got points from the third level, Nick thought. Then, Nick looked at the 4 remaining categories. His 4 best categories. Mathematics. Nick had learned a lot about mathematics inside the big brain slug's labyrinth. However, as Nick started to answer the questions, he took longer and longer. The reason was that there were no easy ways to solve these equations. At least, according to his knowledge. It's very possible that there are ways to simplify these equations, but I don't know them. I have to calculate all of them the hard way. In essence, Nick had to come up with his own way of solving these equations, which put a lot of pressure on his mind. Hours passed. Days passed. Yet, halfway through the test, Nick clicked on cancel, destroying all of his efforts. I can't waste so much time just on math, he thought with frustration. I actually have to earn points to stay here. I can deal with the math in my free time. So, Nick went to the next category. Leadership. Leadership was a field mixed from many different fields. Psychology, economics, warfare, history. Nick charged through the questions, not even needing to think about the answer. 180 to 64, Nick thought while reading his scores for the 3 levels. Nick had been in charge of other people for his entire adult life, and he had managed an entire company while it was growing more and more powerful. Even on the 3rd level, he had been certain of almost all of his answers, and he believed that most of the cases in the 3rd test were based on opinion rather than objective truth. His score wasn't high enough to earn all of the points, but he also didn't believe that he was wrong. 2 more categories, Nick thought before looking at the next category. He had to suppress a smirk of confidence. Wasn't this the thing he had dealt with for the past 5 years? Economics. Chapter 563, Fitness. Nick started the first test of the economics group and immediately realized something. These questions aren't easy, he thought, but that makes sense. The tests are not made with normal people in mind, but with the average trainee in mind. I don't need to talk to the other trainees to know what kind of people they are. Since only 1 person per city can come here every 3 years, only the most powerful families can send their children here. That means almost all of them have a high level of education but not that much experience. If every test were created with the same complexity, unimportant topics like math and physics would be unsolvable, while everyone would get 100 points in economics. After all these people must have learned a lot about economics during their educations. The more tests Nick did, the more he understood how the tests were constructed. The first level checks academics and what you would learn during your education. The second level checks the peak of academia. With that, I mean the peak of theory. The third level checks if the person can actually use the knowledge in a real situation. In short, it tests someone's experience in the field. Nick answered the questions rapidly. 91 points, Nick thought. Once more, I don't know some of the terminology. After that, he took the second economics test. 45 points, Nick thought with furrowed brows. There is too much terminology, and there are way too many questions about avoiding taxes. I don't know a lot about avoiding taxes. Well, let's see what the third level is like, he thought as he started the hardest test of economics. Or, as it turned out, the easiest. Almost all the questions were about how the populace would act with their money when laws changed, or what the city should do in a given scenario. These questions would be almost unanswerable by any of the trainees since people often acted counterintuitively in most of these situations, which often went against academia. Yet, all of these questions seemed insanely easy to him, but that had been expected. When Nick saw his final score, he raised an eyebrow. 98? I got one wrong. I'm quite confident in all of my answers. Do they have a mistake in there? In the end, Nick just shook his head. Doesn't really matter. It's only one question. There's no reason to cause a scene over 2 points. I got 98 points on the third level, which is already more than enough. As Nick went back to the menu, he looked at the last category. Spectology. Spectology was the study of specters. Their abilities, how they functioned, how they acted, and so on. Nick had been a CZE for over a decade, and he had worked with over 100 different specters in his life. Nick rapidly finished the first test and got a 96. Then he finished the second test and got an 84. Finally, he went on to the third test. 98 again. Nick thought with a raised brow. Well, at least this time, I know which answer I most likely got wrong. The question established the attributes of a new specter and asked the tester to classify the specter. The thing was that everything pointed to it being a possession specter, but in the form of a human. Nick hadn't seen a human possession specter yet, which was why he had gone with something else. Was it possible that specters could also possess humans? Nick wasn't sure. Anyway, that's it for now, Nick thought as he added up all the academic points he received. 140 academic points, Nick thought. That's easily more than enough to stay here, but I still need the minimal points from the other 3 kinds. Although, getting 5 points from each shouldn't be difficult. For the first time in several days, Nick left the room with the consoles and entered the main room again. As Nick passed through the room, he met eyes with a couple of people. You want to exchange academics? One of them answered as he approached Nick. Let me finish the other 3 categories first, Nick said. Oh, if I remember correctly, you only arrived here around a week ago. Were you busy with the academic points for the entire week? The man asked. Nick just nodded. Guess you were studying, the man said with a laugh. People usually don't need more than a day to finish all tests. When Nick heard that, one of his suspicions was confirmed. As I thought, my scores are probably abnormal. The easiest tests alone take at least 60 minutes, and many of them take 2 hours. 10 tests in less than a day sounds realistic. I can talk to you later, Nick said as he continued walking. Sure, the guy answered. Eventually, Nick reached the room that tested fitness. Nick found himself in a huge hall with 10 big black cubes. Each of the cubes was around 50 meters in dimensions. Those should be the testing halls, Nick thought, remembering the manual. 4 of the cubes showed signs of being in use, but Nick still found a free one and entered. The fitness test could only be taken 3 times per month, which was why they didn't need as many testing areas as in the room for academics. Academics could be improved rapidly, while physical power needed a long time to improve. After entering the cube, Nick found himself in a world of white. There was nothing but whiteness in here. Speed test, Nick spoke. The next second, 2 lines appeared on the ground, and Nick stopped in front of one of them. There were 2 parts to the speed test: acceleration and top speed. This was the acceleration test. Nick took a deep breath and readied himself. It was less than 50 meters to the other line. He could start running whenever he wanted. The time will be measured automatically. Bang. Nick exploded forward and reached the other line in the blink of an eye. Pretty good, considering it's without my ability. Abilities were not allowed to be used during the fitness test. Luckily, Nick's ability hadn't been active ever since he entered Aegis headquarters. Explosive speed is one of the most important things for me, Nick thought. I needed to flee, to attack, and to quickly get from cover to cover. A moment later, the 2 lines disappeared, and some kind of treadmill appeared on the floor. Nick jumped to its middle and started to accelerate. The treadmill kept him perfectly in the middle of the room, and Nick sped up more. After some seconds, he narrowed his eyes and jumped forward with all of his power. This jump would have catapulted Nick over kilometers of distance, but he didn't move at all on the treadmill, making for quite a bizarre picture. The speed meter shot up for an instant before slowing down again. Nick landed on the treadmill and continued running since the treadmill was still moving at insane speeds. After a while, the treadmill slowed down, and Nick could finally leave. The treadmill vanished, and Nick saw a console with the points he received. 7 points, Nick thought. Seems about right. There were 5 categories, and one could earn up to 10 points per category, making for a total of 50 points. One would expect that the average would be 5 points, but that wasn't true. According to the book, every point represented a drop of 50%. 100% of trainees could earn 1 point. 50% could earn 2 points. 25% could earn 3 points. And so on. With 7 points, Nick was in the top 1.6% of trainees or something like that when it came to speed. That was about what he had expected. After all, Nick's body was about as good as it got. He would probably receive similar scores in the other categories. The only way to get even more points was to reduce one's points in other categories. In order to increase his speed, Nick would need to lose muscle mass to reduce his weight, making the strength test much harder. The same thing was true the other way around. Essentially, Nick needed to specialize in order to get 8 or more points in a category. Agility test, Nick said. The next moment, the terrain inside the white world transformed, creating walls in random places. There were tight corridors that zigzagged, walls that blocked almost the entire width of the room, round tunnels, and so on. It was a chaotic world with many obstacles, twists, and turns. Nick saw a timer appear which counted down from 30 minutes. At the same time, Nick saw a yellow light shining through one of the walls. The yellow light originated from the goal he had to reach. It could pass through obstacles and walls. Yet, instead of running right at it, Nick inspected the entire room. The timer existed so that Nick could get familiar with the room's layout. In 30 minutes, the real test would start. Chapter 564, Fitness Score. Nick ran around the room for a couple of minutes before he ran towards the goal. The goal was just a yellow spot on the floor, a wall, or the ceiling, and Nick just had to touch it. After touching it, the next goal immediately appeared in a random place inside the white world, and Nick charged at it. This was not the real test yet. The place where the yellow dot appeared was completely random every time. Nick practiced until only 5 minutes were left on the timer. Then he recovered his power. 10, 9, 8. Nick thought as he readied himself near the current goal. 0. Now, as soon as he touched the goal, the true test would begin. Nick took a deep breath and focused. Then he hit the goal before immediately finding the next goal. Bang, bang, bang. Nick exploded forward, jumping from wall to wall with all of his power. Bang. Nick slammed his hand onto the goal while searching for the next goal. Funnily enough, the next goal appeared barely 2 meters beside him. This was quite lucky, but it actually didn't matter. This test would go on for an entire minute. With Nick's speed, he would catch around 100 targets in that minute. With 100 random targets, his luck was bound to equal out. Plenty of lucky coincidences and plenty of unlucky ones. For an entire minute, Nick charged back and forth. Finally, the goal vanished. The minute was up. 103. Nick thought as everything returned to white. A moment later, his score appeared. 7, Nick thought. Same as my speed score. Seems about right. Let's get to the next one. Strength test, Nick said. Bang, bang, bang. 10 cubes of metal appeared all over the room. All of them looked the same and had the same size. However, they all had vastly different densities. 1 cube, 1 point, I assume, Nick thought as he approached the left cube. He carefully grabbed it and lifted it. It was extremely easy to lift. For a normal person, this weight would be equivalent to 20 kilograms. Sure, there were people who couldn't lift 20 kilograms, but all the people here were athletes with trained bodies. 20 kilograms wasn't a lot for an athlete. The scoreboard went from a 0 to a 1 before Nick went to the next cube. As expected, Nick thought as he lifted the cube to his chest. He didn't need to lift it over his head. This would probably be equivalent to 60 kilograms for a normal person. Athletes specialized in running or jumping might not be able to lift that. Then Nick went to the third, and he had to slow down quite a bit. It was no longer easy to lift the cube, but Nick still didn't have any issues. That's probably something like 100 kilograms for a normal person. The scoreboard counted to 3 as Nick walked to the next stone. Around 130 kilograms, Nick thought as he dropped the cube after releasing a deep breath. Things were becoming quite challenging. Nick went to the 5th cube, and he took quite some time to finish the lift. When Nick went to the 6th, he mentally prepared himself for a while. As he lifted the cube, his arms started to shake, but he still managed to lift it in a relatively smooth motion. The scoreboard went to 6, and Nick approached the 7th stone. He wasn't sure if he could lift this one. Nick took several deep breaths and gritted his teeth. Then he went down and violently pulled upward. Nick's entire body was shaking, and the cube barely moved upward. But it did. After over a second, it only reached a height of 10 centimeters, and it started to slow down. Nick didn't have issues with straightening his legs, but his arms couldn't pull the cube upward. He was barely able to keep it steady with his outstretched arms. Sadly, that wasn't enough. He needed to pull it to his chest. Nick's mind started to distort, and his vision began to blur as he pulled. The cube moved upward. It was moving. More. Just a bit more. Then, Nick lost all of his strength and dropped the cube. His muscles just gave up. He looked at the scoreboard, but it didn't count up. I have to try again, Nick thought as he prepared himself for another lift. Some seconds later, he tried it again, but this time, his muscles gave out even earlier. Nah, I can't lift that, he thought. 6 points it is. I'm done, Nick said. The next moment, all the cubes vanished, and Nick took some time to regain his strength. Zephyx recovery test, Nick said. A moment later, a huge barrel appeared in front of Nick. Zephyx recovery was essentially stamina for extractors. It was basically cardio. The more often an extractor lost and regained their Zephyx, the faster their Zephyx recovery became. Up to a limit, of course. But for Nick, things were different. Nick imagined the shell around his Zephyx synchronizer. His shell was very different from other shells. Most likely, my Zephyx recovery is better than any Zephyx recovery achievable by training alone. In a way, Nick was cheating, but that wasn't entirely true. He was just built different. Start, Nick said. The next moment, the barrel started to shine red. Bang. And then a red laser shot at Nick. Naturally, the laser was made of very concentrated light, which meant that Nick didn't even see the laser move. Light was moving quite a bit faster than him. Light was also moving faster than Eternal's, and it wasn't even close. Naturally, Nick's new barrier activated immediately to block the attack. The laser gained power before reaching a stable power. Nick closed his eyes and felt his Zephyx. It wasn't reducing. He was recovering more Zephyx than he was using. After a couple of seconds, the laser gained a bit more power. For Nick, nothing changed. Then it increased again, and again. Finally, Nick's Zephyx started to very slowly decrease. And then, the laser stopped, and the barrel vanished. The next moment, a scoreboard appeared, and it said 10. Nick wasn't surprised. His shell was very different. Overall test, Nick said. This was the last test. In this test, one needed to use everything. The world transformed. Walls appeared everywhere, similar to the agility test, but there were also new things. There were breakable walls and some straight corridors. If someone had high speed but bad agility, they could decide to take a longer but straighter way instead of a short, curvy path. If someone had a lot of strength, they could break through the walls. However, the walls would immediately rebuild after the person passed through, and it would become harder. Usually, running through the walls was the fastest way, which was why almost everyone started with that. Then, at some point, the walls would become so hard that one couldn't break through them anymore, and one would need to take a different path. Additionally, breaking through many walls would cost a lot of Zephyx. Lastly, this test would continue for 10 minutes. Over such a long time, Zephyx recovery would also be very important. All 4 base categories were important here. Nick got 30 minutes to look around again, and did just that. When the 30 minutes were up, Nick readied himself. This would be the last of the fitness tests. He took a deep breath, and then he hit the yellow goal. Bang, bang, bang. Nick immediately charged through 3 walls and hit the next goal. Bang, bang. Another 2 destroyed walls. For the next 2 minutes, Nick just destroyed walls to get to the goals. But then, things started to become difficult. Nick's speed dropped drastically while charging through the walls, and he also started to lose Zephyx. When Nick lost almost 5% of his Zephyx with a single punch, he decided against breaking more walls and focused on his other 2 aspects. Sometimes a straight path directly led to the goal, which made speed very important. Sometimes a squiggly corridor would lead to it, which required agility. In the first instance, agility wouldn't be important, and in the second one, speed wouldn't be important. However, since Nick was good at both of them, he never needed to choose. He just took the quickest path. When only a couple of seconds were left on the clock, Nick changed his tactic again. Bang, bang, bang. Nick charged through the walls again. His Zephyx was dropping rapidly, but that didn't matter. Ding. And finally, everything vanished. The test was over. Nick was quite exhausted, but he felt good. He already knew his score before looking at it. It was the only logical score. After a while, Nick looked up. 10. Obviously. Nick was amazing in every single category. There were people who were better in singular categories, but they would be worse in the others. 7, 7, 6, 10, 10, Nick thought. 40 of 50. I'm fine with that. Chapter 565, 20 Specters. After getting his points, Nick left his big black cube and went towards the main hall again. He quickly walked towards the next testing room, avoiding some people on the way there. Nick stepped through a door and entered a new hallway. This one was filled with rooms on both sides, and Nick saw a couple people going back and forth. Surprisingly, the first rooms had actual queues in front of them. These specters are probably easy to work with, Nick thought as he looked at the queues. This hallway contained several specters that the trainees could use to train. As Nick looked at the sign above one of the doors, he knew why so many people waited in front of this one. Discipline Level 1, Nick read. In total, there were 20 elders that the trainees could work with, and all of these elders could be worked with many times per day without requiring a long time. Aegis had thousands of elders all over the world. They had enough elders to pick from for their most talented trainees. These 20 elders were divided into 4 categories, and each of them required different strengths to work with. Pain, focus, discipline, danger. These were the essential 4 components that extractors needed to work with specters. They needed to be able to resist pain and trauma. Good examples were the blinding light, the can, and the blaze, which all belonged to Skydream. They needed to be able to focus for a long time and not commit any mistakes. Good examples were the attention seeker, the annoying one, and the talker. They needed to be disciplined and resist allures. Good examples were the gambler, the false news, and the berry bush. Lastly, they needed to be powerful enough to deal with unstable specters since many of them were extremely dangerous, even while working with them. Good examples were any blood specters, the tragedy, and the bleeding lady. Working with any of these could put the extractor's life in danger. There were 5 specters per category, and they each gave a different number of points after successfully working with them. It was important to note that these specters only gave points once a month. However, they could be worked with however many times the trainees wanted. All of the queues stood in front of the first-level specters. Almost all of these people will be gone within the month, Nick thought. The only people who used the testing specters to advance their level were people who had no points to spare. Behind the testing hallway was an actual training hallway, which contained specters that were less dangerous and easier to work with. However, compared to giving points, these took points. Obviously, if a trainee barely managed to get their 50 total points in the month, they wouldn't have any points left to work with an easy specter, forcing them to work with the test specters. Yet, since they already barely had any points, they most likely also couldn't work with a lot of the specters here. Otherwise, they would have more points. That doomed them to work with the level 1 specters every day. So, how many points could one earn while working with these specters? Quite a lot. Successfully working with a level 1 specter gave 1 point. Level 2 gave 5 points. Level 3 gave 10 points. Level 4 gave 20 points. And level 5 gave 35 points. If someone managed to work with a level 5 specter, they only needed the 5 minimum points from the other 3 categories to stay as a trainee. In short, they only needed to be amazing at working with the specters and fulfill the basic requirements. To stay in the trainee program, one only needed to be really good at one thing or pretty good at everything. The trainee program was there to find the truly talented people. 20 different specters, Nick thought. Reminds me of Dark Dream. After looking at the rooms for a while, Nick walked up to one of the queues. Nick saw people talking with each other while waiting for the containment unit to become free. Nick just walked past them, eliciting several glances from them. The people looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't know Nick. Nick approached the door, and his barrier activated. A moment later, the white light of his barrier turned green before vanishing. When the trainees saw the light, they groaned or sighed. Can't you test something else? One of them asked with annoyance. There are queues in front of all level 1 specters, Nick answered. I have to start somewhere. The man looked at the other queues and just looked away. The reason why the man was annoyed was simple. People who were here to earn points had a higher priority than people who were here to train. The trainees' barriers acted as identifications, and if one of them wanted to work with a specter, they needed to register with the containment unit by using their barrier. If someone hadn't worked with a specter before this month, the light would shine green, and they would get higher priority. If they'd already worked with that specter, the light would turn yellow, and they would need to go to the back of the queue. The light could also turn red, but that only happened if someone didn't fulfill the minimum requirements to work with a specter. However, the specters that needed minimum requirements were not level 1 specters. After a break filled with annoyance, the people started to talk with each other again. Nick just waited. About 5 minutes later, the door opened, and a young girl walked out. At that moment, Nick's barrier shone green, which meant that it was his turn to enter now. Nick entered the locker room in front of the containment unit and closed the door behind him. On the wall, Nick saw a couple of illustrated instructions, which he had to follow. "Remove my shirt, huh?" Nick thought as he looked at the illustrations. "Sure." Nick removed his shirt and put it to the side before approaching the actual entrance of the containment unit. Ding. The door opened, and Nick walked in without fear. This was the first level of pain, and he wasn't worried. Nick had been under the nightmare's influence for hours at a time. He could deal with pain. As soon as he entered, he saw the Specter. It was a 1-meter-tall vampire bat that stuck to the wall. Its eyes were completely red, and it focused on Nick as soon as he entered. This Specter's name was, fittingly, the vampire bat. Nick held his right arm forward, and the vampire bat slowly approached. It looked at Nick with care, and based on its behavior, it seemed intimidated by him. Naturally, Specters didn't really have fear, but the vampire bat still knew that a strong extractor could kill it, which was why it acted so carefully. And Nick felt very powerful and confident. After some seconds, it carefully stretched its bladed tongue to Nick's arm before moving it back and forth. Nick felt a cut opening up on his arm, but the cut was very clean and not very painful. Then the vampire bat's tongue started to suck the blood out of the cut. The experience was more uncomfortable than painful, but that was to be expected. Being able to work with such a Specter was viewed as a bare minimum to become an extractor. Specters rarely got more harmless than this. Of course, that was only true while the Specter was contained. If this thing were free, it would probably suck the blood out of countless civilians, turning them into dried husks. After some minutes, a green light appeared inside the containment unit, and the vampire bat immediately pulled back. Naturally, the Specters here had been trained thoroughly so that they didn't accidentally kill the trainees. Nick slowly lowered his arm, which was already half-healed. Then, he walked out without hesitation. Back in the locker room, Nick put on his shirt again before leaving. That went about as expected, Nick thought as he walked past the guy who was entering the vampire bat's containment unit. Nick looked around the hallway. I should do all the level 1 Specters first. Nick approached the next queue and registered with his barrier, eliciting some annoyed sighs from the people. This time, Nick had to wait almost 30 minutes for his turn. Apparently, this Specter needed more time than the vampire bat, but that was to be expected. Level 1 of focus, Nick thought, would not be a test of focus if it ended in a couple of seconds. Nick entered the locker room and immediately walked into the containment unit. On the far end of the containment unit, Nick saw a desk with a console on it. The console was the Specter. Nick approached the console and tapped on a couple of buttons. The console shifted between 10 different camera angles of random locations, which Nick had to remember. After looking through the different camera angles for about a minute, Nick clicked on the screen. Something inside the picture had changed, and Nick had to highlight the change. If he failed, the Specter would consume some of his Zephyx. That was basically it. Nick just needed to find the abnormalities in the camera feeds and highlight them for about 30 minutes to finish the test. That wasn't very difficult for an expert with enhanced senses. The Specter was called the Observation. Guess I'm on observation duty, Nick thought as he clicked on the screen again. Chapter 566, Level 1 and Level 2. The green light appeared about 30 minutes later. Checking for abnormalities in a camera feed was extremely easy for experts. As long as an expert paid just a tiny bit of attention, nothing would go wrong. Nick walked out of the containment unit and approached the first level of discipline. Once more, the people in the queue groaned in annoyance when they saw the green light. This time, Nick had to wait for almost an entire hour. Eventually, the containment unit became free, and Nick entered. As soon as he entered, he saw the Specter. It was a 2-meter-tall tree. It looked just like a normal tree, except for one difference. Valuables were hanging from it. Gold, fruits made of Zephyx, barriers, and some weapons. Nick just looked at the tree and waited. That was all he had to do. He just needed to stay in the same room as the tree for 1 hour to pass the test. Naturally, he was not allowed to take any of the valuables, even though the rules said that he was allowed to keep them if he picked them. Of course, he wouldn't be allowed to work with a money tree again in the future if he did so. Nevertheless, the allures of the money tree were not very difficult to resist, and Nick left an hour later without taking anything. 3 done, 17 to go, Nick thought, although Nick wasn't sure if he could complete all of them. Sure, he knew that he was extraordinary when it came to working with Specters, but he wasn't good at everything. Nick walked over to the last queue and registered. The people didn't even groan in annoyance since they had already seen Nick registering at the other queues. After some minutes, Nick entered the containment unit for Danger Level 1. As soon as he entered, he saw the Specter. It was a dirty man who seemed quite nervous. "Wait, who are you?" the man shouted nervously. "I'm Nick. I'm a trainee," Nick answered calmly. "Are you? You're not with them, are you?" the man shouted in a panicked voice. Nick just kept answering calmly. This Specter was called the Insane One. The Insane One was extremely unstable and often attacked without any warnings. Naturally, the trainees would need to deal with the danger if it occurred. It was important to note that dealing with danger did not necessarily mean neutralizing the threat. Running out of the containment unit was also okay. In order to pass the first level of danger, the trainee only needed to talk to the Insane One for 20 minutes or get attacked by it and deal with the danger. Nick and the Insane One talked for 20 minutes, but nothing noteworthy happened. Nick was very good at talking with Specters. After all, he had worked with a talker for years. Working with the Insane One was nothing in comparison. Nick left the containment unit and approached Pain Level 2. This time, there was no queue, and Nick could immediately enter. "Gotta remove my shirt again, huh?" Nick thought as he saw the illustrated instructions in the locker room. Nick did just that and entered the containment unit. Inside the containment unit, Nick saw a huge red rock with several holes. Except for its red color, it didn't seem strange. Nick approached the red rock without any hesitation and put his entire arm deep into one of the holes. Then he waited. A couple of seconds later, Nick felt several stabs in his arm and grimaced a bit. He didn't see what happened, but he didn't need to see to know what happened thanks to the manual. This Specter was called the Needler, and it consumed blood, just like the vampire bat. The only real differences were that it consumed more blood and that it was far less nice about it. The pain one felt while working with a needler was like being stabbed in the arm by a knife. Even more, one needed to keep one's arm inside for a full 2 minutes. If someone felt the pain and pulled their arm out, they wouldn't get the points. Most trainees didn't want to work with a needler, but some of them still needed to. After all, getting points wasn't easy. Some minutes later, Nick walked out of the containment unit and approached Focus Level 2. The Specter in Focus Level 2 was a weird statue that didn't move. Nick's job was to look at the statue for half an hour without blinking. The physical power of this statue was off the charts, but it only attacked people who didn't see it. It was a bit like Nick in a way. This Specter was called the Unmoving One, and making a mistake while working with it could even result in the death of the trainee. Not many people worked with the Unmoving One because of that. Luckily, keeping one's eyes open as an expert wasn't difficult. The dust particles that irritated the eyes of normal people barely had any effect. It just required focus. Nick completed this level, left, and entered Discipline Level 2. The Specter inside Discipline Level 2 was a man wearing a black coat. "Hey, you want to feel something? You want to feel like a kid again?" the man asked with a smirk before taking out some purple dust. Nick felt the desire to try the dust, but he resisted. This was the drug dealer, and it sold the most amazing drugs in existence. One could relive their happiest memories or achieve their wildest dreams. Of course, none of that would be real, and one would lose a bit of their Zephyx. Sadly, if anyone gave in and tried the drugs, they would never be allowed to work with the drug dealer again. The reason was that nobody had ever managed to resist the drug dealer after giving in once. Nick just stayed inside the containment unit for a couple of minutes until the green light appeared. It wasn't very difficult to resist, and he left the containment unit again. 7 done, Nick thought as he approached Danger Level 2. This time, Nick waited a short moment before entering. He slowly opened the door. Bang! Nick unleashed a kick, throwing the Specter at the back of the room. The Specter immediately got up and ran at Nick as he entered the containment unit. Nick had worked with these kinds of Specters many times in his life. It was one of the blood Specters originating from the blood ancestor. Dark Dream had owned a couple of them, and apparently one of the blood Specters ended up here. It was called the Blood Ape, and it looked like a tall ape without any skin. The trainees only needed to beat up the Blood Ape a couple of times to pass. For a blood Specter, the Blood Ape was of average quality. It wasn't a pushover like the Bloodfish, but it also wasn't as scary as the Blood Horse. Relatively speaking, of course. Nick kicked the Blood Ape around a bit and left again. That was number 8, Nick thought. No issues so far. I already earned 20 points in this category. For a moment, Nick stopped in the hallway and looked at the queues again. I would expect all of my extractors to work with these specters. Maybe they wouldn't need to work every day with a needler, and maybe I wouldn't send everyone to the drug dealer, but I would expect them to have the ability to work with the other specters. Nick looked at the people. How is it so difficult to earn enough points to stay here? Aren't these the elite of all the cities? I wouldn't even hire most of them. A bit later, Nick turned around and walked towards the third level of pain. A couple of people saw him walking towards it, and their eyes widened. The third level of pain was no joke. Only the most desperate of them would go there, and most of them failed. Even more, from those few that went there, almost nobody went there a second time. There were probably fewer than 30 trainees who regularly worked with a third level of pain. And Nick agreed. Starting at the third level, things got serious. Those were specters that Nick wouldn't expect all of his employees to work with. These were specters that required specialized personnel, people who were specifically hired to deal with them. The best example of such a kind of specter was the lover. Nick entered the locker room for the third level of pain and took a deep breath. He could deal with pain, but this still wouldn't be easy. Yes, he had been under the nightmare's influence many times, but the things he was experiencing there were not real. The things he would be experiencing here would be very real. Before entering, Nick looked at the illustrations. He saw the picture of someone taking their shirt off. Of course. Chapter 567, Level 3. After taking off his shirt yet again, Nick walked into the containment unit. As soon as he entered, he saw a thin wolf that looked like it was going to starve to death any minute now. Naturally, this was the Spectre, and it was called the Hungry One. The wolf carefully eyed Nick but didn't dare to get close. Just like all the other specters in here, it knew that killing any of the trainees would end very badly for it. Nick took a deep breath and lay down on the floor. "You can start," Nick said. The Hungry One carefully walked closer and stopped beside Nick, who was just looking at it with neutral eyes. Then the Hungry One bent down its head, opened its maw, and bit into Nick's torso. Nick's muscles hardened out of reflex, but that didn't accomplish anything. The Hungry One ripped and tore at Nick's abdomen until it tore off a big chunk of muscle. Nick gritted his teeth. He could deal with the pain, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. The next moment, Nick clenched his fists. He knew that it wasn't over yet. After swallowing the muscles, the Hungry One continued tearing off more of Nick's abdomen. When all of Nick's abs were consumed, a green light appeared, and the Hungry One moved back. An instant later, a faucet came out of the ceiling above Nick and started to leak regenerative fluid. The fluid hit Nick's body, and his abdomen healed rather quickly. About a minute later, Nick had fully recovered, and he could stand up again. The Hungry One grew more powerful by eating human flesh, and in order to get through the test, one needed to feed the Hungry One their abdominal muscles. Doing that for a living was quite rough, and Nick wouldn't expect all of his extractors to do this. After throwing a last glance at the starving wolf, Nick left the containment unit. Pain Level 3 complete. As soon as Nick came out, he immediately walked to Focus Level 3. I have to be careful with this one, or I might not be able to do anything for multiple days, Nick thought. Nick walked into the containment unit and saw an old, depressed man who was just sitting in the middle of the containment unit. "Are you here to listen to my story?" the old man asked. Nick approached the old man and sat down in front of him, his eyes focused on the downtrodden elder. "I was very young when I became an extractor," the old man said. "I had a meaningful conversation with somebody I considered an enemy." Nick's first conversation with a parasite popped into his mind. "Luckily, with the help of someone strong, I managed to find my way," the old man continued. The image of Albert popped into Nick's mind. "And 3 years later, I met someone I considered a friend." Winter Melfian popped into Nick's mind, but at the same time, his eyes shone. It was beginning. This specter was called the Aging One, and it gained power by changing somebody's memories. It achieved its goal by siphoning out information from the extractor and then telling it back to them with very subtle changes. Over a long period of time, somebody's memories would get muddled. Just now, the Aging One said that it took 3 years to find Winter, when it actually was 2 years. Nick had to focus on his memories and not allow the Aging One to change even one of them. If he managed to resist the Aging One for 3 hours, he would pass the test. As the Aging One kept talking, Nick felt his mind becoming hazier. It was almost like there was some kind of drug in the air that made him lose focus. Yet Nick kept focusing. It definitely wasn't easy, but he managed to retain control until the green light appeared. As soon as the green light appeared, Nick immediately stood up and walked out of the containment unit. After he left, he felt his mind recover, and he took a deep breath. I nearly lost myself there, Nick thought. This was no joke. Nick rested for a bit and went over to Discipline Level 3. Inside the containment unit, Nick saw a big manufacturing machine. There was only limited information about the Discipline Specters in the manual, which was why Nick didn't know what this machine could do. Luckily, there was another manual here, and this one actually included the Specter. Nick went over and read through it. Interesting, he thought while reading it. So, I can let it create an extremely powerful weapon in exchange for 1 year of my Zephyx, and if I choose the weapon, I'm actually allowed to keep it. The only bad part is that I wouldn't gain access to levels 3, 4, and 5 of Discipline for my remaining stay here. Powerful weapons were very difficult to manufacture. Most cities couldn't create weapons that could compare to the weapons the assembler could make. Even if someone was sent back to the city, as long as they got a weapon from the assembler, their time here wouldn't be wasted. Nick considered using it shortly before his time here was up. But he only considered it. I can just get one from Aegis. I have enough confidence in my ability to earn contribution points. The assembler is probably more for people who are confident that they can reach the second stage of the trainee program, but not confident that they can become agents. It's not worth it, Nick thought as he walked out of the containment unit. Discipline Level 3 complete. Nick walked over to Danger Level 3 and stopped in front of the containment unit. By now, more people had gathered in the hallway. They were all here to watch the new guy. After all, it rarely happened that someone went to all 4 Level 3 Specters. Even more, by the looks of things, Nick was actually succeeding with all of them. That meant he had already earned 30 points. On top of that, just based on the way his body looked, he probably also got far more than the minimum points in the fitness test. Everyone in the hallway knew that Nick would not get kicked out in his first month. Well, unless he was an idiot and didn't score any points in the academic part. After Nick walked into the containment unit, one of the people in the hallway turned to his neighbor. "You think he's going to come out?" he whispered. "I don't know," the other guy said. "I saw several people die to this one." "Die?" the first guy asked in surprise. The other guy nodded. "Yeah. The Danger Level 3 Specter is the first one that has an actual chance at ending your life." Meanwhile, Nick looked at the Specter in the middle of the containment unit. It was a small girl with a frown. "And why are you here?" the girl asked. "You know why," Nick said. "Another one of you blind fools," she said with a sigh. "Well, I won't say no." Then she looked at Nick for a while. "You seem like your life isn't a lot of fun." "It's not," Nick answered. "Is it because of the unending guilt that's eating you up inside?" the girl asked as if she already knew the answer. "I live to redeem myself," Nick answered evenly. "Redeem," the girl repeated in a mocking tone. "I've seen thousands of people like you, and I can tell when somebody chases an unreachable goal. Tell me, do you truly believe you can be redeemed?" she asked. Nick's inside strained a bit. "I don't know," he said, "but I have to try." "What's the point in trying?" the girl asked. "You know exactly that you can't redeem yourself. So why continue suffering?" The atmosphere seemed to become heavier and darker. "Because I refuse to be a coward," Nick said. "Killing myself will only make all the sacrifices meaningless." "They are already meaningless," the girl answered. "Have you ever heard of the sunk cost fallacy?" Nick knew what the girl was referring to. This girl was the hopeless one, and she was essentially like the parasite. She gained power by making people commit suicide, and she achieved this goal by making them believe that everything in their lives was hopeless. Naturally, she also used her Zephyx to create an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to suck all the positivity out of the world. She didn't need to make Nick fall into a depression. She just needed to make him say the sentence. Just one moment of weakness was everything she needed. The hopeless one had been responsible for the deaths of many trainees. Many of the trainees had never truly felt any significant setbacks in their lives, which meant that they didn't know how to recover from a seemingly hopeless situation. That was where the hopeless one was at her deadliest. However, while she was doing her best, she would find Nick to be unkillable by that method. While Nick might not be the most stable person, words were not things that could easily destabilize him. Chapter 568, O Peak of Pain. Nick walked out of the containment unit, and the people in the hallway watched in surprise. This new guy went through all of the Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 Specters in a single day. That was extremely rare. In just a single day, he earned 40 points, securing his stay here. It was important to note that the points per category for Specters didn't add up. This meant that Nick didn't earn 1 plus 5 plus 10 points in the Danger category, but just 10 since he managed to complete Level 3. Everyone knew that it was almost impossible for Nick to fail. at least when it came to having too few points. He might very well fail by dying to a powerful specter. Some of the people started to approach Nick as he walked towards the main hall again. But before they reached Nick, he turned towards his left and entered another containment unit. When the others saw that, they took a deep breath. This madman actually directly went for level 4 of pain. He's going to regret that, one of them said with a worried expression. Why? Is that one bad? Another guy asked. Really bad, the first guy said. He won't die, but he won't dare to enter again. Meanwhile, Nick entered the locker room in front of the containment unit and looked at the rules. Don't need to remove my shirt for once, he thought. Wonder what kind of specter is in there. The manual only included specters up to level 3. Level 4 and level 5 specters were generally kept secret. It also wasn't possible to enter their locker rooms unless one had completed the level preceding this one. Trainees were also told not to talk too much about the high-ranking specters, which was why the vast majority of people didn't know the specifics of the level 4 specters. Even more, some containment units required the trainee to have earned a certain number of points in a specific category. After all, while danger was a constant companion while working with a specter, he just wanted to make sure that the extractors could actually survive. Nick looked around the locker room and didn't find any sort of manual for the specter, which meant that he still didn't know what kind of specter was in there. After some second, he approached the door. That was when he noticed a sign on the door. Apparently, in order to work with this specter, someone needed to have earned at least 2 points in all of the fitness tests. This meant that somebody needed to be above average in physical fitness in order to work with this specter. On top of that, it also required a successful session of work with the unmoving one, the level 2 focus specter. Things are getting strict, Nick thought as he touched the door. His barrier shone green, and the door was unlocked. When Nick entered, he immediately saw the specter. It was a big white rock sitting in the middle of the room. Nick could tell what kind of material the rock was made of since his nose was assaulted with the thick sand of salt. A possession specter made of salt. Huh? Nick thought as he noticed some illustrations hanging on the wall. The first illustration showed an extractor putting some sort of cuff with a chain on one of their legs. The second illustration showed a healthy extractor touching the stone. The third illustration showed the extractor falling to their knees and becoming thinner. The fourth illustration showed a husk lying in front of the salt rock. The last illustration showed the chain on the cuff becoming taut and pulling the extractor away. All right, Nick thought as he looked at the cuff and the chain coming out from a small hole in the wall. The next moment, he walked over and put the cuff around one of his ankles. Finally, Nick approached the stone and touched it. As soon as he touched the stone, he became thirsty, which was extremely strange since he hadn't been thirsty in over a decade. It was an alien feeling to him. Then, Nick's muscles felt like they were burning. It's pulling all the moisture out of my body, Nick thought as he started to grit his teeth. It was one thing to just pull the stored water out of somebody's body, but this specter was also pulling the water out of the molecular makeup of Nick's body. This meant that Nick's molecules were being denatured, turning from one kind of molecule into another one. While the chemical process wasn't identical, the denaturing of molecules also happened in processes like being submerged in acid or being burned. And that was what Nick was feeling right now. His skin was becoming brittle. His organs dried up. His eyes sank into the back of his head. Nick's senses distorted, and a strong feeling of vertigo and weakness enveloped his whole body. He was dying. He felt like he was dying. He felt like a sickly old man who was about to draw his last breath. A moment later, Nick fell to his knees, but his hand still stuck to the rock of salt. In fact, Nick couldn't pull his hand away, even if he wanted to. For the first time in a long while, he was reminded of the nightmare. He felt like every part of his body was burning. It was like he drank highly concentrated acid. Even worse was that Nick felt helpless. He couldn't let go of the salt rock, and it just kept destroying him. The only thing that kept him from going crazy was the thought that he just wouldn't let their trainees die like this. If even Nick, with his higher level and powerful body, couldn't free himself from the specter, none of the trainees could. And sure enough, 3 seconds later, a green light appeared inside the containment unit, and the chain leading to the cuff on his ankle violently pulled back. Nick was torn away from the salt rock, but the burning pain didn't vanish. Post-apocalyptic. An instant later, streams of water came out of the wall, showering Nick's entire body. Surprisingly, the water vanished almost immediately after entering the room. The salt rock was also absorbing all the moisture in the air. The pain slowly vanished, and Nick regained his strength. Slowly, Nick stood up again. For a couple of seconds, he didn't move. Then, he looked at the salt rock. To be honest, he was a bit intimidated by it. If he could avoid it, he wouldn't want to work with it again. Nick could deal with going through this event once, but he wouldn't be able to stomach going through it regularly. That was just too much. In fact, it was so bad that Nick would even sell the Spectre if he owned it. After all, it would be almost impossible to create Zephyx with this one since working with it was so insanely difficult. Such a Spectre was only good for one thing, and that was to give someone the experience of being in an absolutely horrible situation. However, it could also be used as a form of torture. In the end, Nick sighed and walked out of the containment unit. He wouldn't be coming back into this containment unit. There were enough Specters to work with. When Nick left the containment unit, he saw almost 30 people looking at him with impressed expressions. Pretty bad, huh? A girl with a sharp expression uttered. Nick looked at her and just nodded. That's the worst one from what I know, she said. What about pain level 5? Nick asked. Nobody does pain level 5, the girl said with a frown. People who manage to pass level 4 are not very likely to even enter level 5, and people who could deal with level 5 won't pass level 4. It's not about pain tolerance. It's about not being human anymore, she said cryptically. Then she gestured to the door leading to the 5th level of pain. Go in. You don't need to have any requirements except succeeding in level 4. The girl's words piqued Nick's interest, and he walked towards the 5th level of pain. What's the 5th level of pain? A bystander asked the girl. Trust me, she said. You don't want to know. When Nick entered the locker room, he saw several illustrations showing him what he needed to do. Nick looked at the illustrations for a while. Then he shook his head and left the locker room. He would not even attempt level 5 of pain. When everyone saw Nick coming back out again, they became shocked. This guy had just completed level 4 and was willing to attempt level 5. Yet, he came out almost immediately after. Was level 5 truly that bad? I see what you mean, Nick said to the girl. The girl nodded knowingly. I would have lost respect for you if you actually went through with pain level 5, she said. I understand, Nick said. Inside the locker room, Nick had seen several illustrations of a sickly-looking old man having different kinds of sexual relations with extractors. The Spectre was called the Revulsion, and based on the illustrations, it transformed into the most disgusting and vile form imaginable and forced itself on any extractor. Sure enough, withstanding something like that without any lasting mental damage required being not human or a very broken human, or a very specific fetish. If it were a life-or-death situation, Nick could force himself to go through with it. But it wasn't. This was for a measly 15 extra points. There's no point in going through with that. Chapter 569, Brutal Requirements. Nick looked at the people standing in front of him. He had attracted quite a lot of attention. But that didn't really matter a lot to him. Nick would most likely not meet any of them again after advancing. How are your scores for the academy test? The sane girl asked him. Are you interested in exchanging some answers? Nick looked at her for a moment. She was barely 160 centimeters tall, had black hair, and looked at Nick with a mix of basic respect and neutrality. Nick could tell that this girl was different from most trainees. She spoke in a way that made it clear that she knew about the Salt Rock Spectre and that she had experienced it herself. Someone who could clear pain level 4 was not an average extractor. Until now, Nick had agreed to talk with most people about the academic portion, but he preferred talking with fewer people as long as the result was similar. We can talk later. I still need to complete the Specters and the battle portion, Nick said. The girl nodded. I will be waiting here, she said. Nick nodded back and directly walked to the next containment unit. Focus level 4. Nick didn't find any exhaustive guide about the Spectre inside the containment unit. The only thing that was explained to him was that he had to stay conscious for 2 hours in a containment unit and that he would receive a very noticeable signal as soon as the 2 hours were up. Nick stopped in front of the containment unit and took a deep breath. The level 4 Specters were not easy. The level 4 Spectre of Pain had been brutal, and this one probably wouldn't be any easier to deal with. Then Nick opened the door and entered. As soon as the door opened, Nick saw a haze of green, red, orange, white, and black. It was like the entire containment unit was filled with some form of storm made of colored smoke or mist. Nick had no idea what was waiting for him. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The first thing that happened was that Nick smelled something. Almost immediately, Nick's body started to jerk with the irresistible urge to vomit. It was so disgusting. This was even more disgusting than the sewer he had swum in. The smell was absolutely atrocious. It was like it was a mix of fermented vomit, cat piss, acid, poison, shit, mold, cheese, and every other horrible smell. Worst of all, stopping his breathing didn't help. It was like the smell was entering through his skin and traveling up his body into his nose. Nick's body kept trying to empty its stomach, even though there was absolutely nothing in there. After all, Nick never ate. Then Nick was hit by the taste. It was just as bad as the smell. It was like someone was moving a rotting piece of meat all over the inside of his mouth, leaving behind the disgusting juices. Nick couldn't resist the urge to vomit anymore and heaved. Yet nothing came out naturally. But his body just kept trying. It just kept on trying to vomit. Again and again. Then the next part started. Nick started to sweat as the air around him started to feel extremely hot and humid. It was so fucking hot and wet in here. Next, screeching, high-pitched noises rang throughout his ears. Nick had to hold his ears, but that didn't help at all. The next moment, everything in front of him became blurry and moved around in random ways. It was almost like the world around him had stopped making sense and was turning randomly. Naturally, Nick's sense of balance was also completely thrown off, and he felt like he was constantly about to fall over. He was completely disoriented. Horrible smell, horrible taste, extreme heat, extreme humidity, shifting surroundings, no sense of balance, constantly puking. Once more, Nick felt like he was dying, but this time he felt like he was dying from a disease. But he had to stay conscious. That was what he needed to do. Nick constantly felt like he was about to lose consciousness, but he wasn't allowed to. He had to stay awake. He had to force himself to stay awake. He needed enough willpower to keep his consciousness from fading away. He needed enough focus. So Nick held on. This was different from all the other kinds of suffering he had been through, but at the same time, it was also similar to something else. Amongst all the discomfort, Nick was involuntarily reminded of the pain he kept mentally inflicting on himself. For decades, Nick had been putting himself under immense and brutal pressure. He didn't deserve to be happy. Feeling good meant wasting time. Feeling good meant disappointing the people he had killed. Yet, Nick kept going forward through all of this. It was so easy to commit suicide, but he persevered. He kept walking forward. And that was exactly what was needed to pass through this trial. The will to continue going. The will to resist giving up. So Nick kept going. He kept heaving. He kept suffering. And he didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. It took so long. It felt like days had passed. But eventually, a green light appeared, and the chaotic surroundings gave way to a pure white. All the suffering stopped, and Nick could see a wall of white Zephyx keeping the chaotic world of colorful mist away from him. It's over, Nick thought as he took a deep breath. Then he quickly left the containment unit. By now, even more people had gathered in the hallway. The girl from earlier was also here, and she looked at Nick with genuine surprise. She had completed pain level 4, but she had failed at focus level 4. She couldn't imagine how anyone could resist such a horrendous sensation for 2 entire hours. She had tried once, and she left after barely 5 minutes. She would much rather go to the salt rock again than try the colorful mist again. It was just that bad. Did you do it? She asked. Nick had regained his calm by now, and just nodded. The girl sighed. There's only one other guy currently here that managed to do that, she said. What about focus level 5? Nick asked. He couldn't imagine anything being worse than this one. But then he remembered pain level 5 and realized that there actually were worse things. Nobody knows, she said. Nick raised an eyebrow. Did that other guy not look inside? I couldn't. The girl turned to a red-haired guy who walked out from the crowd. He had been the one who had just spoken. The requirements are too high, and there was no manual in the locker room, he added with a sigh. The red-haired guy seemed quite casual and relaxed. In a way, he seemed like somebody that just didn't care a lot. What are the requirements? Nick asked. 2 points in strength, 4 points in agility, having cleared level 3 of pain, and having cleared level 4 of danger, he said with a shrug. Nick heard the sound of air being pulled through teeth coming from the audience, but he couldn't fault them for their reaction. These requirements were brutal. 4 points in agility meant being in the top 12.5% of trainees in that aspect, and clearing level 4 of danger was probably quite dangerous. As you can see, I'm not the fittest, the red-haired guy said with a bitter smile, showing his thin arms. Also, I didn't even try danger level 4. Danger level 4 needs you to be quite fast on your feet. Nick thought about the things he had heard for a bit. This seemed way too risky for just 15 additional points, but he was also interested. After all, nobody had seen the Focus Level 5 Specter. Nick wanted to know what kind of Specter it was. You look like somebody that can clear Danger Level 4, the red-haired guy commented. You seem rather strong. What's Danger Level 4? Nick asked. A battle against a pretty powerful Specter, the girl from earlier said. It's like Danger Level 2, but much more dangerous. Nick remembered the blood ape on Danger Level 2. Let me take a look, Nick said as he walked over to Danger Level 4. The people in the hallway watched with interest as Nick entered the next containment unit. Would he win? When Nick entered the locker room, he saw a couple of illustrations that made it very clear what he had to do. He had to survive for 2 minutes or win against the Specter inside. Nick stretched his back and arms for a bit and entered the containment unit. Bang. It was like the air had been cut apart as Nick jumped to the side. Bang. Another attack immediately arrived, but Nick managed to avoid getting hit by weaving with his torso. That was when Nick finally got a good look at the Specter. It was a metallic tiger with swords as claws. It was brutally fast, durable, and extremely powerful. Yet, Nick's physical condition was as optimal as it could be. His speed and power had reached the peak of possibility for his level, and he had been in many dangerous fights in his life. If he couldn't win against the Specter, nobody could. Bang! Nick kicked the Specter, and the entire containment unit shook as it hit the wall. Crack. Then, Nick's blade sunk through the metallic body of the tiger. From almost all the levels Nick had gone through, this was amongst the easiest ones. Chapter 570. Accepting the Specter's Trade. The containment unit shone in a green light. Nick pulled his blade out of the metal tiger's carapace and stepped back. The metal tiger quickly stood up but didn't dare to attack Nick again. It wasn't the smartest Specter, but it was smart enough to know that Nick could kill it if he so chose to. Nick slowly walked out of the containment unit and entered the hallway again. When everyone saw Nick, they got excited. They weren't happy that Nick had survived, but that one of them could finally see what Level 5 of Focus Specter was. Nobody had ever seen that Specter before. Nick looked at the red-haired man and the black-haired girl. What about the Level 5 Danger Specter? He asked. The girl frowned, while the man just shrugged. The girl glanced at the man, and when she saw his shrug, she turned to Nick. We don't know. I tried the Level 4 of Danger once, but immediately ran away. I wasn't strong enough to get to the Level 5 of Danger Specter. You're not going to even attempt it, a new voice suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at the new person who had just talked. It was a smaller man with a serious expression and green hair. 2 thin rapiers hung from his belt, and he carried himself in a way that made him seem extremely powerful. Just looking at him made one think that this man was extremely strong in combat. The Danger Level 5 Specter is like the Pain Level 5 Specter, the man said. Attempting to work with it is not worth it. The red-haired man and the black-haired girl looked with basic respect at the smaller man, which was different from how they looked at most trainees. They weren't directly looking at the trainees with arrogant eyes, but they were definitely looking at them like they were not exactly their equals. It was like a professional sportsman looking at an amateur sportsman. There was still a lot of respect between them, but they couldn't really talk on the same level about their sport. Nick could tell that these 3 were probably part of the top 10 trainees. They probably even had the talent to actually become agents in the future. You got through the Danger Level 4 Specter? Nick asked evenly. The green-haired man nodded. I'm quite good in a battle. Publicly, I have the highest score in the battle portion. Publicly, Nick asked with a raised eyebrow. Right, you're new, the green-haired man said neutrally. There is no official leaderboard, but most trainees still talk about their points publicly. There are ways to somewhat verify if they are speaking the truth or not, but we can only test for an approximation, not the exact number. Nick looked at the man with interest and gestured for him to continue explaining. He was interested in that part. You can buy access to Specters for training, the girl said from the side. You can't go beneath the 50 points you need to stay here while purchasing access to the Specter. If you have enough points to enter, your barrier will turn green in front of the door, but the points will not be deducted unless you enter. That's how we can somewhat verify the truth. It's possible that there are stronger people who are in hiding, the red-haired man said casually as he leaned back. But we don't know for sure. Publicly, he's the strongest extractor we have, and one of only 3 people that got through Danger Level 4. Then the red-haired man grinned and pointed at himself. But I'm the only one that got through Focus Level 4. So that's a way bigger accomplishment. The green-haired man didn't look at him. And yet, you have to beg for people to teach you Zephology to get the minimum total points, he commented dryly. The red-haired man whistled innocently and looked away, not answering. Nick could see that the three of them were outstanding in some categories. The girl could deal with a lot of pain. The red-haired guy had an insane amount of willpower and focus. And the green-haired was extremely powerful in battle. What about discipline? Nick asked. How many people get through that category? Most people, the girl answered. While the discipline specters are not named in the manual, most people get through them, and everyone basically knows about them. We suspect the discipline specters act as a participation reward and as baseline points, the red-haired man commented. You can earn points from them every month. It's easy to resist their temptation when the option still exists the next time. Most people use their rewards when they are about to advance or leave the camp. Until then, they just use the discipline specters as 10 free points. 10. Nick asked with a raised brow. You only get to visit level 4 and 5 once in your stay, the green-haired man said. If you accept their trade, you won't be able to earn anything from the discipline category anymore. If you don't accept, you will earn 35 points every month for your stay. That surprised Nick a bit. I can see what you're thinking, the girl said, looking at Nick. Yes, the reward is that good. Check for yourself, she added, gesturing to discipline level 4. There is a manual that tells you what they offer. Your chance won't get wasted as long as you don't enter the containment unit. Nick looked at her for a moment before he followed her advice and entered the locker room leading to the level 4 of Discipline Spectre. As soon as he entered, Nick saw the manual. That's unexpected but very valuable, Nick thought. If the level 5 Spectre isn't even more amazing, I will most likely accept this trade. I have enough points. Nick left the locker room again and went back to the group of 3. What about the level 5 of Discipline Spectre? He asked. Check for yourself, the red-haired man said casually. You can enter without going past level 4. Nick nodded and went to the level 5 of Discipline Spectre. When Nick entered, he saw the manual. As he read, his eyes widened in shock. This was too good to be true. And sure enough, as he kept reading, his eyes narrowed. I see, Nick thought. This is an amazing trade for 95% of extractors here, but it's not an amazing trade for me. Nick walked into the containment unit without stopping and saw a machine with writing on it. This machine was the Spectre. The elevated limiter. Welcome. Are you interested in a trade? The display in front of the machine asked. I can make you a late expert today, the display added. In exchange, you will be consumed if you ever become an initial protector. Yes, this Spectre could immediately increase Nick's level by 2. It could turn him into a late expert. But in exchange, being a peak hero would be the limit of his life. This trade was actually insanely good. It was like offering a person 10 million credits in exchange for making it impossible for them to become billionaires. How many people would accept that? Billionaire. Dude, I didn't expect I could be a millionaire, and now I'm getting 10 million? Sign me up. Protectors were so far away from experts that reaching their level seemed unachievable. There were probably not even 100 protectors in the entire world. It was crazy. Naturally, most people would accept the trade. Not interested, Nick said before leaving the room. But not Nick. Nick had to become a protector if he wanted an opportunity to repay the people he had wronged. To him, accepting the trade was akin to committing suicide. After leaving the containment unit, Nick walked over to the level 4 of Discipline Spectre. This trade was much more to his liking. Nick entered the containment unit of the Discipline level 4 Spectre and saw a book in the middle of the room. Nick approached and saw a menu written on it. They were the categories of the academic points: biology, economy, psychology, mathematics, physics, history, spectology, zephology, warfare, and leadership. In exchange for 1 year of Zephyx, the Spectre would give the trainee enough knowledge about a topic that they would always get 100 points in the relevant level 1 test. Sure, this seemed like an easy way to earn some points, but Nick was much more interested in the knowledge itself. Nick would gain knowledge equating to months of studying in an instant. Even more, getting access to some of the topics wasn't easy. The Zephyx wasn't much of a cost. He would become a specialist 1 year later. So what? What was the difference between a 60 and 61-year-old? A specialist could live for 300 years. Nick wanted to choose something useful. He didn't need to learn the basics of economy, psychology, physics, spectology, warfare, or leadership. He had very good scores in those already. Math could easily be learned. Biology wouldn't be very useful to Nick. Zoology would be nice, but it would only become really useful with even more knowledge in the topic, but Nick wasn't planning on becoming an engineer. So Nick chose the last category. History. Nick knew a lot about past civilizations, but he knew almost nothing about the big picture of the current era. He knew about some cities in Aegis, but he didn't know about Aegis past and which cities were important. Additionally, knowing more about the past would help Nick make better decisions in the present. He would be a liaison again in the future, and knowledge of history would be of utmost importance. Nick pressed on the history category. Chapter 571 True Purpose. As soon as Nick accepted the trade, he felt his body becoming weaker. It was like he was rapidly running through the stages of starvation. Around 30 seconds later, Nick felt extremely weak, and for the first time in many years, he had the desire to sleep. Finally, Nick collapsed to the floor, and the feeling of weakness stopped becoming stronger. The book started to shine for a moment before returning back to normal. And then, nothing. That was it. Nick breathed heavily for a while before standing up. What now? Nick thought as he looked at the book. Shouldn't I receive a lot of knowledge? The next moment, a red light appeared inside the containment unit, and Nick furrowed his brows. I didn't notice it before, but this is actually a containment unit designed with the Manderville theorem in mind. Nick raised an eyebrow. Wait, didn't notice, or did I not know that before? Have I already received the knowledge? I don't know. It was difficult to remember if one didn't know something at a certain point if they didn't remember specifically learning about that something. Did Nick know about the Manderville theorem before coming into this containment unit or not? What did I come here for? What was it that I wanted to know? I wanted to know about Aegis, Nick thought. Aegis was created over 3,000 years ago by a group of powerful extractors from the Great Triangle. They decided to create Aegis after seeing how horrible life was for almost all citizens all over the world. Aegis' entire history shot through Nick's mind in nearly an instant. Nick would be surprised about the things he was learning about, but he kind of already knew all of this. Because of that, he couldn't really be surprised. It was a strange feeling. A moment later, Nick's mind was pulled to Aegis' future. The next 80 years will be a time of great upheavals, Nick realized with furrowed brows. The false prophet is the very reason why Aegis can fight the trio of destruction and death in the first place, but working with it puts all of Aegis at risk every time. For the first time, Nick could actually paint a picture of humanity's future for himself. And it wasn't a happy one. Humanity needed another late shield to have a chance against death, but to achieve that, humanity needed to work with the false prophet, the only adversary humanity had access to. Nick shook his head. I can't change things anyway. I'm too weak, he thought as he put humanity's bleak future out of his mind. Instead, Nick focused on his future as liaison. He remembered many cases in which cities turned unprofitable due to seemingly smart reforms. Nick wasn't sure if he had known these things before, but he could tell that knowing the past of these cities would help him tremendously. 4,500 years. That was the approximate length of this current era, based on the oldest records ever found. It was possible that the era had existed for longer, but it couldn't have been more than another couple hundred years. At most, this era had been going on for 5,000 years. During these years, the concept of what constituted a city had undergone many changes, and Nick remembered the history of the most noteworthy cities of this era. Nick also remembered his old plans for his job as liaison and realized that there were much better ways to accomplish his goal. This was worth it, Nick realized while restructuring his plans for the future with his newfound knowledge of history. Nick turned to look at the exit of the containment unit. Aegis has a history of producing new agents who seem to come out of nowhere. These people must come from this place. It seems like this training camp is very effective. I should continue. There are only 2 Specters left. Nick walked out of the containment unit and looked at the gathered trainees. The trainees had heard that Nick would soon go towards the Focus Level 5 Specter, a Specter nobody had ever seen. Naturally, they wanted to be here for this occasion. You accepted the knowledge exchange? The black-haired girl asked with furrowed brows. Nick nodded. History, he answered. This elicited several furrowed brows from the trainees. History? Really? Why not economics? With that, he could become rich and powerful in any city. Alternatively, psychology would make it far easier to manipulate people while avoiding falling for other people's schemes. Why not Zephyology? That would give him the power to create his own weapons. Or warfare. Instead, he went with history. That was such a strange choice. I want to take a look at the last danger Specter, Nick said as he walked over to its containment unit. The 3 powerful trainees just nodded. The green-haired man knew what that specter was, and he was certain that Nick wouldn't attempt to work with it. Working with it was ridiculously risky for minimal benefit. As Nick entered the locker room, he saw several illustrations explaining the specter. Why? Was the only thing Nick thought. Why would they even offer such a specter? What's the point? Who would possibly decide to work with something like that? The illustration showed a slot machine, an extractor, pulling its lever. In one illustration, the slot machine fell onto 3 Zephyx symbols, and the extractor seemed to become more powerful. In another illustration, the slot machine fell onto 3 skulls, and the extractor died. This was ridiculous. This was literally just chance. This had nothing to do with danger. This was simply stupidity or desperation. Nick shook his head and left the locker room again. Sure enough, he wouldn't be working with his specter. Once again, Nick wouldn't receive all possible points in a category. He hadn't gone to the revulsion. While he had denied the level 5 discipline trade, he had accepted the level 4 discipline trade, making him drop to 10 points in that category. And now he had refused to work with a danger level 5 specter. These level 5 specters are crazy. But maybe that's exactly what they are supposed to be, Nick thought. Maybe the good trainees are not supposed to use the level 5 specters. These specters probably exist as some sort of personality test instead of a test of talent and dedication. That was when Nick was reminded of the academic portion. Now that I think about it, there is also an option to declare that you only know an answer because another trainee taught you. Most people would probably believe this to be a bad thing. In that case, they would probably lie and not admit that they learned these things from anybody, and Aegis will most likely find out. That would expose them to be untrustworthy, which is one of the attributes that Aegis hates the most. Alternatively, they would just never ask anyone and try to get enough points on their own by trial and error. However, that would make it extremely difficult to get a total of 50 points. The academic portion gives the most points, and people need that. That means people who refuse to help others or refuse to accept the help of others are also filtered out. Now, we have these level 5 specters that no sane person would work with. I guess they exist to filter out people who are lucky. People who have personalities that are broken in just such a way that they can clear one of these categories. Someone that likes being absolutely abused and ruined to an extremely unhealthy degree could get through level 4 of pain and then go do the level 5 of pain. Someone that doesn't care about their life and just chases the thrill of risking their lives might do the level 5 of danger specter. I see, Nick thought, finally realizing the true purpose of the trainee camp. This is not actually about testing our talents. This is about testing our personalities and if we are a good fit for Aegis. The key to surviving here is not being outstanding, but being social. At first glance, the other trainees seem like our competitors, but that is not actually true. What kind of disadvantage does a trainee gain if every other trainee suddenly gains 5 more points in the academic portion? The spots are not limited. There are also more than enough specters. In fact, if everyone had more points, people could choose more specters, making it even easier for everyone else to advance in level. It's only important how many points I gain. It's not important how many points I gain in relation to others. This is not a competition. We are working together. And that's why so many people are failing this part. Everyone tries to stand out in the crowd, but that's not what Aegis is searching for. They want team players. They want people that can work together. Nick looked at the 3 people in front of him. Why not? If I'm going to be here for a while, I might as well make some allies. Chapter 572, Focus Level 5. Nick approached the 3 people. Only an insane or desperate person would consider working with that, he said. Told you, the man with the green hair commented. How many more are you missing? Only the level 5 focus one, Nick said. These words immediately gathered the interest of the other trainees in the hallway. The level 5 focus specter. Nobody had ever seen that one. I wouldn't keep my hopes up, the casual man with the red hair said. All the other ones are a bust. Chances are this one isn't any different. The man with green hair frowned. But we still want to know what it is, right? He asked, looking at the red-haired man. Of course, the red-haired man countered. The black-haired girl also nodded from the side. Nick looked at the 3 of them. Is there any kind of rule that forbids me from telling you what it is? Not really, the black-haired girl said. People who speak too much about specters get a small warning from the supervisors, but only if they talk too much. If someone finds a perfect tactic for one of the specters, you just might need to replace that specter since it can't be used to filter out people anymore. That's a hassle, and the supervisors don't really want to go through that. Agreed, the green-haired guy said. Just getting to the level 5 of Focus Spectre is already nearly impossible. Any advice you can give people would be useless since they can't even fulfill the requirements to make use of it. Nick nodded. Then, I'm going in. The red-haired man smiled while the other two watched with intensity as Nick entered the locker room. The entire hallway fell silent. They wanted to know what this last Spectre was. After Nick entered the locker room, he approached the door to the containment unit. His barrier appeared and turned green. The next moment, the door opened, and Nick could finally see the Spectre. It was a wall filled with holes. In the middle of the containment unit was the cutout of a metallic wall. The cutout was around 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. There were several big holes all over the wall, and there was also a thin metallic platform in front of the wall. Nick looked into one of the holes from a distance and saw a thin metallic spike at its back. As soon as he saw the wall, Nick immediately knew what it was. He had never seen this thing before, but this was a device that had been commonly used around 2,500 years ago. Without the trade with the level 4 of Disciplined Spectre, Nick wouldn't have known what this was. An execution wall, Nick realized with furrowed brows. If my guess is right, I now understand why they require the trainees to have fulfilled danger level 4 and have high speed. Nick looked at the walls and saw illustrations that showed what he had to do. That's insane, Nick thought. Just as expected. As the name suggested, execution walls had been used to humanely and efficiently execute criminals. Back then, feeding people to Specters had been seen as inhuman, and since Aegis had still been somewhat new, it decided to make a statement and ban giving criminals to Specters. So they developed and deployed the execution walls. These walls had spikes inside them that exploded forward with the press of a button, penetrating somebody's heart, lungs, liver, and brain. After the criminal was executed, one could just pull the spikes back into the wall by turning a crank and letting the corpse fall to the ground. I could work with this one, Nick thought. One would think that such a Spectre gained power by killing people, but that wasn't true. Based on the illustrations, Nick was quite certain that this Spectre gained power either via fear or concentration. The illustrations showed that the trainee needed to stand in front of the wall and wait for 20 minutes. If nothing happened, the trainee would just need to step back after 20 minutes. However, there was also a chance that the execution wall would activate, shooting its spikes forward. At that moment, the trainee would have to react instantly. The spikes probably shot at absolutely insane speeds, and any loss in focus would lead to death. Additionally, just standing in front of the wall would require an insane amount of focus. Nick looked at an illustration that showed a crossed-out barrier. Working with this thing was genuinely dangerous. Once again, only an insane person would work with this thing for 15 points. Although maybe not this time, Nick thought. This Spectre might be different. If this were simply a sanity test like all the other times, there wouldn't be such insane requirements. They would just let anyone enter. Almost everyone would realize that this Spectre has to be more dangerous than the last one and more draining. I don't think many people would have the confidence to try this one after going through that horrible experience. Only the most idiotic and confident people would attempt this and promptly die to their hubris. At that moment, Nick's thoughts stopped. Like me right now. Silence. But is it really? Nick kept evaluating the execution wall in front of him. This could be extremely dangerous. Or not dangerous at all. Nick looked at the illustrations again. There's no illustration for that. Then, Nick looked at the wall again. Well, it doesn't say I'm not allowed to do that. So, might as well. Nick walked towards the execution wall, but instead of going towards the platform, he stopped beside it. Then, he put his hand on the wall and felt it. It was extremely robust, just as expected from an elder. But how powerful was it really? One of Nick's blades shot out from his sleeve, and he rammed it into the wall. CRK. Nick's blade buried into the wall, and a piece of it broke off. When Nick saw that, a glint appeared in his eyes. That's, at the very most, an early elder. Most likely, it's an initial elder, but it might even be a peak adult. If it hits me, I will still die, but just due to its level, it can't possibly be so fast that I can't react. As long as I pay attention, it won't be able to hit me. Nick stepped back and looked at the holes. There were 5. One pointing at Nick's forehead, one at each of his lungs, one at his heart, and one at his liver. Actually, only the one pointing at my head is truly dangerous. I'm not a normal person. I can survive having a big chunk of my organs destroyed. As long as I have Zephyx, I can deal with that. And since my barrier will be deactivated, I will have enough Zephyx. Several plans formed in Nick's head. In the end, he decided to take the one with the least danger. Sadly, it was also the most painful. Nick took a deep breath and walked onto the platform. He stopped right in front of the wall and looked into the hole that pointed at his head. Then, Nick put his arm into the hole and grabbed the tip of the spike. If this were the arm of a normal person, the spike would shoot through it like it was air, but Nick was an early expert. And now it was time to wait. Silence. Nick just kept looking at the spike with intensity. His arm was completely taut. If the spike shot forward, it would just push part of his upper body away instead. Nick would still get impaled by the other spikes, but his head would be safe. He would survive, and while it would definitely be painful, he could deal with the pain. The risk would be minimized, and the danger would essentially vanish. So Nick waited, and waited, and waited, and then green light. As soon as the green light appeared, Nick jumped back. The execution wall didn't do anything. The illustration said that it didn't always activate. However, Nick still felt like it should have been activated. This felt kind of anticlimactic. But that's just how things went sometimes. Nick took a couple of breaths and looked at the execution wall for a time. Then, he turned around and left the containment unit. That was it. Nick had worked with all the test specters, and in the end, he had earned a total of 85 points. 20 in pain, 35 in focus, 10 in discipline, 20 in danger. As he walked out of the locker room, everyone turned to look at him with interest. Nick slowly walked over, and everyone became silent as they waited for him to tell them about the Spectre. Nick looked at them. "It's an execution wall," he said. "You have to stand in front of it for 20 minutes. That's it." Chapter 573, Battle Portion. The trainees looked at Nick in silence. Now they finally knew. They knew that the Focus Level 5 Spectre was an execution wall. Sadly, most of the trainees didn't know what an execution wall was. After all, the execution walls were used over 2,000 years ago. Nowadays, it was acceptable to throw criminals to specters. "What's an execution wall?" one of the trainees asked. One of the other trainees quickly spoke up and explained the concept of an execution wall. When the trainees heard what an execution wall was, they showed mixed reactions. Such a specter was most likely extremely deadly, but it was also just so plain. It was just a wall with spikes. "What did you have to do?" the black-haired girl asked. "Stand in front of the wall for 20 minutes. React if it tries to kill me," Nick said. The girl furrowed her brows, while the red-haired guy sighed. Just as expected, the red-haired guy said as he casually leaned back. "Another personality test, or whatever that stuff is called." The green-haired man also seemed annoyed. "Not entirely," Nick said. This made everyone look at Nick. "I worked with it," Nick said. Silence. Someone had actually worked with a level 5 specter. "Why?" the black-haired girl asked. She didn't ask how, but why. After all, putting oneself in so much danger for 15 measly points sounded insane. "Because I found a way to work with it without endangering myself," Nick said. The next moment, Nick told him about how he worked with it and what would have happened if the execution wall fired its spikes. When the trainees heard that, they looked at each other. That actually made sense. That was quite a good way to deal with it. Sure, it would still hurt a lot, but it wasn't any worse than pain level 3. Additionally, it also wouldn't require a high level of speed to pull off. This essentially trivialized the specter. The requirements no longer seemed necessary. "You should tell the supervisor at the end of your month," the black-haired girl said. Nick nodded without saying anything. The general manual said that every trainee would get to talk to one of the supervisors every month. For most of the trainees, this meeting was the time when they were thrown out of the program. The ones that could stay would just receive some feedback. "It's been a while since we had a new person on your level," the green-haired man said. "Thanks," Nick said absent-mindedly. He didn't really care and was just being polite. If it were up to him, Nick would just continue earning points and working with specters, but he knew that working together with others would most likely be important for the next 20 years or so. "Are you interested in an exchange of knowledge?" the red-haired man asked suddenly. "I'm always up for learning more things," Nick answered. Since he was going to be stuck here for a couple of years, the best thing to do was to learn more things. The more things he learned, the more informed his future decisions would be. The red-haired man smirked with confidence. "Glad to hear, but I hope you have something good to distribute." "You only get something if you have something valuable you can give in return." Nick just nodded. "Naturally. I'll join you," the green-haired man said. "You?" the red-haired man asked with a mocking tone. "If I remember correctly, you barely have anything to contribute." "That was 8 months ago," the green-haired man answered neutrally. Not everyone is always stuck at the same level like you. I'll also join you, the black-haired girl interjected. The green-haired man nodded before turning to Nick. When do you have time? I still have to do the battle portion. I don't know how long that takes, he said. Not long, the green-haired man said. There are 7 specters in total, and it barely takes 5 minutes per fight. Nick nodded. Then, in about 4 hours, the other 3 nodded, and everyone agreed to meet in 4 hours to discuss things. After that, Nick left to go to the battle portion. He walked through the hall and entered the hallway to its north. Most of the trainees looked at Nick, but they didn't follow him anymore. The battle portion wasn't as interesting as the Spectre portion. Nick entered the hallway and saw nobody else here. That was to be expected, he thought. I don't think there's any reason to battle the Specters regularly. Nick approached the first containment unit and entered its locker room. There were no illustrations, which meant that the standard rules applied. The main manual Nick had received naturally told the trainees about the rules of combat. Killing the Specters was forbidden unless it was by accident or couldn't be helped. Survival was guaranteed for the first 3 levels. Levels 4 and up would not guarantee a trainee's survival. In the first levels, a trainee would lose if their Zephyx ran out or they conceded. In the later levels, they would lose if they died or conceded. The trainee would win if the Spectre was rendered immobile or conceded. Some of the Specters had alternative win conditions, but those would be explained in the locker rooms. These were the basic rules. There were 7 levels in total, and the points received from each level were not additive. The trainee only received the points from the highest level they could complete. The first level gave 5 points, the second 10, then 20, 35, 50, 70, and 100. Naturally, being able to complete level 4 already guaranteed someone enough points to stay in the program. Most likely, someone like the green-haired man had completed at least level 4. Without hesitation, Nick opened the door and walked in. When the door opened, he saw a young man standing in the middle of the room. The man looked into Nick's eyes, and Nick looked back. 2 seconds of silence passed. You passed, the man said neutrally. Ding. The next moment, a green light appeared inside the containment unit, signaling to Nick that he had passed. It seemed like the first level was only there to get rid of the absolute weakest people. Nick just nodded before leaving the containment unit again. Naturally, getting the minimum requirement of points per category was almost guaranteed. One just needed to have the absolute bare minimum of qualifications in the 4 departments. The hard part was getting the 50 points in total. For that, one needed to show some talent. Or be sociable, Nick thought. As long as you can convince others to teach you some basics, you can earn quite some points in the academics portion. Although getting 30 points in that without being able to work with any level 2 Spectre would still be extremely difficult, Nick walked out of the containment unit and entered the next locker room. There were no special rules here. Nick walked into the containment unit and saw a muscular wolf that was dripping in blood. The wolf was almost as tall as Nick, and it looked at Nick with intense eyes. Leave, the wolf spoke with a dark voice. You are too weak. Come back, Windash. Bang! Nick exploded forward and rammed his blade through the wolf's brain. Bang! Then Nick kicked the wolf against the wall, shaking the entire containment unit. Several of the wolf's bones broke, but it quickly shot to its feet again. I concede. It shouted immediately, not daring to let Nick out of its vision. Ding. A green light appeared, and Nick walked out of the containment unit. When Nick had seen the wolf for the first time, he didn't feel like it was a true danger to him. Sure, it was still an elder, but it didn't feel very powerful. Yes, it seemed quite intimidating, but that was it. Most likely, this thing isn't very strong. It's just very imposing, Nick thought. It's most likely there to filter out people that don't dare to fight something scary, even if their survival is guaranteed. Naturally, there was no reason not to try fighting the wolf. After all, the manual said that survival was guaranteed for the first 3 levels. Nick left the containment unit and walked over to the next one. It was time for the 3rd level. Yet, when Nick walked into the locker room, he noticed 2 doors instead of 1. Interesting, he thought as he saw the illustrations. Besides one door was an illustration of an extractor compressing a cloud of smoke. Besides the other door was an illustration of an extractor fighting a beast. It makes sense, actually, Nick thought. Being able to suppress a force Spectre is also part of one's combat ability, but requires specialization. Punishing suppressors because they can't wrestle a monster seems unfair, and forcing a powerful fighter to suppress a force Spectre is just as nonsensical. Naturally, Nick walked over to the door that would lead him to a physical specter and entered. Chapter 574, Angry Girl. Nick walked into the containment unit. Bang. And immediately jumped to the side as several rusty nails shot past him. Bang. 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 More and more rusty nails flew past Nick as he swayed back and forth to avoid them. Near the wall of the containment unit was the tall and gaunt figure of an old man. It was almost 2.5 meters high and was chained to the walls by black chains. The entire figure was covered by rusty nails, which detached from the body to fly right at Nick. Ah! The gaunt figure aggressively shouted in pain as it tried to tear itself from the wall with all of its strength. Naturally, the chains were so stable that the specter couldn't tear itself off that easily. The nails were shooting at Nick with a lot of speed, but he managed to avoid them pretty well. I guess this is a defense or evasion test, Nick thought as he avoided another barrage of rusty nails. Moments after the rusty nails hit the walls behind Nick, they fell to the ground and turned into black smoke. At the same time, new nails grew out of the specter's body. I can avoid the nails from a distance, but it's not easy to avoid them if I close in, Nick thought. But that isn't an issue. Boom! A spear entered the specter's chest and pushed it back. Naturally, this was one of Nick's throwing spears. Nowadays, Nick rarely got any opportunities to use his throwing spears, but he still carried them with him. Usually, since Nick was an assassin and runner, he fought with his blades since they could attack faster. A proper throw was extremely powerful, but Nick couldn't throw a second spear before his enemy reacted. That was much easier to accomplish with blades. HH. The specter kept shouting and threw more nails at Nick. Bang. Nick's spear punched through the specter's head, disturbing its aim. Bang. Since the specter's aim and attack speed had suffered massively with that hit, Nick charged forward and decapitated the specter. The body kept writhing and shooting more nails as the head slowly turned to black dust. Ding. Then a green light appeared, and the specter's body started to cramp up as some small bolts of black lightning came out of the chains, binding it to the wall. These black bolts of lightning could suppress the use of a specter's Zephyx, turning them immobile. Nick walked forward and grabbed one of the two spears stuck in the specter. DZZZ. Some black lightning hit Nick's hand, but he barely felt anything. Nick's Zephyx was isolated from the outside world, and the black bolts of lightning were designed in such a way that humans could still touch them without getting injured. Nick pulled his two spears out and quickly left the containment unit. Technically, the specter could still fight, but that was only because Nick didn't go for a kill shot. If an extractor had the opportunity to decapitate a specter, most likely, they could have also killed it. 20 points already, Nick thought as he walked to the 4th level. Getting past the first 2 levels wasn't difficult. The first level was almost unlosable, and the second level only required someone to have some guts. The 3rd level was a bit more difficult. In a way, this was the first actual fight, but it was still quite easy. After all, the specter couldn't even move. Hitting it wasn't an issue as long as someone could deal with the range attacks. Nick walked into the locker room for the 4th level and once again saw 2 different entrances. There were no special rules for this one either. Nick entered the door leading to the physical specter and readied himself. Surprisingly, Nick could enter without getting attacked immediately. On the other side of the containment unit, Nick saw a little girl with long green hair. She looked not older than 8, but there were 2 things that identified her as a specter. First of all, she didn't have eyes. There were only black holes in her eye sockets. Second, 6 black tentacles covered in teeth came out of her back. "Are you here to play with me?" the girl asked innocently with a distorted voice. "I am," Nick answered. "Yay," the distorted voice answered while the girl's body didn't move in any way. "Mister, how strong are you?" Nick looked deeply at that specter. "Early expert," Nick answered. "Early expert," the girl repeated with delight. "I get to use 25% of my power." "Thank you." Usually, Nick immediately attacked his opponent, but not this time. When he had seen the little girl, he had felt a strong feeling of danger. Either this specter was extremely powerful for its level, or it was on a higher level. Nick assumed that it was of a higher level, and that it was simply supposed to adapt its power to its opponent. And sure enough, based on what it just said, Nick was right. "Let's play. Let's play," the voice repeated with excitement while the head slowly lifted to look at Nick with a dead expression. Nick readied his blades. Survival is not guaranteed here. This is a good opportunity for a test, Nick thought. "You can have the first turn," Nick said. "But be careful. Our playtime might end before you can hit me." The girl's mouth slowly widened into a grin. I like cocky meat the most, she said. Then she suddenly charged forward, and her tentacles expanded to cut off all of Nick's escape routes. Suddenly, an explosion of light occurred, and the girl was blinded. Nevertheless, her tentacles clamped together like the maw of a monster. Crksh. But then, her upper and lower bodies separated and flew in different directions. Nick appeared an instant later, behind the girl's upper body. Nobody's watching, Nick thought. Naturally, Nick's ability hadn't activated in the hallways or any of the other rooms, but it was possible that it could activate in this room. After all, levels 4 and up of the battle portion were supposed to simulate real fights and include real danger. So, there was a chance that nobody would be looking into this place. However, it was also possible that they were looking into this place to see if the Spectre was playing according to the rules. Nick couldn't be sure either way. Because of that, he used his explosion of light to test that. If nobody was watching, his ability would activate, and he could easily win. If somebody was watching, Nick would just cut through one of the tentacles and jump to the side. But it was also possible that somebody was watching, and that Nick's light could also fool them. Maybe there was some kind of device that could transmit videos? Well, whether the device was here or not didn't make a difference. Nick's ability worked. It was important to note that the Spectre had only felt truly dangerous to Nick as long as his ability didn't work. However, since Nick's ability actually worked, it was no longer a big deal. With his ability and his powerful body, Nick's effective physical power was on the level of an initial specialist. That was at least 2 times stronger than his Spectre. The Spectre collapsed into 2 shocked heaps. "I lost," the little girl asked in surprise. Ding. At that point, the light turned green, and Nick walked towards the exit. "You lied to me," the girl shouted. Then the tentacles of her upper body suddenly moved with a lot of power and threw her towards Nick. Naturally, this was not part of the test. Nick hadn't expected the Spectre to suddenly become crazy and attack him with its full power, but this also wasn't the first time he worked with Specters. And an experienced extractor knew to never let down their guard in front of a Spectre. An explosion of light. Bang! The torso of the girl shot out of the explosion of light and hit the wall at the back of the containment unit. Nick just opened the employee entrance and left. The girl looked at the closed door for a while before slowly combining her halves again and waiting in the middle of the room. Seems unsafe, Nick thought as he walked towards the 5th level. It was obviously a late or peak elder, but they trusted it enough to test initial experts. This could very quickly end with unnecessary deaths. This is a combat trial, not a danger trial. I should talk about that when I get to meet one of the supervisors. Nick entered the locker room for the 5th level. Surprisingly, there was only a single door. No difference between physical and force Specters, Nick thought with a raised brow. Then, Nick saw an illustration. A special rule, huh? Nick thought as he looked at it. I just have to use up all of the Spectre Zephyx. Sure, he thought as he opened the door. Chapter 575, The Careless Cut. Just as expected, Nick thought as he looked at a small gray cloud hovering in the corner of the containment unit. A force Spectre. The only thing Nick could usually do if he came into contact with a force Spectre was to run away. Yes, Nick was extremely powerful and had many ways to fight multitudes of Specters, but it was almost completely helpless when it came to dealing with force Specters. Sure, there was some equipment that made it possible to suppress force Specters, but that was extremely cumbersome. One only needed to think back to the time Crimson City tried to suppress the newly released Crimson Sea. One needed special abilities to effectively deal with a force Spectre, and if a force Spectre was very big, not even that would be enough. Back then, the Crimson Sea had been pretty weak and had only been a couple 100 meters wide, but the city still needed to use its entire power to slowly suppress it. Under normal circumstances, after seeing such a force Spectre, Nick would either follow it from a distance to wait for reinforcement or just directly run away. However, he thought, this is a test for suppressors and normal extractors. That means that there has to be something I can punch. And sure enough, a moment later, something separated from the small cloud and moved towards the ground. Some gray mist reached the ground and slowly turned into the shape of a human. Nick raised his eyebrow. This could be very easy or very difficult, he thought as he looked at a copy of himself. A tall and very muscular man with lifeless gray eyes looked at Nick. Shing. Nick's copy activated its blades and shot forward. Pling. Nick activated his own blade and blocked the copy's blade. Identical strength, he thought as he pushed against the blade. Suddenly, the copy lifted its left leg to kick Nick in the abdomen. Crksh. Yet, it only kicked the tip of Nick's left blade. But it does not copy my techniques, he thought as he cut the copy's legs off. The fact that the copy's leg was mutilated didn't seem to bother it, and while it was falling forward, it slashed with its other blade. Nick changed the angle of his right blade, his right arm sliding past the enemy's right blade. Bang! When his elbow reached his copy's hand, he knocked it to the side. Nick moved inward, sliding between the two outstretched blades. Shing! And decapitated his copy with his right blade. Just to be safe, he also kicked the body away. He didn't want to be surprised by the body suddenly launching another attack. Just as expected, Nick thought as he watched the copy turning into black dust. It can copy my body, but it can't copy my techniques or my abilities. If this thing could copy abilities just by looking at me, it would be even superior to envy. Somehow, I doubt that's the case. Nick waited for a moment as he just watched the gray cloud in the corner. But this is a bit too easy for level 5. There has to be more. Sure enough, a second later, 2 Nicks appeared in front of him. Ah, I see, Nick thought. Bang! The 2 Nicks exploded forward and attacked him. Instantly, Nick jumped towards one side and clashed with one of them. The key to winning while fighting against superior numbers was to not fight against superior numbers, as in turning one brutal battle into many smaller manageable battles. If Nick got surrounded, he would have a huge disadvantage. However, as long as Nick used one of them as a barrier to block the other one, he only needed to fight one of them. In that case, his superior technique would easily win the 2 fights. And sure enough, while one of the copies tried to get around the other copy, Nick had already killed one of them. A second later, the second one also died. Then, Nick returned to waiting again. Some seconds later, 3 Nicks appeared. The 3 of them immediately charged at Nick. Bang! But this time, Nick charged forward as well. In an instant, he reached the rightmost copy, weaved past its blades, and kicked it away. Naturally, the other 2 immediately attacked him, but Nick just moved in a way that used one of the copies as a barrier again. It was back to a one-on-one battle. Nick quickly dealt with the first one. Then he used the second one as a barrier for the third one while killing it. And finally, he killed the third one. Nick waited. When Nick saw 4 pieces of mist splitting from the Spectre, he took a deep breath. 3 is as much as I can manage without my ability, Nick thought. He could kick one of them away, but after that, he would need to find another opening to kick a second one away. Sadly, the first one would already be joining the fight again before that became possible. Dealing with 4 copies was impossible as long as they were not fighting like children. He could kick one of them away, but after that, he would need to find another opening to kick a second one away. Sadly, the first one would already be joining the fight again before that became possible. In the end, they would overwhelm him. Technique could bring one only so far. The 4 copies shot at Nick simultaneously. Shing! Nick released a bright explosion of light. Bang! 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 In an instant, he kicked and punched all of them. It was important to note that these copies were not as resilient as Specters. They were essentially extractors without barriers. And with his ability active, Nick was 5 times as powerful as them. This was akin to 4 dainty girls getting kicked by a massively muscular professional male fighter. The 4 copies all hit the surrounding walls with several broken bones and ruptured organs. However, they were not completely human, which was why they tried to stand up and continue fighting. Yet, in their current condition, Nick could easily take care of them. After Nick dealt with the 4 of them, he waited. The next moment, he saw more mist coming from the Spectre, and he readied himself. Yet, before the 5th copy could fully form, a green light appeared. The first 4 copies turned back into mist and entered the Spectre again. Seems appropriate, Nick thought. It wasn't very difficult for Nick, but it was enough for him to be forced to use his ability. Technically, he wouldn't have needed to use his ability on level 4, but he needed to use it here. A moment later, Nick walked out of the containment unit and went to the 6th level. No special rules, he thought as he looked at the illustrations. There are also 2 different rooms again. I should be able to complete level 6. Nick walked through one of the doors and prepared himself. As soon as he entered, he saw a humanoid figure in the corner of the room. The humanoid figure was standing with its hands behind its back, and it was wearing a big black cloak. Nick was reminded of the Doomsayer. It's been a while, a sickly voice spoke. Nick readied his blades. Don't die too quickly, the humanoid figure spoke as it revealed its arms. Its arms ended in long blades that almost reached the ground. But that wasn't everything. 2 more arms came out of the cloak, also ending in blades. Then another 2 arms, and another 2. By the end, 8 arms ending in blades stretched out from the figure. They call me the Careless Cut, it slowly spoke. You will know why very soon. Then, all of its blades rubbed against each other as if it were sharpening them. Bang! And charged forward. Nick could tell that this specter was extremely experienced in fighting. Additionally, its superior number of limbs would make it almost impossible to muster a defense. Its attacking power was very high. Its defense was very high. Its speed was passable. Its versatility was very high. This was definitely quite a bit more powerful than the average specter. And I haven't even seen its ability, Nick thought. Just looking very scary didn't count as an ability. The Careless Cut most likely had an additional ability. Nick waited until the blades of the specter were almost touching him. Shing. Then he released an explosion of light. Ding, ding, ding. Nick's barrier activated several times as it blocked the blades. CRKSH. Yet, at the same time, the specter's body separated vertically, and the two halves flew in different directions. Nick was revealed again. His Zephyx had reduced by 50%, but he had expected that. Sometimes, getting hit and making use of one's barrier made it easier to win. Getting hit by the blades stopped the specter's momentum and allowed Nick to land a clean hit. Nick looked at one of the halves and saw half of a black sphere in its chest. This was its core. The two halves tried their best to move toward each other, but with a split core, that became extremely difficult. Is that why you were called the Careless Cut? Nick asked. The green light appeared. Chapter 576 scores. After leaving the containment unit, Nick looked towards the entrance leading to the last level. Should I? He thought. It wasn't a given for Nick to immediately enter the next level. After all, he had just lost 80% of his Zephyx, and if things turned out really bad, he might be biting off more than he could chew. It was important to remember that the highest points in every category were always extremely difficult to achieve. Getting 10 points in any physical test was already nearly impossible. Working with any level 5 Spectre was almost impossible, or just plain idiotic. So, what about this one? There were only so many times that Nick could use his ability in a fight. What if the next Spectre managed to survive the first attack, learn to deal with any follow-up attack, and cut off his retreat? He might very well die. It was important to remember that as soon as somebody knew how Nick's ability worked, Nick would lose the majority of his strength. Nick's way of battling was all or nothing. Immediately winning against and killing a Spectre or Extractor did not mean that it was easy or riskless. It was like flipping a coin. And for what? Nick thought. For 30 more points? I already have 70 points in this category. What's the difference between 70 points and 100 points? Sure, 30 points may be a lot for others, but I already have 335 points. That's not even 10% of my total. I'm not even sure if there is anything that I can use these points for. If there were some kind of incentive to fight the last Spectre, I might take the risk. But there isn't. What's the point of risking my life for no reward? In the end, Nick shook his head and decided against going to level 7. In a small and unimportant way, Nick felt a bit disappointed that he didn't even try to achieve victory, but he knew that making correct and intelligent decisions was more important than following idiotic desires. So that was it. 335 points. That was Nick's total. Nick left the hallway for the battle points and walked back to the main room. Not much time had passed since Nick told the others that he was going to get his battle points, but the other 3 had already gathered there. Nick approached them, and they looked with interest at him. How did it go? The red-haired man asked. Good enough, Nick answered. I'm done with getting all of my points. The group nodded. Let's start the exchange, the serious girl with black hair said. Since this is his first exchange, let's introduce ourselves. I'll start, she said, holding her hand to her chest. My name is Cynthia Mason, and I'm an early expert. My promotion to level 2 will happen in 1 year. With level 2, Cynthia referred to the second stage the trainees would go to on their way to becoming agents. Finally, I get to know your name, the red-haired guy commented. Cynthia threw a side eye at the guy, but didn't answer. I'm Minder Orlin, the red-haired guy said, pointing at himself with his right hand. I'm also an early expert, and I will advance to the second level within the year. It wasn't surprising that 2 of them were already close to advancing. After all, it needed time to become outstanding in the trainee camp. Almost no trainee was outstanding as soon as they arrived. The truly outstanding ones would only stand out after a year or more of being here. My name is Steve Workling, the small green-haired man said with a serious expression. I'm an early expert, and I will advance in a couple of months. The other two nodded at him before looking at Nick. My name is Nick Dusk, and I'm an early expert. I just arrived, Nick said. When the other three heard that Nick was an early expert, they were a bit surprised. Usually, people were immediately brought over after they consumed the elixir, which meant that everyone was an initial expert. Did you accept the trade of the level 5 discipline, Spectre? Steve asked with furrowed brows. I didn't, Nick answered. Silence. Naturally, the three of them were interested in how Nick managed to do that, but they knew that it wasn't appropriate to ask about his background just yet. Let's talk about our academic points, Cynthia said. Please only name the categories in which you reached at least 90% for the first test and 30% for the second test. The other three nodded. I'll start, Cynthia said. I mainly focus on fields related to math. My biology scores are always above 90% for the first level, and I recently reached 60% on the second level. I have always aced level 1 in mathematics, and am close to reaching 90% on the second level. I might also reach 30% in the third level before I advance. The others nodded. That was already very impressive. However, Cynthia wasn't done. I always complete the first level of physics, and I am above 60% in the second level. Lastly, I also do okay in Zephology, but I'm only at about 40% for the second level. That's it for me, Cynthia said. Nick was already interested since he barely knew anything about biology and Zephology. Additionally, he needed to learn the different formulas for physics and mathematics. Cynthia would definitely be Nick's main source of knowledge here. My turn, Minder said as he leaned back with a smile. I'm at over 30% in the second level of history, and I'm at nearly 90% in the second level of psychology. The psychology score interested Nick. Then Minder smirked arrogantly. And I'm at 60% in economics. After saying that, he held 3 fingers forward. On the third level. The others nodded, impressed. That was a lot. However, Nick was more interested in the second level of economics since he already aced the third level. Then it was Steve's turn. Warfare 60% on level 2, he said slowly. Leadership 60% of level 2. Spectology 30% of level 2. The others nodded. Steve's scores were good, but definitely the weakest out of everyone. However, he probably still had the greatest number of total points due to his battle strength. Finally, everyone turned to Nick. I only completed my tests once, so I can just give you those scores, he said. The others nodded. Biology 15-0-0. That was expected. Not many people knew about biology. Economics 91-45-98. The entire atmosphere froze. Wait, what? Minder asked with a shake of his head. Just to be sure, you said he got 98 points in the third level of economics? Nick nodded. Are you sure? Cynthia asked. It was the third level of economics. Okay, Minder said. Then explain to me this. Minder asked a difficult question from the third level of economics that he was sure he had answered correctly, and Nick answered. When Minder heard the answer, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. The other two looked at him. And? How's his answer? Cynthia asked. Minder scratched the back of his head. Just a minute ago, I would have said that it was incorrect, but after he explained it, I'm not so sure anymore. I might have been the incorrect one. The other two looked at Nick with burning eyes. That was extremely impressive. They weren't sure if anyone had ever gotten over 90% in any third level. I'll continue, Nick said. The other three nodded. Psychology 68-42-48, Nick said. Once again, the three others were shocked. What was this? How did Nick have more points in the third level than the second? That made no sense. Math 0-0-0, Nick continued. That was also quite surprising. Physics 74-0-0. History 28-62-21. Once more, they were surprised. Wait, that actually makes sense, Minder said. You know a lot about the past, but not a lot about the present, right? It used to be like that, Nick said. Don't forget that I accepted the trade of the level 4 discipline Spectre and chose history. Oh, right, Minder said. So it should now be 162-21, right? Probably, Nick said. I'll continue. Spectology 96, 84, 98. Shocked silence. That score was unreal. Zephology 52-0-0. Warfare 93, 96, 24. Leadership 180-64. Silence. Stunned silence. You have 140 academic points. Cynthia asked silently. Nick nodded. How? She asked. She didn't care anymore whether or not it was appropriate to ask Nick. She wanted to know. I was a chief Zephyx Extractor for around 15 years, Nick answered. I know a lot about leading people, how they think, how money works, and how specters work. I've never truly had any kind of official education. Almost all of my knowledge comes from experience, which is why my scores for the third levels are often higher than my scores for the second levels. Once again, everyone was stunned. 15 years of experience as a CZE. Cynthia, Minder, and Steve had all worked for the strongest manufacturers in their cities, and the CZEs they worked under were always far beyond their levels. CZEs seemed to know everything, and they always seemed to make the right decisions. They viewed Nick with different eyes. Nick was a goldmine of knowledge. Chapter 577, Karma. Within minutes, Nick and Cynthia started talking. Naturally, Nick was most interested in Cynthia's knowledge since she knew a lot about fields that Nick didn't know a lot about. Sadly, Minder and Steve didn't have a lot to offer to Nick, but they could help each other pretty well. They were not the biggest fans of each other, but that didn't matter. They were here to improve each other's scores. For many hours, the group kept exchanging knowledge. Cynthia told Nick about basic mathematic formulas while he told her about spectrology. Several times, others asked to join, but Cynthia sent them away. That was until Nick stopped her. Sure, you can sit to the side and listen, but only interject if you are certain that one of us is wrong. Cynthia furrowed her brows. Naturally, since she had been here for a couple of years already, she knew about the hidden purpose of the first level. She knew that the trainees were being tested on their ideology and personality. They were supposed to help others. But help was also based on reciprocity. It was important that the other person could somewhat repay part of the help. Yet, Nick just invited them to join. Cynthia found this to be a bit unfair. She was contributing. Nick was contributing. The onlookers were not contributing. Yet, they were benefiting from them. She was essentially just giving her knowledge away for free, which didn't feel good. Why are you doing this? She asked Nick with a bit of annoyance as the sixth person sat down beside them. Because they are humans, Nick answered. Cynthia furrowed her brows. So? She didn't see the point of stating that. She knew that they were humans. They are humans, Nick repeated. They are part of Aegis. The more powerful they become, the more powerful Aegis becomes. Cynthia looked at Nick with a skeptical expression. That sounded way too naive and idealistic. That was something that a small child would believe. Sure, humanity and the Specters were enemies, but humans were often even more dangerous to humans than Specters. Why should she give random people valuable knowledge without getting anything in return? Yet, she decided against speaking out. Nick's knowledge was too valuable, and she didn't know him well enough to gauge his reaction if she were to disagree. So, even though she really disliked it, she kept sharing her knowledge for free. Minder and Steve kept talking to each other on their own, but more and more people kept gathering around Nick and Cynthia. After a couple of hours, almost 15 people sat around them, listening intently. Their thoughts were very different from each other. Some of them felt like Nick was an idiot to give them such valuable bits of knowledge for free. Some of them were simply interested and didn't think a lot about the implications. Some of them were thankful. Naturally, many of these people would never reciprocate the kindness they had received, but some of them would. And most interesting of all, in the future, this moment of receiving kindness would make them extend kindness to someone else. Nick would not benefit from these acts of kindness, but humanity as a whole would, even if it was just a tiny bit. The discussion continued. That's actually not correct. Cynthia stopped and furrowed her brows as someone interrupted her. She looked over and saw a young man with brown hair looking at her. She remembered seeing this guy from time to time, but he had never appeared outstanding or interesting in any way. He was just one of those background characters who lived in one's general vicinity. Explain, Cynthia demanded. The bicolor formula is outdated, the guy said. It's no longer used nowadays since it becomes inaccurate with very small numbers. Advanced Zephyx engineers use the Holbury formula instead for increased accuracy. It's a bit longer and more complicated, but it is perfectly accurate with any number. Cynthia furrowed her brows. That's news to me, she said with annoyance. We always use the bicolor formula. Have you ever produced an expert-level weapon? The guy asked. How's me not producing a weapon related to math? Cynthia asked with annoyance. It is, the guy said. Academia is a good thing that gives you a good overview, but when it comes to applying your knowledge, you will realize that there is much more to it. Cynthia uttered without being impressed. And you know that how? My father is the lead Zephyx engineer of my city. He's producing all the specialist weapons and barriers, and I learned under him for the last 20 years. I have over 60% in the level 3 Zephology test. Everyone's eyes widened. This was a guy who could produce weapons that would be useful to the trainees. Can you explain this formula to me? Nick asked. The guy turned to Nick. Sure, why not? You've taught me quite a bit about Specters. Over the next minute, the guy talked about Zephology. This was not the original topic of the conversation, but the parts of Zephology the man talked about were all intrinsically related to math. He was less talking about formulas and more about how the mathematical formulas came to be and how they were applied to Zephyx engineering. In essence, the guy was sharing experience instead of knowledge, which was much more valuable. In the beginning, Cynthia was annoyed since this random guy was essentially stealing her thunder, but as more time passed, she realized that this was actually a good thing. She was learning something about her own specialties. Learning the basics of other fields was easy. Learning extremely advanced knowledge of a field was difficult. And now she was receiving this knowledge for free. That was when she realized something. Earlier, she had complained that the others were benefiting for free. But now, wasn't she the one benefiting for free? How did that happen? Is this because of Nick? She thought as she looked at Nick with furrowed brows. The thing that had just happened was something everyone knew as karma. Karma wasn't something supernatural or spiritual. Karma did not mean that doing one good deed would return one good deed. Karma was something general and dealt with probabilities. It was actually pretty easy. A stranger would be nice to one with a higher likelihood if one had been nice to them first. Greeting someone with a smile and a compliment would elicit a nice greeting in return with a higher likelihood than greeting someone with an aggressive insult. That was karma. On average, others would be nicer to one if one was nicer to them. Had Nick known that someone would return his act of kindness? No. But the chances of that happening were higher than if he hadn't. In this environment, strengthening other humans did not hurt Nick. In a competition, this would obviously be bad, but this wasn't a competition. Nick only needed to increase his own points. If Nick didn't share his knowledge, he would not receive any new knowledge, which meant he would not gain any additional points. If he shared his knowledge, somebody else might gain 10 more points, while Nick would only gain 1. Yet, 1 was still more than 0. In this case, being nice and helpful was the best way forward. This was not always the case, but here, it was like this. Cynthia still wasn't the biggest fan of that, but she couldn't deny that she had benefited from Nick's generosity. Also, now you're the one that's wrong, Cynthia said to the brown-haired man. I might not know as much about Zephology as you, but I know my way around math, and I can tell you that you can shorten that calculation by a lot. The brown-haired man listened to Cynthia for a minute. And by the end, you know what? You're actually right, he said. Thanks. Cynthia nodded with a serious expression. Yet, deep inside, she felt proud of herself. Are you having a party here? Minder asked as he walked over, looking at all of the people. Why are there so many of you here? Oh, we're just listening, the brown-haired man said with a smile. You want to join us? Minder raised a skeptical eyebrow as he looked at Cynthia before looking at Nick. Sure. Minder asked with uncertainty before sitting down. Steve joined him after a bit, and the conversation resumed. The brown-haired man and Cynthia started to talk about math and Zephology. The discussion got quite heated, but it never turned into an argument. Cynthia seemed to want to compete with a man, while the man was just interested in the things Cynthia said. Why? A new person suddenly asked. Why would you use that? Cynthia glared at the new person, while the brown-haired man looked over with interest. What? The recluse algorithm, he asked. Yes, that's outdated, the newest person said. Our city came up with a better version. And so, the conversation continued. Within 2 days, over 10 different experienced Zephyx engineers were talking in a circle, and almost 300 people were listening in. Everyone was benefiting immensely. The average scores of the Zephology tests would soar in the future. And how did all of this happen? All of this happened because Nick was willing to share some of his knowledge for free. Chapter 578, Performance Review. Ding. Suddenly, Nick's barrier shone with a yellow light, but no one paid attention to him. By now, Nick was no longer even part of the entire discussion. His discussion with Cynthia had been infiltrated by several Zephyx engineers, and they were all debating math and Zephology by now. Nick wasn't even really sitting in the middle of the circle of people anymore. Just like everyone else, he was in the audience. From time to time, some of the barriers turned yellow. When a barrier just randomly turned yellow, it meant that it was time to meet the supervisor. Everyone had to meet the supervisor once a month for a quick interview, and now it was Nick's turn. This entire debate about zoology and math had been going on for weeks by now. It wasn't always the same people talking. Old participants started to lose interest just for new participants to join in, keeping the conversation going. Neither Cynthia nor the brown-haired man were part of the conversation anymore. When Nick's barrier turned yellow, he stood up and left the area by jumping over the audience. This was the easiest and quickest way to leave. Nick's barrier blinked yellow from time to time, and he asked a random trainee about where to go. The trainee sent him to the hallway with all of the testing specters. Apparently, the meeting rooms were beyond those. Nick walked into the hallway, past the queues, and entered another hallway. This hallway was completely empty and didn't look special, except for the yellow light coming out of one of the doors. The yellow light was identical to the light from Nick's barrier. I guess I have to go there, Nick thought as he approached the door. He put his hand on the door and pushed, opening it. Nick found himself in a standard office. Desk, chairs, folders, papers. Nothing special. The person sitting behind the desk was a serious man who looked to be in his 30s. He looked at Nick with a neutral but cold expression. "Sit, trainee," he ordered. Nick entered, closed the door behind him, and sat down in front of the desk. "I assume this is your first interview?" the man asked. Nick nodded. "Correct. I joined about a month ago." The man nodded. "In this interview, we are going to talk about your performance in the last month, and we're going to find ways to improve your results, assuming you managed to reach the minimum threshold of points." "Did you reach the minimum?" "I guess he didn't look at my file yet," Nick thought. Then he nodded. "I did." "Good," the man said as he grabbed a folder at the edge of the table. "Now then, let's see where you stand." The man opened the folder, and Nick saw a page with all his personal information on it. As soon as the man saw the page, he blinked a couple of times. "You were sent here by the technician?" the supervisor asked with furrowed brows. Nick nodded. "I originally worked as a liaison. I am here to become a specialist so that I can resume my duties." "Liaison," the man repeated. "I haven't heard of that before," he commented as he started to tap away on a console on his desk. For almost a minute, the man kept tapping and reading in silence. "All right," he said, looking away from the console. "I see what this is about. As far as I can see, you are not truly part of the trainees since the trainees are here to become agents in the future. You are only here until you are a specialist." Nick nodded. "That's a bit of a special case, but I think we can deal with it," the man said, his voice becoming less stern. Naturally, the supervisor had to appear intimidating and serious in front of the trainees. He wasn't truly someone that didn't know how to have fun. When he saw that Nick wasn't really a trainee, he relaxed quite a bit. Nick was more of a peer than a trainee. "Nevertheless, officially, you are a trainee, and I have to review your performance," the man said as he turned to the next page without looking at it. "Now, let's take a look at your points." Then the supervisor looked at the page that summarized the points Nick earned in all categories. The man looked at the page silently. His eyebrows rose. He blinked a couple of times. He furrowed his brows. He raised his right eyebrow. He scratched the side of his head. He took a deep breath. "Okay," he slowly said as he turned to the next page. He looked at the page with the fitness scores. Then he looked at Nick's body. He nodded a couple of times with an impressed expression. After that, he looked at the page with the battle points. He let out an impressed whistle. "Did you try the 7th level?" he asked. "No," Nick answered. The man just kept nodding. "Makes sense," he uttered as he went to the page detailing Nick's academic points. The man looked at the page for quite a while. "That actually makes a lot of sense considering your background." Nick just nodded. Finally, the man looked at the page detailing the Spectre points. When the man saw the 35 points in the focus category, he furrowed his brows. Usually, getting 35 points in danger, pain, or focus is a bad thing, not a good thing. "Can you explain why you went for the level 5 in focus but not the other two?" the man asked. "Because it's not risky to work with the execution wall," Nick said. After that, Nick explained what method he used to work with it. The man leaned back as he listened to Nick. "That actually makes a lot of sense. Seems like the abductress didn't consider that before bringing that Spectre here," the supervisor said. "I mean, she's an agent, not a chief Zephyx Extractor." It actually makes sense that you would find a better way to work with it. I guess that was your job for the majority of your life. Nick just nodded. Nick might not have as much experience as the abductress, but when it came to finding ways to work with Specters, not many people could compare to him. All right, so, the supervisor said after closing Nick's file. There's not really anything you can improve with your fitness. I don't think it's possible to improve your physical statistics without using any abilities. As long as you can keep your current score, you're good. Nick nodded. The same thing is true for your battle points. Don't make this public, but the highest points in the battle and Spectre categories are only there to filter out people with an unhealthy level of ambition. I can't tell you what the 7th level of battle is, but what I can tell you is that it is dumb. Really dumb and stupidly dangerous. Nick nodded again. Your Spectre points are also as good as they can possibly get. There's no need for you to improve yourself in that regard. I guess the only thing you can do is to improve your academic points, but I don't think I need to tell you that. You seem to have everything under control, the supervisor said casually. Ido ni concert. All right. So, is there anything you want to talk about specifically? He asked. There is one thing, actually, Nick said. The man nodded, telling Nick to continue talking. Level 3 of battle. The little girl. Yes, the man asked. After I defeated her and the green light appeared, she accused me of lying about my level and attacked me with her actual power, Nick said. If I were weaker, she would have killed me. I don't think having a late or peak elder attacking initial and early experts with all of its power is appropriate for level 3. The man's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. Please, tell me exactly what happened, he requested. Nick did just that. After Nick was done talking about it, the supervisor grimaced. That was a fuck-up on their part. That should never have happened. Sorry about that, the supervisor said. I'm going to tell the abductress, and we are going to act accordingly. Most likely, we are going to replace it with a different one. Is there anything else? Nick shook his head. No, that's everything. The supervisor nodded once. I think keeping you here for 4 years is a waste. Would you be okay with staying here for 1 year to learn a bit more about academia before advancing to level 2? Level 2 has more hands-on experiences. That sounds good, Nick said. Good. Then we're going to proceed like this, the man said before standing up and extending his hand. Nick also stood up, and the two of them shook their hands. See you in a month for your next review, the supervisor said with a respectful nod. Nick nodded back. See you. A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. In the audiobook library, you can already find 10 complete audiobooks. Lord of Mysteries 1, Lord of Mysteries 2, COI, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, ORV, Mother of Learning, Reincarnator, Leveling Up with Gods, The Author's POV, Kill the Sun, and 7 ongoing. Shadow Slave with Chapter 1 to 2740. Reverend Insanity with 200 chapter. A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation with 200 chapter. My House of Horrors with 300 chapter. Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work with 44.1 chapter. Naruto, The Wind Calamity with 200 chapter. Starting with 13 hidden traits with 200 chapter, updated weekly. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Lightverse Recap,